Xingshuang had never anticipated such a catastrophic beginning, that he had traversed realms, becoming an esteemed elder of the renowned righteous sect, Wang Zuolu. Yet, he was cast as a villain, and just moments ago, he had plunged his sword into his own disciple, the male protagonist. The fated child of this world. Blood stained the protagonist Ling Han's white robes. His eyes ablaze with crimson fury, and an ominous aura surged within him. Xingshuang understood that this was a consequence of Ling Han bearing half-demon lineage, which led to his false accusation of collusion with the demon clan, resulting in Xingshuang himself stabbing him in the chest on the demon execution platform. In the original timeline, the protagonist would have been killed by Xingshuang. However, due to his extraordinary fortune, no one could truly take his life. After a few years of cultivation, he would return and annihilate the entire sect. This could not be allowed. This was unacceptable. He is clearly a demon. Elder Guiyun, eliminate this demon, a disgrace to the sect. Ling Han gradually clenched his fists, an overwhelming hatred coalescing within him. If he could survive, he would ensure that these people enough. Xingshuang sheathed his sword, his voice cold and resolute. This strike serves as a lesson. No one shall speak of this matter again. Ling Han was taken aback. He lifted his gaze. Since joining the sect, he had exchanged only a handful of words with this master, a countable few. Xingshuang was notorious for his aloofness. He had taken Ling Han as a disciple merely due to the sect leader's arrangement. For an entire year, he had paid no heed to Ling Han, and had it not been for this sword strike, Ling Han might have forgotten he had a master at all. Elder Guiyun, this he is indeed a demon. Are you shielding your disciple? You are sowing discord among the disciples. The cacophony compelled Ling Han to grit his teeth, yet he continued to gaze at Xingshuang, seemingly awaiting his response. Xingshuang's tone remained unyielding, as frigid as ice. This sword merely punishes him for concealing his bloodline. I believe in Ling Han he would not conspire with demons. Anyone who dares to mention this matter again shall face my wrath. He swiftly gathered Ling Han and employed a teleportation array, transporting him back to Guiyun Peak. After depositing Ling Han in his own disciples' quarters, Xingshuang finally exhaled with relief. Master Ling Han's face was pale as he struggled to speak. Why do you protect your disciple? Xingshuang regarded Ling Han, who was merely a child of 16 or 17 years, his pitiful state evoking a twinge of sympathy. Because you are my disciple, Xingshuang responded, while channeling spiritual energy to heal his wounds. In truth, he had the urge to jest, to say, once a master, always a father, I am your father. However, he reconsidered, fearing it might shatter his stoic persona. Ling Han lowered his gaze. Are you concerned that having a disciple allied with demons would tarnish Guiyun Peak and your reputation? Xingshuang gently shook his head. I do not believe you would conspire with demons. Ling Han had indeed not allied with demons despite being bullied by his peers within the sect and being overlooked by his master. He had endured in silence. Not only had he refrained from using his demonic lineage, but he had also suffered injustices that would have driven others to despair. According to the timeline, his descent into darkness was predicated upon being slain by Xingshuang on the demon execution platform, after which he would be reborn through his half-demon bloodline and fully succumb to demonic corruption. Had he not been provoked, such chaos would not have ensued. Ling Han stared at Xingshuang in astonishment, never expecting that. Even in such circumstances, his master who had consistently ignored him would still choose to believe in him. Xingshuang likely recognized that his actions were rather abrupt. Thus he endeavored to fabricate a rationale. I have never taken on a disciple. I do not know how to interact. Yet, since you are my disciple, I shall not doubt you. Seeing Ling Han's wounds heal, he ceased channeling energy. Does it still hurt? Ling Han's eyes glistened, a hint of redness creeping in after the death of his parents. No one had ever believed in him in such a way. He had assumed his master despised him, only to realize that Elder Guiyun was simply inept in social interactions. Indeed, Xingshuang had never been close to anyone, likely due to his taciturn nature and preference for solitude, rather than any disdain for him. As Xingshuang sat there, his expression impassive, akin to a serene snowfall, warmth began to blossom in Ling Han's heart. Xingshuang was oblivious to whether Ling Han believed his comforting words. Seeing his eyes redden, he assumed he was merely upset over the earlier sword strike. You have concealed your demonic bloodline. If your master does not impose any punishment, it will be difficult to quell dissent within the sect. Moreover, how can I ensure your safety if I do not personally intervene? Xingshuang stubbornly continued his fabrications. He was adept at this sort of deception. I understand your good intentions, master. Ling Han felt increasingly moved by Li Xingshuang's words. The normally reticent master had taken the time to explain these matters to him. His master had considered him so deeply, yet he had harbored such animosity towards him on the demon execution platform. Truly, he had failed to recognize a kind heart. Ling Han was filled with both regret and remorse. He gingerly touched the wound from earlier, propping himself up to sit. I am well now, thank you, master. Li Xingshuang felt relieved after all. He was still a child, easily deceived. Li Xingshuang nodded. Then rest here. I shall inscribe a barrier on Guiyun Peak to ensure no one disturbs your meditation. Ling Han's eyes glimmered with warmth. Thank you, master. There is no need for thanks between us. Li Xingshuang felt unworthy of the protagonist's gratitude. Fearing that being thanked by the fated child would bring misfortune, Ling Han's words, he felt his heart race. He pressed his hand against his chest, at a loss for how to articulate his current feelings. It was as if a fissure had torn through the pitch-black world, allowing gentle light to cascade upon him, illuminating all the filth and darkness. How could Wang Zilu have such a rustic peasant? He actually became a disciple of Elder Guiyun. What sheer luck is this? What does it matter if he is a direct disciple? Elder Guiyun holds him in disdain. Let's make a bet within 3 months. He will be expelled by Elder Guiyun. So he is a demon disgusting, a half-breed demon. How ugly, a demon how noisy. Those discordant voices echoed in Ling Han's mind, causing him a throbbing headache. However, those voices were soon overshadowed by a chilling voice. You are my disciple, I shall not doubt you. It felt as though all the pent-up frustration, pain, and oppression had dissipated as long as someone believed in him, as long as. Chapter 2 Let us speak behind closed doors. Li Xingshuang returned to his room, exhaling with relief. That was a close call. The protagonist nearly succumbed to darkness. It is worth noting that when the protagonist later sought vengeance upon returning to the sect, he spared neither the guard dogs nor even the earthworms, leaving no trace unturned. Thankfully, this little one was easily deceived, believing in just a few words. From now on, I must nurture him well, guiding the protagonist back to the righteous path. Li Xingshuang activated the system to review his current task. Indeed, he did not traverse realms aimlessly. He arrived with a mission. By fulfilling this task, he could obtain anything he desired, anything at all. His mission was not merely to guide Ling Han toward righteousness. In fact, Ling Han was not even the primary focus of the task. Rather, Ling Han was a crucial piece in a larger puzzle. The true protagonist of his mission was the Wang Shui Tower itself. Li Xingshuang's task was to expand and strengthen the Wang Shui Tower, ensuring it became the foremost sect in the righteous path within a century. He could not allow Ling Han to bring ruin to this place. Moreover, if he successfully nurtured the child of destiny, perhaps that very child could elevate the Wang Shui Tower to unprecedented heights. While reviewing the system, Li Xingshuang received a mental summons. Dream Cloud Peak, come quickly. The Wang Shui Tower was divided into 5 peaks: Guiyun Peak, Mengyun Peak, Xianyun Peak, Tianyun Peak, and Qingyun Peak. Mengyun Peak was the residence of the sect leader, while the other 4 peaks were associated with the 4 elders. Li Xingshuang, eyes closed, sensed the tension. The old elder was surely here to confront him regarding Ling Han. However, not attending was not an option. Thus, Li Xingshuang teleported to the main hall of Mengyun Peak. As an elder, he had the privilege of unrestricted teleportation within the Wang Shui Tower. Upon arriving at the main hall, Li Xingshuang immediately sensed something amiss. Not only was the sect leader present, but the other 3 elders had also gathered. The Tianyun elder sneered upon seeing him. Li Xingshuang, how does it feel to have raised a demonic disciple? Li Xingshuang shot him a sidelong glance. You've got something stuck in your teeth. The Tianyun elder paused, instinctively reaching for his mouth, only to retort angrily. Nonsense. I have been in seclusion for so long that I have not eaten at all. Where would food come from? With a smirk that was both humorous and sardonic, Li Xingshuang replied, Our Wang Shui Tower is a reputable sect, devoid of any sinister arts. How could there be a demonic cultivator here? The Tianyun elder's face shifted through shades of black, white, and green before he viciously declared, Who else but you to answer for this? You and your good disciple. How have you colluded with the demon race? The Qingyun elder stepped forward to mediate. Enough with the bickering. Ruofeng, the situation is still unclear. Let us not jump to conclusions. The Qingyun elder, Ren and he, was the eldest among the elders. Even the sect leader referred to her as senior sister. Her words held weight among the others. At last, the sect leader spoke. Xingshuang, have you resolved to shield your disciple at all costs? Xingshuang replied with unwavering composure. Sect leader, though Ling Han bears half the bloodline of the demon race, he has grown up in the human realm and possesses a kind heart. If we were to slay him merely for his bloodline, what would that make us? Our actions would mirror those of the demon race. The sect leader fell silent. The Tianyun elder scoffed. Sophistry. Those not of our kind will inevitably harbor ill intentions. Are you willing to watch the Wang Shui Tower fall to the demon race? The Qingyun elder hesitated, adding, I have met Ling Han. He is humble and courteous. Certainly not malicious at heart. The demons excel at disguise. The Tianyun elder exclaimed, Senior sister, you are simply too kind-hearted. Finally, the silent Xianyun elder spoke. His voice rather languid. Ling Han is merely at the initial stage of the meridian opening realm. Why should we fear him so? Let Xingshuang nurture him for a couple of years. If he truly harbors ulterior motives, it will not be too late to take action then. In this world, the cultivation levels, from lowest to highest, were initial enlightenment, meridian opening, qi balancing, soul entry, mind clarity, and fusion with heaven. Beyond that lay the true immortal realm. The elders present were all at the mind clarity stage or above, rendering Ling Han no threat to them. How shall we address the presence of such a potential threat within our sect? What will other sects think of the Wang Shui Tower? The Tianyun elder demanded angrily. Xingshuang chuckled lightly. If we speak behind closed doors, who would know? Unless someone deliberately leaks information. Oh, I certainly wouldn't do such a dishonest thing. So who would engage in such treachery? The Tianyun elder's face turned green again. Wasn't this a veiled jab at him? If this matter were to leak, he would undoubtedly bear the blame. The sect leader too was taken aback. He had always perceived Xingshuang as cold and taciturn. He had expected him to execute Ling Han at the demon execution platform, yet here he was, defending Ling Han and engaging in a verbal duel with the Tianyun elder. Xingshuang believed that as long as the child of destiny was not subjected to further torment, there was no reason for him to turn to darkness. After all, despite enduring years of discrimination and bullying, he remained upright, indicating that the protagonist was unlikely to stray from the righteous path. In any case, he vowed to take full responsibility for his disciple. If he truly colludes with the demon race and practices demonic arts, I shall personally slay him. My allegiance lies solely with the Wang Shui Tower. I will not betray it. Can the child of destiny be killed? No. But to consider the worst-case scenario. If Ling Han truly turned dark, Xingshuang would have no choice but to confront him. After all, his task was to revitalize the sect. If his mission were merely to safeguard himself, he could have simply clung to the child of destiny, allowing Ling Han's descent into darkness to accompany him. However, his bond with the Wang Shui Tower was one of mutual prosperity and decline. Even if the sect leader betrayed him, he could not. Why should I trust you? The Tianyun elder arched an eyebrow. Xingshuang shrugged. You need not trust me. As long as the sect leader does, that suffices. Isn't that right? Sect leader? The sect leader fell silent for a moment before sighing. Very well, as long as you are aware. However, let me be clear. I shall only grant Ling Han one opportunity. Should he display any traits of the demon race? Xingshuang interjected coolly. I will personally put an end to him. The sect leader waved his hand, signaling the meeting's conclusion. The Tianyun elder shot him a furious glare before storming out. The Qingyun elder approached Xingshuang, speaking softly. Xingshuang, Ruofeng's anger stems from his deep-seated hatred for the demon race. He means no personal offense. Do not take his words to heart. Xingshuang shook his head, understanding Ruofeng's perspective. On one hand, he had never held a favorable view of him. On the other, his predecessor, the former Tianyun elder and Ruofeng's master, had met a tragic end at the hands of the demon race. This had instilled in him an intense hatred for demons, leading him to slay hundreds, even earning the title of the Demon Slayer Immortal Lord. In the original timeline, Ruofeng faced a grim fate. Unlike Xingshuang, he did not die swiftly, but rather endured a torturous demise in the flames of the demon realm for 100 days, followed by being flayed alive. Though Xingshuang found him bothersome, He bore no ill will strong enough to wish for his death. Such a fate was too cruel. After all, despite their lukewarm relationship, they were colleagues. There was no deep-seated enmity between them. Chapter 3. The Chosen One. Upon returning to Guiyun Peak, Li Xingfeng observed Ling Han standing in the courtyard. As soon as Ling Han spotted him, he hurried forward, exclaiming, "Master, I heard from the junior disciples that you were summoned by the sect master because of me." Although Ling Han was the only direct disciple of Guiyun Peak, there were several inner disciples present. Li Xingfeng had imposed restrictions at Guiyun Peak, yet chose not to intervene with this group of unruly youngsters. It was unclear who had informed Ling Han, likely intending to provoke a sense of guilt within him. "Fear not, my child. I shall handle this matter. You should focus on your cultivation." Li Xingfeng intended to ruffle the boy's hair, wishing to display a semblance of warmth. However, upon observing Ling Han, who, despite being merely a child, had grown slightly taller than him, he reconsidered. What has he been consuming? Protein powder, perhaps? Thus, he abandoned the notion. Noticing his master's hand lift and then drop in hesitation, Ling Han bit his lip. "Master, if my actions have caused you trouble, I shall depart on my own. I do not wish to burden you." "No, absolutely not," Li Xingfeng exclaimed. "What if this little rascal were to join another sect and soar to great heights with them? How would we, the Xingshuang Tower, expand and thrive then?" Continuing to reassure Ling Han, he said, "Word has spread about your lineage tied to the demon race. I have already discussed this with the sect master. This matter shall remain confidential. Staying at Xingshuang Tower is your safest option." Ling Han felt a stir of hope. "Master, rest assured, with you by my side, none shall dare discuss this matter. Should anyone attempt to exploit it, please inform me. Those little rascals, how dare they bully the fortunate child?" He thought, "Should they fail their mission, I shall ensure they all face dire consequences." To avoid drawing attention, Li Xingfeng instructed Ling Han to remain in his room, while he himself refrained from venturing outside. After 2 days passed, the system suddenly emitted a notification sound. Ding! A time-limited new task has been issued. Side quest. Assist the beleaguered Chosen One in extricating herself from her predicament. Time remaining, 1 hour and 48 minutes. Reward, Spirit Gathering Pills x10. Ah, quite generous indeed. The Chosen One. That must refer to the female protagonist, Li Xingfeng mused, swiftly searching for information about her. Ning Moru, a servant disciple at Xingshuang Tower. Possesses mediocre cultivation talent but exquisite beauty, which often leads to harassment or jealousy. In truth, she is a rare fusion spirit body. But the tower's techniques do not suit her, resulting in her slow progress. Perhaps due to their shared experiences of being bullied, Ling Han and she had become friends. However, before their bond could deepen, Li Xingfeng had tragically thrust his sword through Ling Han, casting him out of the sect. Consequently, Ning Moru faced even harsher treatment due to her previous connection with Ling Han. It was not until Ling Han returned to Xingshuang Tower, rescuing her, that her gratitude toward him blossomed into a deeper connection. Yet, blinded by vengeance, Ling Han remained fixated on his ambitions, never marrying Ning Moru. They merely became close companions. Eventually, he assisted her in discovering a suitable cultivation technique, leading them both to the pinnacle of their respective paths, one in the demonic arts and the other in the righteous. Li Xingfeng shook his head at the unfolding narrative. Xingshuang Tower's luck is truly dismal. Both the fortunate child and the Chosen One reside within the sect. Yet, one could argue that luck is good, as the other disciples squander their time bullying each other instead of cultivating. It is akin to having an excellent hand of cards played poorly. Alas, this time, Ling Han has not succumbed to darkness. He may be less consumed by ambition. If he can forge a successful partnership with the female protagonist, it would be most fortuitous. Yet, such thoughts are not for the present moment. Li Xingfeng hurried to the outer disciples' location at Guiyun Peak, only to witness several outer disciples tormenting an exceptionally beautiful girl. She often associates with that surname Ling. Could she be conspiring with the demon race? Ning Moru, her lips pale, protested, "I am not. Ling Han is not a demon." "Still making excuses? Defending your beloved, are you? Huh, what a pity. He has been fatally wounded and will not last long." Ning Moru bowed her head, her face obscured by disheveled hair, cloaked in despair. Choosing silence. "You vile wretch, do not feign nobility. I shall beat you to a pulp." Yet the anticipated pain did not arrive. Ning Moru lifted her gaze, only to see a striking young man in white blocking her, as though descended from the heavens. Li Xingfeng coldly surveyed the group of outer disciples. Xingshuang Tower's regulations strictly prohibit bullying among disciples. Will you face the consequences yourselves, or shall I inform Elder Xinyun? Ji Gu Yun, Elder. The leader's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. We were merely. I have already heard what you said regarding Ling Han. A verdict has been reached. If you continue to raise this matter, do you question my handling of it? And no. Li Xingfeng spoke no further, simply stating, depart. Watching the group flee, he could not help but sigh internally. How can this broken sect thrive? The disciples neglect their cultivation, focusing solely on bullying fellow members, entirely oblivious to the virtue of unity. Truly a disaster. He turned to the girl still on the ground, extending his hand toward her. Ning Moru hesitated, as if caught in a dream, gazing at the celestial figure reaching out to her. She felt unworthy, covered in dirt, while he remained immaculate. Daring not to grasp his hand, Li Xingfeng sensed he might have overstepped. After all, she was the chosen one, pure and untarnished. How could he impose such contact? To prevent any resentment, he quickly withdrew his hand. Can you rise on your own? Seeing him retract his hand, Ning Moru felt a pang of regret at losing the opportunity to touch him. Yet, if she were to extend her hand, she feared that the dirt would tarnish the elder and provoke his disdain. Thank you, Elder Gu Yun, for your rescue. Ning Moru rose from the ground. Speaking softly, if I may be so bold, how did you come to Yuyan Peak? Li Xingfeng concocted a plausible excuse for his presence. I wished to investigate whether anyone dared to slander Ling Han, but I did not anticipate encountering such a vile act of bullying. Ning Moru's eyes flickered. Do you believe Brother Ling Han to be innocent? Of course I do. Why? Li Xingfeng replied candidly. He is my disciple. If I do not believe in him, who else would? Ning Moru could not help but gaze up at Li Xingfeng. Though he appeared so distant and cold, his words were imbued with warmth. A surge of envy, even jealousy, arose within her. How fortunate Ling Han was to encounter someone who wholeheartedly believed in him. Li Xingfeng felt a shiver as the chosen one suddenly focused her gaze upon him. What sort of look was that? Why was she staring so intently? Could it be she bore a grudge for his actions against Ling Han? He hoped not. Chapter 4. In gratitude, fortunately, Ning Moru spoke up. I am merely somewhat surprised that you would trust senior brother Ling Han. Do you extend such trust to all your disciples? Li Xingshuang felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, he had only one disciple. Could she possibly be referring to those inner disciples of Guiyan Peak? Of course, Li Xingshuang replied. While he felt exasperated by this group of inept disciples, he had no choice but to endure, as tasks awaited him. I understand now. Ning Moru lowered her head. He is so good to his disciple. But I am merely a useless person. I could never become his disciple. I shall take my leave now. If you face any bullying in the future, feel free to inform me or Elder Xinyun. Li Xingshuang concluded the side mission and did not wish to linger. He had initially considered taking the Daughter of Destiny under his wing, yet her talent was too lacking. Bringing her in as a direct disciple would inevitably invite gossip. As an elder, it was of little concern to him whom he took on as a disciple. But the current situation surrounding Ling Han was precarious, drawing the attention of many. Ning Moru gazed at Li Xingshuang's retreating figure until it disappeared from view. She had first noticed him 2 days earlier at the demon-slaying platform. That was the first time she had seen another side of Li Xingshuang. Previously, he seemed devoid of emotion, yet on that day, he had defended Ling Han before everyone. His ethereal presence was etched in the young girl's memory, difficult to forget. If one day, like Ling Han, she were to be ensnared by others, would there be someone as steadfast as him standing by her side? Li Xingshuang returned to Guiyun Peak. During this time, the inner disciples had been remarkably well-behaved, attending classes diligently and conducting themselves with integrity. This had rendered Guiyun Peak much quieter, devoid of the usual clamor. How splendid! If only it could remain this serene, he mused. Typically, these children would bicker over trivial matters. One moment Zhang Xin would tug on Li Si's hair, and the next, Wang Wu would accuse Zhao Lu of stealing his pants. Where was the dignity befitting cultivators? How could they aspire to uphold the sect? It was a wonder they were not embarrassed. The first rule in building a sect is unity and kindness, forbidding internal strife. The second rule, well, perhaps cultivating the child of destiny well? Li Xingshuang approached Ling Han's door, gathering his thoughts before knocking. The door swung open immediately, leading Li Xingshuang to suspect Ling Han had been waiting right there. Master, what brings you here? Ling Han's gaze was cautious yet bright as he looked at Li Xingshuang, akin to a puppy yearning for affection. Li Xingshuang felt a twinge of pity for the boy. With just a few words, he had been utterly won over. Now clinging to him as if he were a father figure. During this time, I have instructed you to focus on your cultivation. Have you been slacking? Ling Han hurriedly replied. In response to Master, I have devoted myself to diligent practice each day, not daring to be negligent. Xingshuang nodded. You have been my disciple for over a year now, yet I have consistently failed to provide you with proper guidance. Disciple understands that Master is busy and bears no grudge, Ling Han said, lowering his head. Xingshuang felt a surge of warmth. I know you are well-behaved and sensible, but ultimately, I have not fulfilled my responsibilities. Now that I have some free time, come with me. Xingshuang led Ling Han to his private training ground, then took out a volume of technique and handed it to him. This was an imperial-grade technique exchanged from the system. Techniques are categorized into mortal, spirit, king, emperor, and celestial grades. Outer disciples practice mortal techniques, while inner disciples can practice spirit techniques. King-grade techniques are exceedingly rare and require considerable fortune. As for imperial grade, it was likely that even the sect master could not produce one. Ling Han glanced at it and immediately sensed its uniqueness. Master, this is. Just practice it. I will not harm you, Xingshuang replied casually. Take a look first, and should anything be unclear, feel free to ask me. Despite these reassurances, Xingshuang thought that with the Child of Destiny's insight, he would likely not inquire much. Yet, he miscalculated. Just as Xingshuang settled down with a cup of spiritual tea, he heard Ling Han call him softly. Master. Ling Han pointed to a character. How is this pronounced? Zheng, describing the shape of great waters. And this? Li, referring to high-quality gold. What about this one? Shn, meaning intense and vigorous. Xingshuang took the technique back, exasperated by the abundance of obscure characters. The Child of Destiny had evidently not studied much, making it difficult for him to learn. Ling Han nervously fidgeted with his fingers, feeling ashamed to ask such elementary questions, fearing he had displeased his master. Though he could tell the technique was immensely precious, he could not even recognize the characters. A wave of shame washed over him. However, Xingshuang pulled out paper and brush, diligently writing down a simplified version. Ling Han stared at him, and in just a quarter of an hour, Xingshuang had completed his task. It's merely a ruse. There's no need to concern yourself with this nonsense. Xingshuang placed his clear and straightforward version before Ling Han. Study these first, and I will write down the rest for you in a few days. Ling Han was taken aback, his gaze fixed on the paper. The characters were vigorous yet graceful, imbued with an ethereal quality. Master. Ling Han felt a slight sting in his nose. A revered figure of the enlightened mind realm was demonstrating such patient dedication as if teaching a child to write. Xingshuang, hearing Ling Han's call again, felt a headache coming on. What now? Is raising a disciple truly so bothersome? What about Master's kindness? Ling Han's voice trembled. I can never repay it. What is this child on about now? Xingshuang sighed in exasperation. I am your master. Guiding you is my duty, and there is no need for repayment. Let alone repayment, it would suffice if you do not seek vengeance. Ling Han looked at Xingshuang, his eyes brimming with respect. He recalled the moment he became Xingshuang's disciple. When he first entered Wangshui Tower, he had intended to keep a low profile. Yet due to his humble origins and lack of a family background, he faced relentless bullying. The turning point came during the annual sect ceremony when he defeated all the outer disciples, earning a chance to enter the inner circle. However, this did not change their perception of him. Instead, it fueled their envy further. The inner disciples were equally unwelcoming. Thus, during the reward selection, he earnestly requested the sect master to allow him to become a direct disciple of an elder, seeking a form of support. Elder Qiyun was kind-hearted but already had over a dozen direct disciples, making it impossible for her to take him on. Elder Xinyun, who managed the outer disciples and assisted with sect affairs, likewise declined. Elder Tianyun, with lofty aspirations, dismissed him outright, seeking disciples of superior talent. Only Elder Guiyun, Xingshuang, had no disciples and held no significant position. Under the sect master's arrangement, he reluctantly accepted Ling Han. Yet from start to finish, he had not even cast a glance at Ling Han, only leaving him with a single instruction: do not disturb me. Ling Han's conversations with him scarcely exceeded 10 words. Ling Han understood that Xingshuang did not regard him favorably, and he himself had no deep feelings for his master. He was merely a protective shield. At the very least, those who once bullied him were too afraid to act, limited to mere verbal jabs. Until Xingshuang defended him. He bore the bloodline of the demon race. What did those 4 words signify? They implied that Xingshuang could have slain him on the spot. Yet he did not. Chapter 5. The best person in the world, Li Xingshuang's prose is remarkably accessible, and Ling Han learns swiftly. Possessing an innate understanding, he is further empowered by divine-level techniques, enabling his spiritual energy to flow seamlessly. He can distinctly sense his cultivation advancing. It is not until the sun descends that Ling Han finally opens his eyes from meditation. The setting sun casts a gentle, warm glow upon Li Xingshuang, seemingly melting away his cool demeanor. He lightly closes his eyes, appearing to take a brief respite. Ling Han, unknowingly entranced, stares at that exceptionally handsome visage. Previously, he had not observed closely, but now, at such proximity, it is truly flawless, akin to porcelain. Is he truly a celestial being? Ling Han's hand rises involuntarily, but just as he is about to touch that exquisite face, Li Xingshuang abruptly opens his eyes. Their gazes lock, and Li Xingshuang is momentarily taken aback. Is this child attempting to rouse him? Why? He is the master, not in need of intense cultivation. Is it a crime to take a moment's rest? Master. Master Ling Han swiftly retracts his hand, nervously stammering, I did not intend to disturb your rest, it's just that I have some questions regarding the techniques realizing this. Li Xingshuang nods, ask away. In truth, with his level of cultivation, he does not require sleep. He is merely bored. His voice carries a hint of drowsiness and hoarseness from waking, stirring something in Ling Han's heart. Ling Han, somewhat dazed, cannot articulate his thoughts. Yet Li Xingshuang patiently elucidates. Li Xingshuang's voice is melodious, reminiscent of freshly thawed ice mingling with flowing springs, cool yet exceedingly pleasant. Ling Han becomes entranced, when suddenly, he feels a gentle tap on his forehead. It is Li Xingshuang, having playfully flicked him, cautious not to exert force. Aware that this child is the one blessed with fortune. Lost in thought, Li Xingshuang frowns slightly. Is his lecture truly so dull that a one-on-one session could lead to distraction? Ling Han notices the furrow in his brow, his heart tightening, and stutters. Master, please do not be upset, it is all my fault, I am not angry. Li Xingshuang replies nonchalantly. Did you comprehend what I just explained? If not, I can repeat it. How can such a person exist? Ling Han feels frustrated for having previously harbored prejudice against his master. It is truly narrow-minded of him. He is undeniably gentle and forgiving. Li Xingshuang wonders why this child remains silent for so long. The child blessed by fortune is indeed puzzling. Ling Han struggles to find words, just as Li Xingshuang stands up. The sect leader has sent a message. I must step out. As he rises, he casually ruffles Ling Han's hair. Practice on your own for now. I will teach you upon my return. Ling Han freezes. My master touched my head. My master touched my head. Li Xingshuang pauses, contemplating if such an action was appropriate. After all, this is the child of fortune, not merely a pet. Ling Han's expression shifts dramatically. Li Xingshuang clears his throat. I have heard that other mentors often use this method with their disciples. If you dislike it, not at all. Ling Han immediately stands up, realizing he may have overreacted. His face turns crimson, his voice lowering. I do not dislike it, still being obstinate? You're positively flushed. Li Xingshuang, feeling a sudden urge to escape, teleports away without delay, leaving Ling Han behind, unable to shake the warmth from his cheeks. He instinctively reaches for his head, recalling that his master's hand, though not warm, left a soft, cool sensation. There lingers a faint fragrance, indescribable, yet reminiscent of frost intertwined with cedar. This is the first time his master has been so close to him. No. There was also that time on the demon subjugation platform when his master carried him away. If Li Xingshuang were to know, he would surely find it absurd. Carrying? Wasn't he that merely a way of hauling a sack? Yet, it is futile to dwell on it now. Ling Han firmly believes that Li Xingshuang is the best master in the world. No, he is the best person in existence. Li Xingshuang feels an inexplicable flutter in his heart, perhaps a fear that the child of fortune may harbor resentment. He arrives at Mengyun Peak, where this time, the sect leader has summoned only him and Elder Tianyun. Upon seeing him, Elder Tianyun snorts disdainfully. Li Xingshuang raises an eyebrow. What is this? Who has punctured your ego? Elder Tianyun, fuming, retorts. You yet. He falters, unable to articulate his next words. Li Xingshuang finds it amusing. Elder Tianyun's defenses are as feeble as his own offensive capabilities. He merely offered a greeting and did not insult him. Are the people of Wang Shuelu all so fragile? Ruo Feng, cease your bickering with Xingshuang, the sect leader interjects. Elder Tianyun, exasperated, protests, who is bickering with him? It's clearly, Li Xingshuang raises his hands. What have I said? Indeed, It appears he has not uttered a word. Elder Tian Yun grinds his teeth in frustration. The sect leader sighs and shakes his head. You are both of age. Stop acting so childish. I summoned you to discuss serious matters. Humph, if it involves him, I refuse. Elder Tian Yun crosses his arms defiantly. I will not work with the spawn of the demon. Xingshuang, with a hint of sarcasm, remarks, Oh dear little one. I've told you not to be so childish. Look, you're getting angry for no reason. Elder Tian Yun nearly leaps from his seat. You, the sect leader rubs his forehead. Sister and he has other duties. And Li Jing must assist me with the sect's affairs, leaving only the two of you as candidates. Where he goes, I shall not follow, Elder Tian Yun declares fiercely. Xingshuang, unfazed, responds, That's fine. You may go ahead. I shall not join you. Elder Tian Yun, taken aback by Xingshuang's decisiveness, is momentarily stunned. Xingshuang smirks. This is the first time I've encountered someone so eager to take on responsibilities. Farewell, gullible one. Xingshuang. You stop right there. Elder Tian Yun, furious, jumps up, pointing at Xingshuang. Sect leader, I will accompany him. Xingshuang. Are you unwell? Chapter 6. You are not Xingshuang. The sect leader wore a look of helplessness, but continued. In recent days, the Lan Kingdom has released a piece of news regarding an upcoming auction. Are we supposed to buy something together? Elder Tianyan scoffed. The sect leader ignored him and proceeded, They are auctioning the imperial realm. Xingshuang forced a laugh. Heh, I advise you not to entertain such thoughts. We cannot afford it. Didn't this old man possess a modicum of self-awareness? Could our sect truly acquire something of such imperial caliber? Though the Wanshua Tower is considered a significant sect with a modicum of renown, our financial resources are indeed limited. Who suggested we purchase it? The sect leader shot Xingshuang a glare. Can't you wait for me to finish? When did this fellow become so impertinent, always hitting his sore spots? Wanshua Tower may be somewhat impoverished, but did he have to voice it so bluntly? Xingshuang was taken aback. Are we going to seize it? Surely not. We are a reputable sect. The sect leader, exasperated, retorted, I've said it before, let me finish. Oh, do go on. The sect leader took a deep breath. The price of the imperial realm is far beyond what ordinary individuals can bear. I suspect many sects share this sentiment, so I need you to discuss a collaborative effort. What budget are we looking at? Xingshuang inquired. If you interrupt me again, I shall withhold funding. Only then did Xingshuang fall silent. The sect leader continued. The initial key to the imperial realm was acquired by a minor sect, which found it useless and sold it directly to the Xiaojua Chamber of Commerce located in the Lan Kingdom. The Xiaojua Chamber is affiliated with the Xiaojua sect, which, unlike most sects, maintains a close relationship with the secular world. They are renowned for their business acumen and are often referred to as the wealthy sect. Their trade includes not only mundane treasures, but also various cultivation materials. Due to the Xiaojua sect's extensive trading network throughout the cultivation realm, it has become an unwritten rule not to offend them. No one dares to pilfer from the Xiaojua sect, and they do not initiate hostilities against any faction. They are essentially a completely neutral merchant NPC. After the Xiaojua Chamber announced the auction, numerous sects prepared to pool resources to acquire the key to the realm, with each sect sending a contingent of disciples to participate. I need you to discuss the specifics, such as each sect's contribution, the number of disciples sent, and who will spearhead the acquisition. Xingshuang understood. It was a meeting, something he was quite familiar with. A group of individuals sitting around, debating for hours on end, often yielding no significant results. He typically used such meetings as an opportunity to enjoy refreshments. The meeting was set to take place in the Lan Kingdom, where the Xiaojua Chamber had arranged accommodations for each sect, clearly intending to profit handsomely. After the sect leader finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 2 jade tokens floated before the two men. Xingshuang took the token, inscribed with the character for Lan. It was a travel token issued specifically for cultivators within the Lan Kingdom. Just to be clear, regardless of the outcome, do not blame me, Xingshuang shrugged. I will make arrangements for the affairs of the peak and depart tomorrow. Elder Tianyan snorted but said nothing further, leaving alongside Xingshuang. However, the moment they stepped outside, Elder Tianyan brandished his sword and advanced on Xingshuang. You are not Xingshuang. Who are you? Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Just because I bantered with you a bit, you wish to harm a fellow sect member? Elder Tianyan narrowed his eyes. Xingshuang is not so loquacious. Your actions differ from his. Did you take over his body? Xingshuang spread his arms. You may investigate, Slayer of Demons. Elder Tianyun did not detect any signs of possession. The soul indeed belonged to Li Xingchuan. However, why was there such a stark contrast in personality? Li Xingchuan felt no fear regarding suspicions, for this Li Xingchuan was indeed himself, merely a version from another world. Due to differing experiences, a variation in personality was only natural, while the soul remained wholly identical, rather than a soul transference. It was more accurate to say that the memories and systems of Li Xingchuan from another world had traversed into this version of him. The specifics of the phenomenon were of little concern to Li Xingchuan. In essence, he had merely acquired a new set of memories without replacing his soul. What exactly is going on? He Ruofeng and Li Xingchuan had entered the sect together. He Ruofeng was 20 at the time, while Li Xingchuan was merely 14. He had always disdained Li Xingchuan, viewing him as a pretentious youth. Now, over 40 years later, his opinion remained unchanged, cold and proud. Yet, how had he morphed into such a contemptible being? We are not acquainted. Do not act as though you know me well, Li Xingchuan remarked with a forced smile. He Ruofeng seethed with frustration. Why was this person so insufferable? And Li Xingchuan pointed at He Ruofeng's sword. You cannot defeat me. Li Xingchuan, you scoundrel. I challenge you to a duel. Li Xingchuan stepped back, smirking. You might want to take this time to settle your affairs. Oh, I mean, the matters that will arise after your departure. He Ruofeng was nearly choked with indignation, almost truly needing to arrange his own affairs. Li Xingchuan had little to prepare. His valuables were stored within the system. His primary concern was to ensure that the younger disciples did not bully the child of destiny in his absence. Upon returning to Guiyun Peak, Li Xingchuan summoned the disciples and Ling Han. I have matters to attend to outside for approximately 1 to 2 months. During my absence, you all must heed your senior brother Ling's guidance. Having addressed the inner disciples, he turned to Ling Han. Should anyone refuse to comply, send word to me, and I will report it to the sect leader for severe punishment. Ling Han nodded earnestly, appearing to bear a great responsibility and not daring to be negligent. The inner disciples recognized Li Xingchuan's protective demeanor toward his favored disciple and understood their position, nodding in agreement to follow Ling Han's lead. Li Xingchuan waved his hand, dismissing the inner disciples, and exchanged a few more words with Ling Han. Given the recent uproar, while I do not wish for them to mention your affairs, some may stubbornly cling to it. Do your best to avoid leaving Guiyun Peak. I will also restrict entry into the peak. Ling Han obediently nodded. Disciple understands. Li Xingchuan quickly contemplated whether he had overlooked anything important and soon recalled a crucial point. If you face any grievances, do not conceal them as before. I shall advocate for you. Li Xingchuan advised, we can discuss matters openly. Do not succumb to darkness in my absence. Chapter 7. You wouldn't harm me. A warm feeling surged in Ling Han's chest, yet he still said, I can handle it myself. I will not trouble my master any further. It is no trouble at all, Li Xingchuan replied. You are my disciple. It is my duty to protect and care for you. When a child has matters to address, they should turn to an adult. Don't carry burdens alone, especially trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Ling Han felt moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Master, Li Xingchuan felt a twinge of exhaustion at being addressed as such, but patiently asked, what is it now? You treat your disciple so well. Is that all? Li Xingchuan pondered if, according to the original timeline, Ling Han had been deceived by the demon clan with a lollipop. His definition of kindness seemed rather lenient. The next day, before dawn, there was a loud knocking on Li Xingchuang's door. No, more like a banging. Li Xingchuang, get out here. Li Xingchuang was speechless. He should have set a barrier yesterday. He opened the door to find Elder Tianyun standing outside, seething with anger. Didn't we agree to depart today? What are you still dawdling for? Li Xingchuang yawned. Do temper yourself. You're nearing 70. What if your blood pressure spikes and you suffer a stroke? Although cultivators have extended lifespans, the sect leader and several elders maintained appearances akin to those in their 20s. And Li Xingchuang merely spoke without thinking. He Ruofeng's face turned crimson with rage. Li Xingchuang. The commotion was too loud. Ling Han, hearing someone bellow his master's name, rushed out to see what was amiss. Upon spotting him, He Ruofeng's ire only intensified. Demon spawn. You dare to show your face? Li Xingchuang frowned. Do you have no decency? Cursing my disciple on my territory. He Ruofeng retorted. What good can come from a demon? Just wait until he stabs you in the back. I want to come to your rescue. Ling Han's gaze sharpened, an undercurrent of menace flickering in his eyes. Li Xingchuang quickly stepped in front of him, separating their hostile stares. What is this? Don't you know the importance of unity within the sect? He is my disciple. He would never harm me. Upon hearing this, Ling Han's expression softened immediately. He whispered his loyalty. I will never betray my master. He Ruofeng gritted his teeth. Such pretense. Ling Han paid him no mind, focusing on Xingshuang. Master, I speak from the heart. I believe you. Then, Ling Han blushed, lowering his head as he leaned slightly closer to Xingshuang. Xingshuang, perplexed, wondered what he meant. What is it? Embarrassed, Ling Han stammered. In nothing. I just want to see you off, master. No need. I shall leave now. Xingshuang glanced at He Ruofeng. Leaving? He Ruofeng scoffed. Harboring a tiger brings danger. Xingshuang chuckled. You even know idioms? I thought you were illiterate. Xingshuang. Are you courting death? Xingshuang tilted his chin, exposing his throat. Indeed, courting death. Strike if you dare. Do you have the resolve? Shall I assist you? Ling Han felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively wanting to pull Xingshuang back. However, He Ruofeng, now green with fury, merely turned and stormed off, flinging his sleeve. I'm leaving. Despite He Ruofeng's animosity toward Xingshuang, the latter found some amusement in the situation. Rarely did he encounter someone so inept yet so prone to quarrels, almost like a chihuahua. Indeed, a chihuahua, easily angered and utterly devoid of combat prowess. Xingshuang surmised that He Ruofeng likely regretted dragging him along, but that was his own misfortune, not anyone else's. The Zhaoju commerce of Lan country was some distance from the Wangshui Tower, and the sect leader had provided them with a spirit beast carriage, which would take approximately 5 days to reach their destination. He Ruofeng remained irate even after settling into the carriage, and Xingshuang wished to alleviate the awkwardness of the journey. It would be dreadfully dull otherwise. Thus, he called out in a drawn-out tone. Elder Tianyun. He Ruofeng shot him a glare. What now? Xingshuang genuinely found it amusing. Calling out to him had actually elicited a response. It seemed this fellow did not practice cold violence. He Ruofeng grew even angrier. What are you laughing at? I said, Elder Tianyun, with your daily outbursts. Don't you suffer from pent-up liver qi? Xingshuang tilted his head. He Ruofeng glared at him. No. To think he would answer so seriously. Xingshuang chuckled, feeling as though he had discovered a new toy. Just as he contemplated teasing him further, He Ruofeng huffed. And, don't call me that. Did he dislike being addressed as Elder Tianyun? Xingshuang pondered for a moment, realizing he preferred not to be reminded of his official title while off duty. This fellow was here on an expense-paid trip, just like him. He contemplated how to address him. He Ruofeng? Ruofeng? Brother he? Suddenly, He Ruofeng's face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. Xingshuang was puzzled. He genuinely hadn't said anything inappropriate, so why was his face so red? Before he could unravel the mystery, he heard He Ruofeng murmur softly, You can. Xingshuang, confused, replied, What can? He Ruofeng turned his head away. Call me whatever you wish, just don't bother me. Xingshuang settled beside him, poking his cheek playfully. Why are you angry again? He Ruofeng, in a fit of agitation, swatted his hand away. You. He pointed at Xingshuang for what felt like an eternity before turning his back, sulking. Xingshuang was utterly bemused. He Ruofeng. Brother he? Ignoring me now? How dull. Just as he was about to return to his seat, He Ruofeng seized his arm. Wait. Xingshuang, caught off guard, stumbled backward and landed in He Ruofeng's embrace. Ling Han turned to him in confusion. He Ruofeng appeared equally dazed, lost in a stupor. Why did you pull me? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm right here in the carriage. Xingshuang leaned back comfortably, finding He Ruofeng surprisingly warm. He made a decent cushion. You. He Ruofeng's face, from his ears to his neck, turned beet red, unsure where to place his hands. Can't you gather your thoughts before speaking? You sound like a stammerer. Why didn't you brace yourself? Huh. Xingshuang was taken aback by his sudden accusation. Why did you pull me? I didn't know that pulling you would make you fall. Couldn't you resist? Xingshuang replied, slightly exasperated. Why should I resist? You wouldn't harm me. Though He Ruofeng held no fondness for him, Xingshuang firmly believed this fellow would not act to his detriment. He Ruofeng harbored animosity only toward the demon clan. His disdain for Xingshuang was merely superficial, limited to verbal threats of violence and declarations of intent. Yet, none of these threats had ever been acted upon. As soon as Xingshuang finished speaking, He Ruofeng was left speechless, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Chapter 8. The scoundrel of Guiyun Peak, he Ruofeng stammered for a moment, his cheeks flushed, before managing to utter. "Why are you still sitting on me?" Li Xingfeng replied, rather matter-of-factly, "Because you're warm." With that, he adjusted his posture, comfortably curling up in He Ruofeng's embrace. He Ruofeng's body froze in place. He dared not move, his face a deep crimson. You. Li Xingfeng cultivated an ice attribute technique, resulting in a body that was perpetually cool throughout the seasons. Although he was not sensitive to cold, and his cultivation level rendered him immune to temperature's effects, he found solace in warmth. Akin to a cat basking in the winter sun. Let me lean for a moment. Like a warm, soft cushion, Li Xingfeng nestled comfortably and gradually drifted into slumber. As He Ruofeng gazed at the sleeping Li Xingfeng in his arms, his emotions were a tumult of confusion. Since childhood, Li Xingfeng had maintained a demeanor that kept others at arm's length, displaying an icy indifference to everyone, even to his master, whom he regarded with only a modicum of respect, remaining distant and devoid of affection. Being contemporaries and both disciples of the elders, He Ruofeng naturally wished to compete with him or forge a friendship. Yet, regardless of his efforts, Li Xingfeng chose to ignore him. At times, He Ruofeng even suspected that Li Xingfeng was practicing a path devoid of emotion. Perhaps he was indeed the most fitting candidate for such a path. He Ruofeng disapproved of his attitude. The previous Guiyun elder was equally eccentric, exhibiting a wild and unrestrained style. With only Li Xingfeng left as his disciple, he had failed to provide proper guidance. When Li Xingfeng was merely 15, his master had thrown him into a horde of magical beasts. By the time He Ruofeng received the news and rushed over, the ground was littered with the corpses of beasts and demons, and Li Xingfeng was half kneeling amidst the carnage, supporting himself with his sword. His once white robes were now unrecognizable, soaked with blood, both that of the demon race and his own. Despite his bloodied hands, his gaze remained eerily calm, embodying not indifference but rather the innocence and purity of a child. Li Xingfeng did not perceive the act of slaughter as a dreadful occurrence, nor did he view his master's abandonment as cruel or inhumane. Observing the half-grown youth, He Ruofeng felt a pang in his heart and approached to help him up. Li Xingfeng, you. However, Li Xingfeng silently steadied himself with his sword, swaying slightly before rising to his feet. His youthful voice, usually clear and bright, now carried a hint of hoarseness, tainted by the aura of battle. Mind your own business. Like a bucket of cold water poured over him, He Ruofeng, irate, stormed away, declaring, "Who wants to meddle in your affairs?" From that moment on, He Ruofeng found himself increasingly at odds with Li Xingfeng. That scoundrel of a child. His master is a scoundrel too. The entire Guiyun Peak is filled with scoundrels. He Ruofeng glanced down at the serene and carefree Li Xingfeng, who appeared to sincerely regard him as a warm cushion, devoid of any personal sentiment. Even grown up, still a scoundrel. Guiyun Peak was effectively isolated due to the restrictions set by Li Xingfeng, preventing any cultivators below the Mingxin realm from entering or leaving freely. Only Ling Han possessed the authority to grant access. The inner disciples, witnessing Li Xingfeng's evident regard for Ling Han, dared not offend him openly. Though whispers behind their backs were inevitable, no one could fathom why the Guiyun elder had suddenly taken such a protective stance towards Ling Han, who had recently been revealed to possess demonic blood. It was puzzling, considering the elder's previous indifference. Could it be that the Guiyun elder was the one colluding with the demons? Surely not. The sect leader and elders must have conducted thorough investigations. Otherwise, given Tianyun elder's temperament, he would have long since acted against Li Xingfeng. Ling Han paid little mind to the gossip, as long as it did not interfere with him. However, in this moment of tranquility, he recalled Ning Moru, the only friend he had made during his time in the outer sect. Ning Moru was much like him, having endured bullying and quietly bearing humiliation. Yet, she possessed an inner stubbornness akin to his own. He wondered if she was faring any better now. The day after Li Xingfeng departed, Ling Han ventured to Guiyun Peak, where the outer disciples resided. Being a man, he felt it inappropriate to visit the female dormitory directly, and he was unsure whom to ask to relay a message. Just as he hesitated at the mountain gate, he spotted a familiar figure, Elder Xianyun. Ling Han greeted him with a respectful bow. Elder Xianyun smiled. "Ah, it is Ling disciple. What brings you to Yun Peak?" Known for his gentle disposition, Elder Xianyun was often slow in his speech and actions, leading some of his less fond disciples to jokingly call him Old Tortoise behind his back. Returning to the elder, "I have come to visit a junior sister, a friend I made during my time at Yun Peak." Elder Xianyun teased, a a friend, or perhaps a love interest? Ling Han replied helplessly, just a friend. Elder Xianyun smiled. Having friends is indeed a good thing. Why don't you come inside? Ling Han felt a bit embarrassed. I thought it might be too forward to seek someone out in the female dormitory. These children should be cultivating now. Let us go to the training grounds together. Ling Han bowed again. I thank Elder Xianyun. Upon their arrival at the training grounds, they found thousands of outer disciples gathered, far more lively than Guyan Peak. The moment Ling Han stepped into the training area, he spotted Ning Moru clad in blue, engrossed in her sword practice. After waiting a moment, she finally noticed him. Ning Moru hastily sheathed her sword, her face lighting up with surprise. Ling, senior brother? What brings you here? Ling Han noticed numerous wounds on her hands. Have they been bullying you? Ning Moru followed his gaze to her hands. Oh, this is nothing. I injured myself while training. Recently, no one has bothered me since the last time Elder Guiyun came by. Elder Guiyun came? Ling Han exclaimed in astonishment. Ning Moru's cheeks flushed slightly. Yes, at that time, I was being troubled by a few people, and Elder Guiyun saved me. He even instructed Elder Xianyun to manage the outer sect properly, so no one dares to cause trouble now. Ling Han understood now why Elder Xianyun had come. It was due to the reports from his master regarding the chaos in the outer sect. Previously, Elder Guiyun had been reclusive, unaware of the situation here. Suddenly, Ning Moru's expression shifted to one of concern. By the way, Ling, senior brother, I heard that Elder Guiyun has gone out with Elder Tianyun. They have never gotten along, and I worry that something might happen. Chapter 9. Who changed you? To be candid, Ling Han harbored concerns for his master. The person surnamed, he was clearly not a virtuous character, exuding an aura of menace. How can you tell that the elders are at odds? A figure suddenly emerged from behind Ling Han, startling Ning Moru. It was Elder Xianyun. Both lowered their heads, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, they were merely disciples. How could they dare to gossip about the elders? Elder Xianyun maintained a cheerful demeanor, assuring them, there's no need to be anxious. I bear you no ill will. I merely sense a misunderstanding. Ling Han appeared skeptical, yet he refrained from voicing his doubts. Elder Xianyun did not press the matter further, instead smiling and stating, regardless, we are all members of the Wangshui Tower. Xingshuang has emphasized the importance of unity among sect members, has she not? Upon hearing that it was Li Xingshuang advocating for sect unity, the two immediately nodded in agreement. Just as Elder Xianyun intended to depart, he paused momentarily, casting a glance at Ning Moru. About your age? He mused, smiling at Ling Han. You two seem quite well matched. Before Ling Han could clarify, Ning Moru hastily interjected, Elder Xianyun. My relationship with senior brother Ling is purely platonic. There are no romantic sentiments whatsoever. Ling Han fervently nodded in affirmation. Elder Xianyun smiled dimmed slightly, yet he remained gentle. You are still young. It is normal to be devoid of such thoughts. Elder Xianyun, we truly, Ling Han began. But Elder Xianyun waved him off and took his leave. Ning Moru felt a bit embarrassed. Why did Elder Xianyun speak so indiscriminately? Senior brother, I assure you I harbor no such intentions. Ling Han also felt uncomfortable. Well, perhaps with age, one tends to meddle in other people's affairs. No wonder he is referred to as Old Wang Ba. By the way, senior brother Ling. Ning Moru's cheeks flushed, sending a shiver of foreboding through Ling Han, who took a step back. What is it, junior sister Ning? He asked warily. Ning Moru hesitated. Has Elder Guiyun mentioned when he will return? Thank goodness. It is not a confession. Wait, this is a serious matter. It concerns my master. Ling Han's sense of crisis heightened, and he retreated another step. My master has not disclosed any information. Oh, then will Elder Guiyun attend the sect grand ceremony in 3 months? My master has not mentioned it. However, he likely does not enjoy such occasions. Ling Han's expression darkened. He noticed the twinkle in his junior sister's eyes, reminiscent of a girl in the throes of youthful infatuation. This simply cannot be. How could she harbor such thoughts about their master? As for the reasons, a being of his master's celestial stature should not be tainted by mundane desires. No, surely, he would not be drawn to her. But what if he were? Absolutely not. I must safeguard my master's integrity. Ling Han's expression shifted dramatically. Junior sister, if there is nothing else, I shall return to Guiyun Peak. He needed to devise a plan to protect his master's purity. Meanwhile, Elder Guiyun, the object of their contemplation, had just awakened after a full day and night of slumber, finally vacating the warmth of his human cushion to settle back onto the soft couch opposite. He Ruofeng felt a pang of inexplicable disappointment, though he masked it with sarcasm. You slept for so long. I thought you had passed away. Li Xingshuang yawned, unfazed by his provocation. Or perhaps, He Ruofeng's jabs lacked sufficient bite to be taken seriously. How dreadfully boring, Li Xingshuang lamented, resting his chin on his hand. Aren't we meant to endure a 5-day journey? How could I possibly manage without a little sleep? Can't you meditate and cultivate here? You are becoming increasingly lazy. Cultivate. I have no desire to. Li Xingshuang retrieved some snacks from his system and began to munch. I am already an elder. Why should I exert myself? What are you eating? Potato chips, shrimp-flavored. Would you like some? He Ruofeng frowned. What is that? I've never heard of it. Indeed, you've never heard of it. You must not know how to enjoy life, Li Xingshuang teased, extending the chip bag towards him. Care for a bite? He Ruofeng shot him an irritable glare. As a cultivator, you should not indulge in such base cravings. It is unbecoming. Li Xingshuang, feeling lethargic, replied, Food is the most easily attainable joy. After living for so long, nothing excites me anymore. You are 6 years my junior. Spare me the tone of an ancient being. Li Xingshuang refrained from commenting, for he indeed felt like an ancient being. Very few things stirred his emotions, be it joy, sorrow, or anger, save for matters related to this task. This was his only chance, his last opportunity. After a couple of bites, Li Xingshuang lost interest, for the fleeting pleasure derived from food was minuscule. He had lived too long and grown weary of everything. Stowing away half a bag of chips back into the system, he decided to tease He Ruofeng. He wanted to see the Chihuahua's annoyance. Clearing his throat, he recalled the name that had previously irked He Ruofeng and decided to merge it, Ruofeng. Senior brother. As anticipated, He Ruofeng's face flushed crimson. What are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it. Ah, the color suits you. I see you are angry, Li Xingshuang pressed on. Do you dislike me, senior brother? Dislike is an understatement. You have yet to witness my more insufferable side. To his surprise, He Ruofeng, still blushing, murmured softly, not really. Well, I do find you a bit intolerable, but it's not outright hate. Li Xingshuang's curiosity was piqued. What distinguishes the two? You are so annoying. Why must you ask so many questions? He Ruofeng turned his head away, refusing to answer. Li Xingshuang pondered the distinction between being somewhat intolerable yet not entirely hated. Was it a mild aversion, perhaps a 40% dislike? Li Xingshuang decided to probe further. You mentioned I have changed from before. Do you find me more objectionable now, or was I worse in the past? He Ruofeng remained silent for a while. Has he truly become upset? Previously, even when he was angry, he would at least respond. Now, he was unwilling to engage in conversation. Li Xingshuang felt a pang of regret. What would he do for amusement in the coming days? His chihuahua had succumbed to a state of melancholy. Li Xingshuang. He Ruofeng finally spoke, and Li Xingshuang looked over, relieved that this fellow had not continued his silence. He Ruofeng seemed to have chosen his words carefully, his gaze dim. You truly are different now. Who has changed you? Was it that demonic disciple of yours? Chapter 10. One should not sacrifice wealth for pride. No one has the power to change me. And my disciple is not a member of the demon clan, Li Xingshuang stated calmly. He Ruofeng frowned. Are you still defending him? He indeed carries half the bloodline of a demon, but do not forget, he also possesses a half of human lineage. If you treat him as a human, he will be human. If you regard him as a demon, then he can only become a demon. Li Xingshuang attempted to persuade He Ruofeng. After all, the child of fate is destined to survive. If they continue to antagonize him, it will be the Wang Shui Tower that suffers. He Ruofeng merely scoffed. Only you would raise a wolf as a puppy. Do you truly wish to reform him? Let me tell you, a demon is a demon, and their inherent flaws can never be altered. Li Xingshuang felt a sense of helplessness. It is futile to advise a ghost that is intent on demise. Thus, as mere colleagues, he chose to say no more. Throughout their journey, their conversation remained sparse. Li Xingshuang spent most of his time either sleeping or snacking, occasionally teasing He Ruofeng with a few words, but soon lost interest. Finally, as dusk descended, their carriage entered the territory of Lan country. The meeting was scheduled in Minghan City, which was the very city they entered upon arrival. The auction would take place in the imperial capital, and once the meeting concluded, they would dispatch representatives to participate in the auction. Li Xingshuang had no desire to attend. He disembarked from the carriage, intending to find a place to rest when a carriage passed by on the street. He Ruofeng noticed the patterns on the carriage and coldly snorted. People from the Hehuan sect. Do you have a grudge against them? Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. He Ruofeng expressed disdain. No, I just find them repulsive. As the carriage passed before them, the curtain was lifted, revealing a very young girl, appearing around 11 or 12 years old, with an innocent and carefree demeanor. Li Xingshuang was taken aback. He Ruofeng's brows furrowed deeper. A bunch of beasts. They do not spare even such a young child. The girl spotted Li Xingshuang and waved cheerfully at him. He Ruofeng turned to Li Xingshuang. Do you know her? Li Xingshuang replied, Oh, we met 30 years ago. But she isn't a child, is she? It made sense. The attendees of this meeting were all high-ranking members of their sects, so it was unlikely they would send an ordinary child. How do you know someone from the Hehuan sect? He Ruofeng queried, puzzled. This fellow rarely ventured beyond his own abode, akin to a sheltered young lady. And He Ruofeng was unaware he had connections with outsiders. I had forgotten, Li Xingshuang recalled. At that time, my spiritual veins were sealed, and the people from the Hehuan sect took me to that woman. He Ruofeng's heart tightened. Why have you never mentioned this before? What did she do to you? Nothing much, Li Xingshuang replied. She just touched me a few times, and then my master came and took me away. He said I was embarrassing and forbade me from mentioning it to anyone. Why are you angry again? He noticed He Ruofeng's fists clenched. His jaw tightly set, looking utterly exasperated. He Ruofeng poked him hard on the forehead. You were abducted, and you didn't even realize it. Li Xingshuang was perplexed. They didn't kill me. A few touches don't cost me anything. You. He Ruofeng was infuriated. Do you not understand what she intended to do? I do know. The Hehuan sect is known for their dual cultivation. I'm not a fool. How could I not be aware? Li Xingshuang wanted to say, but he feared that uttering these words would only further infuriate He Ruofeng. Perhaps he felt it disgraceful for him to have fallen into the hands of another sect. Indeed, a slight to Wang Shui Tower's reputation. If this were known, it could tarnish their standing. From now on, I shall not allow it, Li Xingshuang declared. He was no longer bound by sealed spiritual veins at the mercy of others. He Ruofeng's expression softened slightly. As long as you understand. The two settled in an inn, where upon entering, they encountered numerous cultivators, evidently gathered for the meeting. A few unfamiliar cultivators greeted them warmly. Li Xingshuang did not recognize them, but still nodded in acknowledgement. The reputation of Wang Shui Tower was substantial. Thus Li Xingshuang perceived this task as not overly challenging. Though the beginning had been somewhat hellish, having inadvertently offended the Child of Fate, it was fortunate that the Child of Fate was easily appeased. If this trend continued for a few years, once the Child of Fate achieved great success, Wang Shui Tower would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of righteous sections. The thought alone was delightful. After a brief exchange with other cultivators, Li Xingshuang approached the counter and indicated He Ruofeng behind him. He will pay. He Ruofeng responded with a perplexed expression. Li Xingshuang smiled. Elder Tian Yun, just submit an OA for reimbursement when we return. I am not truly asking you to pay out of pocket. Do not be so stingy. He Ruofeng shot him a glare, clearly bewildered by his words, yet still produced spirit stones to settle the bill. However, the innkeeper hesitated noticeably. Elder Tian Yun, we use mundane currency here. Your stones are not applicable, Li Xingshuang remarked with a hint of mockery. He Ruofeng retorted, I did not bring any. It was indeed peculiar for a respectable elder of Wang Shui Tower to be unable to produce even a small sum. A voice interjected with a hint of ridicule. He Ruofeng turned in anger to see a young man dressed in flamboyant attire, radiating a golden glow, entering with a mocking smile. Who are you? He Ruofeng scrutinized him, noting his ostentatious appearance akin to a peacock flaunting its feathers. The young man winked at Li Xingshuang. I wonder if immortal Xingshuang finds me appealing? He Ruofeng swiftly pulled Li Xingshuang behind him. Are you familiar with him? Who is he? Li Xingshuang shrugged. I do not know him. The young man feigned injury. How can that be? When I was a child, you held me in your arms. Li Xingshuang responded in confusion. What? Dao Fan Tiangang. The young man approached the counter and tossed a gold ingot. All expenses incurred by immortal Xingshuang here shall be charged to my account. Li Xingshuang chuckled. Who says fortune does not fall from the sky? Is this not a perfect example? Wang Shui Tower does not require charity from others, He Ruofeng stated coldly. Li Xingshuang advised, Elder Tian Yun. Do not be like this. You cannot forsake wealth for the sake of pride. He Ruofeng grew even angrier. It is not that I lack money. It is just that mundane currency is of no use to cultivators. Why would I carry it? One spirit stone is worth 100 taels of gold. The young man shook his head, smirking. Ah, Elder Tianyun, you are indeed as ill-tempered as the rumors suggest. Fortunately, immortal Xingshuang, you are gentle and kind. The young man then turned his gaze to Xingshuang. Immortal, I know why you have come, and perhaps I can assist you. He Ruofeng glared fiercely. Are you out of your mind? Xingshuang has already stated he does not know you. Knowing immortal Xingshuang is enough for me, the young man replied cheerfully. What do you say, immortal Xingshuang? Consider my offer. As long as you agree to my terms, regardless of the final price for the key to the secret realm, you need only pay half. Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. You are from the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce? Indeed, the young man admitted candidly. Not interested. Half the price is still a price. I prefer things that are free. Xingshuang intended to say something outrageous to dismiss him. To his surprise, the young man's smile widened. Do you not wish to spend money? That is fine, but you will need to pay a different price. Xingshuang inquired, my life? The young man shook his head, smiling. No, immortal Xingshuang, you have misunderstood. I meant, would you be willing to share a night of passion with me? Chapter 11. Who will compensate me for my mental distress? Before the words had left his lips, a long sword was pressed against the young man's neck, severing a few strands of hair. He Ruofeng's voice was sharp and cold. Impudence. The young man, feigning innocence, blinked. Oh dear, Elder Tianyun. You do not even know who I am, and yet you dare to put a sword to my throat. You might invite trouble upon yourself. I do not care who you are. He Ruofeng's voice rose in anger, cursing, shameless scoundrel. Riffraff. Rogue. The young man smiled, seemingly unperturbed by the blade at his throat. What I inquired about was Xingshuang Xianjun. Did he consent to this? Xingshuang nonchalantly replied, Oh, I could. Yet, before he could finish, He Ruofeng had yanked him away. As they exited, He Ruofeng continued to berate him. Xingshuang, are you out of your mind? Many had remarked on Xingshuang's lack of wisdom, yet he remained oblivious to where he might be lacking. He believed his mind was quite sharp. Why are you angry? Xingshuang asked. How should I know? That is why I am asking you. I am furious. Absolutely furious. He Ruofeng halted, casting a fierce glare at Xingshuang. Do you understand what he was saying? You just agreed without a second thought. I do understand. Has no one taught you not to agree to such matters so casually? Xingshuang pondered for a moment, then sincerely replied, No. He Ruofeng was at a loss for words, exasperated by the incompetence imparted by the previous Elder Guiyun. Xingshuang, confused, remarked, Isn't this just a trivial matter? A no-risk, high-reward situation. Why are you so upset? What do you take Wangshui Tower for? Even if we are not affluent at present, we are not yet at the stage of selling ourselves. Xingshuang tilted his head, his face a mask of puzzlement. Clearly still not comprehending. He Ruofeng was nearing his wit's end, unwilling to argue further. Regardless, if I say no, then it is no. Oh, Xingshuang, however, was indifferent to such trivialities. If it were not permitted, so be it. After all, even if they obtained the key to the secret realm, it would not mean only those from Wangshui Tower could enter. The imperial-level secret realm would inevitably require collaboration. He Ruofeng took several deep breaths to regain his composure. You truly do not recognize that enigmatic fellow? I do not, Xingshuang replied. I saw the character you engraved on his dragon crystal badge. Perhaps he is confused about the material, showing a slight deficiency in intellect. He Ruofeng face-bombed. Could it possibly be that this is his surname? Is that so? Yu is indeed the surname of the sect master of Zhaoju sect. Given his tone, it seems he holds considerable power within Zhaoju's sect, and being significantly younger than you, he is likely the son of the sect master. Is he wealthy? Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. Why did we not extort him earlier? Extort? You nearly jeopardized yourself. He Ruofeng glared at him. Xingshuang could not fathom why He Ruofeng was so incensed over this matter, yet he felt it best not to inquire further. The two changed ends, and to avoid further trouble, Xingshuang voluntarily paid the bill. He Ruofeng, fuming, exclaimed, If you have money, why did you not pay earlier? Xingshuang replied earnestly, I prefer to spend others' money because mine is valuable. As they departed, Xingshuang jingled the key in his hand. Where's my key? He Ruofeng extended his hand. None. I only open one room. I already stated that my money is valuable. Xingshuang smirked. You do not need to sleep, do you? Just sit and cultivate. Xingshuang, since leaving the sect, he had no idea how many times He Ruofeng had shouted his name. Aside from showcasing his vocal prowess, it served no purpose. As night descended, The streets were illuminated. Li Xingshuang stood by the window, quietly gazing outside. He Ruofeng, initially intending to meditate, could not help but inquire, "What are you looking at?" Li Xingshuang replied nonchalantly, "The mundane affairs of the world." "Huh, when did you become so nostalgic for the mundane?" "I am not nostalgic." Li Xingshuang leaned against the window frame. "I am merely contemplating whether mortals, with lifespans of less than a century, feel regret upon their demise." "Nonsense, who wishes to die?" He Ruofeng retorted sharply. "Even those cultivators who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years do not wish for death. Then, why do some seek it?" "How would I know?" He Ruofeng scoffed. "Perhaps they are simply tired of living." Li Xingshuang observed the throngs of pedestrians on the street, lost in thought. With half a month remaining until the auction, all sect representatives preparing to participate had gathered. At the forefront was the Yi sect, a name that, to be frank, was rather arrogant, and indeed, they were the most renowned and powerful among the assembly. There are at least several thousand orthodox sects. Yi sect numbered about 50, while Wangshui Tower was ranked over 100. In this meeting, Wangshui Tower occupied a position slightly above the median. Despite the Yi sect's might, their representatives appeared quite introverted, almost socially anxious. The petite girl from Hehuan sect also arrived, casting flirtatious glances at Li Xingshuang as soon as she sat down. Yet he remained unfazed. Firstly, he held no interest in such romantic entanglements. Secondly, he was not a copper refining artisan. Although the woman was over 300 years old, it was difficult to ascertain who among them was truly adept in the art of copper refining. Yi sect also sent 2 representatives, one male and one female, both exhibiting social anxiety, reluctant to take the stage. Ultimately, the male elder was pushed forward by the female elder and had no choice but to speak. I will say a few words. To put it bluntly, I will speak my mind. We gather here today. I must say something unpleasant. Cough. If we had not gathered here today, let me rephrase. Since we are gathered here today, I will state the simplest thing. Li Xingshuang was aware that meetings could be tedious, but he did not expect it to be abstracted to this extent. To be honest, we are gathered here today. To put it plainly, whether it is you or me or him. Once the Yi sect elder concluded, a flurry of applause erupted from the crowd. Good. Good. Truly profound. Listening to you is worth more than listening to anyone else. No wonder it is Yi sect. As the morning sun Xianjun aptly stated, Li Xingshuang. Must he also flatter them? To say the least, could Yi sect not compensate him for his mental distress? Chapter 12. He must not venture out alone anymore. Next came the various sects expressing their opinions. Li Xingshuang listened with a lackluster demeanor, nearly dozing off. It was not until one representative from a sect inquired, "Does Wang Shuelu have any good strategies?" that he glanced at He Ruofeng beside him. He Ruofeng raised an eyelid, his expression clearly showing his annoyance with this tedious meeting. What is there to discuss? It's merely a matter of contributing funds and personnel. Just report the numbers, reject the absurd, accept the reasonable. Is it that difficult? Indeed, it was difficult. Who would willingly contribute more funds? Who would agree to send fewer people? Who would be responsible for rejecting or approving? If it were as simple as He Ruofeng suggested, they would not have gathered to waste their breath. As expected, everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what to say next. An elder from the Hihua sect finally spoke. Her tone and appearance equally delicate and sweet. What does Xingshuang think? Li Xingshuang did not anticipate being singled out. Me? He Ruofeng shot him a glare. Silence. With nothing to contribute, Li Xingshuang leisurely closed his mouth. The elder from the Hihua sect pouted in dissatisfaction. Elder, how can you restrict Xingshuang from speaking? Is your Wang Shuelu so domineering towards fellow sect members? An elder from the Yulon Valley added, since you sent 2 representatives, both should have the right to voice their opinions. Why deny Xingshuang the opportunity to speak? The elder from the Shu-Tu sect frowned. Has Tuemo Xianjun brought his animosity towards the demon clan upon his compatriots? He Ruofeng, clearly infuriated, retorted, Wang Shuelu's matters are not for outsiders to meddle in. At once, all eyes turned to Li Xingshuang, awaiting his response. He calmly stated, I have no opinions. Observing Li Xingshuang's unperturbed demeanor amidst the harsh treatment from his peers, they noted the indifference in his eyes, akin to the lofty and solitary snow atop a mountain peak. In truth, after Li Xingshuang spoke, he fell into a daze. As cultivators do not require meals, there was no tea break. The sole purpose of the meeting had vanished. It was truly dull. The elder from the Hihua sect quickly added, Xingshuang. Do not be upset. If you have something to say, speak up. If you do not attend this meeting, neither will anyone else. Xingshuang responded with a puzzled expression. The elder from the Shu Tu sect frowned. Before so many people, you dare to bully Xingshuang? How do you treat him behind closed doors? Xingshuang thought, what is this? He Ruo Feng, furious, could not find his voice. Sensing the rising tension, Xingshuang hastily reassured him. He gently tugged on He Ruo Feng's sleeve, and He Ruo Feng's expression softened immediately. You all have misunderstood. I am not eloquent. Elder Tian Yuan is only looking out for me. Afraid I might falter. Xingshuang's voice was light and ethereal, yet it had a calming effect. He Ruo Feng turned, meeting his gaze. Xingshuang urged him silently. Hang in there. This ridiculous meeting depends on you. He Ruo Feng, utterly confused, merely saw the gentleness and resolve in Xingshuang's eyes, which softened his heart. When Xingshuang noticed the slight upward curve of He Ruo Feng's lips, he took it as a sign that he understood. Excellent. They could continue to be indifferent. Xingshuang's words implied that, regardless of truth, the issue was to be resolved within Wang Shuelu, leaving no room for further disputes. Though some still felt discontent on his behalf, no one dared to speak further. The tedious and protracted meeting dragged on until dusk, yet yielded no resolution. Ultimately, they agreed to reconvene the next day and dispersed. Just as Xingshuang was about to leave, the elder from the Hihua sect rushed over. Xingshuang attempted to take his hand, but He Ruo Feng, quick on his feet, pulled Xingshuang behind him. What do you think you are doing? He glared at her. The elder from the Hihua sect pouted. I merely wish to reminisce with Xingshuang. Elder Tianyun, are you being overly controlling? Must you monitor every interaction that Xingshuang has? Ignoring her, He Ruo Feng tugged at Xingshuang to leave, but was again obstructed. This time by a female elder from the Yi sect. Elder Tianyun, while outsiders should not interfere in Wang Shuelu's affairs. If you are treating Xingshuang poorly, why not let him join our Yi sect? He Ruo Feng exploded. How shameless. Are you trying to poach him right in front of me? Do you think I am a ghost? Brother Ruo Feng has not bullied me, Xingshuang said calmly, still held by He Ruo Feng's arm. Wang Shuelu is quite good, and Brother Ruo Feng is excellent. In truth, Xingshuang was rather indifferent. As long as he was well fed and well cared for, it mattered little where he was. However, his current objective was to remain at Wang Shuelu. No matter the circumstances, he must stay there. Even if Wang Shuelu's treatment were poor, with leaders unkind and disciples ungrateful, he would still be obliged to remain. He Ruo Feng, feeling a bit embarrassed, coughed. All right, did you hear that? I did not bully him. Then he quickly led Xingshuang away from the meeting place, but not before reminding him, stay away from them, do you understand? Xingshuang, unsure of the reason but deeming it unimportant, nodded. Oh, seeing his demeanor. He Ruo Feng's temper flared again. You agree so quickly. Will you forget it again? Can you not be more mindful? Oh, be more mindful. What do you mean? Xingshuang snapped back to reality. He Ruo Feng. This is infuriating. I absolutely cannot allow this fool to wander out alone. What if someone lures him away and then counts the money for him? Xingshuang remarked. Actually, during the meeting just now, I had an idea, but I felt you would get angry, so I kept silent. If you dare suggest seeking that scoundrel from the Zhaoju Merchant Association, I will hit you. Xingshuang felt a twinge of guilt as he scratched his cheek. He Ruo Feng was furious. Do you really want to seek him out? Xingshuang countered. Not me. What do you mean? Xingshuang reasoned. He previously mentioned wanting to cultivate with me. Isn't the Hihua sect dedicated to this? We could recommend one of their elders to him. He Ruo Feng's expression twisted. What? Xingshuang raised a finger. Look. The elder from the Hihua sect wants to cultivate with me, and that person from the Zhaoju Merchant Association wants to cultivate with me too. Why not have the two of them cultivate together, thus bypassing the middleman? Ah, what a splendid idea, Xingshuang thought, marveling at his own cleverness. He Ruo Feng facepalmed, utterly exasperated. Xingshuang, puzzled, asked, what is wrong with you? He Ruo Feng took a deep breath. Is it possible they only desire you? Xingshuang, perplexed. Why? Is there a difference? Oh, I understand, Xingshuang remarked. You are concerned that once the Hihua sect obtains the key to the secret realm, they may refuse to cooperate, right? That is indeed a concern. Acquiring it for Wang Shuelu is undoubtedly the best outcome. We would not have to spend money and would maintain the initiative in cooperation. But why are you so angry? He Ruo Feng's face darkened. Ask me again. and I will end you. All right, Xingshuang pondered, nodding. Free offerings can often prove to be the most costly. Your concerns are not unfounded. Perhaps he harbors some hidden agenda that I have not considered. Heartthrob closed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he sent a message to the sect leader. From now on, Xingshuang is forbidden from leaving the sect alone. Chapter 13. He is different now in the snow viewing tower on Dreamcloud Peak. The sect leader sat in meditation within the hall when suddenly a mental message arrived. Upon glancing at its contents, he furrowed his brow. Could it be that those two were quarreling again? Yet, that did not seem right. Heartthrob should have stated that they were not to be sent out together again, rather than forbidding Xingshuang from going out alone. Had Xingshuang caused some trouble? That was not in his nature. Perplexed, the sect leader replied. But what wrong has Xingshuang committed? Regardless of what Xingshuang had done, he was merely a child in his 60s. Children often lack understanding. Couldn't he be a little more forgiving? Heartthrob ceased to respond. The sect leader grew increasingly puzzled and somewhat anxious, fearing that something might have happened. Thus, he directly sent a message to Xingshuang. Xingshuang, has something occurred? Did you do something to anger Heartthrob? Xingshuang replied swiftly. When has he ever not been angry? The sect leader pondered. There was some truth to that. As long as nothing was amiss, he felt relieved. This pair were the youngest among the elders. Aside from them, the youngest elder, Xingshuang, was already over 170 years old, more than a century their senior. Although they belonged to the same generation, the sect leader still regarded them as juniors, particularly Xingshuang. After all, Heartthrob had been an adult upon entering the sect, while Xingshuang had been quite young. And the sect leader had watched him grow up. He was indeed the sect leader's most worrisome junior. Meanwhile, the two had returned to their guest room. Xingshuang inquired, "Did you report me to the sect leader?" Heartthrob snorted, "Indeed. If I have done something wrong, you could simply tell me directly. It is rather ungracious to escalate conflicts among colleagues to the higher-ups." What strange words was he uttering? However, Heartthrob seemed to grasp his meaning, and offered a reluctant explanation. "I did not speak ill of you." Oh, Xingshuang did not press further about what had been said, collapsing onto the bed. "Is it possible for me to skip the meeting tomorrow? What is the matter? Based on my experience, this tiresome meeting will drag on for at least 3 to 5 days. Rather than waste time there, I would prefer to engage in something more productive." Heartthrob replied warily, "What do you intend to do? Are you truly so distrustful of me?" Xingshuang looked at him. "I am not a child. I would not create trouble for you." Heartthrob huffed. "Your naivety is hardly distinguishable from that of a child. I am not ignorant of the world." Xingshuang shook his head. "I have said it before. I understand what they mean. I simply do not care." Heartthrob fell silent in frustration, turning his head to gaze out the window. He had thought Xingshuang had changed since childhood. Indeed, he had changed, becoming more indifferent. Unlike before, when he kept others at a distance, now he smiled, spoke, and accepted the closeness of others, yet he seemed devoid of genuine emotion. Or perhaps, had he ever possessed such feelings? It seemed he never had. His earlier expressions had merely been more pronounced, while now they were concealed beneath his smile. He was a heartless individual. Do not be angry. Heartthrob felt someone tugging at the hem of his garment, and turned to find Xingshuang gazing at him with an innocent expression. He was momentarily at a loss for words. He wished to be angry, but seeing Xingshuang's demeanor, he found it impossible to maintain his ire. Xingshuang had indeed done nothing wrong. He was an adult now and fully aware of what those people meant by their invitations. He had the right to accept. Yet, Heartthrob felt an overwhelming sense of protectiveness, as if Xingshuang were being bullied. Perhaps it was the familiar look of naive innocence, reminiscent of a young girl being lured into a trap. He sighed. "I am not angry with you. Then can I go out tomorrow?" "No, Xingshuang." He could not protest, for the purpose of this trip was indeed to attend the meeting. Sneaking out to indulge himself, while leaving his colleagues to shoulder the work, would be rather unseemly. Yet, what was the point of this tedious meeting? They had spent an entire day discussing nothing of substance. Xingshuang sat at the table. Continuing this way leads to no resolution. No one is willing to concede, yet everyone fears offending someone. A total of 34 sects had come this time. It was likely that the Xingshuang aimed to seize 1 to 2 portions of resources. The Imperial Realm's secret realm could accommodate around 600 to 700 participants at a time. If the Xingshuang were to claim over 100 slots, the remaining sects would be left with little to divide, averaging merely a handful of disciples each. This was the crux of the matter. Yet no one dared to address it during the meeting. Not all sects were qualified to participate in the cooperation, and they all cherished this opportunity, naturally unwilling to withdraw. They were all waiting for someone to step forward and negotiate with the Yirizong. He Ruofeng scoffed. In any case, I will not take that lead. Li Xingfeng suddenly inquired. By the way, is the Qianyuan not attending this time? The Qianyuan was currently the foremost righteous sect, and it was the small target of Li Xingfeng's mission. The imperial realm was not considered a remarkable treasure for the Qianyuan. He Ruofeng pondered for a moment. Moreover, there is no necessity for them to participate in a public auction. Large sects have their own means of resource acquisition, often at a lower cost. Sects that have not reached that level must spend exorbitant amounts to procure materials. Li Xingfeng reflected, it is indeed the same for both ordinary people and cultivators. They could engage in endless discussions here for days, yet it might not hold a candle to a single utterance from others. No wonder everyone craved power. At that moment, the long-dormant system unexpectedly emitted a notification sound. Ding! A time-limited new task has been released. Side quest. Proceed to Xingshuang Tower and remain for at least 1 hour. Remaining time, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Reward. Random increase in personal and sect reputation. Li Xingfeng leaped onto the window frame. I am stepping out for a moment. Before He Ruofeng could react, Li Xingfeng had already jumped out of the window. Li Xingfeng. He Ruofeng had intended to follow, but found himself unable to catch even a glimpse of him. Frustrated, his face turned dark. Chapter 14. Choose your faction. Li Xingshuang initially believed that Tianxiang Lu was a sect, but upon following the system's guidance to the location, he discovered that it was a well-known tavern in the city. He received numerous telepathic messages from He Ruofeng, who insisted that he return after a brief diversion. Yet he stubbornly refrained from disclosing his whereabouts. Fearing that he would be pulled back and fail his mission, he hesitated. Before even entering, Li Xingshuang spotted a familiar figure outside. The young man was adorned in shimmering gold, his attire dripping with jewels, clearly exuding wealth. Xingshuang Xianjun. Upon seeing Li Xingshuang, the youth's eyes sparkled, and he hurriedly approached. What brings you here? Li Xingshuang replied. Why can you come, but I cannot? That is not what I meant. The youth quickly waved his hands. I'm just thrilled. I never expected to encounter Xingshuang Xianjun here. What a coincidence. This was no mere coincidence. The system rarely assigned meaningless tasks, and it was likely that Li Xingshuang was meant to meet someone significant. It appeared this young man was indeed important. Xingshuang Xianjun. About what happened before, I apologize. The youth's face flushed suddenly. I shouldn't have said those things. I didn't mean it in that way. Huh? What? Li Xingshuang was puzzled by his reference. The youth, blushing, stammered, I meant to share a spring evening together. I thought it was an invitation for an outing. It seemed this fellow was blissfully unaware of the world's intricacies. Poor lad. He Ruofeng had likely misinterpreted him as a rogue. Oh, it's nothing. Li Xingshuang dismissed it, not particularly concerned. Please tell me you don't think of me as a bad person? The youth asked cautiously. No. However, He Ruofeng certainly viewed him as one. The youth sighed in relief and then looked at Li Xingshuang with anticipation. Are you here to dine at Tianxiang Lu? I have business there too. Let me treat you. Li Xingshuang was quite fond of unexpected treats. Yet he recalled He Ruofeng's repeated warnings to stay away from this peculiar youth. Well, the most expensive things are often free. No, thank you. Li Xingshuang declined. The youth's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Are you still angry with me? No, why would I be angry? Li Xingshuang was utterly baffled. And who exactly are you? How could you not recognize me? The youth exclaimed, exasperated, grabbing Li Xingshuang's hand. I am Chu Bai, the young master of Zhaoju's sect. This is what you gave me. He hurriedly produced a piece of hard scale hanging from his neck. Eager to show it to Li Xingshuang, Li Xingshuang tilted his head, trying to recall. This is the heart-protecting scale of the Han Tan Jiaolong. He indeed remembered slaying one, seeking its blood for alchemical purposes. Upon finishing, he had found a frightened child nearby, crying. Finding it bothersome, he carelessly tossed the scale to the child, telling him to stop crying since the serpent was dead and to go home. The child only cried louder, claiming he couldn't find his way home. Though initially reluctant to intervene, the child clung to his leg, and Li Xingshuang, exasperated, ultimately carried him away. The child had claimed to belong to Zhaoju's sect, so Li Xingshuang had dropped him off at a branch of the Zhaoju Merchants Association. Oh, it's you. Now I remember. Li Xingshuang was surprised that this trivial matter had lingered in the youth's memory for so long. Chu Bai then beamed, his eyes sparkling. To you, it may have been a trivial act, but to me, you saved my life. Li Xingshuang opened his right hand. If you wish to thank me, just give me some money. Chu Bai looked aggrieved. Xingshuang Xianjun, can our bond truly be measured in money? Li Xingshuang replied, confused, why not? What bond do we have? We've only met 3 times, at most. But my mother says that a life-saving grace should be reciprocated with one's body. Chu Bai said pitifully, shouldn't you marry me? Li Xingshuang, wait, is there a sense of retribution involved? Must one sacrifice oneself for saving another? Chu Bai, unaware, had been influenced by his mother's outlandish tales, leading to a slight misunderstanding regarding gratitude. His mind was filled with stories of benefactors pledging their lives, loving post-marriage, and eventually becoming immortal companions. Impossible. Li Xingshuang decisively shattered Chu Bai's dreams with 3 simple words. Chu Bai's eyes brimmed with tears. Why? If Xingshuang Xianjun is willing to be my Dao partner, I would offer you not just the key to the secret realm, but everything from Zhaoju sect. Li Xingshuang firmly replied, I cannot leave Wang Shuelu. He sought the key and various resources for the sake of Wang Shuelu. Leaving it for such things would be counterproductive. Then I would marry you. Li Xingshuang paused for a moment before responding. But if you leave Zhaoju sect, you will no longer be the young master, implying that he would have fewer resources to offer. Chu Bai whimpered, nearly in tears. Li Xingshuang stepped back. I'm not bullying you. Don't play the victim. Just as Chu Bai was about to cry, a gentle female voice interrupted, Young Master Chu, I didn't expect you to arrive. Li Xingshuang turned to see a young woman in splendid attire, accompanied by 2 maidservants. Chu Bai quickly composed himself. The princess is here. Li Xingshuang glanced at the woman, noting her attire embellished with golden phoenix patterns, her hair elegantly styled with golden hairpins, holding a fan, clearly of noble lineage. The princess? The eldest princess of Lan country? Cultivators typically refrained from meddling in mundane affairs, but Zhaoju sect, engaging in dual trades, would naturally have connections with the royal family. Well, perhaps collusion is too harsh a term. Cooperation? Yes, cooperation. As Li Xingshuang contemplated checking the system, Chu Bai grasped his hand. With a pitiful gaze, Chu Bai implored, Xingshuang Xianjun, can you please not leave? It's so rare for me to see you. Staying at Tianxiang Lu was of little concern to Li Xingshuang, especially with someone offering to pay. The princess appeared slightly hesitant, but dared not voice any objections. Thus, the group ascended to the 2nd floor of Tianxiang Lu. Inside, they found a man clad in dark robes, seemingly older than the princess. Yiming, Yu Xianjun. The man's gaze fell upon Li Xingshuang, momentarily captivated by his astonishing presence. Although he knew cultivators often possessed striking appearances, encountering someone so breathtaking was a first for him. After a brief pause, he hesitantly inquired, May I ask who this is? Chu Bai shyly introduced, This is the elder of Wang Shuelu, and also I am Li Xingshuang. Li Xingshuang swiftly interjected, disrupting his words. Chu Bai looked aggrieved. The man respectfully, yet not overly humbly performed a fist salute. Ah, so it is the esteemed Xianjun of Wang Shuelu. I have long heard of your illustrious name. I am Lu Ziqing, Prince of Jin from Lan country. The princess also bowed slightly. Li Xianjun, I am Lu Yiming, the eldest princess of Lan country. Li Xingshuang's mind echoed with the system's prompt. Ding. A special side quest has been issued. Side quest, special. Choose to align with the princess's faction or the prince's faction in this transaction, assisting the respective leader in achieving victory. Reward. S-Class Unknown Reward. Chapter 15. What does this have to do with me? The S-Class reward is undoubtedly a coveted treasure, perhaps even capable of yielding celestial-grade items. However, Li Xingfeng preferred to remain uninvolved in such murky waters. Interfering with the mortal realm carries karmic repercussions, and meddling in court affairs entails even greater complications. Li Xingfeng was inherently averse to attracting trouble, especially since this was merely a side quest. Nonetheless, he did not mind listening to the gossip. The princess seemed somewhat wary of Li Xingfeng's presence. Casting a hesitant glance in his direction, Yu Chubai remarked, There is no need for concern, Your Highness. Lord Xingfeng is a trustworthy individual. Li Xingfeng was already engrossed in his meal. The purpose of such gatherings was to converse, yet they had ordered an extravagant array of dishes, which would likely remain untouched. Li Xingfeng had no intention of discussing matters. He was savoring his food with great delight and leisure. Prince Jin was somewhat taken aback. After all, his impression of cultivators was that they were detached from worldly affairs. Moreover, Li Xingfeng exuded an ethereal aura and possessed an astonishing appearance. To be frank, He had never anticipated that Li Xingfeng would indulge in food. He appeared to be simply there for a free meal. Since that is the case, let us proceed to discuss serious matters, the princess said, retracting her gaze from Li Xingfeng. Yu Chubai, with a knowing smile, inquired, so, how have both of your highnesses deliberated? The princess replied, the foundation of the Lan Kingdom lies in agriculture. It is the lifeblood of the common people and the cornerstone of the nation. If young Master Yu is willing to allocate these funds towards agricultural investments, it would undoubtedly win the hearts of the populace for the Xingshuang Merchants Association. Prince Jin countered, with external threats looming over the Lan Kingdom. We must bolster military infrastructure, train elite troops, and enhance city defenses. If these are inadequate, the lives of the commoners cannot be safeguarded, let alone talk of development. Without agriculture as a foundation, how can the army be supplied with provisions? How can the people be fed? Your Highness, you have never truly understood the lives of the common folk. We should utilize these funds to support the impoverished and alleviate taxes before considering military matters. Yiming, have you ever pondered that if the nation falls, everything will fall into the hands of the barbarians? As their argument escalated, Li Xingfeng turned to Yu Chubai and asked, has their emperor passed away? Yu Chubai replied, he has not passed, but he has been rendered powerless. Oh, that explains it. No wonder the prince and princess were here arguing over investments. Yu Chubai tugged at Li Xingfeng's sleeve, blinking playfully. Whom does Lord Xingfeng support? Upon hearing Yu Chubai's words, both Prince Jin and the princess ceased their dispute, turning their attention to Li Xingfeng. They had not anticipated Yu Chubai would consult someone from another sect. Li Xingfeng glanced at the task at hand, shaking his head. It is unwise for cultivators to involve themselves in worldly conflicts, as it invites calamity. The principle remained unchanged. The system would not issue meaningless tasks. The more generous the reward, the greater the corresponding difficulty or risk. If he expressed support for either faction, it would inevitably sway the balance of power, thus interfering with royal affairs. Li Xingfeng was not afraid of divine retribution. He simply wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Yu Chubai leaned closer. So does that mean you support no one? Do you believe I should refrain from assisting either of them? Ding. Special side quest hidden route unlocked. Side quest, special. Choose to support either the princess's faction or Prince Jin's faction in this transaction, assisting the corresponding leader to achieve victory. Hidden faction, Crown Prince Pro-Monarchy Party. Refusing the princess and Prince Jin will unlock Li Xingfeng. Is it not permissible to abstain from both? What concern is it of mine? Li Xingfeng turned to Yu Chubai and inquired, whom do you lean towards? Me? Yu Chubai replied with a smile, I am open to either side. Regardless of whom I support, the Lan Kingdom's royal family will grant the Xingshuang Merchants Association the broadest trading permissions and privileges. Do you grasp my meaning? His words were quite direct. Whoever received the funds would essentially assume the role of emperor. Li Xingfeng was curious about the magnitude of the funds, to the extent that they could sway imperial authority. Or perhaps, in this period of relative stability among factions, a mere nudge could tip the scales. He casually remarked, if you seek my opinion, I suggest you invest in the Wangshui Tower. Yu Chubai chuckled, but said nothing further. The princess rose, young Master Yu. Your kind nature surely reflects a heart of compassion, one that seeks to benefit the world. In times of conflict, only souls are lost. What the Lan Kingdom currently requires is a guarantee that its people can be well fed. Yu Chubai took a sip of tea. Do not flatter me unnecessarily, nor preach morality. I am but a merchant. I will invest in whomever offers me the greatest returns. The princess turned to Li Xingfeng. He was still engrossed in his meal. Li Xingfeng could not fathom why the system compelled him to interfere with the imperial court. What implications could this have for the Wangshui Tower? Wealth and status in the secular world held little sway over the realm of cultivation. Money and goods were of limited use. This was precisely why he often traveled without money. He no longer relied on worldly currency. Although the Xingshuang sect maintained close ties to the secular world, it was confined to trade in goods and currency alone. Li Xingfeng was unaware of the intricacies at play. He searched the system for information regarding the Lan Kingdom and found only rudimentary details. The late emperor of the Lan Kingdom had 5 children, with the eldest daughter, Lu Yijing, inheriting the throne. However, due to her hedonistic and incompetent reign, her siblings had usurped her power, and even her son was plotting to oust her. The emperor's life was destined to end naturally, yet the transition of dynasties was unpredictable. It remained uncertain whether she would die on the throne or in confinement. Li Xingfeng had no interest in the matter. He listened to the debate between Prince Jean and the princess, indulging in his meal for an hour, before finally setting down his chopsticks and taking his leave. Seeing this, Yu Chubai quickly grasped his sleeve. Lord Xingfeng, are you leaving? Li Xingfeng nodded. I shall escort you. Yu Chubai immediately rose. Your Highnesses, please continue your discussions and return to consult with me later. For now, I must take my leave. Prince Jean and the princess were somewhat surprised by Yu Chubai's evident regard for Li Xingfeng. They simultaneously realized that winning Li Xingfeng's favor was a crucial aspect of this negotiation. As Li Xingfeng departed from the Xingshuang building, he initially intended to shake off Yu Chubai, but reconsidered and asked, are you truly collaborating with the royal family solely for trade permissions? This transaction seemed unlikely to yield a return, given the substantial amount involved. Yu Chubai shook his head. The royal family of the Lan Kingdom would not dare interfere with the Zhaoju Merchants Association's business. Both of them have promised me that upon successfully seizing the throne, they will remit 5% of their annual tax revenue to the Zhaoju Merchants Association. Moreover, Yu Chubai paused. It was Elder Xianyun who advised me to do so. In essence, this is a business venture for the Wangshui Tower. Chapter 16. A concern for the disciple Elder Xianyun? Old Wangba, Li Xingshuang was momentarily taken aback, then recalled something significant. Elder Xianyun. Lu Lijing, his surname is Lu. This is the royal surname of the Lan Kingdom. Old Wangba likely does not wish to witness the demise of his homeland at the hands of future generations. He seeks your assistance, and you simply oblige? Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. Yu Chubai replied earnestly, this is a transaction, not mere assistance. What has he promised you? Yu Chubai smiled without speaking, gently tugging at Li Xingshuang's hand. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Xingshuang. Surely, old Wangba would not have sold him out. That seemed implausible. They were both elders, equal in status. What right did old Wangba have to betray him? As they were still some distance from the inn, Li Xingshuang urged Yu Chubai to depart. You may go. I shall return alone. Yu Chubai hesitated, reluctant to let go. Will we meet again? Can you come to the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce to visit me? Li Xingshuang replied. That will require a different price. With that, he withdrew his hand and departed. He was infuriated with Li Xingshuang for running off, shutting his eyes, and ignoring him. Li Xingshuang relished the quietude. He had intended to inquire about the dealings between old Wangba and Yu Chubai, but decided against it, as he had no desire to get involved. No matter old Wangba's intentions, as long as they did not affect the Wangshui Tower, all would be well. Li Xingshuang reclined on the bed, intending to rest, but suddenly remembered his disciple and resolved to show a modicum of concern. Guiyun Peak. Before departing, Li Xingshuang had completed the translation of the entire cultivation method. Ling Han had been diligently practicing day and night, hoping that when his master returned, he would receive praise. How wonderful it would be if he could even receive a gentle pat on the head. Suddenly, he received a message via spiritual communication. Has anyone been causing you trouble recently? Ling Han's heart stirred. He had not expected his master, amidst all his pressing affairs, to remember him. During the half-month since his master had left the sect, Ling Han had been torn over whether to send a message. However, he feared that doing so might disrupt his busy master and provoke displeasure. After all, there was little of significance happening at Guiyun Peak, and Ling Han lacked a compelling reason to seek his master's counsel. To his surprise, his master had chosen to reach out to him. Thank you for your concern, master. I have remained at Guiyun Peak, and no one has troubled me. The junior disciples here are also very obedient. There is no need for you to worry. Li Xingshuang felt relieved. Thankfully, no one was bullying him. In truth, he had been somewhat anxious these past days. Without his presence at Wangshui Tower, he worried about any unforeseen incidents that might arise, for which he could not immediately assist. He had not received any spiritual communications from Ling Han either, leaving Li Xingshuang uncertain whether the boy had genuinely encountered no trouble or was simply choosing to endure in silence. If it were the latter, it would be quite troubling. That is good. Have you been practicing diligently these days? Upon saying this, Li Xingshuang felt a twinge of regret. After all, what child enjoys being asked by their teacher whether they have been studying properly or how their homework is progressing? What if he inadvertently sparked a rebellious attitude in the child, particularly since Ling Han was at an age rife with rebellion? Yet, a surge of profound emotion welled up within Ling Han. His master had been consistently attentive to his well-being. If he were to neglect his cultivation, how could he justify it to his master? In response to master, I understand well that diligence can compensate for lack of talent. I dedicate myself to my practice daily. and I dare not be negligent. Xingshuang exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the child of fortune was obedient. However, he added, do not overexert yourself. If you encounter any confusion or troubling matters, feel free to send me a message. Your happiness is of utmost importance. Xingshuang was genuinely fearful that this child of fortune might injure himself or fall into discontent, thus losing his brightness. He was unaware that at that moment, Ling Han's eyes were brimming with tears. Some envied him, others scorned him. Even those who expressed concern did so solely regarding his cultivation. Only Xingshuang cared about whether he was fatigued or unhappy. Since Ling Han could remember, he had never cried again. No matter how painful, bitter, or exhausting life had been, he had persevered through gritted teeth. Yet, at this moment, a single sentence from Xingshuang warmed his eyes, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Was he too fragile? Perhaps it was the long-suppressed emotions that had finally found an outlet. Or perhaps Xingshuang's words had struck a chord deep within his soul. Xingshuang, noticing Ling Han's delayed response, wondered if the boy was preoccupied or simply reluctant to converse with him. Surely, he had not said anything inappropriate? Just when Xingshuang began to think Ling Han would not reply, a message arrived, consisting of merely 6 succinct words. Thank you for your concern, master. No anger, this was good. Xingshuang closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. He Wei Feng, witnessing this carefree individual fall asleep, became even more incensed. Hadn't he seen himself fuming over Xingshuang's departure? He should come over to placate him. Hadn't he previously tugged at his clothing, offering soothing words? Furious. Very furious. He Wei Feng approached the bedside, intending to rouse him, but as he reached out, Xingshuang opened his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be sleepless? Xingshuang lazily raised his eyelids, conceding, fine, you can share half. With that, he shifted to the side, leaving half the bed free. He Wei Feng was taken aback. Observing this, Xingshuang remarked, it's pointless to be picky, there is but one bed. If you refuse to lie here, you may as well sleep on the floor. In truth, He Wei Feng did not require much sleep. Cultivators could restore their energy through shorter meditation. Yet he chose to lie down nonetheless, stretched out like a corpse. Do you wear so many clothes to sleep? Xingshuang inquired. None of your business. He Wei Feng shot him a glare. Oh, Xingshuang closed his eyes, only to reopen them after a moment, asking, do you want a blanket? I can share. He Wei Feng grunted a couple of times before pulling half the blanket over himself. With that, Xingshuang finally fell into slumber. The last time He Wei Feng had shared a bed with someone was during his time at the outer sect. There, the disciples slept in large dormitories, and at night, the incessant sound of snoring made it nearly impossible to find rest. Back then, Xingshuang had slept beside him, quiet as a small bundle, yet ever alert. The moment someone approached or an unusual sound arose, he would instantly open his eyes. At times, He Wei Feng suspected Xingshuang had not truly been asleep, merely closing his eyes. He had once asked the boy if he really had not slept, to which Xingshuang had replied, light sleep. Why did a child of merely 10 years maintain such vigilance even in slumber? This wariness seemed to have persisted to the present. As soon as He Wei Feng drew near, Xingshuang's eyes flew open. However, he had tempered his aggressiveness. Had it been the younger Xingshuang, a knife might have been at He Wei Feng's throat in an instant. Indeed, this fellow had slept with a knife beneath his pillow during his time at the outer sect. He Wei Feng had even teased him about whether he dreamed of killing in his sleep, to which Xingshuang had replied solemnly that he never dreamed. Of course, if one were not truly asleep, how could they dream? Chapter 17. Delusions of the heart. The mere thought of attending that tedious meeting made Xingshuang feel utterly restless. However, there was no escaping it. He resigned himself to his fate. After 2 days of monotonous discussions, a conclusion was finally reached. The sun-moving sect would act as the representative, contributing 20% of the funds and dispatching 130 disciples. The snow-watching tower would contribute 7% and send 60 disciples. The harmony sect, misty sect, and delusional gate would each provide 5% of the funds and send 33 disciples. The remaining sects would divide the rest equally, negotiating any fractions among themselves. The auction amount was set at no more than 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Xingshuang reported the proceedings to the sect leader and inquired whether he might return to the sect, as the remaining task merely entailed overseeing the sun-moving sect's purchase. Yet, the sect leader denied his request, asserting that the act of purchasing was the most perilous step, necessitating vigilance against potential robbery by malevolent sections. As the auction day approached, Xingshuang, and he Ruofeng made their way to the royal city. Upon reaching the city gate, Xingshuang spotted a familiar figure. Li Xianjun? The princess was somewhat surprised and approached to offer her greetings. He Ruofeng furrowed her brow. Glancing at Xingshuang, "Who is she?" Xingshuang replied, "Oh, she is the eldest princess of Lan Kingdom." He Ruofeng inquired in confusion, "How do you know her?" "It's a coincidence." Xingshuang hesitated to admit that his acquaintance stemmed from Yuchubai, mindful of He Ruofeng's strict admonition against mingling with dubious characters. Fortunately, He Ruofeng did not press further. The princess smiled at Xingshuang. "Since you have come to the royal city, it would be my honor to extend hospitality. If you both do not mind, you may stay at my residence for a while. Although humble, I can prepare 2 guest rooms." "That sounds delightful," Xingshuang replied without hesitation. He Ruofeng poked his forehead in irritation. "You agreed, just like that?" Xingshuang shrugged. "If you disagree, you can pay for a rental." The princess summoned a maid. "Chun Yu, please escort these 2 gentlemen to my residence." Xingshuang inquired, "What brings you to the city gate?" The princess sighed. "Recently, some nefarious individuals have infiltrated the royal city, and I am here to inspect the security." Xingshuang refrained from probing further. It was a matter for the Lan Kingdom to address. The maid ushered them into a carriage, and only then did He Ruofeng speak, "Avoid entangling with royal matters." Xingshuang nodded in acknowledgement. He Ruofeng, dissatisfied, retorted, "Do not brush me off." Xingshuang clarified, "I am not dismissing you. I am merely acquainted with her, nothing more. It is best to keep it that way." At the snow-watching tower, on Xianyun Peak, Lu Lijing, clad in resplendent white and purple robes, was engrossed in paperwork. The myriad trivialities of the snow-watching tower often fell to him, as the sect leader was rather hands-off, leaving most management to Lu Lijing. Although he typically spoke and acted slowly, his efficiency at work was remarkable. As he turned a page, a gold-foiled envelope caught his eye, causing his hand to pause momentarily. Lu Lijing slowly opened the envelope, extracting a piece of paper and carefully smoothing it out. He rarely moved so languidly while working. The paper bore only a few terse words. "All preparations are complete. Do not forget your promise." The note turned to ash in Lu Lijing's hand. His gaze seemed to drift into emptiness for a moment until a knock at the door returned his focus. "Master," came a youthful voice from outside. Lu Lijing replied gently, "Come in." The visitor was Lu Lijing's most devoted disciple, who had lost all family at the tender age of 3 and had been raised by Lu Lijing at the snow-watching tower. To him, Lu Lijing was both mentor and father. Even his name, Lu Wuchun, had been bestowed by Lu Lijing. Lu Wuchun produced a small sachet from his pocket. It was not overly elaborate, yet the stitching was neat, indicating considerable effort. "Master, this is a gift made by our junior sister from the external sect, just as you predicted, intended for Elder Gui Yun." Lu Lijing accepted the sachet, noting its icy blue fabric adorned with frost flowers and stars. "How did you come by this?" He casually placed the sachet on the desk. Lu Wuchun lowered his gaze. "I informed Ning Jr.'s sister that it is challenging for her to contact the elders in the external sect, so I would deliver this sachet on her behalf." Lu Lijing nodded. "What has she been up to lately?" Ning Jr.'s sister studies diligently every day, yet her progress appears minimal. Perhaps her talent is lacking. However, persistence can compensate for shortcomings, and her admission to the snow-watching tower indicates her efforts are bearing fruit. Lu Lijing spoke kindly. "Wuchun, you also train hard and possess remarkable talent. I believe you will achieve great things." Lu Wuchun bowed. "All I have accomplished is due to your careful guidance, Master." Lu Lijing offered a faint smile, though it carried a hint of chill. "Therefore, do not allow yourself to be distracted by inappropriate thoughts like your junior sister. Do not jeopardize your own cultivation." Although Lu Wuchun was puzzled by his master's sudden admonition, he respectfully replied, "Yes. You may leave," Lu Lijing instructed. Lu Wuchun hesitated, asking, "Master, regarding Ning Jr.'s sister's matter." Lu Lijing's expression cooled slightly. "If one harbors feelings for their mentor that exceed the bounds of propriety, it is a breach of ethics and a grave transgression. I shall report this matter to the sect leader for handling." Lu Wuchun hesitated, but Ning Jr.'s sister merely crafted a sachet, claiming it was to express gratitude to Elder Gui Yun for her assistance. It may not necessarily imply romantic feelings. If she were punished for this, it might instill fear in the disciples, making them hesitant to show respect to their elders. Lu Lijing rose slowly. "Wuchun, you have indeed grown and formed your own opinions. Lu Wuchen quickly lowered his head. I dare not. Lu Lijing maintained his smile. Yet it bore an icy edge. I have my own considerations. Return and copy the sect rules 100 times, to be submitted for my review tomorrow. Yes. Lu Wuchun bowed and hurriedly left, seemingly apprehensive of his master. Once he departed, Lu Lijing took the sachet from the desk, and like the note before it, it disintegrated in his grasp. Lu Lijing's voice was soft and calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable frostiness, delusions of the heart. Chapter 18. He should have learned his lesson. The Princess Chang's residence was not as opulent as Li Xingshuang had envisioned, yet it exuded a serene elegance. After several days of languorous boredom within the estate, Li Xingshuang persuaded He Ruofeng to accompany him for an evening stroll. It was not so much a desire to bring He Ruofeng along, but rather that he insisted he would not allow Li to venture out alone. The imperial city at night was indeed vibrant, and many passers-by glanced curiously at the distinguished appearances and demeanor of the two practitioners. He Ruofeng felt somewhat ill at ease, while Li Xingshuang remained unfazed. Brother, look, doesn't this suit you perfectly? Li Xingshuang exclaimed, holding up a pig's head mask from a vendor's stall. He Ruofeng shot him a disapproving glare. Childish. However, Li Xingshuang, undeterred, produced a handful of copper coins and purchased the mask, donning it with a mischievous grin. Does it suit me? He asked, pointing to himself. Certainly not. It was a stark contrast for the ethereal and refined Ming Xinjing, a paragon of grace, to be seen wearing such a ludicrous pig mask. Nevertheless, He Ruofeng, still miffed, conceded, it fits. Li Xingshuang nodded, apparently satisfied. Good. Move aside, move aside. The esteemed Princess Feng is approaching. The sounds of galloping hooves, rolling wheels, and ringing bells merged into a cacophony amidst the crowd. People hastily stepped aside, many wearing expressions of indignation, yet none dared voice their discontent. The luxurious carriage, devoid of curtains, revealed a young girl clad in resplendent gold and crimson attire. She appeared considerably younger than the Princess Rongchang, likely around 15 or 16 years of age. As the carriage rushed past, it injured several commoners and toppled a few stalls. He Ruofeng furrowed his brow, knowing that practitioners ought not to meddle in mundane affairs. Thus he refrained from commenting. What a travesty! So arrogant! Does the emperor not intervene? Hush, such disrespect! He Ruofeng glanced at Li Xingshuang, who still wore the pig mask, concealing his expression. At a loss for words, he finally asked, You weren't hit, were you? Not at all, Li Xingshuang replied. It's unlikely I would be struck by a mundane carriage. Let's go. Before they could depart, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Murder! Help! Someone's dead. Chaos ensued as cries of despair filled the air. He Ruofeng turned toward the source of the uproar, but Li Xingshuang grasped his arm firmly. Let us go, he reiterated. He Ruofeng frowned, fully aware that practitioners should not intervene in the affairs of the mundane realm, yet his aversion to injustice made it difficult to stand idly by. Li Xingshuang tightened his grip on He Ruofeng's arm. This is a palace coup. We must not interfere. What? He Ruofeng was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a notification chimed in Li Xingshuang's mind from his system. Side quest, special. Choose to ally with either Princess Chang's faction or King Jin's faction in this transaction, assisting the respective leader in achieving victory. Quest progress. Your cooperation with Princess Chang has reached the highest level, determining your faction choice as Princess Chang's party. Assist Princess Rongchang in securing victory for the throne to obtain the ultimate reward. So, it appeared that the selection of a faction and the attainment of victory were two separate conditions. Initially, when prompted to choose a faction, it had merely been that, a choice of allegiance. The transaction with Yu Chubai was merely an enhancement to ensure victory, not the ultimate goal. The true victory lay in the successful usurpation. This system indeed demanded his involvement in the upheaval of the dynasty. How absurd. No wonder Princess Chang's carriage had been in such haste. She was fleeing for her life. He wondered how Lu Yiming was faring and hoped she was safe. But if she were not, there was little he could do. Everyone had their own fate. Run. Wah. Mother, please, don't kill me. The cries of the desperate mingled together as assassins infiltrated the imperial city, wreaking havoc. He Ruofeng and Li Xingshuang levitated above the chaos, witnessing the once prosperous capital now engulfed in despair. Why are civilians being slaughtered during a palace coup? He Ruofeng frowned. Li Xingshuang lowered his mask. They are not civilians. Those are mercenaries disguised as commoners, preparing to support the imperial city. How do you know? Li Xingshuang pointed to a fallen body. That person was from Princess Rongchang's household. I've seen him before. In light of this, he Ruofing felt less inclined to intervene. Meddling would be tantamount to disrupting internal politics. Yet, witnessing the common folk trampled in panic stirred his compassion. Li Xingfang inquired, "Are you unable to bear it?" "Only you find it bearable, I suppose." "Indeed. I am somewhat cold-hearted," Li Xingfang replied nonchalantly. He Ruofing's lips twitched. "Why aren't you cold-hearted towards your own disciple?" "I'll reiterate. He is not of the demonic clan," Li Xingfang asserted firmly. "To me, he is significant, an essential component of his mission, the most utilitarian tool." He Ruofing's fists clenched unconsciously. "So only he matters?" "Of course not. There are many important things, such as the Daughter of Destiny, for instance." "Yes, many elements are vital to my mission. Timing, location, and support from others are all indispensable." He Ruofing scrutinized him, his grip tightening further. "Then, to you, who is the most important?" Wang Shui Lu Li Xingfang answered without hesitation. "Naturally, the mission is of utmost importance." He Ruofing fell silent for a moment. "I meant, the most important person, deceased." Li Xingfang's tone remained tranquil. He Ruofing was taken aback. "Do I know them?" "No. What was their name?" "I've forgotten." "Forgotten? It's been so long, I no longer recall." "How long has it been? Or is it that you simply have a poor memory?" "Who are you to inquire?" He Ruofing pressed. "I've forgotten." "Forgotten again?" He Ruofing suspected Li Xingfang was jesting with him. "It truly has been a long time," Li Xingfang replied innocently. "I only remember they were significant. I cannot recall why." "You've only lived for a little over 60 years, and you think it's normal to have dementia at this age? You are infuriating. By the way, brother," Li Xingfang pointed below, "are you not going to get involved?" He Ruofing glanced down. Although the scene was chaotic, the casualties were few. The assassins seemed to be selectively targeting individuals, likely only killing mercenaries. "No, interfering with the consequences of the dynasty is too perilous. It could lead to calamity." Li Xingfang raised an eyebrow. "Has Elder Xinyan not intervened before? After all, Lan country is his homeland." He Ruofing pondered for a moment before replying. "He did intervene, and thus paid a price. I assume he has learned his lesson by now." Chapter 19. The change of dynasties. No one knows the price that Lu Lijing paid back then. He is reluctant to speak of it, and no one dares to inquire. In any case, he secluded himself for a decade thereafter, and upon his return, he never mentioned his homeland again. Now, over a century has passed, and Li Xinghuang speculates that he has healed his wounds and forgotten his pain. Li Xinghuang and He Ruofing sat atop the highest rooftop of the imperial city, amidst the cold night wind, watching the flames engulf the palace and the soldiers entering and exiting the gates. Li Xinghuang inquired, "Was Elder Xinyan once an emperor?" He had never cared about the backgrounds of his fellow disciples and was naturally unaware. "No, he was the regent," replied He Ruofing. "Isn't that rather reminiscent of the present situation?" "Lu Lijing is also the regent of Wangzhou now." Li Xinghuang asked, "Why does he wish to cultivate?" "To tread the path of immortality, one naturally seeks to cultivate. No matter how high one's status in the mundane world, ultimately, one is but a handful of dust. Yet, a cultivator, even at the meridian opening stage, possesses a lifespan of at least a century, and we, even longer, up to a millennium." A look of emptiness flickered in Li Xinghuang's eyes. "What good is immortality?" He Ruofing rarely smiled. "You have many questions today." "Not just today. I have pondered this question for quite some time." Li Xinghuang closed his eyes, resting his head on his knees. "What is the merit of longevity? There are countless valuable experiences in this world. A mere few decades are hardly enough." He Ruofing propped his chin on his hand. "How many nobles yearn for longevity? They have not considered cultivation simply because most lack the aptitude, unable even to perform the basic technique of channeling qi into their bodies. Spending years in Wangzhou, surrounded by cultivators, can foster the delusion that anyone can become a cultivator. In reality, those with the talent for cultivation are exceedingly rare, and most can only remain at lower levels. Individuals like you and me, who attain the clear mind stage before 100 years, are indeed rare gems. However, the clear mind stage is a bottleneck. Some cultivators may break through it at 100, but spend their entire lives unable to advance further. Ascending to the fusion sky stage requires not only talent, but also a fortuitous opportunity. To ascend to immortality is to require unfathomable fortune. Ling Han is the child of destiny in this world. He can ascend through cultivation or attain mastery through demonic paths. When that time comes, Wangzhou will benefit immensely and thrive without worry. Brother, when can we return to Wangzhou? Li Xinghuang looked at He Ruofeng. The auction is the day after tomorrow, is it not? It will be soon. Li Xinghuang pointed in the direction of the imperial city. Can the auction continue under these circumstances? He Ruofeng replied. Xiaojue's sect is not a mundane commercial entity. It should remain unaffected. No matter how chaotic the world becomes, it bears little impact on cultivators. The fire raged throughout the night, and as Li Xinghuang witnessed the emperor's corpse being cast out piece by piece, he realized that the history of the Lan Kingdom had been rewritten. Originally, the emperor was destined to die a natural death, not in such a fragmented manner. The one who murdered her was none other than her own son, the prince of Lan Kingdom. Yet, this ruthless prince never ascended to the throne. The one who ultimately claimed the crown was King Jin. Li Xinghuang's mission had failed, which came as no surprise. After all, he had never intended to interfere, allowing events to unfold freely. The former emperor was not a virtuous individual, yet Li Xinghuang felt that King Jin did not appear particularly noble either. Now, the entire Lan Kingdom knew of his violent usurpation, having slain his sister to ascend, though he did not directly kill the emperor. The populace had already come to that conclusion. Only the wronged truly comprehend the depth of their injustice. As for the specifics of how he ascended, Li Xinghuang was unaware. Only knowing that the funds from Yuchubai had indeed been given to King Jin, who likely used them to bribe officials and soldiers. Now that he had usurped the throne, he would probably begin recruiting troops and strengthening the military, just as he had mentioned before. Li Xinghuang initially intended to leave directly, but He Ruofeng deemed it somewhat impolite, considering they had stayed in another's residence for several days. They felt it necessary to inform the servants of the princess's residence. However, upon arriving at the residence of the Grand Princess, they discovered that Lu Yiming had been placed under soft house arrest within the palace. How cold-hearted she could be, even towards her own sister. He Ruofeng shook his head as they departed. Although the capital had not returned to its former prosperity, it had regained stability under the officials' remedial measures. The two prepared to find a place to settle. Not too bad, Li Xinghuang commented. If he were more ruthless, he could have simply thrown his sister and nephew into the dungeons, allowing them to die quietly in a few days. At least he has confined them to his own home. There is still a semblance of affection. He Ruofeng responded. It seems that compared to Li Xinghuang, the new emperor is somewhat more humanized. Are you not friends with the Grand Princess? He Ruofeng asked, assuming Li Xinghuang would feel some regret. Li Xinghuang did possess a tinge of regret, but it stemmed from not receiving an S-level reward. No, I have mentioned it before. I merely know her. I also know King Jin. They are quite similar. Li Xinghuang's sense of fairness dictated that he cared for none. The auction proceeded as scheduled. As Li Xinghuang stepped into the Xiaojua Chamber of Commerce, a resplendent figure approached him. Xinghuang, dear immortal. Yuchubai was about to grasp Li Xinghuang's hand when He Ruofeng swiftly shielded Li Xinghuang behind him. Step aside, you scoundrel. He Ruofeng reprimanded sharply. Immediately, a group of Xiaojua sect disciples surrounded them, eager to confront the audacious individual who dared to show disrespect to their young master on their territory. Yuchubai raised his hand to halt the Xiaojua sect members, casting a pitiful glance at Li Xinghuang. Xinghuang, I truly am not a bad person. He Ruofeng frowned. Do not presume that because you are from Xiaojua sect, I would not dare to act against you. You have insulted our elder grievously. I have spared you this once as a courtesy to Xiaojua sect, but do not entangle yourself further. I have not. Yuchubai ignored He Ruofeng, his gaze fixed solely on Li Xinghuang. Xinghuang, I simply wish to greet you. Surely Elder Tianyun has misunderstood me. Li Xinghuang glanced at He Ruofeng, whose face was turning green with anger, and then at the woeful Yuchubai. When were you insulted by him? Li Xinghuang inquired, puzzled, as it seemed he had never mentioned it. Clearly, Li Xinghuang assumed that the elder of Wangzhou being insulted was He Ruofeng. He Ruofeng grew even more furious. Silence. You are so dense. Brother. Li Xinghuang gently placed his hand over He Ruofeng's, whispering, let us discuss this later. Though he did not quite understand why He Ruofeng was quarreling with Yuchubai, it was best to refrain from fighting on enemy territory, better to wait until they were outside to confront him. He Ruofeng felt the coolness of Li Xinghuang's hand on his, and a blush crept to his ears. He merely huffed softly and fell silent. Yuchubai's hand slowly clenched, his expression remaining calm, even carrying a hint of a smile. It seems Elder Tianyun and I have resolved our misunderstanding. Anan, please escort the esteemed guests of Wangzhou to the private room on the second floor. Chapter 20. The auction. There was no need for that. He Ruofeng let out a cold snort and pulled Li Xingshuang towards the hall. It was indeed a great injustice to the esteemed Starfrost. Yu Chubai blinked his eyes, and if Elder Tian Yun was unwilling to acknowledge my goodwill, I shall accompany Starfrost upstairs. He Ruo Feng gritted his teeth, ready to reprimand him, but was halted by Li Xingshuang's grasp. Li Xingshuang turned to him, saying, "Senior brother, although I am unaware of the grudge between you two, you must endure this humiliation. After all, this is their territory." He Ruo Feng was at a loss for words. Despite his lack of comprehension, he understood that Li Xingshuang was trying to prevent him from escalating the situation. Starfrost. A delicate voice chimed in. That of a little girl. He Ruo Feng grew more vigilant. Sure enough, it was Elder Lingxi from the Hehuan sect. Li Xingshuang nodded in acknowledgement. She smiled radiantly, reaching out to embrace Li Xingshuang, only to be intercepted by He Ruo Feng. Elder Lingxi, please maintain your decorum, Yu Chubai interjected. This is the Zhao Ju Commerce Association, not your Hehuan sect. Elder Lingxi pouted. I meant no harm. I simply wish to rekindle old feelings with Starfrost. After all, Her gaze, filled with deep affection, fell upon Li Xingshuang, leaving the intent ambiguous. Li Xingshuang was very certain that 30 years ago, she had not even lost her outer garment, having merely been touched by this woman. In fact, she only learned that this woman was named Ling Shi just now. It may not even be her real name. It could merely be a pseudonym. He Ruo Feng's face darkened, glaring at Li Xingshuang. How did you attract so many undesirable suitors? Elder Ling Shi, feeling aggrieved, retorted, Elder Tian Yun, your words are quite harsh. Why must you label them as undesirable? As fellow elders of the sect, why can't I express my affection for Starfrost? The Hehuan sect was known for its open-mindedness, being straightforward in expressing feelings. If one had affections for someone, they would boldly declare it. He Ruo Feng scoffed. The Hehuan sect's practices are filthy and lascivious. How can you even speak of it? Elder Ling, she crossed her arms and pouted. Where is the filth? Where is the lewdness? If your parents didn't indulge in such acts, how would you be here? We strive for cultivation. Your parents, on the other hand, engaged purely for pleasure. Who is truly lewd? He Ruo Feng's face turned crimson, then pale, alternating between anger and embarrassment. What a fallacious argument. How could you be so vulgar? Enough. Li Xingshuang raised her hand. Any further discussion will not pass muster. Moreover, this is not a battleground. If you two were to brawl here, you would owe compensation. He Ruo Feng was perplexed by Li Xingshuang's peculiar remarks, yet he genuinely wished to abandon the topic. With a cold snort, he pulled Li Xingshuang along. Following the attendant named Anan to a private room on the second floor, Li Xingshuang lazily leaned against the window, observing the flow of cultivators below. She was somewhat surprised to see the emperor had also arrived. He Ruo Feng gazed down in astonishment as Li Xingshuang pointed him out. That man in purple is the new emperor of the Lan Kingdom. The new emperor appeared devoid of the vigor typically associated with one newly ascended to the throne. Instead, he looked somewhat fatigued. After experiencing a palace coup just days prior, he likely had an endless array of matters to attend to. Why would he attend a cultivator's auction? Surely, he had no need for such items. Could it be that he, too, wished to cultivate? Li Xingshuang suddenly remarked, Elder Xian Yun also favors purple garments. Is this a representation of the Lan royal family? He Ruo Feng scoffed. You pay attention to what others wear. You adore blue, she countered. The senior sister's wardrobe was diverse. She appeared in different colors each time Li Xingshuang saw her. After contemplating, Li Xingshuang inquired, do you have difficulty choosing? Hence you always were the same color? He Ruo Feng remained silent for a moment before responding, my mother favored blue. All the clothes she made for me were blue. Do you still wear the clothes she made? Not anymore. My mother passed away when I was 15, yet I have preserved the habit. Li Xingshuang acknowledged, showing no further reaction. Do you not wish to ask how my mother died? He Ruo Feng suddenly said, though Li Xingshuang held no interest. She followed his lead and asked, how did she die? He Ruo Feng's expression turned cold. She was killed by the demon clan. Li Xingshuang picked up a spiritual fruit from the table and took a bite. He Ruo Feng. He Ruo Feng fell silent. At the very least, she could express her condolences, right? Indeed, to expect this person to possess empathy was a mere fantasy, a delusion. Suddenly, He Ruo Feng recalled that he had never heard Li Xingshuang mention her family background. What about your parents? Li Xingshuang replied without changing her expression, I have never met them. He Ruo Feng fell silent again, feeling a tinge of guilt. The auction finally commenced. The first item was a soul-gathering pill. The auctioneer introduced, this soul-gathering pill was refined by the vice president of the Pill Alliance, Morong Lanshu. It is a king-grade elixir. As long as the soul is not completely dissipated, it can preserve one's life. The underworld may claim lives at midnight, but the Pill Alliance can keep you alive until dawn. The starting price is 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. No sooner had the words left the auctioneer's mouth than someone began bidding. 200,000. Immediately followed by 250,000. 300,000. He Ruofeng was somewhat taken aback. Zhao Ju sect is capable of acquiring items from the Pill Alliance? Li Xingshuang began to eat a second fruit. What a useless pill. Preserving life merely turns one into a vegetable. He Ruofeng explained, as long as one lives. There is always a way, but if the soul dissipates, there is no hope for recovery. Li Xingshuang still held the pill in disdain. The final transaction price for this pill was 70,000 high-grade spirit stones. Li Xingshuang remarked, people with excess wealth have nowhere to spend it. The second item up for bid was a pair of swords. One was named Chong Nian, and the other Chong Si, forged by the renowned weaponsmith Yin Xianxia of the Yin family, both of superior spirit grade. The auctioneer paused briefly as he continued. These two swords are a matched pair and cannot be sold separately. Their most unique feature lies in their ability to resonate within 100 kilometers, sensing each other's location. The starting price was 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. Such paired weapons were often used by partners. For instance, the sect master of Qian Yumin and his wife possessed a weapon known as the Yin Yang seal. As the name implies, one was a Yin seal, the other a Yang seal. Fewer people bid on this item, as attendees were all prominent figures from various sects, and spirit-grade items were not particularly rare in their eyes. Moreover, being a pair excluded a group of single individuals. 10,000, 11,000, 12,000. Suddenly, Li Xingshuang raised her bidding paddle. 15,000. He Ruofeng was astonished, looking at her in disbelief. He had not anticipated her bidding on the paired swords. Who do you intend to use them with? Chapter 21. Long Thoughts and Long Yearnings. Li Xingshuang received a side quest from the dog system. Temporary side quest. Acquire the Longxi sword or the Longnian sword at the auction. Reward. 1 imperial grade magical artifact. As an elder of a sect, Li Xingshuang had a decent amount of savings. Purchasing a spirit grade artifact would certainly be within reach. Moreover, he was effectively acquiring an imperial grade artifact at the price of a spirit grade one. Was there such good fortune? He Ruofeng could not help but inquire. Who do you intend to use it with? With no one. I shall use it myself, Li Xingshuang replied casually. One in my left hand and one in my right. Is that not permissible? He Ruofeng was left speechless. Regardless of Li Xingshuang's absurd actions, they somehow seemed less outrageous. 30,000 superior spirit stones. Soon, a private booth raised its bidding paddle. The price doubled in an instant, causing a stir. Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow and bid 40,000. 80,000. Li Xingshuang was taken aback. He was now certain that this individual was bidding intentionally against him. 100,000. Li Xingshuang raised his paddle once more. He Ruofeng looked at him in disbelief. Are you insane? That is merely a spirit-grade artifact. 200,000. As expected, a calm voice emerged from the booth. Li Xingshuang hesitated slightly, then raised his paddle. 200,000 and 100. He Ruofeng was dumbfounded. Finally regained your composure? No, I only have 200,000 and 100, Li Xingshuang clarified. He Ruofeng sighed. You reckless lad, you are risking everything. He Ruofeng rubbed his forehead. I could lend you 300,000. He had never seen Li Xingshuang so eager for an item before. Though he believed Li Xingshuang was somewhat unhinged, he decided to assist as much as he could. Li Xingshuang raised his paddle. 500,000 and 100. He Ruofeng was speechless. The voice from the booth continued without hesitation. 1 million. Li Xingshuang lowered his paddle. Senior brother, is our Wang Zuolu truly so impoverished? He Ruofeng replied, it should not be. Clearly, the individual opposite is out of their mind. Li Xingshuang glanced towards the booth, which was now draped with curtains, obscuring the figures within. The voice was unfamiliar. If it were someone he knew, they would either be disguised or have summoned a servant to bid on their behalf. After all, it's just 2 broken swords. I could easily have that weapon craftsman forge you a couple. He Ruofeng snorted lightly. Li Xingshuang calmly suggested, Senior brother, we are a reputable sect. I could request him to forge 2 for you. He Ruofeng countered, no need, I simply desire that one. Li Xingshuang shook his head. I do not require a substitute. Do you truly not need a substitute? The matter of objects and people seemed to resonate within him. The most important person he had previously mentioned. He Ruofing fell into a reverie. Xingshuang did not think much of it. He indicated that he could not accept the substitute because he sought the imperial-grade artifact purely for the task reward, not for the swords themselves. The actual value of those swords capped at around 20 to 30,000. That fool had spent 1 million just to engage in a bidding war with him, which was indeed remarkable. 1 million once. 1 million twice. 5 million. A voice resonated from another booth. Xingshuang raised his eyebrows. Someone even more formidable had emerged. This was half of the budget for over 30 sects to acquire an imperial-grade secret realm. Truly, the system would not issue such a simple task. He Ruofing was astonished. Have they lost their minds? Xingshuang nodded in agreement. Could it be that these 2 swords are some rare treasure? Even if they are, I cannot afford them. The entire auction house fell silent for a moment. Even the seasoned auctioneer appeared somewhat taken aback. Yet, maintaining his professional composure, he struck the gavel. 5 million once. 10 million. The voice remained calm, once again doubling the price. Xingshuang remarked, "What a show-off." He Ruofing inquired, "What does that mean?" Xingshuang took a spirit fruit and remained silent. 20 million. The auction house was enveloped in silence. The auctioneer's hand trembled. Then, the individual who had initially bid against Xingshuang spoke up. "Are you attempting to snatch away what others cherish?" The subsequent bidder responded bluntly, "Aren't you doing the same?" With that, he ceased speaking. The auctioneer took a deep breath. 20 million once. 20 million twice. 20 million 3 times. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of booth number 6. As he struck the final blow, the matter was finally settled. Xingshuang turned to He Ruofing, "Senior brother. Should you find something you desire, do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. You still have the audacity to lecture me?" He Ruofing was momentarily speechless. "You have risked everything." Before the next item was presented, someone knocked on the door of the booth. He Ruofing was about to rise to open it when Xingshuang stopped him. "This may be a vengeful visitor," Xingshuang stated. "That person was bidding against me. Possibly someone I unknowingly offended in the past. Moreover, since they lost the bid, they are likely even more irate. No one dares to act recklessly at the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce," He Ruofing pointed out. "Anyone who can easily produce 10 million to bid on a spirit-grade artifact may not fear the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce," Xingshuang replied, rising. "If there is a grudge, it is best to resolve it swiftly." Xingshuang could not recall any enemies he had, but it would be better to settle matters sooner rather than later. He Ruofeng, frustrated, pulled him back. "Are you out of your mind?" Xingshuang was puzzled. "What are you angry about now? If you do not wish for me to face danger, will you take my place?" "I will not." The door was knocked upon once more, 3 times, with the visitor displaying courtesy. They did not seem to be seeking revenge. Otherwise, they would have kicked the door down. Xingshuang stroked his chin thoughtfully. He Ruofeng, unwilling to ponder further, approached and opened the door. Outside stood a young child, approximately 10 years old, holding a sword box. "I have met Elder Tianyun and Elder Guiyun." The child bowed respectfully. Xingshuang was somewhat taken aback. "Who are you?" The child approached reverently. Presenting the sword box with both hands, "Elder Guiyun, this is the Longnian sword, gifted to you by young Master Yu. Please do not be upset about what transpired earlier. If there is anything else you desire in the future, feel free to bid, and it will be charged to the young master's account." Xingshuang retrieved the Longnian sword from the box, and the system prompt sounded. "Acquired Longnian sword, temporary side quest completed. Congratulations on receiving the imperial-grade artifact." The Qinshin Q. So it was Yu Chubai. No wonder he could bid such exorbitant prices, after all. It was merely a matter of shifting from one hand to the other. However, in truth, Yu Chubai had incurred a loss of 10 million. After all, the other party was genuinely foolish enough to spend 1 million. He Ruofeng frowned. This is an unnecessary display of flattery. Xingshuang had completed his task and did not intend to owe a favor worth 10 million. Though he appreciated free gifts, he was no longer alone. In the past, when he was on his own, he could afford to be shameless. However, as an elder of Wanglu, he now represented the sect outside. He could not simply disregard the debt, as it would reflect poorly on Wangzulu. "No need. Please convey my gratitude to your young master," Xingshuang said, placing the sword back into the box. Receiving an imperial-grade artifact without spending a single coin was already akin to a windfall from the heavens. The child, however, appeared troubled. The young master has stated that once he gifts something, he has no intention of reclaiming it. He Ruofeng stepped forward, his tone cold. He does not want it. Can you not comprehend that? He Ruofeng had never had a favorable view of Yu Chubai, but since this was something Li Xingshuang desired, he could not take it away from him, nor could he refuse it on his behalf. Yet now that Li Xingshuang himself had stated he did not want it, He Ruofeng felt no obligation to be polite. Chapter 22. The Tear of Glass. He Ruofeng extended his hand, poised to dismiss the young boy. The boy quickly interjected. Our master has declared that if the esteemed Star Frost Immortal does not wish to accept the gift, then no one shall claim the key to the secret realm. He Ruofeng was greatly vexed. Is this a threat? If he does not want it, then so be it. Who does he think he is? Li Xingfeng stepped forward, stating, What I desire is a pair of swords, not merely one. These swords resonate together. If I were to accept one, it would surely expose my whereabouts. I could easily suspect that your Zhaoju sect seeks to conspire against me. The boy paused, seemingly caught off guard by this reasoning. I shall return to inform our master. With that, he dashed away, evidently anxious to avoid any misunderstanding from Li Xingfeng. Before long, there was another knock at the door. He Ruofeng, irritable, opened it to find not the boy, but the resplendent Yu Chubai, adorned as flamboyantly as a peacock. He cradled a sword box and gazed past He Ruofeng, fixing his attention on Li Xingfeng. He Ruofeng blocked his entrance. Are you courting death? Yu Chubai replied innocently. I come to bestow a gift upon the Star Frost Immortal. I have brought both swords. After a moment's hesitation, He Ruofeng recalled how much Li Xingfeng had admired the swords during the auction. Li Xingfeng too was taken aback by Yu Chubai's persistence in bringing both swords. Seeing He Ruofeng relent, Yu Chubai smiled as he stepped inside. Star Frost Immortal, I did not intend to threaten you. I misspoke. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to share these swords with you. Please do not be upset. Li Xingfeng shook his head. I am not angry. I simply cannot accept them. So they are unnecessary. Yu Chubai placed the sword box on the table. It is I who cannot repay the favor of the Star Frost Immortal. You must grant me some opportunity to return your kindness. Your repayment troubles me. Yu Chubai faltered, then lowered his head. I thought giving you something you like would make you happy. He appeared quite pitiful, much like a scolded puppy awaiting reprimand. Li Xingfeng reached out and gently patted his head. Yu Chubai's eyes widened in astonishment. I merely meant it as a casual gesture. You need not dwell on it so. Li Xingfeng reassured him. Moreover, your sect leader may punish you for this. Though Yu Chubai appeared carefree, he was merely a young master, not the sect leader. If the sect leader discovered his son had squandered millions at the auction, he would surely be furious. Yu Chubai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Li Xingfeng's words rang true. Despite Yu Chubai's outward confidence, he knew he would face severe consequences for his extravagant behavior at the auction. Perhaps not just one reprimand awaited him. Go home, Li Xingfeng said as he finished ruffling Yu Chubai's hair, lightly patting him twice, feeling as if he were handling dough. Yu Chubai took a step closer, pouting. Star Frost Immortal. A sword was pressed against Yu Chubai's neck. It was He Ruofeng. Get lost. All right, Yu Chubai replied. His lips pursed in a pout as he gazed longingly at Li Xingfeng. I will still give you these swords, Immortal. Do not think I cannot afford them. They pale in comparison to your kindness towards me. Ultimately, Li Xingfeng did not refuse. Very well. After sending Yu Chubai on his way, Li Xingfeng turned to He Ruofeng. Brother, what do you think about me bidding 10 million to sell these swords to that individual in room 1? He Ruofeng responded, I would advise against it. While I may dislike Yu Chubai, such an action seems rather inhumane. Any person with a semblance of compassion would not act in such a manner. Li Xingfeng pondered this. You make a valid point. That person is clearly raising the bid against me out of spite. Seeking him out would be akin to courting disaster. He Ruofeng sighed, resigning to the fact that regardless of Yu Chubai's thought process, the objective had been achieved. The fifth item of auction was presented, a spirit-level mind technique, with few participants vying for it. Li Xingfeng leaned against the window, disinterested. The other private rooms had drawn their curtains, yet Li Xingfeng's remained open, and he sat by the window. To all who beheld him, clad in white with dark flowing hair, he exuded an ethereal grace like snow, his brow slightly furrowed, embodying a blend of melancholy and fatigue. His mere presence captivated countless hearts. Li Xingfeng refrained from raising his paddle again. It was not that there were no appealing items, but rather that he lacked interest. Furthermore, since Yu Chubai had mentioned keeping a tab on him, Li Xingfeng wished to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. Next came the Pai Si de Assistance of the auction, the penultimate item, an imperial-level secret realm. Li Xingfeng was somewhat surprised. He had assumed this would be the final item. I find this rather precarious. Li Xingfeng remarked to He Ruofeng. The previous individual in room 6 bid 1 million for a mere broken sword. Our 30-some sects can scarcely muster 1 million. Plans often falter, He Ruofeng replied, shrugging. Let us hope he does not engage in a bidding war with the sun-moving sect. To their astonishment, there was minimal competition for this item, and it was ultimately sold to the sun-moving sect for 976,000, less than the pair of swords. The atmosphere in the auction hall grew tense. The final item for bidding arrived. It appeared rather unremarkable, but as the black cloth was lifted, almost every gaze was drawn to it. It was a lamp, crystal clear and seemingly exquisite, yet lacking any distinct features. This was once a celestial-grade artifact, the auctioneer announced. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Once the murmurs subsided, he continued, this lamp, known as the Tear of Glass, was left behind by the ascended Emperor Tianqian, though it is severely damaged. Its current capabilities lie between the king and imperial levels. Nevertheless, it remains exceptionally precious, if one were to encounter the right opportunity to restore it to celestial grade. Side quest: acquire the Tear of Glass. Reward: Tianqian Mind Technique Manuscript. Li Xingfeng. Is this system deranged? It expects me to spend my 20,100 high-grade spirit stones on an imperial-level artifact that was once celestial grade? Can we not be a tad more realistic? Chapter 23. The Master of the Flowing Light Palace, the Liuli Tear, possesses the extraordinary ability to bring tranquility to one's heart and significantly accelerate the cultivation of mental techniques. It can be utilized simply by infusing it with spiritual energy. The range of illumination it provides is determined by the user's cultivation level, granting all cultivators within its vicinity enhanced effects. The starting bid is set at 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, 2 million. Li Xingfeng scarcely had the opportunity to place a bid. The fervor of the crowd was overwhelming. He leaned against the window, casting a lingering glance at the lamp. Do you desire it? He Ruofeng inquired, noticing that Li Xingfeng had shown interest in another item as the auction approached its conclusion. Li Xingfeng shrugged. It's futile to want. I lack the funds. Indeed, within a brief span, the price had surged to over 6 million. At this juncture, the rate of bidding had slowed, with increments of only a few thousand. 6,200,000. 6,250,000. The private rooms had yet to enter the fray. Li Xingfeng glanced at room 1, where a particular individual had only contested with him once before falling silent thereafter. Li Xingfeng began to suspect whether this person had been secretly retaliated against by the people of the Zhaoju sect. 15 million. A light, airy voice suddenly emerged from room 1, momentarily stilling the air. Ah, they have placed a bid. Li Xingfeng shifted his gaze. 20 million. Room 6 had finally spoken up. 22 million. After the individual concluded their bid, they added, my friend, let us leave some room for one another. It would be wise not to make things overly difficult. Wouldn't you agree? Silence enveloped the vicinity of Yuchubai. The message was clear. I recognize you as a member of the Zhaoju sect, and your bidding here is a deliberate attempt to drive up the price. I refrain from exposing you to spare your dignity. Otherwise, how could there be any trust left if it were known that the heir of the Zhaoju sect himself is participating in the bidding? 22 million once. 22 million twice. 22 million. Thrice. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of room 1 for acquiring the Liuli Tear. With this business trip finally concluded, Li Xingfeng yawned and prepared to take his leave. However, upon opening the door, he found a girl in blue standing at the entrance. Elder Guiyuan, please. A moment in room 1. Who? Li Xingfeng inquired. The girl simply replied, an old acquaintance. He Ruofeng frowned from behind. Is it that person you clashed with? Your enemy? Li Xingfeng shook his head. I am unsure. Brother, you should return first. I will take a look. Returning to the sect would spare him from several days of travel. He could directly use a teleportation talisman. In simpler terms, it was a return ticket that could only transport him back to the sect. He Ruofeng furrowed his brow. What if they truly harbor enmity towards you? Li Xingfeng reassured him. I will exercise caution, and no one dares to act against me within the Zhaoju chamber. There will be no issues. You should return and report your findings. With a sigh, He Ruofeng conceded, very well. Li Xingfeng followed the girl to room 1. Who else would intentionally raise the price against him? Yet, he also had few acquaintances. Upon entering, he noticed a soft couch draped in layers of gauzy curtains, revealing only a frail silhouette. A delicate hand, pale to the point of translucence, reached out, gently parting the layers of fabric. The frailty of the hand indicated the person's delicate condition. Xingshuang, it's been a long time. Her voice was exceedingly gentle. It was a woman with flowing white hair, yet her visage remained youthful. Despite her stunning beauty, she appeared alarmingly emaciated, her complexion ghostly pale. Beautiful indeed, yet lacking a certain vitality. Xingshuang recognized her immediately. The last time he had seen her, her hair was a vibrant black. Now, it had turned completely white. Master Luo. Xingshuang nodded. It has been a while. The master of the flowing light palace, Luo Xing. Xingshuang, an orphan who had wandered alone in his youth, had been taken in by the flowing light palace, who showed him compassion during his time there. However, as the flowing light palace only accepted female disciples, and their cultivation methods were unsuitable for males, the master entrusted him to Wang Xuelo when he turned 14. Luo Xing, the only daughter of the previous master of the flowing light palace, was a year older than Xingshuang, and during his childhood, she often looked after him. Yet, due to the secluded nature of the flowing light palace and Xingshuang's own reclusive tendencies, their paths diverged after he arrived at Wang Xuelo. Luo Xing smiled faintly, her tone gentle yet tinged with frailty. Xingshuang, why do you no longer call me sister? Although Xingshuang was perplexed by her insistence on the title, he responded as he used to, Sister Xing. She smiled softly, yet there was a hint of tears in her eyes. In her youth, she had not understood the vague emotions that stirred within her. Now, she comprehended them, but he remained oblivious. Luo Xing smiled faintly. I saw that you admired that sword. I intended to bid for it as a gift for you. I apologize. So it was meant for him all along. Xingshuang was momentarily speechless, realizing that these two individuals had been bidding solely to present him with a gift. You could have simply refrained from bidding, and it would have sufficed. Xingshuang contemplated revealing that he had ultimately acquired it, but reconsidered, fearing that Luo Xing might misunderstand and perceive him as engaging in nefarious activities. Thus, he awkwardly shifted the topic. Why do you appear so frail? The blue-clad girl frowned, yet Luo Xing merely smiled softly. It is still related to that incident from 10 years ago. As she began to cough, Xingshuang instinctively reached to pat her back, only to be halted by the girl. Luo Xing raised her hand to stop him. Huaishi, do not be rude. The girl, named Huaishi, hesitated. Master, did you not prohibit men from getting too close? Luo Xing turned her gaze to Xingshuang, her tone gentle. Xingshuang is different. Huaishi was taken aback. Xingshuang felt a twinge of confusion. This was the first time he had learned of Luo Xing's prohibition against men approaching her. They had once held hands and frolicked together in their youth. He suspected that, having grown up in the flowing light palace, Luo Xing regarded him as a girl. Luo Xing extended her delicate hand, gently taking Xingshuang's, startling Huaishi. Please sit. Luo Xing invited Xingshuang to sit beside her. The last time they had met was 10 years prior. You have not changed at all, yet I have become like this. Luo Xing held Xingshuang's right hand. Her body temperature was even cooler than his. She closed her eyes. During that battle years ago, the demonic energy infiltrated my heart's meridians. Although I took the Hanshao pill, it merely prolongs my existence for a little while longer. 10 years ago, when Xingshuang slayed that dragon to procure blood, it was to concoct the Hanshao pill for Luo Xing. Although Xingshuang was somewhat detached in his emotions, he was not blind to kindness and malice. The people of the Flowing Light Palace, especially the Luo mother and daughter, had treated him with great kindness. Thus, he willingly journeyed thousands of miles to slay a dragon of comparable cultivation, solely to obtain its blood for a pill that may or may not be effective. Xingshuang inquired, how much longer can you endure? Luo Xing offered a bitter smile. How would I know? Is that why you took on a disciple? Hoping she might inherit the sect? Luo Xing leaned gently against Xingshuang, casting a tentative glance at him. Seeing that he did not recoil, she cautiously rested her head on his shoulder. Her voice was laced with a bittersweet weariness. Xingshuang, I fear I will not live to see Huaishi stand on her own. Chapter 24. Why are you sad? Tears welled up in Huaishi's eyes, as if she were on the verge of crying. Master, please don't say that. Xingshuang nodded and inquired, do you have a designated heir? Huaishi remained silent, pondering the peculiar situation. Luo Xing managed a faint smile. There will always be those eager to take the position. Even though I am still alive, there are already those who covet my place. Xingshuang nodded. Oh, then what are you worried about? Huaishi thought to herself, longing to expel this man from their midst. Yet, her master seemed to rely heavily on him. Luo Xing fluttered her white eyelashes like butterfly wings. I have yet to avenge myself, nor have I arranged for my disciples, and what sentiments are unspeakable, what longings cannot be conveyed. It feels as though we are separated by vast distances, even when we are so close. Once again, Luo Xiaoying closed her eyes. 1,000 words condensed into a single sentiment. Grievances and affections all remain unresolved. Li Xingshuang appeared puzzled, prompting Luo Xiaoying to open her eyes and look at him with a smile that was bittersweet. He had always been this way, unchanged, seemingly incapable of grasping the complexities of human emotions. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xingshuang asked, "Did you purchase that lamp to maintain the connection?" Luo Xiaoying shook her head. "No, the lamp is of no use to me. It is a gift for you." "Why?" The unexpected generosity struck even Li Xingshuang as peculiar. "Since I could not capture what you cherished, may this lamp serve as a substitute." Luo Xiaoying gestured for Huai to retrieve the glass tear, which she reluctantly handed to Li Xingshuang. After receiving it, he fell into silence, lost in thought. Do you wish for something from me?" Li Xingshuang hesitated. Huai shot him an indignant glare, but Luo Xiaoying's gaze silenced her. "I only hope for your happiness," Luo Xiaoying spoke gently. "Happiness?" Li Xingshuang appeared confused for a moment before shaking his head. "There is only one thing that can bring me joy." Luo Xiaoying, momentarily taken aback, quickly asked, "What is it? Can I assist you?" She had expected him to say he did not understand the concept of happiness. "No, it is something only I can achieve," he replied. Gently, Luo Xiaoying placed her hand over his. "Tell me, and we shall find a way together, all right? No matter how difficult it may be, I will help you." Li Xingshuang reiterated, "No one can assist me. It is something I must do alone." Luo Xiaoying's brows knitted in concern, her demeanor appearing increasingly fragile. She refrained from insisting, saying only, "Take the glass tear. Consider it a gift for our reunion." Li Xingshuang gazed at the translucent glass lamp in his hand, and without further protest, accepted it into his system. This action garnered Huai's disdainful glare. Sister is right. Men are not to be trusted. Yet in the next moment, a slender dagger appeared in Li Xingshuang's hand. Huai eyed him warily, while Luo Xiaoying remained unguarded beside him. Li Xingshuang examined the blade intently. Luo Xiaoying smiled. "Are you intending to gift this to me as a return?" Li Xingshuang replied, It is indeed a magical artifact, but it is unworthy as a gift. If you desire it, I can give it to you once I am finished." With that, he swiftly plunged the dagger into the area of his heart. The speed was so swift that even Luo Xiaoying, sitting next to him, failed to react in time. "Xingshuang!" Luo Xiaoying shrieked. "What are you doing?" The surge of emotions caused her to cough violently. Several drops of blood dripped from the hilt, revealing that the dagger was hollow. Li Xingshuang maintained his composure, wiping the droplets of blood away and then pressing his bloodied fingers to Luo Xiaoying's lips. Her eyes widened in disbelief as the cold, elongated fingers entered her mouth, carrying a metallic tang. "Do not find it repulsive." Li Xingshuang retracted his hand. "This is my heart's blood. It can prolong your life." Her frail body indeed regained some strength, and the pallor of her face turned slightly rosy. She could genuinely feel her health improving. "You," Luo Xiaoying's voice faltered in shock. "Have you lost your mind?" Li Xingshuang withdrew the dagger from his chest. "You gifted me a lamp, and I had nothing of value to return. I did not seek a return gift." Tears streamed down Luo Xiaoying's face as she stammered, "Xingshuang, you." She trembled, unable to articulate her feelings. "Why are you crying?" Li Xingshuang struggled to comprehend. "You wish to live, so I assist you. I thought you would be happy, but why do you seem so sad?" Why she was equally stunned, unable to recover from the shock. She had not anticipated that the elder Guiyun was such a formidable character, capable of drawing forth his own heart's blood without flinching. Indeed, Master had an eye for talent. Elder Guiyun was truly exceptional. Why she felt ashamed of her previous narrow-mindedness. Her perspective shifted. Among men, only Elder Guiyun was worth something. Luo Xiaoying wept uncontrollably, her voice hoarse. "Why should I be happy? It pains me to see you hurt." Li Xingshuang lowered his gaze to his wound, which had healed considerably under the influence of his spiritual energy. "Why should it pain you? I pierced my own heart, not yours. To feel pain means to be saddened." Luo Xiaoying took a deep breath, softening her voice as she pulled Li Xingshuang's hand closer, tears streaming down her face. "When I see you injured, it makes me sad. Do you understand?" Li Xingshuang pondered for a moment. "Perhaps, then I will bottle it and send it to you next time, so you won't have to see it." Luo Xiaoying, She gently wrapped her arms around Li Xingshuang's neck, careful to avoid his injury. No, Xingshuang, you may not understand. I only wish for your well-being. I do not want you to suffer. Please, do not harm yourself any further. All right? Li Xingshuang could not fully grasp her sentiments, but replied, all right. Luo Xiaoying released him, a forced smile finally breaking through her tears. Li Xingshuang contemplated once more. This is not a permanent solution. While it may extend your life by about 2 years, it can only be used 3 or 4 times before it loses its effectiveness. Luo Xiaoying sighed in resignation. Xingshuang, regardless of his understanding, at least he would not harm himself anymore. I will think of other ways to help you. Li Xingshuang stood. I shall take my leave. Wait. Luo Xiaoying quickly called out to him, wishing to convey many more thoughts. But for the moment, she could only express the most pressing concern. You are going out like this. Your wounds have yet to heal. Li Xingshuang glanced down, blood staining his chest and abdomen. Yes, my attire is somewhat disheveled, but I will return shortly to change. Luo Xiaoying stuttered, no. Li Xingshuang produced a teleportation talisman, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Chapter 25. Who hurt you? Li Xingshuang returned to the sect using a talisman, which transported her to the main hall of Mingyan Peak, the place where the sect leader and elders convened. At that moment, the sect leader was absent, leaving only Lu Lijing and He Ruofeng in the hall. Upon sensing the fluctuations in the formation, He Ruofeng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but upon seeing Li Xingshuang, he shouted, Li Xingshuang, what happened? He Ruofeng rushed forward to support her, noticing the crimson stains on her white robe, a clear indication of the blood she had lost. Regret gnawed at He Ruofeng. He should not have returned early. He should not have believed Li Xingshuang's words. Where had he been careless? Why had he thought everything was fine? Lu Lijing, evidently taken aback, stared at Li Xingshuang in disbelief. Xingshuang? Li Xingshuang shrugged nonchalantly. I did it myself. You must be joking. How could you possibly do this to yourself? He Ruofeng gritted his teeth in anger. Was it that person from room 1? Who are they? I will go and deal with them. It wasn't her. She is my friend. Then how did you get hurt? He Ruofeng was eager to uncover the identity of the assailant. Lu Lijing interjected, his tone still measured. Ruofeng, let Xingshuang rest for a moment. We can discuss everything once she has recovered. Only then did He Ruofeng slightly calm down, although his gaze remained fixed on Li Xingshuang. Li Xingshuang stated, if there's nothing else, I will return to Yun Peak. You stay here, Lu Lijing spoke slowly. Ruofeng, you should go back. He Ruofeng, stubborn, retorted, I'm not leaving. I will wait for Li Xingshuang to clarify. Ruofeng, return. Lu Lijing's tone became even slower yet profoundly authoritative. With a clenched jaw, He Ruofeng whipped his sleeve and departed. Lu Lijing gestured for Li Xingshuang to sit down, and then stood beside her, placing his hand on her back to channel spiritual energy for her recovery. It will be fine soon, no need for treatment. Li Xingshuang felt it was somewhat of a waste of time, and hoped Lu Lijing would swiftly finish his tasks so she could return to Yun Peak. Lu Lijing remained silent, continuing to heal her. Li Xingshuang acquiesced to his actions. When the wounds healed, Lu Lijing performed a small spell to mend the fabric of Li Xingshuang's robe, removing the bloodstains. His movements were deliberate and composed, his demeanor remarkably steady. Li Xingshuang felt he was even more unflappable than a turtle. Once everything was completed, Lu Lijing reached out to tuck away Li Xingshuang's stray hair. How did you get hurt? Li Xingshuang replied honestly, I did it myself. Lu Lijing's lips curled into a slight smile, a facade that lacked sincerity. If you don't wish to share, that is your choice. Li Xingshuang, perplexed, asked, if you don't believe me, why inquire? Lu Lijing fell silent, merely gazing at her. Elder Xianyun, do you have any matters to discuss with me? Li Xingshuang attempted to shift the topic. Is it regarding my work? He Ruofeng has already reported on the auction. I have other matters to discuss with you. Lu Lijing maintained his slow speech, his expression kind. But Li Xingshuang sensed that this old tortoise was up to no good. However, she had no choice. Despite both being elders, Lu Lijing held a significant position, akin to a deputy general manager. You may speak, Li Xingshuang urged. Lu Lijing smiled. I noticed that your disciple, Ling Han, has been quite well behaved recently. It seems your guidance as a master is commendable. Is something wrong? Hasn't he been at Wang Shui Tower these days? Ling Han's behavior is of no concern to me. Yet, Li Xingshuang still nodded perfunctorily. The senior sister has 16 direct disciples. I have 5. Ruofeng has 3, but you only have 1 direct disciple, and Ling Han. Lu Lijing paused, his words trailing off. clearly alluding to Ling Han's half-demon bloodline. An ominous premonition washed over Li Xingshuang. Elder Xianyun, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. A young master from a prominent cultivation family greatly admires you and wishes to join your sect. Li Xingshuang felt relieved. She had feared it was another attack on Ling Han, or that Lu Lijing intended to dismiss her for poor performance. It turned out to be merely a matter of connections. Seeing her expression relax, Lu Lijing inquired, "Do you agree?" "Yes." Lu Lijing chuckled lightly, raising his hand again to stroke Li Xingshuang's forehead with his thumb. It was a peculiar gesture, and Li Xingshuang was unsure of its significance, gazing at him in confusion. Nevertheless, she had many things she found perplexing and was too lazy to question them all. He could do as he pleased. Lu Lijing soon withdrew his hand. "He will join your sect after his training in the secret realm. You should prepare." "Oh." Li Xingshuang stood up. "Is there anything else?" Lu Lijing smiled. "Aren't you curious about who it is?" Li Xingshuang was not particularly concerned, but upon Lu Lijing's prompting, she pondered for a moment. "You Chubai?" Lu Lijing appeared somewhat surprised. "You already know?" "I only know you have dealings with him. I'm not aware of the terms you agreed upon," Li Xingshuang clarified, "but I know now." Li Xingshuang was indifferent to Lu Lijing's attempts to do her a favor. It was merely about taking on a disciple, not a matter of selling her soul. After a moment of silence, Lu Lijing asked, "Did Yu Chubai tell you?" "Yes, why?" "Did you two sign a confidentiality agreement?" "No." Li Xingshuang shrugged. "I won't interfere in your matters, nor will I divulge anything to others." "I know." Lu Lijing recognized that Li Xingshuang was not concerned about such matters. Li Xingshuang queried, "Then why do you have that strange expression?" Lu Lijing unconsciously touched his own face, but quickly dropped his hand, smiling. "Is that so? I was merely curious about when you became acquainted with him." "It sounds like you have a good relationship." Li Xingshuang replied, "We just met. We are not familiar." "Oh." Lu Lijing seemed satisfied with this answer. "Many of your juniors admire you. Young master, you must have heard of your exploits and wishes to become your disciple." Li Xingshuang was disinclined to explain further. And Lu Lijing had already convinced himself through imagination. Let him be. "Is there nothing else now?" Li Xingshuang inquired. Lu Lijing smiled. "Nothing more. Come to the meeting tomorrow at the first watch of the morning. You may return now." Li Xingshuang had no desire to linger, so she transported back to Yun Peak. As soon as she landed, she heard an excited voice. "Master." Chapter 26. When you were young, I was still. Ling Han was diligently sweeping the fallen leaves in the training grounds when he spotted Li Xingshuang returning. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed aside the broom and rushed towards him. Li Xingshuang furrowed his brow slightly. "Why are you sweeping alone? Has someone been bullying you? Is it that, after being away for a month, some individuals couldn't contain themselves?" Ling Han quickly waved his hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "No, master. I was just counting the days, thinking that you would be back soon. So I took it upon myself to tidy up Guyan Peak." Only then did Li Xingshuang feel relieved and casually inquire, "You haven't neglected your cultivation, have you?" Ling Han nodded obediently. "I have been diligently practicing every day, not daring to slack off." Li Xingshuang assessed him briefly. "You are already at the threshold of the half-step chi balance realm, showing significant progress. A month ago, you were still in the mid-stage of the meridian opening realm. This rate of advancement is truly remarkable." Feeling shy from the praise, Ling Han replied, "It is all thanks to the techniques imparted by Master and your attentive guidance." Li Xingshuang responded, "I have not done much. Your progress in the past month has been solely due to your own efforts. The secret realm will open in 10 days, so make the most of your training. I shall supervise your progress." Ling Han froze, staring at Li Xingshuang. "Master, you will accompany me in my training?" I can also enter the secret realm?" The revelation left Ling Han's mind momentarily blank. Was he still dreaming, perhaps? "As my direct disciple, it is only natural that I arrange for you to enter the secret realm. Encouraging you to train diligently is for your own benefit. If it makes you uncomfortable to have me nearby—" "No, I would never think that," Ling Han hurriedly interjected. Li Xingshuang nodded. "I have just returned and need to attend to some matters first. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a study plan." With that, he headed towards the main hall of Guyan Peak, which also served as his own quarters. Ling Han gazed at his retreating figure, warmth flooding his heart. The word moved could hardly encapsulate his emotions. Although he was a direct disciple of an elder, he had only been in the sect for a little over a year. And with his low cultivation, he had thought such an opportunity was beyond his reach. Meanwhile, Li Xingshuang returned to his room. only to realize that Ling Han's advancement into the imperial-level secret realm might be somewhat perilous. While it was true that a favored child of destiny generally did not meet an untimely end, there were many in the sect who held ill will towards Ling Han. What if someone plotted against him in the secret realm, and Ling Han, in a fit of rage, succumbed to darkness? No, this cannot be allowed. During tomorrow's meeting, he must apply to lead the expedition. For now, Xingshuang needed to organize the spoils from the recent auction. He had spent not a single coin, but had acquired a great deal. First were the Changxi sword and the Changyan sword, as spiritual-level artifacts. They held little value for Xingshuang, and he planned to return them to Yu Chu by when she arrived. Next, he received 2 swords as a task reward. The imperial-level artifact, the Ji Qi Qin. Xingshuang took it out. It was crafted from white jade with silk strings made from heavenly silkworm threads, exuding a soft, lustrous quality as it shimmered. Though Xingshuang could not play the instrument and was not a sound cultivator, any weapon provided by the system could be wielded as long as one met the level requirements. Despite its immaculate appearance, the Ji Qi Qin could influence one's mind, imparting either positive or negative effects, categorizing it as a supportive weapon. Xingshuang then retrieved a translucent lamp, exquisitely carved and breathtakingly beautiful. Upon cautiously infusing it with spiritual energy, the lamp emanated a soft blue light. Though cool in hue, it brought a sense of tranquility and warmth to the soul. Clearly, these 2 items belonged to the same category. Lastly, he discovered the Tianqian Heart Method secret record, a cultivation manual left by Emperor Tianqian, classified as a high-grade celestial technique. However, Xingshuang was currently unable to utilize it, as it required a level of cultivation that he had yet to attain. He felt he might never have the chance to use it, but surely the favored child of destiny would benefit from it. So he decided to keep it safe for him. After organizing his belongings, Xingshuang felt it was time to contemplate how to advance his tasks. Yet, as a mere ordinary elder in a position of leisure, it would be challenging to bring about change in the sect in the short term. He could only begin by transforming Guiyun Peak. Guiyun Peak not only had a single direct disciple, but also the fewest inner disciples, numbering merely 76. The disciples of Qingyan Peak were numerous and thus difficult to manage, leading to some chaos. Conversely, Guiyun Peak had fallen into disorder due to Xingshuang's previous negligence in his role as elder, resulting in undisciplined and unruly disciples. As the saying goes, one must first tidy their own room before attempting to conquer the world. Xingshuang understood that he must first train his own disciples before extending his authority over others. Thus, he fetched paper and pen, pouring forth several pages of regulations, preparing to establish some order among the little ones of Guiyun Peak. Next came Ling Han's study plan. If he arranged an intense training regimen for the favored child of destiny, would Ling Han harbor resentment towards him? Conversely, if the plan were too lenient, would Ling Han feel undervalued? Xingshuang bit the end of his pen, lost in thought. Just as he had nearly completed his writing, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his contemplation. Before he could react, the door was kicked open. Ruofeng, why did you kick the door? Renan's hand was still suspended in midair. Ruofeng strode in purposefully. Xingshuang, taken aback, asked, what is it now? Speak quickly. Who hurt you? Ruofeng slammed his hand down on the table. Renan has stepped forward. Li Jing said you were injured. What happened? Xingshuang gestured to his chest. It has already healed. Renan looked on with concern, but we still need to know who attacked you. What if he hurts you again? She approached Xingshuang, gently patting his head, her eyes brimming with compassion. Dear child, good child, don't bear your burdens alone. Your sister is here. Ruofeng's expression was grim, but he cleared his throat. And your elder brother. Although Xingshuang had no memories of his mother, he could still feel a maternal aura radiating from Renanha. Truly, she was regarded as the mother of the entire sect. It was actually my own doing, and it has already healed. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. Xingshuang attempted to remove his clothing, but Ruofeng immediately pressed his hand down. Ruofeng, flustered, stumbled over his words. Your sister is still here. We must maintain decorum between the sexes. Renan had disagreed. What is there to be shy about? Xingshuang, don't be embarrassed. Your sister has bathed you when you were a child. Ruofeng. Wait, although Xingshuang was young when he joined the sect, he was already 14. Sister, come to your senses. Though all the disciples of the sect regarded her as a mother, she could not truly treat him as a child. Xingshuang, not recalling the incident, pondered for a moment, and realized that there had indeed been an occasion. At 15, he had been thrown into a horde of magical beasts by his master, returning to the sect covered in wounds and blood, only to encounter Ren Anha. Her eyes had instantly turned red, as if tears were about to spill forth, and without a word, she had dragged him to Qingyun Peak. The Qingyun Peak had a Bua hot spring known for healing wounds and nourishing the heart. Li Xingshuang's clothes had become a gruesome mix of flesh and blood, and upon removal, they had stuck to his skin. When he tugged at them, Ren Anha's heart had ached, and she had immediately stopped him. She took scissors, gently dabbed them in warm water, and carefully helped him remove the clothing that clung to his wounds. Li Xingshuang, who was already emotionally obtuse, had spent years among women in the Liuguang Hall, and thus had no concept of avoiding misunderstandings. Ren Anha, facing a teenage boy, was overwhelmed by her maternal instinct. The entire incident was not particularly outrageous, but recounting it now felt exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 27 Equitable Treatment. I am truly fine, Li Xingshuang said with a faint tone. You may return. He Ruofeng pulled a chair beside him and sat down. I won't leave until you clarify the matter. Li Xingshuang contemplated for a moment, realizing that explaining everything would be rather complicated. To elucidate the sequence of events might take quite a while. Senior sister. Li Xingshuang chose to look towards Run and he. I prefer not to discuss this matter any further. Seeing Li Xingshuang gazing at her with an innocent expression, Ren and he felt a surge of compassion for his vulnerability. Although he merely shifted his gaze towards her, her imagination ran wild. All right. If you do not wish to speak, then do not. Ren and he said tenderly, stroking Li Xingshuang's head. Whenever you feel ready to share, please inform your senior sister. No matter what happens, I shall protect you. He Ruofeng interjected. Wait, are you really letting him off the hook like this? Fine. Li Xingshuang replied casually. I doubt there will ever come a day when I want to speak. Ruofeng, do not make things difficult for Xingshuang. Let us leave, Ren and he advised. He Ruofeng fell silent, and regardless of the circumstances, Li Xingshuang successfully sent the two away, returning to his writing. He initially believed that the day would proceed without further incident. However, before long, a knock echoed at the door. Master, came the cautious voice of Ling Han from outside. Having completed his writing, Li Xingshuang decided to open the door himself. Ling Han hesitated just now. Someone delivered numerous items to Guiyun Peak. Should we have them set down? Li Xingshuang, puzzled, followed Ling Han outside, where he saw a group of servants adorned in livery, standing with a multitude of packages and boxes. Greetings, Elder Guiyun. The servants knelt in unison. Li Xingshuang glanced at them, noticing the familiar patterns engraved on their garments and the boxes. People from Zhaoju sect? Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the servants are here to arrange the residence for the young master. This includes furnishings and some clothing for him, as well as gifts for Elder Guiyun, Ling Han explained, growing increasingly bewildered but not daring to ask further. Li Xingshuang remarked, if he has not even arrived, why the rush? With the day of the young master's apprenticeship approaching, the servants must prepare everything beforehand. If we wait for the young master to arrive, we may not have sufficient time. May I inquire where they should place these items? Ling Han stood frozen in thought. Master, are you about to receive a new disciple? Moreover, judging by the circumstances, it seemed the newcomer hailed from a prestigious family. Ling Han's hands involuntarily clenched, a tumult of emotions surged within him, perhaps frustration, perhaps jealousy. Then let it be this room. Li Xingshuang casually pointed to a side hall. The servants filed in, only to emerge shortly after. Elder Guiyun. Though this servant's quarters may be somewhat modest, it is sufficient for habitation. However, which room should our young master occupy? Li Xingshuang replied. Is the Wang Shui Tower truly so impoverished? Your young master may reside there if he finds it acceptable. If not, he may return. We at Wang Shui Tower do not accept disciples of extravagant tastes, primarily because we simply cannot afford such extravagance. Though it was a side hall, it was hardly smaller than the main hall where Li Xingshuang resided. Yet in the eyes of Zhaoju sect, it was deemed servant quarters. The servants exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Unable to decide, then consult your young master, Li Xingshuang suggested, secretly hoping Yu Chu Bai would recognize the difficulty of the situation. After all, if such a pampered young master were to arrive here, it would be akin to a wealthy heir visiting a destitute village for a reality show. If he were to come demanding this and that, Li Xingshuang would not be able to accommodate such whims. He hoped to avoid any animosity arising from taking on a disciple. Moreover, Why did that old rascal not take Yu Bai as his disciple himself? It would suffice to do him a favor. Since that old fellow could be considered a leader of sorts, Xingshuang chose not to hold a grudge against him for the time being. However, to expect him to be diligent and accommodating was an entirely different matter. Xingshuang did not wish to linger on the subject, casually telling Ling Han, "Do not concern yourself with them. Return to your cultivation." Ling Han remained motionless, a shadow of gloom crossing his countenance. Xingshuang furrowed his brow. Ling Han, is something amiss? Could it be that he harbored resentment towards the wealthy? Surely he was not that petty. Xingshuang recalled that Ling Han had always possessed a good temperament, maintaining composure even in the presence of the affluent. Why did he seem upset now? "Ah, master. Ling Han snapped back to reality, hastily responding, "I was momentarily distracted and did not listen closely." Xingshuang felt relieved and nodded. "If there is nothing else, you may return." "Yes, master." After paying his respects, Ling Han took his leave. Xingshuang turned his attention back to the Yu family servants. "You may also return. Inform Yu Bai that I shall not extend any privileges due to his status. I treat all my disciples equally. Ling Han enjoys a particular treatment, and so shall he." Ling Han resided comfortably in the side hall, and he should not fear any resentment from others. You occupy a room better than the child of destiny. You need not worry about others holding grudges. With that, Xingshuang turned and returned to his chamber. Ling Han stood by the window, gazing outside. "Equitable treatment," he murmured to himself. "Will you treat him as you treat me? Will you trust him, teach him, provide him with rare techniques, and accompany him in his cultivation?" He realized he was no longer the sole recipient of such attention. The care and concern of his master would now be divided. Ling Han felt a reluctance swell within him, yet he could not find a suitable justification for his jealousy. He was Elder Guiyun, a revered celestial being admired and respected by countless individuals, while he himself was merely a burden thrust upon him by the sect leader. Suddenly, Ling Han felt a searing pain in his chest, furrowing his brow as he pressed against it. This sensation was all too familiar. Whenever he was bullied or wronged by his peers, the dark blood within him would stir, manifesting as demonic patterns upon his chest. It was said that those of the demon race could not suppress their bloodthirsty desires. They were inherently brutal and belligerent. However, as a half-demon, half-human, Ling Han typically managed to restrain such impulses, provided he did not experience significant emotional turmoil. He could rely on his mental discipline and willpower to keep the demon side at bay. He did not understand why he felt such profound sadness. It was entirely normal for a master to take on new disciples, yet he found himself unable to accept it. He had overheard the conversation between his master and those individuals. Yu Bai, the young master of Zhaoju's sect, is it? He could only hope, fervently hope, that he would not enter Wangshui Tower. Even more so, he hoped he would not set foot in Guiyun Peak. Chapter 28. Sect Conference at the first hour of the Chun time, in the Grand Hall of Mengyun Peak. The sect leader and 4 elders gathered around a table to commence the meeting. Lu Lijing retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and stated, "For this secret realm, Wangshui Tower has a total of 60 slots. If distributed evenly, each peak should receive 12 slots. However, since Guiyun Peak has fewer disciples, I have adjusted the allocation slightly. Xingfeng, do you mind?" "How many?" Li Xingfeng inquired, observing that 1 slot had been taken from both Qingyun Peak and Xianyun Peak, leaving Guiyun Peak with 10 slots. "That seems fair," Li Xingfeng nodded. "But I have a request." Lu Lijing wore a gentle smile. "Speak your mind." "The secret realm is treacherous. I wish to apply to lead the disciples into it." "No." Lu Lijing promptly rejected the proposal. Li Xingfeng, puzzled, responded, "In the past, those entering high-difficulty secret realms were always led by a mentor. Indeed, a leader is required." Lu Lijing acknowledged, "But you cannot go." "Why not?" Li Xingfeng furrowed his brow. "Elder Xianyun, you are being unreasonable." Li Xingfeng had always been indifferent and rarely spoke in meetings, let alone voiced opposition. His sharp accusation left everyone momentarily stunned. Lu Lijing's smile diminished slightly. "Xingfeng, refrain from speaking nonsense. Then provide me with a reason," Li Xingfeng challenged, locking eyes with Lu Lijing. Lu Lijing replied slowly, "You are unsuitable. I will have senior sister and Ruofeng lead." Li Xingfeng retorted, "I am aware that my cultivation is not as strong as theirs. Yet I am a practitioner of the Mingxin realm. I should be capable of leading, should I not?" In terms of talent, Li Xingfeng was in no way inferior to anyone, yet his youth was a limiting factor. When the previous Guiyun elder ascended to the higher realm at over 800 years old, Li Xingfeng had only just turned 30. Although the elder had taken in other disciples, they either perished under his tutelage or stagnated in their cultivation until their natural life ended. Only Li Xingfeng had made it to the finals. Thus, he became the youngest elder in Wang Shui Tower's history. At that time, he was at the peak of the Soul Realm, yet had not yet entered the Mingxin realm. His aloof nature, coupled with a disinterest in worldly affairs and minimal social interactions, led the sect leader to assign all responsibilities of the former Guiyun elder to Lu Lijing, thereby leaving Li Xingfeng with less power and strength compared to his peers. Conversely, the equally youthful He Ruofeng had a cultivation level that was quite comparable to Li Xingfeng's. However, due to the larger number of disciples under his guidance and his frequent battles against demons, he wielded more fame and influence than Li Xingfeng. Seeing the argument between Li Xingfeng and Lu Lijing unfold, Ren Anhe felt a pang of sympathy and quickly approached Li Xingfeng, gently patting his head. Be good. Do not be upset. Let us ignore him. If you wish to go, senior sister will yield to you. Lu Lijing's mouth twitched slightly. Senior sister. He Ruofeng could no longer contain himself. Senior sister. Li Xingfeng is not a child anymore. Do not coddle him so. Ren Anhe lowered her head and kissed Li Xingfeng's forehead. No matter how old, in senior sister's eyes, you are still a child. The expressions of the other three shifted dramatically. Li Xingfeng thought she was not wrong. She was 500 or 600 years old, making everyone present appear as children in her eyes. Senior sister is good, while the turtle is bad. I disagree, Lu Lijing interjected. He Ruofeng coldly snorted. I also disagree. I no longer wish to work with him. Ren Anhe proposed. If Ruofeng does not wish to go, I can accompany Xingfeng instead. He Ruofeng turned pale and exclaimed, No, senior sister. Li Xingfeng looked to Ren Anhe for assistance. Lu Lijing coolly remarked, calling for senior sister is futile. She cannot make the decision. Li Xingfeng turned to the sect leader, who had remained silent. Sect leader. The sect leader gazed up at the ceiling. Calling on the sect leader is also of no use. I cannot make the decision either. Surely, sect leader, you have not been sidelined by the regent? Ren Anhe looked pained. Xingfeng rarely has the chance to pursue his desires. I understand your concern, Lijing, but I will take good care of him, she assured. He Ruofeng scoffed. You plan to take care of 59 children? Ren Anhe replied earnestly. Yes, and what of it? Why can't we choose an attack target? Li Xingfeng raised an eyebrow. Elder Xianyun, if you are doing me a favor, you must compensate me in some way, do you not think? Before Lu Lijing could respond, He Ruofeng pressed, What favor? Lu Lijing sighed. Xingfeng, leading a team into the secret realm is not an advantageous task. While it is an imperial-grade secret realm, it offers little benefit to those above the soul realm. It is not something worth vying for. As for allowing you to take on the young Master Yu as a disciple. Wait. He Ruofeng slammed the table and stood up. You say he is taking whom as a disciple? Lu Lijing was bewildered by his intense reaction. The young master of Zhao Ju's sect, Yu Chu Bai. Lu Lijing. You old turtle. He Ruofeng banged the table twice, cursing vehemently. Are you inviting a wolf into the house? Lu Lijing was not angered by the outburst. Yet he expressed confusion. Do you have a grudge against the young master Yu? He Ruofeng's face turned green. He is nothing but a lecher. The first time he met Li Xingfeng, he attempted to engage in immoral acts. The hall fell silent, and Lu Lijing's smile vanished entirely. After a long pause, he finally asked, word by word, what did you say? Ren Anhe hurriedly took Li Xingfeng's face in her hands. Darling, have you been wronged? Why did you not speak up? No, Li Xingfeng denied. It was merely a misunderstanding. The sect leader frowned. What exactly transpired? He Ruofeng roared. What do you mean nothing? That scoundrel made advances on Li Xingfeng right in front of me, claiming he wanted to share a night of passion. As He Ruofeng spoke, his face flushed, half from embarrassment and half from anger. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop a few degrees. Is that so? Lu Lijing's voice remained calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I understand. I will handle this. The sect leader cast a reproachful glance at He Ruofeng. Why did you not mention this sooner? Feeling somewhat guilty, He Ruofeng immediately turned his blame to Lu Lijing. You did not even take the time to understand who this person is, yet you unilaterally decided to let Li Xingfeng take a disciple? Lu Lijing offered no explanation. Indeed, I did not consider this thoroughly. My apologies, Xingfeng. I will handle matters with Zhao Ju's sect. Before he could finish, a knock echoed at the hall doors. The voice of the sect leader's senior disciple resounded from outside. Master, esteemed elders. The sect leader of Zhaoju's sect and the young master have come to pay their respects. Chapter 29. I can argue the master and young master of the Zhaoju sect? Apart from Xingshuang, the expressions of the others shifted, with He Ruofeng displaying the most pronounced reaction. He unsheathed his sword and exclaimed, "They dare to come here." Rin and he quickly intervened. Ruofeng, calm down. This is a matter of sect diplomacy. The sect master slammed the table, declaring, "Let them in. I shall seek justice for Xingshuang today." Lu Lijing remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand as the palace doors slowly opened. Bathed in sunlight, the glimmering figures of the Zhaoju sect nearly blinded onlookers. "Master Qi, it has been a long time." The smiling Yuzongzhu entered, clasping his hands in greeting. "I did not expect all the elders to be present today. Is it to welcome you?" The five seated figures wore stoic expressions, silently observing him. Yuzongzhu, sensing the awkward atmosphere, remarked, "What seems to be the matter? Esteemed elders? Have I interrupted a discussion?" He Ruofeng scoffed. "Good to know." Yuzongzhu, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Lijing spoke coolly. "What brings you here?" Yuzongzhu felt the atmosphere was increasingly peculiar, chuckling. "Ah, my son is about to take his leave under Elder Gui Yun." Bang! The palace doors slammed shut, and Lu Lijing smirked, a semblance of amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the youth father and son. Yuzongzhu felt a foreboding sensation. What did Wang Shuelu mean? Were they unwelcome? Though his words questioned, his demeanor was timid, retreating a step as if ready to flee. The Zhaoju sect was affluent, yet their focus on commerce had left their cultivation lacking. Yuzongzhu himself was merely at the mid-stage of the Soul Incorporation realm. Here were 5 individuals in the Enlightenment realm. He could not afford to falter before his venture had even begun. Rin and he frowned, her anger evident as she addressed Yuzongzhu. "We must inquire why you allow your son to humiliate our esteemed elder." Yuzongzhu turned to Yu Chubai, bewildered. What did this foolish child do? Yu Chubai's face flushed red. "I did not. Last time, it was a misunderstanding." Li Xingshuang nodded. "Indeed, a misunderstanding. I have clarified everything with my master." "What do you mean by clarified?" He Ruofeng slammed the table. "You met again later." Li Xingshuang averted her gaze. Lu Lijing's smile held an edge of chill. "Regrettably, our sect has concluded that the young master Yu is not suited to join Guiyan Peak." Yu Chubai panicked. "Why? This was not part of our agreement." Lu Lijing stood, "Because you never mentioned how you insulted our elder Gui Yun. Until you formally take him as your master, do not refer to him as such." As Yu Chubai was about to explain, Yuzongzhu struck him on the back of the head. "You foolish boy. I taught you to be humble and courteous, and yet you acted in such a manner towards elderly." Yu Chubai mumbled, I just wanted to invite my master out for a bit of fun, but I misphrased it. I thought to share a spring evening meant just to go out." Understanding dawned upon Yuzongzhu, and he struck his son again, his face turning a shade of green from anger. "You learn a few words and misuse them. Where did you hear such nonsense? Apologize to elderly." Now, Yu Chubai obediently approached Li Xingshuang, but was intercepted by He Ruofeng. "When did you meet Li Xingshuang alone? Is his injury related to you?" Yu Chubai's eyes widened. "Elder is injured? What elder? You have yet to take on a master." He Ruofeng snapped. "He was injured right after the auction." "What happened?" Yu Chubai shook his head vigorously. "That's impossible. If there were malicious fighting at the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce, I would have noticed." Yuzongzhu nearly choked. "Injured at the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce." He rushed forward, delivering a series of blows to Yu Chubai. "You troublemaker. You troublemaker." "Dad, it wasn't me. I truly had no idea." Yu Chubai shielded his head. Master Qi Jingyuan of Wang Shuelu, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, held his forehead and said, "Enough. Xingshuang, you tell us what happened." "Huh?" Li Xingshuang asked, bewildered. "What should I say?" Qi Jingyuan sighed. Amidst their quarrel, Li Xingshuang appeared lost in thought. Truly, he was something. Lu Lijing summarized the issues. "Did the young master you bully you? Were you injured at the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce?" "Oh, he didn't bully me. I caused my own injury. It had nothing to do with the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce." He Ruofeng inquired. "Then what did you discuss during your private meeting?" Li Xingshuang replied honestly. "He asked to become my partner and wanted me to marry him." At that moment, a chorus of exclamations erupted in the hall. "Ah, father, stop hitting me. I can argue." "No, father, I can explain." Rin and he grasped Li Xingshuang's hand. Worry etched on her face. "You didn't agree to him, did you?" "No," Li Xingshuang affirmed. Rin and he sighed in relief. "That's good." Xingshuang, you are still young. The world is filled with deceitful individuals. Do not let them trick you. Li Xingshuang paused. I am over 60 years old. I am not 16, senior sister. Quickly kneel before elderly. Yu Zhongzhu pushed Yu Chubai in frustration. How did I raise such a frivolous scoundrel? Yu Chubai stumbled, but dutifully knelt before Li Xingshuang. Master. I was wrong. Li Xingshuang replied, I am not your master yet. The previously obedient Yu Chubai's eyes reddened. Master, I truly understand my mistake. Please do not cast me aside. Before Li Xingshuang could respond, Lu Lijing interjected. Though I have agreed to let you join Guiyun Peak, you must first relinquish your misguided desires. Remember, once a disciple, always a son. You must regard your master as a father and refrain from any feelings that exceed the bounds of propriety. Otherwise, you shall disregard moral principles, corrupt societal norms, and lose your conscience. Yu Chubai lowered his head, suppressing his unwillingness. I understand, disciple. He Ruofeng remained unconvinced. Do you truly want him to take Li Xingshuang as his master? You are pushing her into a perilous situation. I would not be so easily harmed by someone. Li Xingshuang assessed Yu Chubai, a child at the initial comprehension stage, and thought it would be foolish to get hurt by him. Moreover, he had no intention of harming Li Xingshuang. The matters that angered the sect master and other elders did not concern him. He Ruofeng was infuriated. You are so oblivious to the consequences of your actions. Li Xingshuang inquired in confusion. I have not been harmed. He Ruofeng was on the verge of exasperation. That is precisely why you are unaware. The sect master sighed. All right, Ruofeng, let Xingshuang decide for herself. Li Xingshuang gazed at the still kneeling Yu Chubai. Yu Chubai timidly lifted his head, anxiously looking at her, fearful of rejection. Chapter 30. He shall not leave today. Since Elder Xian Yun has consented to the Zhaoju sect, it would be unwise for me to go back on my word. Yu Chubai was overjoyed, exclaiming, Master. Li Xingshuang continued. However, I recall Elder Xian Yun stating that the apprenticeship ceremony would take place after the exploration of the secret realm. Furthermore, a group from your Zhaoju sect arrived yesterday, seemingly dissatisfied with the humble conditions of Guiyun Peak. That is not the case. Yu Chubai hastily interjected, Master. I will send those troublesome servants away immediately. I shall heed your every command. Moreover, my father and I have brought some modest gifts, hoping to facilitate the better development of Wangshua Tower. Upon hearing this, Master Yu promptly produced 2 enormous boxes from his storage space, which he opened to reveal them overflowing with exquisite spirit stones, nearly blinding those present. Li Xingshuang shielded his eyes with the back of his hand, murmuring, The putrid essence of capitalism. Yu Chubai looked puzzled. What do you mean? Nothing of consequence. Please rise, Li Xingshuang replied, extending his hand to assist him. However, he Ruofeng coughed vehemently, casting a stern glare at Li Xingshuang. Confused, Li Xingshuang asked, What is the matter? Is something lodged in your throat? At that moment, Yu Chubai, beaming, grasped Li Xingshuang's hand and used it to rise, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Upon witnessing the spirit stones, Qi Jingyuan's eyes sparkled with clarity. Truly, establishing a sect is an expensive endeavor. Historically, nurturing disciples involved only expenditure, but this influx of wealth was a rarity, and such a significant amount at that. Haha, well said. Qi Jingyuan chuckled lightly, only to be met with the icy gaze of Lu Lijing, which silenced him immediately. He seldom encountered such an expression from Lu Lijing. When it appeared, it usually signified impending doom for someone. He hoped it would not be him today. Regardless, the apprenticeship must wait until after the secret realm expedition. Lu Lijing rose slowly, stating, The sect has been exceedingly busy of late, leaving us unable to attend to young Master Yu. Master Yu quickly interjected, No matter. I shall ensure that Guiyun Peak is properly constructed before my son takes his vows. There was no intention to imply that Guiyun Peak is lacking. It is merely a gesture of respect for Elder Guiyun. If Elder Guiyun takes offense, Li Xingshuang shook his head. No offense taken, but during the renovations. Please do not disturb my disciples' cultivation. The Yu father and son were unexpectedly courteous, and even though several elders harbored grievances regarding Li Xingshuang, they could find no fault. Moreover, they had bestowed such a generous gift. Those were exquisite spirit stones. This bounty could sustain Wangshua Tower for several years. Although tempted by wealth, Qi Jingyuan retained his integrity. After sending the Yu father and son away, he closed the hall doors and earnestly warned Li Xingshuang. Xingshuang, your emotional intelligence is significantly delayed compared to others. Master Mo, during his tenure, focused solely on cultivation and neglected to properly instruct you. Not to mention, the previous Elder Guiyun was so negligent that it was a miracle you survived his tutelage. Li Xingshuang interrupted. Sect Master, please speak plainly. Qi Jingyuan, with heartfelt concern, advised. Do not allow yourself to be taken advantage of, understand? Li Xingshuang nodded. Rest assured, I shall safeguard the funds sent by the Zhaoju sect. No one shall benefit unlawfully. Qi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. He Ruofeng, unable to bear it any longer, translated for Qi Jingyuan. That is not his meaning. Li Xingshuang, you must not grow too close to others, especially your disciples. Li Xingshuang looked perplexed. Why? Do not question why, he Ruofeng admonished, pointing a finger at Li Xingshuang. After a moment of silence, Li Xingshuang acquiesced. Very well. Qi Jingyuan, still uneasy, insisted. No, you do not comprehend. Let me ponder how to explain this. Lu Lijing stepped forward, kneeling before Li Xingshuang, gazing up at him. Xingshuang, consider me your disciple now. Li Xingshuang nodded. Master, look, I injured my hand while practicing swordplay. Lu Lijing opened his palm, with his head slightly raised. He wore an innocent expression that evoked a deep sense of pity in those who beheld him. Qi Jingyuan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, a sensation he could hardly articulate. Let me see, Li Xingshuang said, entirely unfazed, as he took both of Lu Lijing's hands to inspect the non-existent wound. He Ruofeng scoffed. This is utterly unacceptable. Li Xingshuang, bewildered, released his hands. Are you not concerned for your injured disciple? What if he becomes corrupted? He Ruofeng retorted. Just give him some medicine. That will suffice. That makes sense, Li Xingshuang conceded. I understand. Continue. Lu Lijing blinked innocently. But master, that medicine is too precious. This is not a serious injury. Li Xingshuang replied. If I give it to you, you must use it. I cannot bear to use it. It pains my heart. Lu Lijing lamented. Li Xingshuang frowned. Then what shall we do? Lu Lijing pointed to himself and continued to blink. If you kiss me, I shall feel better. Li Xingshuang pondered. That is scientifically improbable. Such an act would not expedite healing, even in the realm of cultivation. He Ruofeng sighed. This fellow is speaking nonsense again, but at least he is starting to exhibit some awareness. Master, if you just kiss me, I will immediately feel no pain. You are the best to me, are you not? Lu Lijing coaxed, like a devil tempting him. Li Xingshuang deliberated for a moment. Given the persistence of this suggestion, perhaps it was a method to bond with his disciple? If it proved effective, it could indeed conserve medicinal resources. Thus, he leaned down and kissed Lu Lijing's forehead, asking, Does it still hurt? The cool yet soft sensation on his forehead caused Lu Lijing's gaze to darken, though he maintained a serene expression. Rising slowly, he remarked, It seems inadequate. Xingshuang, you require a period of training. Everyone present was flabbergasted. How can the old turtle's antics be so effective? Li Xingshuang had previously engaged little with others, hence they had not realized how utterly oblivious he was. A few sweet words, and he could easily be led astray. The sect master buried his face in his hands, taking a deep breath. I was aware he was somewhat slow, but I never imagined he was this naive. Li Xingshuang questioned, What is going on? Why the sudden criticism? Ren Anha stroked Li Xingshuang's head, hesitated, and ultimately shook her head. He Ruofeng slammed his palm on the table, fervently declaring, Training. We must train him. He shall not leave until he has been properly taught today. Chapter 31. Why are you competing with me? In order to ensure that Li Xingshuang would not be taken advantage of, the sect leader and the 3 elders took turns educating him. It was not until evening that this session of common sense education concluded, followed by a simulated examination. Ren and he lowered her gaze at the paper in her hands. Elder Guiyun, I find your demeanor remarkable and wish to befriend you. Might we have a conversation in my room tonight? Li Xingshuang replied honestly, I shall not go. Ren and he nodded in satisfaction. Qi Jingyuan also lowered his head to recite his lines. Master, I feel quite frightened sleeping alone at night. Could you accompany me? Li Xingshuang replied indifferently. My cultivation does not require sleep. If you are afraid, seek the company of your fellow disciples. Qi Jingyuan was equally satisfied and reached out to pat Li Xingshuang's head. Li Xingshuang swatted his hand away. Do not touch me. Qi Jingyuan. Fine. It is what they taught you. At least you have learned something. Yet, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Qi Jingyuan cleared his throat. Ahem. Xingshuang, we are teaching you to be cautious with others, but you need not be so guarded with me, sect leader. Lu Lijing spoke slowly from behind Qi Jingyuan. If you instruct Xingshuang this way, what if others treat him the same? Ah, I am not that foolish. Xingshuang replied coolly, I know whom to be wary of. The four exchanged skeptical looks. Jingyuan, feeling hurt, asked, do you consider me someone to be cautious of? Xingshuang, I am your senior brother. Xingshuang looked perplexed. I thought we were still in the simulated examination. Seeing this, Xingshuang reiterated, I truly understand your intentions. I am not oblivious to what you are saying. I simply do not care. However, if it concerns you, I shall not behave that way in the future. The hall fell silent for a moment until Lu Lijing nodded slightly and said, I believe in you. You have always been very astute. Xingshuang clung to his objective. I have made concessions, so you ought to reciprocate. Allow me entry into the secret realm. Lu Lijing, feeling helpless, paused for 2 seconds. Very well. Ruofeng immediately objected. No, I do not agree. Lu Lijing ignored him and turned to Xingshuang. I will accompany you inside. Jingyuan, in a hurry, protested. No, I do not agree. Who will fill the role of the steward for our Wangshui Tower? Lu Lijing understood Jingyuan's urgency and replied calmly. The flow of time in the secret realm differs from that of the outside world. We will return in just 2 or 3 days. Only then did Jingyuan reluctantly acquiesce. Oh, then take care of Xingshuang. Although both were at the Ming Xian realm, Lu Lijing was at the pinnacle of the Ming Xian realm, having half-stepped into the Rongtian realm. Moreover, he was known for his attentiveness and reliability. If he were leading, he could indeed manage alone. Jingyuan felt reassured. Xingshuang, while believing he did not need looking after, could not be bothered to argue. He cared only for one thing. Is there anything else? If not, I shall return. Having wasted half a day on meaningless matters, Xingshuang longed to go back. Jingyuan finally waved his hand, signaling the meeting to disperse. At Guiyun Peak, upon returning, Xingshuang was somewhat bewildered by the several palatial structures that had suddenly appeared. No, he had not arrived at the wrong place. Had he? Master Yuchu Bai, who had originally been gesticulating beside the buildings, hurried over with a beaming smile. Are you satisfied? Xingshuang looked at the artisans, who were using spiritual energy to lift the building materials, and could not help but marvel that studying civil engineering now required cultivation. These were merely the frames. However, by the time Master returned from the secret realm, the construction should be nearly completed. Yuchu Bai reached out to tug at Xingshuang's sleeve in a playful manner. But Xingshuang subtly evaded him. His fingertips brushed against the fabric, and Yuchu Bai felt a pang of disappointment, yet did not show it, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. By the way, Master, my room is not yet ready. May I sleep with you tonight? Yuchu Bai flashed a cunning smile akin to that of a fox. Xingshuang pondered. Was this not a question from the recently concluded simulation? Although the data had changed, the question type remained the same. Merely substituting the formula would suffice. My cultivation does not require sleep. You may sleep with your senior brother instead. Just as he was about to approach Xingshuang, Ling Han nearly stumbled. With Xingshuang's cultivation, he naturally sensed someone approaching and turned to say, You have arrived. This is Yuchu Bai, who will be your junior brother from now on. Ling Han's expression was not particularly friendly, but he managed to maintain a semblance of politeness. Junior brother. Yuchu Bai smiled brightly. I have heard much about you from the Zhaojue sect. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Ling Han's expression stiffened. You jest. Junior brother. I am merely an inconspicuous figure. How could I possibly have a reputation? Elder Xianyun had informed him that the news of his demonic lineage had been suppressed by Wangshui Tower, so Yuchu Bai should not be referring to that. Yuchu Bai cheerily continued. After all, senior brother, you were the first disciple accepted by Master. Many envy and admire you. Ling Han relaxed slightly. I see. Yuchu Bai glanced at Xingshuang and then back at Ling Han, his smile laced with a hint of provocation. I met Master in my youth, and he even gifted me a reverse scale from the Han Yuan Jiaolong. It is a pity I had not intended to apprentice then, otherwise. You might have had to call me senior brother as well. Ling Han clenched his fists, the burning pain in his chest igniting a heat in his head. If he could not discern the intent of this junior brother, he would be a fool. Yuchu Bai was clearly attempting to assert dominance over him. Ling Han did not care much for others' ridicule. He could even tolerate bullying and insults. However, at this moment, his mind was consumed by 5 words. I am superfluous. He felt as if he were always extraneous. The demon race did not regard him as kin, nor did the human race. He had once thought himself redundant at Guiyun Peak until Master protected him before others. He believed he had finally found a sense of belonging. Until the appearance of this youth. Noble families, powerful officials, the heir of the sect, he seemed to possess everything seemingly within reach. Why? Why must he compete for his only? Ling Han, what are you lost in thought about? Xingshuang called out to him as he appeared to be in a daze. Ling Han immediately released his hand, which bore the marks of his grip, and smiled. Nothing, merely pondering over some doubts from my recent practice. Oh, so diligent. Xingshuang remarked casually. Well, now that you are acquainted, do get along well. Yu Chubai smiled sweetly. Of course, I will heed Master S guidance. Ling Han also managed a forced smile. I will look after my junior brother. Xingshuang added. Oh right, you will temporarily share a room with your junior brother. Master. Yu Chubai interjected hastily. I can stay in the side hall instead. I am a restless sleeper and would not want to disturb my senior brother. Xingshuang was speechless. Afraid of disturbing your senior brother, yet not worried about disturbing your master, are you? This insufferable little brat. Chapter 32. Inner Demon's Disciple Shall Retreat to Cultivate. Ling Han murmured, suppressing the intense pain in his chest and lowering his gaze. Xingshuang inquired, you mentioned having doubts. Do you require guidance from your master? Ling Han forced a faint smile. Thank you, master, but I have already figured it out. Very well. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to seek me out. Xingshuang responded. Upon returning to his chamber, Ling Han immediately tore open his garments, revealing dark purple veins resembling blood vessels, pulsating with an erratic glow as if they were ablaze. The lines extended from his chest to his back, and he pressed his hand against his heart, racked with pain that rendered him nearly breathless. Conflicting thoughts and a bloodthirsty desire surged within him. He gripped his throat fiercely until his head throbbed, and he was on the brink of asphyxiation before he finally relinquished his hold. He could not suppress the murderous and brutal instincts of the demon lineage and often directed these emotions inward. Previously, he had endured for the sake of patience and to bear humiliation. Now, however, he wished to avoid harming others and disappointing his master. His master had placed such trust in him that Ling Han did not want to reveal this grotesque side of himself. As he regained his composure, a chill crept down his spine. Why had he felt murderous intent towards his junior disciple at that moment? It was merely a matter of his master accepting another disciple. Every elder had several disciples. What was the significance of that? His master could not possibly belong to him alone. Why had he lost control? A voice within him whispered, no, it must be so. He is my master, the one I revere. If he treats me with such kindness, he can extend the same to others. Others. The voice echoed back. He previously cared solely for you, even killing you Chubai, leaving your master with only you as his disciple. Ling Han murmured to himself, no. How could I entertain such thoughts? It is utterly absurd. He is the young master of Zhao Ju's sect, possessing everything he desires. Why would he covet what is mine? Ling Han clutched his head, the pain clouding his thoughts. It felt as though his chest was seared by a branding iron, a searing heat penetrating his skin straight to his heart, each beat bringing excruciating agony. His mind felt as if it were being hammered repeatedly, the violent pain and ringing in his ears rendering him incapable of coherent thought. The voice within him continued to incite turmoil, drowning his mind in chaos. He was nearing the brink of collapse. Then, a cool, fragrant essence enveloped him gently, and Ling Han felt the pain diminish abruptly, leading him to open his eyes in a daze. He feared he was hallucinating. Xingshuang held him tenderly. Beside them a crystalline lamp emitted a soft blue glow, soothing and serene. Why remain silent? Xingshuang caressed Ling Han's back gently. The bloodline of the demon race can influence your state of mind. Why not inform your master? Had Xingshuang not come to check on his well-being, he would never have anticipated the profound impact of his demon lineage on Ling Han. This was akin to a ticking time bomb. Could it be that the system compelled him to acquire this invaluable lamp for the sake of soothing the chosen one? Disregarding the recent admonishments from his senior disciples, he pulled the boy into his embrace. Xingshuang justified his actions, reasoning that while he had been instructed to refuse others' embraces, there was no prohibition against embracing others himself. Ling Han sensed a gentle, cool fragrance surrounding him, emanating from his master. It was reminiscent of pine and snow, like ice beginning to melt, a unique aroma that calmed his troubled spirit. Unable to contain his emotions, Ling Han began to weep. The intense pain had never drawn forth a single tear, yet within this tender embrace, he found himself sobbing uncontrollably, as if to expunge years of suffering and grievances. Everything will be all right. Your master is here with you, Li Xingshuang reassured him, imbuing the crystalline lamp with spiritual energy and gently patting Ling Han's back. I know you are in distress. In the future, if you feel unwell, do not hesitate to inform me. Do not bear it alone. Otherwise, losing control over oneself would undoubtedly trouble Li Xingshuang. Ling Han extended his arms, oblivious to propriety, and clung tightly to Li Xingshuang. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare, but now he was unable to restrain his impulsive emotions. Fortunately, Li Xingshuang did not express anger. Ling Han buried his face in Li Xingshuang's embrace, weeping for quite some time. Eventually, feeling exhausted from his tears, he shyly withdrew his arms. Master, I have embarrassed you. Not at all, Li Xingshuang replied, handing him the crystalline lamp. Take this. It will stabilize your mind when infused with spiritual energy. Ling Han hesitated. It must be quite precious. Use it freely, Li Xingshuang urged, rising and extending his hand. Do not sit on the ground. It is cold. Ling Han's face flushed as he grasped Li Xingshuang's hand for support and stood up. Thank you, master. You appear to be plagued by inner demons. Have you encountered any troubles? Has anyone bullied you? Li Xingshuang inquired. Ling Han lowered his head, feeling too embarrassed to confess his jealousy towards the new junior disciple. No. Disciple is uncertain. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xingshuang suggested, I shall consult ancient texts. Perhaps this is inherent to your bloodline. Should you encounter inner demons again, illuminate the lamp. If the issue persists, come find me. Ling Han's eyes reddened once more. Yes, thank you, master. Li Xingshuang had initially intended to assess Ling Han's progress in cultivation, but witnessing his current state, he decided to ease the pressure. Let us not burden the child with excessive stress. Thus, he shifted to a different topic. Ling Han, I will accompany you into the secret realm. There is no need for excessive anxiety. Even if your cultivation is still low, I will protect you. Li Xingshuang believed that since the time was short, pushing Ling Han to cultivate further would serve little purpose. Instead, allowing him to relax was more beneficial. It was akin to preparing for a significant examination. Imposing further pressure might yield counterproductive results. Ling Han was momentarily stunned, then elated to the point of incoherence. Master, you will also enter the secret realm? I can stay by your side? Yes, of course you shall accompany me. On one hand, Li Xingshuang could deter those lacking foresight. Should disciples from Wang Shui Tower provoke Ling Han, he could prevent them from being harmed. On the other hand, being alongside the Chosen One could lead to extraordinary opportunities. Chapter 33. Illusion. On the day the secret realm was unveiled, a multitude gathered at the Yirizong. The elder Lingxi of the Hahuan sect cast flirtatious glances at Li Xingfeng upon seeing him, who mistakenly thought her eyes were twitching and chose to ignore her. Lu Lijing chuckled at the scene, but his smile quickly faded. Li Xingfeng turned to Ling Han and advised, once we enter the secret realm, we will be teleported to random locations. I will come to find you as swiftly as possible. Lu Lijing gazed at him solemnly, remarking, the secret realm is designed to temper the disciples. If you overly protect them, you may inadvertently cause them harm. Li Xingfeng wanted to retort, believing that sticking with the protagonists would ensure survival. However, he refrained from arguing. After all, when under a roof, one must bow their head. Even the sect leader must heed the words of the old tortoise, and unless there were principled issues at stake, Li Xingfeng could hardly be bothered to contest. As the sect leader of Yirizong activated the key to the secret realm, individuals began to queue and enter in turn. Upon stepping through the threshold, Li Xingfeng felt the scenery shift rapidly, followed by a brief moment of darkness. The flow of time in the secret realm was 10 times slower than in the outside world. It would remain open for 18 hours, equating to 15 days within. When he opened his eyes again, Li Xingfeng found himself amidst a vast expanse of grass. The sky was shrouded in a gloomy shade of purple-black, tinged with hints of crimson. All the vegetation appeared withered, desiccated, and blackened, crumbling at a mere touch. Indeed, the grass was dark, and the sky was purple, a truly thriving sight. He mused with irony. Why was the demonic energy so potent in this realm? Could it be a demon-slaying instance? No wonder they initially sent a chihuahua. If it entered this instance, it would likely receive a wrath buff. Before Li Xingfeng could take a step, several grotesque black figures emerged from the ground. Shadow demons, low-ranking demonic entities with limited intelligence. However, where numerous shadow demons congregated, higher-ranking demons often lurked. Li Xingfeng's sword, Frostfall, a royal-grade artifact, could impose a chilling state on enemies. He raised his hand, and frostfall flew forth, swiftly piercing through the shadow demoness body, tracing a cerulean arc before returning to his grasp. Too weak, Li Xingfeng continued forward, leaving behind a trail of black ash where he tread. Yet, after only a few steps, the surrounding darkness began to fade, the flora revived, and the sky brightened once more. Xingfeng, someone called from behind. Li Xingfeng turned to see an indistinct figure waving at him. Although he could not discern their features, a sense of familiarity washed over him, compelling him to approach. Xingfeng, it has been so long since we last met, the figure said, arms outstretched. Li Xingfeng murmured, is it really you? It has indeed been a while. Do you miss me? As he drew closer, he confessed, I miss you very much. Though the visage was obscured, he knew who it was. Xingfeng, do you wish to be with me forever? The figure extended a hand. However, in the next instant, Li Xingfeng thrust frostfall through the figure, piercing it completely. Simultaneously, the sky and ground returned to their somber gloom. Frostfall returned to Li Xingfeng's hand. He had envisioned annihilating this figure countless times, yet as time passed, all emotions dulled, rendering the person's appearance and voice indistinct. Whether it was hatred or longing, Li Xingfeng had let go. At least he believed he had. The pierced body rose from the ground, transforming into mist, its voice a cacophony of ages, desireless, loveless, joyless, and sorrowless. It is rare to encounter someone who breaks the illusion so swiftly. Illusion demons could manifest as figures from human memories, capable of enchanting minds and amplifying emotions 1,000-fold. Compared to typical demons, they lacked significant offensive capabilities but delighted in toying with individuals within illusions. Your skills require refinement, Li Xingfeng replied calmly. You should not use the visage of my enemy to ensnare me. The illusion demon circled Li Xingfeng, perplexed. It cannot be. I transformed into the most significant person in your heart. Li Xingfeng retorted boldly. Do you know how many years I have wished to kill him? Of course he is significant. The illusion demon fell silent. Watching as the mist dissipated, Li Xingfeng thought this creature rather fragile. It sulked upon failing to deceive him. He continued on his path, encountering numerous low-ranking demons along the way, dispatching them with ease, merely tossing frostfall to eliminate them. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Xingfeng finally spotted a person, though unfamiliar. The individual, garbed in Xingshuang attire, was locked in combat with a towering demon covered in tumors. Approximately 3 to 4 meters tall, the disciple was battered and weary, desperately wielding a sword, looking quite unfortunate. Upon seeing Li Xingfeng, the disciple's expression brightened. Elder Guiyan, save me. Li Xingfeng initially considered ignoring him, thinking he had become the unfortunate one. However, unable to disregard the plea, he drew his sword and leaped into the air, cleaving the tumor demon's head. Thank you, Elder Guiyan, for your rescue. The Xingshuang disciple bowed deeply. I am Yin Hai, the third disciple of Elder Lu from Xingshuang. I will surely, Elder Guiyan. Li Xingfeng fled rapidly. He had no desire to carry a burden. If it had been someone from Wangshuelo, he would have complied. But he had no intention of involving himself with others. He had never been fond of seeking trouble. Yet, only a few kilometers away, he encountered another familiar figure, Lu Lijing. Standing vacantly, his eyes hollow and devoid of life, evidently ensnared in an illusion. Li Xingfeng reached out to pinch his face, but after a prolonged effort with no response, he resorted to a more direct approach, kicking Lu Lijing's rear, toppling him to the ground. Lu Lijing fell, still unresponsive, as if lifeless. Li Xingfeng crouched beside him, preparing to extract the Jinshi Qin for an impromptu performance, when a cloud of black mist dispersed from Lu Lijing's form. Gradually, a flicker of light returned to Lu Lijing's eyes. Upon seeing Li Xingfeng, he blinked several times, seemingly in disbelief. Awakened? Li Xingfeng inquired. Lu Lijing lifted his hand, gently caressing Li Xingfeng's forehead and then his brows. Li Xingfeng felt a strange tickle and a sense of confusion. With eyes brimming with tenderness and longing, Lu Lijing shed tears, murmuring softly, Yinxing, I had a dream. Chapter 34. You are very much like him. Xingshuang unceremoniously raised her hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Lu Lijing. Have you come to your senses? Lu Lijing remained silent, getting up quietly to smooth out the wrinkles in his clothes, even using his powers to remove the dust. The colleagues who had worked together on 2 business trips were, in temperament, polar opposites. He Ruo-Feng was quick-tempered, igniting with the slightest provocation, spending half of each day in a state of anger, truly resembling a chihuahua. In contrast, Lu Lijing maintained a stable demeanor, his emotions hidden from view. Even when angered, he displayed it with subtlety, and everything he did was deliberate and slow, much like his nickname, Turtle. Yet, despite his calm facade, Xingshuang could discern that he was currently displeased. Don't be angry. It was just a couple of slaps, after all. If I hadn't hit you, you'd still be lost in your dreams. Xingshuang thought him rather petty. No anger, Lu Lijing replied, lowering his gaze. I mistook you for someone else. Had he not mentioned it, Xingshuang would have remained oblivious. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I just have a common face. Lu Lijing. If Xingshuang had a common face, then the standard of beauty was exceedingly high. After walking in silence for about 10 minutes, Lu Lijing finally spoke again. Yunqing is my younger brother. Xingshuang took a moment to process his words, recalling that Lu Lijing had mistaken her for that very Yunqing. Oh, do I resemble him? She inquired casually. Lu Lijing turned to her, articulating each word with clarity, very much so. Xingshuang understood then that Lu Lijing was indulging in a game of comparison. However, she was indifferent to such matters. She and Lu Lijing were not particularly close, and he had never favored her due to any resemblance to his brother. In fact, he had secretly undermined her. Lu Lijing's gaze seemed to drift far away as he recounted, in my childhood, my father brought back a commoner woman from outside the palace. Upon her arrival, she was bestowed the title of Defei. The entire court was rife with gossip, claiming she was a fox spirit, a bewitching creature intent on ensnaring the emperor. Suddenly, Lu Lijing delved into memories. Xingshuang was not particularly concerned with the private lives of her colleagues, but if Lu Lijing wished to share, she would not object. I have met that Defei. Lu Lijing pressed his lips together. She was indeed beautiful, though a perpetual sorrow clouded her features. Perhaps for her, the palace was far from a sanctuary. The palace has never been a benevolent place. Before long, Defei was diagnosed with a pregnancy complication, making her the target of further scorn. A rival concubine poisoned her food, leading to a difficult childbirth, and she passed away shortly after delivering a son. The infant was frail, and the physician declared he would likely live no more than 18 years. At this point, Lu Lijing halted his steps. Xingshuang offered consolation. Look on the bright side. Even if he could live to 80, he would have died long ago. Lu Lijing remained silent for a moment, then continued, my father named him Lu Liyun, calling him Yunqing in private. He cherished him deeply, even disregarding the objections of court officials to bestow the title of prince upon the newborn. Xingshuang asked casually, do you feel the same about him? Lu Lijing shook his head. Initially, I detested him. No one relishes having a rival. However, upon reflection, he was merely a short-lived child. Even if he were to be named heir, he would never ascend the throne. Perhaps due to the tragedy that befell Defei, my father took great care to protect Yunqing. When I first met him, he was already 5 years old. I must admit, he was the most beautiful and charming child I had ever seen, though he was much frilier than others. Upon seeing me, he approached without hesitation and called me elder brother. At that moment, I felt there was no longer a need to despise him. Lu Lijing turned to Xingshuang. When I first saw you, I was truly taken aback. You bear a striking resemblance to him, which made me uneasy, though I indeed miss my brother. I understand that substituting one person for another is unfair to both. Thus, I consciously avoided you. Xingshuang replied nonchalantly, I don't mind such matters. If you miss your brother, you may consider me a stand-in. Lu Lijing chuckled softly, shaking his head. You are you, and Yunqing is Yunqing. Both are significant to me. There is no replacement. But the person in your dreams is him, isn't it? Lu Lijing paused again, then nodded, yes. It was the day he died. I was trapped within it, as if ensnared in a nightmare. Lu Lijing had no intention of elaborating further, merely reaching out to touch Xingshuang's hair, his expression dimming slightly. Xingshuang found little interest in his tale, even if she listened. She would likely forget it soon. For her, the priority lay in locating Ling Han and uncovering valuable items within this secret realm. The pair encountered no further dangers along their journey. After all, both were at the bright heart stage. Although Lu Lijing had appeared somewhat disheveled earlier, aside from the illusion demons that specifically targeted mental defenses, little could obstruct him. The deepest pain buried within him remained unspoken. He had never shared it with anyone. And even today, his heartfelt confessions to Xingshuang were incomplete. He always hesitated to mention the specifics of that nightmare. Xingshuang, meanwhile, was idly scanning her surroundings. The secret realm was indeed vast. Her having collided with two individuals was nothing short of extraordinary luck. After walking with Lu Lijing for quite some time, aside from the occasional appearance of lowly demons, they had yet to encounter any living beings. However, after such a lengthy trek, Xingshuang finally confirmed one thing. The entire secret realm was likely shrouded in demonic energy. Lu Lijing glanced up at the sky. This secret realm should belong to the chaotic border between the demon realm and the human realm. There are many lowly demons. Yet the only higher-level demon we have encountered thus far is the illusion demon. The demon realm and the human realm do not occupy the same spatial plane. They resemble parallel lines. However, connections exist between these parallel lines, which is what we refer to as the border. Here, demons may appear, as well as humans. Yet one commonality prevails. Generally, proper humans and proper demons do not intermingle in this space. It is a chaotic and perilous place. Yet such environments may yield treasures belonging to both demons and humans. Perhaps it would be suitable for Linghan. Chapter 35. The cavernous labyrinth. It appeared that there was no path ahead. Xingshuang pointed to the front, where a massive crack bisected the ground. Yet we could simply fly across it. Lu Lijing did not object and followed Xingshuang forward. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming force yanked both of them away. Even resisting with spiritual energy proved futile against the valley's gravitational pull. It was a spatial spell. Before the two could struggle, they were swept into its grasp. Xingshuang felt somewhat unfortunate. Logically, one's mental state should allow for confident navigation within a secret realm of this level. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a cavern, seemingly devoid of immediate danger. Oddly, this secret realm was peculiar, although even high-level cultivators could find themselves in peril. Such predicaments were typically not fatal. It bore a mischievous quality. Elder Xinyan? Xingshuang called out while rising to his feet. No one answered. The use of spiritual consciousness was impeded within the secret realm. The cavern was dimly lit, with only faint light seeping through the crevices of the stones. Xingshuang cast a illumination spell to better assess his surroundings. The cavern was riddled with numerous passages, resembling an intricate maze. Suddenly, the nearby stone wall trembled and then collapsed, leaving Xingshuang momentarily dazed. It wasn't the wall's fall that stunned him, but the realization that the one who had broken through was none other than his disciple, Linghan. It was indeed serendipitous. Fortune had favored him without effort. Perhaps it was the result of a protagonist's aura. Master? Linghan exclaimed with delight, hastily kicking aside the debris as he rushed toward Xingshuang. I encountered you first in this secret realm. How fortuitous. However, Xingshuang was preoccupied with another matter. Why were you smashing the wall? Linghan replied sheepishly. It appears I got lost, so I thought if I demolished everything around, I might find my way. Xingshuang surveyed the area. Don't you think this place might collapse? It hasn't collapsed, perhaps thanks to the protection of luck. Linghan answered obediently. Xingshuang nodded. Let us proceed together in search of a way out. All right. Linghan eagerly followed Xingshuang. Xingshuang inquired. Did you appear here from the beginning? Not at all. I first found myself in a desolate area, then spotted a strange door. As I approached, I was drawn inside. Xingshuang pondered. He and Lu Lijing had been transported due to their proximity to a cliff, while Linghan's point of entry was evidently different. It seemed the transportation points were scattered and varied, suggesting that many individuals might have been brought here. Xingshuang glanced at the wall shattered by Linghan. Beyond it lay a dead end. No wonder he had resorted to such a brute force approach. Although the full expanse of the cavern was obscured, Xingshuang sensed it was vast, casting doubt on whether he could find his way out. Surely, he wouldn't be lost here for 15 days, right? He glanced at Linghan beside him. Perhaps following the child of fortune would ensure safety. Indeed, not long after, Xingshuang spotted a peculiar pattern etched upon the stone wall ahead, depicting the visage of a demon dragon. Unlike the flood dragon he had previously slain, the demon dragon resembled a large lizard with wings, typically of a dark hue. The outside world proclaimed that demon dragons reveled in destruction, coveted treasures, and abducted beautiful maidens. In truth, demon dragons were quite the opposite. They spent most of their time slumbering in their lairs. Given their docile nature, they hardly merited the title of demon clan. Nevertheless, humans remained keen on hunting demon dragons, driven by an innate animosity towards the demon clan and the abundance of superior materials found within them. Their scales could be refined into magical artifacts, their flesh served as alchemical ingredients, and their hearts were invaluable gems. Is this the lair of a demon dragon? Ling Han approached to take a closer look. Xingshuang shook his head. It shouldn't be. A demon dragon's lair isn't so grand. They are rather indolent, typically seeking out a simple cave rather than navigating a convoluted maze. Before the stone wall adorned with the demon dragon motif lay two diverging paths. Xingshuang turned to Ling Han. Choose a path. I shall follow your lead. Ling Han appeared taken aback. Me? I get to choose? Indeed, Xingshuang affirmed. I have faith in you. He held great trust in Ling Han's fortune. Ling Han hesitated. What if I choose incorrectly? With me here. Even in the face of danger, you shall be safe. Moved by his master's words, Ling Han led Xingshuang down the left path. At the end of the passage stood a door. It seemed they had chosen wisely. Ling Han approached the door to examine it, pondering how to open it. Xingshuang joined him. Noticing a large circular disc on the door, adorned with an array of strange symbols, possibly letters, which might be the key to opening it. Xingshuang attempted to use the system to identify it, but the system disregarded his attempts at cheating. Thus, he resorted to manually turning the disc. However, as soon as he began to rotate it, a powerful force flung him back. Master! Ling Han rushed forward to assist him, but Xingshuang steadied himself, merely taking 2 steps back without falling. Are you all right, master? Ling Han asked with concern. Xingshuang shook his head. Ling Han furrowed his brow at the door and reached out to try it himself, yet he was not repelled. Xingshuang mused. Could it be that only those bearing demon blood can turn the door's ring? This scenario is indeed tailored for the protagonist. Xingshuang felt speechless. Could the plot armor not be a tad more subtle? It seemed as if the heavens were eager for all to recognize the favor bestowed upon the child of fortune. Ling Han, in a flurry, turned the disc, and, unexpectedly, it opened. As the door creaked ajar, a musty, dusty scent wafted forth, revealing an inner chamber shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Xingshuang cast another illumination spell and stepped inside. The room appeared long abandoned, thick with dust, and littered with human skeletal remains, which looked quite gruesome. Master! Ling Han stood frozen, staring at the scattered bones. Seeing this, Xingshuang approached him and grasped his hand. You need not fear. I am here. Ling Han hesitated, then reciprocated the grasp of that icy hand, finding some solace in its chill. He did not disclose to Xingshuang that his paralysis stemmed not from fear, but from exhilaration. The demon blood coursing through him surged with excitement upon sighting the human skulls. This was wrong. This was wrong. Ling Han was aware of it, yet he found himself unable to take a step forward. Chapter 36. The Cursed Jade Talisman. Xingshuang observed that Ling Han remained motionless, pondering the child's peculiar timidity. However, she did not reproach him. Instead, she gently patted the back of his hand with her other hand. If you are truly frightened, wait here for a moment. I shall venture inside to investigate. As she spoke, she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to have it firmly grasped by Ling Han. I will accompany my master. Yet, he soon seemed to realize the impropriety of his action, blushing as he reluctantly released her grip. Being near his master instilled a sense of comfort within him, yet he feared to offend and provoke her displeasure. Fortunately, Xingshuang did not seem angered by his abruptness. The inner chamber beyond the door appeared to have been abandoned for a considerable time, with dust covering every surface. The floor was littered with desiccated bones, save for a solitary stone pedestal in the center, upon which rested a box of indeterminate material. This box, however, was ensnared by thorny, black-red vines. Xingshuang attempted to dispel them with her magic, only to be repelled without success. She discerned that this object was akin to the door. It could be forcibly opened. Yet such an act would lead to its destruction. Earlier, she had been capable of forcibly breaking through the door with her spiritual energy, but she realized that doing so would result in the collapse of this secret chamber. The implication was clear: destruction would not benefit the human race. Seeing this, Ling Han swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xingshuang. Master, perhaps it requires the bloodline of the demon race to unlock it. Allow me to try. He extended his hand, yet the vines showed no inclination to retreat. When he applied his spiritual energy, he too was repelled, his arm vibrating with a numbing sensation. After a moment of contemplation, Xingshuang mused, perhaps it requires demonic energy. Although you bear the bloodline of the demon race, you are not a demon cultivator. Hence you cannot unlock it. We should take our leave. Ling Han felt a tinge of regret, preparing to depart with Xingshuang, when suddenly the ground began to tremble. The door slammed shut, and the candles adorning the stone walls ignited with an eerie green flame. The skeletons scattered across the floor began to tremble and reassemble, rising slowly to their feet. The sound of clattering bones echoed ominously. There were about 10 skeletons, each possessing strength roughly equivalent to the mid-stage of the Qi harmonization realm. Ling Han, being only at the meridian opening stage, though on the verge of a breakthrough and capable of fighting above his rank, knew he could not contend with such a multitude of foes. However, Xingshuang threw her frostfall sword with remarkable speed, piercing through the skeletons with ease. Why set such a rudimentary trap? She pondered, perplexed. Ling Han replied, "It is clearly because you are simply too powerful, master. Is it possible that this place is not intended for the trials of Mingxin realm cultivators at all?" Having silently criticized, he glanced around, intending to assess for further dangers, only to suddenly notice that the thorns on the pedestal had receded, moving aside. "Master, please come and see." As he reached out to open the box, the thorns surged back violently, piercing his hand. Blood immediately flowed forth, and though Ling Han grimaced, he remained silent. It was merely a flesh wound, not of great concern. The thorns, now stained with blood, receded once more, this time genuinely fading away. Just as Ling Han was about to attempt to open the box again, Xingshuang produced a vial of healing medicine and offered it to him. "Tend to your wound." Ling Han quickly waved his hand. "Thank you, master. But it is just a minor injury. There is no need for such precious medicine. Use it, it is yours now." "Thank you, master." Ling Han accepted the vial, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Xingshuang found this exchange somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the simulated tests devised by Lu Lijing. Yet, Ling Han did not utter any words about a kiss to relieve the pain. Indeed, Lu Lijing's thoughts seemed excessively fanciful. His disciple was perfectly normal. After consuming the healing medicine, his wound healed rapidly, and he again extended his hand to open the box. Inside lay a jade talisman, emanating dark energy. Ling Han found it peculiar, lifting it for closer inspection, uncertain of its purpose. Xingshuang reached out, and Ling Han obediently placed it in her hand. The jade emitted a heavy aura of death. Xingshuang, captivated, remarked, "This is intriguing. May I play with it for a few days?" Ling Han hesitated in his response. Xingshuang, sensing the silence, questioned, "Is it not permissible?" She extended the jade back to Ling Han. "Then I shall return it to you." Ling Han was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. "Master, are you inquiring of me? Is there anyone else present?" Xingshuang responded with a bemused glance. Ling Han continued, slightly flustered, "But, is this not your possession? You retrieved it." Xingshuang had no intention of usurping Ling Han's opportunity. She merely found the talisman intriguing and wished to play with it for a short while. Ling Han murmured, "But, since you brought me to explore this secret realm, all treasures should rightfully belong to you." Xingshuang fell silent. This child was remarkably earnest. Would he fare poorly outside? "What you obtain is yours, and most of the items here are of no use to me." Ling Han leaned slightly towards Xingshuang, eager to please. "It is rare for you to find something you cherish. It should undoubtedly remain with you." Xingshuang did not press further. The talisman was indeed fascinating, worthy of its status as a magical artifact accessible only to the demon race. Holding the jade talisman, she raised her other hand, intending to infuse it with a touch of spiritual energy to recognize her as its master. However, at the moment she infused her energy, an unusual force surged forth, causing her to tumble to the ground. Could it truly be Ling Han's destiny? Xingshuang pondered. "Master!" Ling Han exclaimed in panic. Xingshuang waved her hand, intending to reassure him that there was no harm in her fall, yet she suddenly sensed something amiss. Her physique had diminished. Her clothing hung loosely about her, and as she rose, she nearly tripped again. Channeling her spiritual energy, she found her cultivation level unchanged. Ling Han knelt before Xingshuang, his expression fraught with concern. "Master, how could this be? What is happening?" Xingshuang replied nonchalantly, "It seems to be the curse associated with that jade talisman. It is peculiar, however. While it carries a heavy aura of death, it should have drawn upon one's vitality, aging the individual. Perhaps it relates to my constitution." Ling Han, though somewhat bewildered, furrowed his brow at the mention of a curse. "A curse? Then, what shall we do? How can it be lifted?" "Master, it is all my fault. If only I—" Enough with the unnecessary lamentations. Xingshuang retrieved the jade talisman from the ground. This object should only be usable by those of the demon race, yet it was perilous. "I will study it further and provide you with guidance later." "Master, at this juncture, do not concern yourself with such trifles. Your well-being is of utmost importance. Li Xingfang, unperturbed, cast a spell to resize her clothing to fit properly, then added, as long as your cultivation remains unaffected, we shall address the curse once we are outside. This place is not safe. Come, allow me to escort you out. Li Xingfang extended her hand towards Ling Han. Yet in her youthful form, the gesture appeared rather comical, akin to a child striving to appear mature, causing Ling Han's face to flush with warmth, making him hesitant to meet her gaze. Ahem, very well, master. Chapter 37. You seem to have misunderstood Ling Han, led Li Xingshuang, taking a step and pausing, continually gazing down at the diminutive figure of his master. Li Xingshuang tugged at his hand, urging, do move faster, I can barely keep up. Ling Han murmured, but just a moment ago, master nearly stumbled. As Ling Han quickened his pace slightly, Li Xingshuang hurried after him, only to step on the hem of his garment and nearly fall. With utmost confidence, Li Xingshuang declared, that was merely due to the ill-fitting size of my robes. They are now perfectly tailored. I shan't trip again. Ling Han hesitated, still moving slowly but no longer stopping. The sight of his master transformed into a child of 5 or 6 years filled him with an unparalleled sense of guilt and an almost irresistible urge to caress the little one. He exerted all his self-control to refrain from picking up this adorable figure resembling a jade doll. Li Xingshuang, with small hands, could only grasp Ling Han's fingers. Ling Han longed to hold his master's hand fully but felt it would be an affront, as it would imply treating his master like a mere child. Yet, the charming appearance of his master, despite the lack of expression, combined with that soft little face, completely dissipated any air of aloofness that once surrounded him. Perhaps there was still some, but it eluded the perception of others. Ling Han guided Li Xingshuang to the previously marked fork in the road adorned with the image of a magical dragon, and they ventured down another path. This route twisted and turned, and after several more branches, Li Xingshuang finally encountered Lu Lijing, from whom he had been separated. Indeed, following the child of destiny brought good fortune. The three collided head-on, and Lu Lijing stared at the child like Li Xingshuang. After a moment, he glanced at Ling Han and then back at Li Xingshuang, clearly overwhelmed by the current situation. Elder Xianyun, Ling Han called out, feeling somewhat guilty. Lu Lijing stepped forward, silently lifting Li Xingshuang into his arms. Despite the reduction in size, he was unmistakably Li Xingshuang. For Li Xingshuang, being cradled as a child was a distant memory, almost akin to an entirely new experience. Are you hurt? Lu Lijing inquired, cradling Li Xingshuang with one arm. Li Xingshuang opened his hands to demonstrate, not at all. Lu Lijing held him tighter and turned to Ling Han. What transpired? It was a curse. Li Xingshuang interjected for Ling Han. There's no harm done. My cultivation remains unaffected, merely my stature has diminished slightly. Lu Lijing remained silent, fixating on Ling Han. Ling Han promptly stated, it is entirely the fault of the disciple. Master encountered danger while protecting me. I implore Elder Xianyun to administer punishment. Upon hearing this, Li Xingshuang immediately protested, do not blame him. It's merely my own misfortune, unrelated to him. Lu Lijing gently poked Li Xingshuang's forehead. You always defend him. Li Xingshuang raised 4 fingers. Every word I speak is the truth. Lu Lijing chuckled in exasperation. I will not concern myself with how you both managed this. Regardless, I shall not permit you to venture outside for tasks again. You cannot treat me this way, Li Xingshuang protested, clutching Lu Lijing's collar. We are both elders. If not equals, we hold comparable status, do we not? Lu Lijing smiled, enunciating each word, I certainly can. Li Xingshuang retorted, you scoundrel. Once Li Xingshuang fell silent, Lu Lijing cast a glance at Ling Han. Your master sought to enter the secret realm for your sake, and now he has been reduced to this state. Ling Han bowed his head, consumed by guilt. Li Xingshuang pinched Lu Lijing's mouth shut. Kind words cultivate good relations. Harsh words wound the heart. Lu Lijing. Ling Han. We are a righteous sect. Do not manipulate the disciple. Li Xingshuang continued. I entered willingly. The danger I faced was due to my own limitations, bearing no relation to Ling Han. Ling Han's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Master. Lu Lijing removed Li Xingshuang's hand, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I do not blame him. I merely wish to remind you to cherish his goodness and treat him well in the future. Li Xingshuang shook his head. My kindness towards him does not seek return. He is my disciple. Caring for him, protecting him, and educating him is my duty. You indeed. Lu Lijing sighed. Ling Han, Did you hear that? Ling Han fought back tears, his voice hoarse. Yes. Enough about you both. I too have erred. Lu Lijing said, smoothing Li Xingshuang's hair as he resumed walking. Let us not become separated again. Li Xingshuang clung to Lu Lijing's neck, too lazy to walk on his own, fearing he would be set down. Lu Lijing chuckled, embracing him. You are rather amusing at this moment. Li Xingshuang suddenly called out, Brother. Lu Lijing's previously gentle expression shattered in an instant. He halted, speaking stiffly. Do not address me in that manner. Why not? Li Xingshuang assumed Lu Lijing was reminded of his younger brother upon seeing his shrunken self. Lu Lijing remained silent, continuing to walk. You are angry, Li Xingshuang concluded rather than questioned. After a moment of silence, Lu Lijing calmly replied, I am not, but do not call me that. Oh. Li Xingshuang ceased his inquiries, realizing that Lu Lijing detested comparisons to his brother. Lu Lijing held Li Xingshuang with one arm while supporting his back with the other. Many years prior, he had cradled another child in a similar manner. Concerned that their conversation about anger might lead to an argument, Ling Han stepped forward, speaking from a step behind Lu Lijing. Elder Xianyun, should you feel weary, allow me to carry master. At this, Lu Lijing tightened his grip, as if fearing Ling Han would contest him. I am not so feeble as to be unable to carry a child. Ling Han pressed his lips together. I meant no offense. I merely observed your complexion. Lu Lijing smiled humorlessly. It appears you have misunderstood our brotherly relationship. Just the other day, you were discussing Elder Tianyun with disciples from another sect. Do you truly believe there is discord between us and Xingshuang? Chapter 38. Each with their own concerns. Ling Han's expression shifted slightly as he was about to clarify, when Li Xingshuang interjected with a question. When did you go to the outer sect? At that moment, neither of them was certain whom he was addressing, but Lu Lijing responded. When you went out with Ruofeng for a meeting, I encountered Ling Han at the outer sect. He was there to meet a female disciple with whom he shares a past acquaintance. Is it Ning Mo Ro? The instant the words left his lips, both their faces changed. Ling Han stammered, Master, how did you know? Meanwhile, Lu Lijing, walking ahead, furrowed his brow, and neither noticed his expression. Li Xingshuang nodded. It seems that Ling Han, who has not fallen into demonic ways, has indeed developed further with the destined daughter. How wonderful. This is a joyous occasion. I have met her. I hear she was a good friend of yours when you were at the outer sect. Leaning on Lu Lijing's shoulder, she continued, She is a lovely girl, both in character and appearance. Li Xingshuang earnestly recommended her to Ling Han, hoping to foster a union. It was not that he relished playing matchmaker. Rather, he wished for these two fated individuals to join forces and strengthen the Wangshui Tower. However, Ling Han's expression grew increasingly grim. Confused by his apparent unhappiness, Li Xingshuang heard Ling Han's voice tremble as he asked, Master, do you favor girls like Ning Shimi? It dawned on Li Xingshuang that Ling Han misunderstood, thinking he had intentions toward Ning Mo Ro and feared competition. Setting aside the fact that Li Xingshuang harbored no such feelings, even if he did, he would never presume to vie with someone of such destiny. No, Ling Han sighed in relief. Master merely admires her. If her cultivation were higher, I intended to take her as a disciple. Xianyun Elder, could you lighten your grip? I can hardly breathe. Li Xingshuang nearly had his ribs crushed by the old fellow's embrace. Lu Lijing, realizing he had unconsciously applied too much force, quickly eased his hold. Ling Han's face turned pale. Is that so? While he could deceive himself regarding Yu Chu by being the disciple of that old fellow, what merit did Ning Mo Ro possess? Her talent barely made her noteworthy, and her admission to Wangshui Tower was already a remarkable feat. What was Li Xingshuang admiring about her? Was it merely her beauty? Did he wish to accept a pretty female disciple? No. Master wouldn't be that shallow. Seeing Ling Han rendered speechless with joy, Li Xingshuang turned to Lu Lijing. Xianyun Elder, what do you think? Lu Lijing's expression was hardly better, though he was adept at concealing his feelings. He smiled faintly. I have met that disciple as well. Her talent is too low, and her cultivation does not compare to her peers. If you were to take her as a disciple, other disciples might harbor resentment. Yu Chu Bai's talent is also lacking. Should he receive special treatment? Li Xingshuang was dissatisfied with Lu Lijing's double standards. Though Yu Chu Bai's talent was not particularly high, it was still superior to that of the female disciple. Besides, he was the scion of the sect, and his status alone warranted consideration. At this point, Lu Lijing regarded Li Xingshuang for a moment before smiling slightly. Has he not yet formally acknowledged you as his master? If you truly do not favor him, I could speak to Zhaoju sect. Ling Han immediately looked hopeful. He had not anticipated that the old fellow could exhibit such understanding. Xingshuang waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Having accepted so much money from him, would you really return it all? Of course, Lu Lijing readily agreed. You think I would hesitate? Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. 10,000 premium spirit stones. Selling me wouldn't fetch that much. Lu Lijing chuckled. Do you think I would part with you so easily? Your actions are no different from selling me, Xingshuang accused. Ah, that's my fault. Lu Lijing admitted without hesitation. You sold me and gave me no benefits, Xingshuang continued to accuse. Lu Lijing nodded. That is indeed my error. Xingshuang. What good does it do to admit your mistake? You should compensate me. Deciding not to dwell on it further, Xingshuang returned to resting on Lu Lijing's shoulder, looking at Ling Han. Ling Han, do you want a junior sister? Ling Han's expression stiffened. When parents inquire whether a child desires a younger sibling, it usually signifies that the mother is already pregnant. Similarly, when a master asks a disciple about wanting junior siblings, it indicates that preparations to accept disciples are underway. Ling Han dared not refuse outright, as he could not dictate his master's wishes and feared inciting his anger. He stammered, Master, the junior brother has yet to formally enter the sect. If you were to accept 2 disciples at once, it might be quite demanding. Besides, the junior sister's cultivation is currently too low. Perhaps we should wait until she is stronger. Ah, that is a valid point. Xingshuang nodded, concluding that Ling Han indeed wished to see Ning Mo Ro. His thoughts aligned with his own, both desiring to wait until Ning Mo Ro's cultivation had improved. The 3 of them, each on different wavelengths, were not merely harboring ulterior motives, but were clearly at odds. Ling Han felt a profound sadness concerning Xingshuang's desire to take on disciples. However, it was not a grievance against Xingshuang, but rather a reflection of his own inadequacies. He did not wish for his master to accept another disciple. Fully aware that such a decision was entirely natural, and he should not feel this way. Yet, he could not help but feel envy. He did not want anyone else to divert his master's attention from him, nor did he wish to share the warmth that had always been exclusively his. As he spoke of waiting for the junior sister to grow stronger, he maliciously thought that with Ning Mo Ro's talent, no matter how hard she tried, she would hardly reach any notable heights. Meanwhile, Xingshuang mused that this talented pair was indeed a natural match. According to the original fate, Ling Han and Ning Mo Ro should not have been together due to Ling Han's descent into darkness. After Xingshuang altered their destinies, both were now upright cultivators, free to be together without pretense. He even contemplated whether he should personally guide these 2 destined children, pondering if their offspring would be the next great protagonists. After all, how could the children of 2 fated individuals turn out anything less than extraordinary? As for Lu Lijing, his demeanor was shrouded in gloom. Subsequently, he was yanked by Xingshuang for gripping too tightly. Lu Lijing cast a helpless glance at Xingshuang, feeling discomfort, yet indicating that there was no need to involve him in the matter. Having been tugged twice, Xingshuang pushed him away in dissatisfaction. I do not wish for your embrace. Let me down. Upon hearing this, Ling Han hastily stepped forward. Master, if you do not mind, allow your disciple to carry you. Lu Lijing was even less inclined to relent, gently coaxing, Xingshuang, do not be petulant. Let your disciple carry you. It is unbecoming. No. Xingshuang tugged at Lu Lijing's collar. Do you not feel we are merely circling back? Ling Han surveyed the surroundings. Master, shall I attempt to break through here once again? Xingshuang looked up at the stone wall. At this point, they had no choice but to hope it would not collapse. Let us try, he said. Ling Han gathered his sword and channeled his energy, striking the nearby stone wall. The wall indeed shattered, but simultaneously, the entire cavern began to tremble. Xingshuang suddenly felt an ominous sense. Is there any hope of reattaching this? Chapter 39. The 5 stone statues. Lu Lijing waved his hand to raise a shield of spiritual energy, enveloping the 3 of them within. The stone cave crumbled in pieces, and the ground beneath them trembled, revealing a portal that pulled them in. Xingshuang felt dizzy and thought to himself that he never wished to encounter a portal again in his life. Fortunately, he did not fall, as the 3 remained united, with Lu Lijing holding him securely. However, Ling Han was less fortunate and landed unceremoniously on his backside. As Xingshuang surveyed his surroundings, he found himself standing on a circular plaza paved with stone bricks, encircled by 5 stone statues. The sky was no longer dark purple, but a menacing crimson, swirling with a sense of foreboding. In front of the plaza stood another stone door, and as Lu Lijing approached, Xingshuang noticed the inscription above it. To open this door, shatter the statues in order. The female demon precedes the evil spirit, but follows the elder. The elder comes after the shadow demon, yet before the dragon. The evil spirit is not the last. Xingshuang was at a loss for words. Was there still a need for deduction? Ling Han leaned closer, seemingly baffled by the riddle. Lu Lijing remarked, the order from front to back is shadow demon, elder, female demon, evil spirit, and dragon. You calculate swiftly, Xingshuang noted, having just finished reading while Lu Lijing had already pieced it together. His efficiency was indeed the polar opposite of his speech speed. Lu Lijing smiled slightly. It may seem convoluted, but it's quite simple. Xingshuang was too apathetic to ponder its simplicity further and instead turned to the 5 statues, questioning their identities. What are these statues supposed to represent? The craftsmanship of the demon race is woefully inadequate. Aside from the dragon, which has a distinct form, the others are horrifically disfigured human-like silhouettes. Lu Lijing appeared to share his confusion. Ling Han, however, pointed to each statue one by one. Isn't it obvious? This one is female, this one is old. This one is a dragon, this is a shadow creature, and this is a spirit. Xingshuang exclaimed, goodness, the innate talent of the demon race. Lu Lijing looked at Ling Han. In that case, dear disciple, you shall shatter the statues. I shall hold on to Xingshuang, which makes it inconvenient for me. Ling Han obediently complied, but lamented his poor memory. Could Elder Xinyan please repeat the order? I've forgotten. Lu Lijing smiled. Xingshuang. Is your disciple's memory truly that poor? Xingshuang tugged at his ear. Only you have a good memory. Do you not know the saying, do not underestimate the youth? For the river flows east and west in 30 years. If he were to falter, the sect would be doomed. Xingshuang felt a heavy heart for Wang Xuelo. Lu Lijing remained unperturbed. All right, my fault. If you continue to tug, it may come off. Ling Han, the first statue is the shadow demon. Ling Han channeled his spiritual energy and struck at the shadow demon statue. However, instead of shattering, the statue vibrated, and black figures erupted from the ground, shadow demons. Their power was not formidable, akin to the skeletons in the secret chamber, roughly at the mid-stage of the Qi balance realm. Was it a misstrike? Or did striking the statue summon monsters? Before Xingshuang could contemplate, Lu Lijing swiftly annihilated the shadow demons with a wave of his hand. As the shadow demons fell, the statue shattered. Xingshuang began to comprehend the mechanism. Next, the elder, Lu Lijing commanded. Ling Han swung at another statue, and from the ground emerged a wrinkled, grotesque old man with a large mole on his face. Although there was only one, he was a high-ranking demon, significantly stronger than the previous shadow demons. Likely at half a step into the soul realm. High-ranking demons resemble humans closely, lacking reproductive isolation, hence the existence of hybrids like Ling Han. Yet this old man was so ugly and deformed that one could hardly discern his resemblance to a human. Just as Lu Lijing prepared to strike, the old demon hastily exclaimed, wait. Both Lu Lijing and Xingshuang raised their brows. As an ancient saying goes, a wise man knows when to yield. The old demon retreated underground. I concede. Do not pursue a desperate foe. The 3 exchanged incredulous glances. Is there really a surrendering option? After a moment of silence, Lu Lijing instructed, next, the female demon. This time, 2 scantily clad female demons emerged, their forms and features akin to human females, yet their skin was deep blue. And they bore black horns on their heads. Strictly speaking, demons do not belong to the demon race, but rather to the demon clan. However, they are often categorized together. The 2 female demons appeared to be at the initial stage of the soul realm, indicating that the strength of these monsters was escalating. Nevertheless, for Lu Lijing and Xingshuang, they posed little challenge. After dispatching the female demons, the next adversary was the evil spirit. The evil spirit's strength was comparable to that of the female demons, but they were numerous, numbering over a dozen. Finally, Lu Lijing set Xingshuang down, having held him tightly until now, reluctant to let go. At this moment, a slight complication arose, and he felt it prudent to remain alert. He placed Xingshuang safely in position and advanced with his sword. Ling Han immediately crouched beside his master, attempting to draw closer. Xingshuang reached out, gently grasping Ling Han's fingers. Do not be afraid. I will protect you. He mistakenly assumed Ling Han was concerned about collateral damage, as the current battle far exceeded his capabilities. Though Ling Han merely wished to be near his master, he did not clarify, instead leaning closer. With you here, I fear nothing. Li Xingshuang nodded, shielding his disciple behind him with his small frame, creating a rather incongruous sight. Meanwhile, Lu Lijing had already dealt with the evil spirit and casually struck the final statue, the dragon. Li Xingshuang had previously seen the dragon-s relief in the stone cave and could only conclude that it bore no resemblance to this statue. As the statue shattered, a colossal dragon emerged from the ground, letting out a ferocious roar. This dragon was equivalent to a practitioner at the initial stage of the mind illumination realm, roughly on par with Li Xingshuang. Moreover, its ability to fly elevated the difficulty of aerial combat. Lu Lijing glanced at Li Xingshuang, initially with a hint of concern. But upon noticing the two nearly pressed together, his brows knitted slightly. However, he soon allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. He tempered the force of the sword he thrust forward. On the other hand, Li Xingshuang perceived Lu Lijing's sword being intercepted, resulting in a gash on his arm from the dragon's claws. Although aware of the dragon's formidable strength, Li Xingshuang had thought Lu Lijing could manage it. Thus, he intended to remain behind to protect Ling Han and refrained from stepping forward to assist. Yet upon witnessing his companion in distress, Li Xingshuang could not turn a blind eye. He swiftly conjured a shield of spiritual energy and drew his sword, advancing to offer aid. Chapter 40. Are you engaging in academic fraud? Li Xingshuang initially believed the demonic dragon to possess formidable strength. To his astonishment, as he thrust his sword downward, the creature let out a mournful howl. With a swift motion, he struck again, this time cleaving the dragon's wing, which instantly revealed a deep gash, blood splattering everywhere. Suffering such grievous wounds, the dragon roared in agony, desperately flapping its injured wings, yet it remained precariously airborne, swaying erratically in the sky. This prompted Li Xingshuang to cast a skeptical glance at Lu Lijing. No way, my friend, are you engaging in academic fraud? Lu Lijing looked at him innocently. I apologize. I underestimated it just now. Well, it doesn't matter whether that's an excuse or not. This isn't the time for grievances. Despite sustaining some injuries, Lu Lijing still possessed combat capability and promptly advanced, joining forces with Li Xingshuang to vanquish the demonic dragon. The creature plummeted to the ground, dissipating into nothingness like other monsters, leaving no trace behind. What a pity, Li Xingshuang remarked casually. If it were a genuine dragon, there would be plenty of materials to gather. Alas, these monsters are mere constructs formed by the array. The stone door emitted a deep grinding sound as it slowly opened, revealing a dimly lit staircase leading underground. Simultaneously, the shattered statue fragments on the ground began to tremble, levitating into the air and gradually merging together to form their original complete shape. Li Xingshuang looked up at the injured Lu Lijing and handed him a vial of healing medicine. Elder Xinyun, are you alright? Healing through spiritual energy requires time, typically in a secure environment. In this perilous place, danger could strike at any moment. Moreover, to save time, it would be much simpler to drink some restorative medicine. Lu Lijing ruffled Li Xingshuang's hair. I brought my own healing medicine, and it's just a minor scrape. It will heal soon. Let us proceed. Cultivators possess a recovery ability far superior to that of ordinary individuals. For someone of Lu Lijing's cultivation level, superficial injuries would indeed heal swiftly. As they approached the door, Li Xingshuang inquired, Elder Xinyun, how could the dragon be defeated so easily by me? What is your situation? Lu Lijing blinked. As I mentioned, I underestimated it. Li Xingshuang replied, I don't believe that. What do you think the reason is? Lu Lijing asked, bending slightly and smiling. Li Xingshuang, with a serious expression, said, perhaps you should confess your inflated cultivation level to the sect leader. Don't feel ashamed. If we miscalculate our sect's combat strength, it could be troublesome. Lu Lijing was momentarily speechless. As they spoke, they reached the doorway, revealing a dim staircase leading downward. Just as Li Xingshuang was about to step inside, Lu Lijing grasped him by the collar. It looks somewhat dangerous. Allow me to scout ahead. Li Xingshuang turned his head. Forget it, if you're weaker than me. Don't pretend. If you fear a total collapse, I'll venture forth. Ling Han volunteered, Master, I'm the least useful here, even if something goes awry. It's of no concern. I shall go. Li Xingshuang frowned. Do not say such things. You are the most valuable to me. However, Ling Han did remind Li Xingshuang that with his fortune, he was unlikely to encounter any fatal crises. Yet, there existed another possibility. The fortunate one might be safe, while those around him could suffer misfortunes. Li Xingshuang turned to Ling Han. I will take you along. Elder Xinyun, you stay here. If there is nothing amiss, I shall return to summon you. If it were the latter scenario, Xingshuang felt he could endure misfortune alone. However, if anything befell Lu Lijing, the Wangshui Tower would be beyond salvation. Yet, to Lu Lijing, this insinuated a measure of distrust and mockery. Despite knowing that Xingshuang's straightforward nature meant he only intended the words literally, Lu Lijing felt quite displeased. If Ling Han can enter, why must I remain outside? Very well, let us proceed together. Bending down, Lu Lijing extended his hand to Xingshuang. Be careful not to fall. I'll take your hand. Xingshuang thought to himself that this old man was indeed prideful, fearing danger yet unwilling to show it. However, it was not a significant matter. Xingshuang grasped his fingers. Let us go? The cool, soft sensation transmitted through their fingers caused Lu Lijing to smile once more. Ling Han's expression darkened. The trio descended the long staircase for about 10 minutes before arriving at a dimly lit chamber, approximately 50 to 60 square meters in size. It was filled with an array of magical artifacts, resembling a storeroom. In the center, a stone table held a crystal of reflection, capable of recording images, akin to a videotape in the realm of cultivation. The table was somewhat high, prompting Xingshuang to tiptoe to reach it. Seeing this, Lu Lijing chuckled and retrieved it for him. Upon receiving the crystal, Xingshuang infused it with spiritual energy, projecting an image into the air. The image revealed an elderly female cultivator, dressed simply yet exuding a gentle demeanor. She gazed forward and began to speak slowly. My cultivation has reached an impasse. My life is nearing its end. Weary, she closed her eyes. The human race cannot accept me, yet I refuse to become a demonic cultivator. I have lingered in this chaotic realm for over a millennium. Xingshuang understood now. This cultivator shared a half-demonic bloodline, just like Ling Han. He glanced at Ling Han, who had clenched his fists, evidently resonating with the words of the elder. I shall ultimately embrace death, returning to silence. I do not know whether it will be darkness or void. I once believed I could face it calmly, yet I am still afraid of death. Perhaps it is the unwillingness to accept that all will vanish after death. I will lose all will, and I shall cease to exist. Xingshuang slightly lowered his eyelids, appearing to express sympathy, yet his gaze was devoid of emotion. It was as if an endless cold night enveloped him, icy and desolate, with no sentiment capable of stirring the still waters of his being. If a fated person arrives here, please take my relics. I hope you can become an extension of my will. The reflection ended here. Ling Han stood there in a daze, seemingly enlightened. Meanwhile, Xingshuang yawned lazily, wandering to the side, preparing to begin sifting through the items in the chamber. Just as he began to gather items for his system warehouse, he sensed a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations around him. Xingshuang paused momentarily, glancing at Ling Han, who remained motionless, his eyes tightly shut, resembling a meditative monk. Surrounding him, wisps of spiritual energy seemed to be summoned, converging towards him and gradually being absorbed into his body. Clearly, he was on the verge of a significant breakthrough. Xingshuang momentarily halted his actions. Is this what it means to be a child of destiny? Can one gain insights into their state of mind merely by observing a cutscene? Chapter 41. Reminiscing about the past upon witnessing Ling Han's unexpected breakthrough. Xingshuang and Lu Lijing exchanged surprised glances, yet they maintained their silence, refraining from interrupting him. Such rare opportunities were precious. As elders, their duty was to stand by and provide protection. After approximately 15 minutes, Ling Han opened his eyes, having successfully ascended to the Qiheng realm. Noticing the two elders gazing at him, Ling Han felt a twinge of embarrassment. Master, Elder Xianyun, I apologize for taking up your time with my insights, he said. Lu Lijing smiled gently. It is a good thing for you young ones to progress. We are genuinely pleased for you and would never reproach you for it. Xingshuang nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Lu Lijing continued, Ling Han, you truly possess extraordinary talent. Managing to achieve such a breakthrough under these circumstances is indeed remarkable. Xingshuang concurred. If all disciples of Wangshui Lu could be as perceptive as you, we could rest assured about the future of our sect. Xingshuang added, Elder Xianyun, you may be overthinking this. My disciple is indeed exceptional. Please, do you think the child of destiny is as common as cabbages? We are fortunate to have two in our sect. Ling Han felt even more bashful. Master, you flatter me. My aptitude is quite dull. I merely gained insight from the words of that esteemed predecessor, relying on the wisdom of those who came before. Xingshuang ceased his flattery and gestured towards the pile of treasures. Is there anything you desire? Ling Han replied dutifully, I have done nothing to deserve a reward. Besides, I am already content with my cultivation advancement. Xingshuang turned to Lu Lijing, Elder Xianyun. How shall we distribute these treasures? Lu Lijing responded, take what you like for yourself and return the rest to the sect. I have no need for anything. Just take it all back. As Xingshuang spoke, he continued to gather items into his system. Once they finished their scavenging, the area resembled a barren wasteland, stripped clean as if locusts had passed through. And the three ascended the stairs. A teleportation portal appeared in the formerly empty square, causing Xingshuang to feel a wave of nausea. He was not fond of teleportation portals. Well, there's no escaping it now. To avoid a potentially embarrassing fall, Xingshuang raised his hand towards Lu Lijing. Catch me. This way, if he fell, there would be someone to cushion his landing. But what if he ended up being the cushion? Lu Lijing chuckled as he lifted him. Are you so clingy? Or are you afraid? Xingshuang ignored him, realizing that Lu Lijing's tongue was quite sharp. Passing through the portal, they were greeted once more by a sky of deep purple and black, with desolate flora, a scene identical to their arrival. Do we have to spend another 15 days in this wretched place? Xingshuang lamented. Lu Lijing replied, no, we have 14 days left. A day has already passed. Xingshuang exclaimed, has it really been that long? Lu Lijing turned to Ling Han, if you stay with us, your abilities may not develop. You should learn to act independently. Ling Han recognized the wisdom in Lu Lijing's words. Yet he cast a reluctant glance at Xingshuang. Master, do not worry. If you feel afraid, just stick with me, Xingshuang reassured him. Lu Lijing sighed. By indulging him like this, do you truly think you are doing him a favor? Xingshuang waved his hand dismissively. I will watch from the side, not intervening, merely guarding against danger. He is my only disciple. How could I not protect him properly? Ling Han was moved, Master. Lu Lijing remarked quietly, soon, there will be two. Xingshuang retorted, why must you bring that up? As expected, Ling Han's expression fell immediately. Even if I take on a new disciple, my feelings for you will remain unchanged, Xingshuang stated firmly, gripping Lu Lijing's collar. Do not sow discord. He pointedly identified Lu Lijing's intentions. Ling Han couldn't help but smile, yet he understood that he should not trouble his master. He also recognized the necessity for personal growth. Thank you, Master. Elder Xianyun is correct. I indeed require more experience. He felt a tinge of reluctance to leave Xingshuang, but he understood that he could not rely on his master indefinitely. He yearned for strength. Xingshuang contemplated. Since you say so, then go. Just be cautious. He had already benefited from numerous opportunities alongside Ling Han. One couldn't rely on luck forever, could they? Since Ling Han was willing, it was time for him to venture out and gain experience. If he could level up on his own, there was no need for Xingshuang to constantly oversee his training. Xingshuang turned to Lu Lijing. Let us also split up and seek out the disciples of Wang Shuelu. I wonder if any of them have encountered danger. In truth, Xingshuang hoped to find a discreet spot for a nap. However, Lu Lijing, with great interest, lifted him high. With your current appearance, who would mistake you for Elder Guiyan? Xingshuang replied, I seem to have lost all strength and means. What now? Xingshuang lowered his head. Do you know of any methods to lift this curse? It would be rather embarrassing to go out like this. He himself did not mind, but others would think it unseemly for an elder of Wang Shuelu to be cursed in a secret realm, which would tarnish the reputation of their sect. Lu Lijing mused, it would be best to identify the source of the curse. Xingshuang stated, first, let me down. Lu Lijing complied and set him down. Xingshuang retrieved a black jade talisman from his system. Lu Lijing's brow furrowed at the sight. Where did you acquire this? Lu Lijing took it with disdain, clearly sensing something amiss. It carries a heavy aura of death. Do you not realize what you were playing with? Xingshuang insisted. I had no idea it would shrink me. I thought it would at most kill me. Lu Lijing sighed, lightly tapping Xingshuang's forehead. You little rascal. Xingshuang inexplicably covered his forehead. Do not play with such dangerous items in the future. Lu Lijing tucked the talisman away. I will study it and return it to you. Okay, Xingshuang replied. And Lu Lijing sighed, regardless of the circumstances. Do not take your life lightly. Xingshuang shrugged, I will not. I am not that easy to kill. Lu Lijing crouched down. Even if it does not mean eternal disappearance, waiting can be tormenting. And such a long wait. Xingshuang questioned. Have you been possessed by a literary youth? What are you rambling about? Are you composing poetry now? Lu Lijing gently ruffled Xingshuang's hair. It is nothing. merely a recollection of some past events. Chapter 42 Re-encounter with Lingxi. After Xingshuang discovered his diminutive form, Lu Lijing took a great liking to ruffling his hair, as if he truly regarded him as a child. Lu Lijing bent down and gently inquired, "Do you wish to be held once more?" Xingshuang reached out and wrapped his arms around his neck. Lu Lijing lifted him up, exhaling a sigh. "I wonder if we can uncover a method to break the curse within the secret realm. In your current state, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to explain to the sect master. Are you not more powerful than him? Why must you explain yourself?" Lu Lijing chuckled softly. "What nonsense. The sect master is, after all, the sect master. He merely indulges in light-hearted banter." Xingshuang pondered for a moment. "Then he should hold me accountable for my lack of ability, not you." Lu Lijing tousled Xingshuang's hair. "He certainly will not blame you." Xingshuang was puzzled by Lu Lijing's assurance. "Why not?" "He cannot bear to blame you," Lu Lijing replied gently. "When you insisted on saving Ling Han, he did not argue with you, did he?" Xingshuang reflected and realized that was indeed the case. The sect master had only asked whether he was resolute in protecting Ling Han, after which he had acquiesced. "Our generation has already dwindled, and you are the youngest among us." Among his peers, apart from Heartthrob, most were considerably older than him. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that his seniors displayed a certain favoritism towards him. There was no need to mention Renanha. She was inherently kind and treated Xingshuang with exceptional gentleness, bordering on indulgence. Though Heartthrob appeared to be at odds with Xingshuang, their conflict was merely verbal, with no real animosity. Furthermore, he was naturally irritable and seldom bore a pleasant demeanor towards others. His intense hatred for the demon race seemed to manifest solely in arguments with Xingshuang. Had it been anyone else, he would have drawn his sword. It was evident that he exhibited a degree of double standards. Xingshuang did not require their special consideration. In truth, he had lived far longer than they had. There is no need for differential treatment. "I should be punished for my mistakes," Xingshuang stated calmly. "If Ling Han truly succumbs to darkness, I shall bear the consequences myself." Lu Lijing laughed. "Do you believe you can shoulder such a burden alone?" Xingshuang replied earnestly, "Whether I can or cannot, it is my responsibility." "You truly care for Ling Han," Lu Lijing observed, his gaze darkening. "Is he of great importance to you?" Xingshuang contemplated seriously. "Relatively important." "And I?" Lu Lijing fixed his eyes upon him. Xingshuang had not interacted much with Lu Lijing before, their relationship being that of ordinary colleagues. However, Lu Lijing was an elder of the Wangshua Tower, a figure of significance. "You are important as well." Lu Lijing smiled gently, but remained silent. The two maintained a quietude for some time until Xingshuang leaned against Lu Lijing's shoulder and drifted into slumber. He awoke to the sound of conversation. The vicinity appeared to be the ruins of a collapsed structure, where a girl of approximately 13 or 14 stood wielding a massive hammer, surrounded by numerous demon corpses. "Elder Lingxi." Lingxi, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, "Ah, it is Elder Xianyun." She then noticed Xingshuang. Who is this child?" Xingshuang exchanged glances with Lingxi, who was taken aback by the familiar yet smaller visage before her. "Ah," she gasped. "Could this be the child of Lord Xingshuang?" Lu Lijing playfully winked at Xingshuang. Xingshuang found himself at a loss for words. He could neither confirm nor deny, for to affirm would imply he was his own son, while to deny would complicate his identity. If Lingxi discovered he was cursed, it would bring shame to Wangshua Tower. His gaze slowly drifted to Lu Lijing, who showed no inclination to assist him. Instead, Lu Lijing wore a slight smirk, as if relishing the impending embarrassment of Xingshuang. "I am Xingshuang," he finally declared. Lingxi was astonished. "Lord Xingshuang, how have you shrunk? You look utterly adorable." Xingshuang disregarded her last remark. "I am merely in energy-saving mode." "Ah, it conserves strength, making it more suitable for exploring the secret realm." Elder Lingxi regarded him skeptically. "Is that truly so?" Xingshuang countered. "Then why do you maintain a youthful appearance?" Lingxi's face flushed, and she replied indignantly, "This is my adult form, albeit with a slightly smaller stature." After a brief moment of irritation, Elder Lingxi's expression softened, and she raised her arms towards Lu Lijing. "Elder Xianyun, it is my first time seeing Lord Xingshuang in this form. May I hold him?" Lu Lijing, unperturbed, tightened his embrace around Xingshuang, as if to prevent her from claiming him. "Inappropriate conduct between genders, Elder Lingxi. Please maintain decorum." Lord Xingshuang. Lingxi pouted. "Given our relationship, what is there to avoid?" Xingshuang pondered. "What exactly is your relationship?" Seeing Li Xingshuang's silence, Lingxi's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression pitiable. Lord Xingshuang, I have held my heart for you all these years. Must you be so indifferent? Li Xingshuang asked. What does holding one's heart like jade mean? Elder Lingxi responded with conviction. It is far too challenging to guard one's body like jade, especially since we belong to the Heartthrob sect. Yet my heart has always belonged to you alone. I have never loved another. Both Li Xingshuang and Lu Lijing fell silent. Lu Lijing was taken aback by the Heartthrob sect's audacity, while Li Xingshuang felt inexplicably bewildered. Why do you like me? Elder Lingxi replied sweetly. Lord Xingshuang, you are striking and extraordinary. Those who admire you could stretch from the foot of Wangshui Tower. What is there to question? Li Xingshuang turned to Lu Lijing. Is this true? Lu Lijing chuckled softly. Why ask me? Li Xingshuang confessed. Because I am unaware. I seldom venture out, assuming few recognize me. However, during his recent excursions, Li Xingshuang had realized there seemed to be quite a number of people who knew him, even if he did not recognize them. Indeed, many do admire you, Lu Lijing remarked, poking Li Xingshuang's forehead playfully. Is there not one who has pursued you to Wangshui Tower? Li Xingshuang queried. Who? Lu Lijing responded. Are you truly this Navi? However, out of respect for the presence of others, he refrained from elaborating. Instead, he turned his attention back to Lingxi. Elder Lingxi, have you just arrived at this ruin? Lingxi sighed. I have explored the vicinity. It seems someone has arrived before us and taken all the treasures. Within just 2 days, everything has been thoroughly looted. And their speed is astonishing. Lingxi added with surprise, it has already been 4 days. Li Xingshuang was taken aback. Has he truly slept for so long? Has another 2 days passed? Chapter 43. There will always be unpleasant days. Li Xingshuang glanced once more at Lu Lijing, who smiled slightly and reassured him, saying there was no need to wake him for anything. Li Xingshuang inquired, aren't you tired from holding me for so long? I would not tire from merely holding a child, Lu Lijing replied. But you've been holding me for 2 or 3 days. I am not fatigued, he insisted, ruffling Li Xingshuang's hair. Even if I were to lower my cultivation by 2 levels, I would not grow weary. Do not underestimate me. True. This is the world of cultivation. Elder Lingxi, feeling a tinge of jealousy, raised her hand and exclaimed, Xingshuang Xianjun, allow me to embrace you. It is rare to witness such cuteness, and who knows when I might have another opportunity. That is unacceptable, Li Xingshuang replied earnestly. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Elder Lingxi, please conduct yourself accordingly. He reiterated Lu Lijing's earlier words, which brought a sense of comfort to Lu Lijing, indicating that his training had borne fruit. Elder Lingxi, disappointed, lowered her hand and pouted. Xingshuang Xianjun, you are rather heartless. Ignoring her accusation, Li Xingshuang turned to Lu Lijing. Since there is nothing left here, shall we depart? Lingxi retracted her large hammer. Wait, Xingshuang Xianjun, I wish to accompany you. Before she could finish, Lu Lijing soared into the sky on his sword, vanishing into the horizon in a graceful arc. Elder Lingxi exclaimed, why are you leaving so swiftly? The sky here was unlike that of the human realm, shrouded in a somber gloom. Li Xingshuang glanced downward, finding the view equally obscure. Yuchu Bai has proposed to you, yet you remain oblivious to his affections? Lu Lijing resumed their earlier conversation. Li Xingshuang replied, he claims I saved him as a child, and in gratitude, he wishes to dedicate himself to me, but he does not love me. Lu Lijing was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to comprehend either Li Xingshuang's or Yuchu Bai's thought processes. Regardless of whether Yuchu Bai's dedication was genuine or merely an excuse, it was clear to Lu Lijing that Yuchu Bai gazed at Li Xingshuang with longing. After a lengthy silence, Lu Lijing asked, what about Lingxi? Her affection for you is quite evident. Li Xingshuang responded, it is not love. She merely desires to share a bed with me. Such crude phrasing is unnecessary. Lu Lijing was rendered speechless for a moment before querying, what do you believe constitutes love? Love? To be honest, I am uncertain of what it feels like. Many have spoken to me of like, affection, and love, yet I cannot grasp the essence of such emotions. Li Xingshuang's gaze drifted forward, appearing somewhat vacant. I do not know what it feels like to love someone. Some say it is the desire to give everything to the one you cherish. Perhaps liking someone is simply being very good to them and making sacrifices. Many have professed their affection for me, but given enough time, that affection invariably fades into indifference, or even transforms into hatred. They perceive me as an unyielding ice block, a white-eyed wolf, believing that no matter how much they give, I will never change. Lu Lijing pressed his lips together and embraced him tightly. You are not like that. Whether I am or not is inconsequential. I do not care for such matters. Xingshuang closed his eyes. Lu Lijing fell into silence, and upon Xingshuang opening his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the sorrow suppressed within Lu Lijing's gaze. Although Xingshuang typically avoided meddling in others' affairs, he felt compelled to speak. You appear quite distressed. Lu Lijing remained silent, the quiet lingering for an extended period. Xingshuang asked, Did I say something wrong? I wonder what I did to offend you. Surely, he wouldn't dismiss me, would he? It seems one should refrain from excessive conversation with colleagues, especially with a half-superior. Lu Lijing gently patted his back. No, I am merely lost in thought. Are you still tired? Would you like to rest for a bit? Only then did Xingshuang feel reassured, responding, I shall not sleep. Lu Lijing descended slightly on his sword, flying at a lower altitude to observe the surroundings, contemplating whether to halt their journey. His speed was neither fast nor slow, with his hair and sleeves flowing elegantly behind him, exuding an ethereal quality. Do you have any concerns at present? Lu Lijing suddenly inquired. Xingshuang affirmed, I do. What is it? To lead the Wangshui Tower to greatness and create a new era of glory. For a moment, Lu Lijing assumed Xingshuang was being dismissive, but upon looking down, he saw the utmost seriousness etched on Xingshuang's face. Lu Lijing questioned, Is this your most important matter? Xingshuang nodded. Aside from this, there is nothing else. Another silence ensued. As they traveled, they occasionally encountered demonic beings, which Lu Lijing chose to disregard unless they initiated an attack. Such instances were easily handled by Xingshuang. The two remained in silence until they stumbled upon two female disciples. Judging by their attire, one was a disciple of the Mi-Ri sect, and the other belonged to the Wangshui Tower. They seemed to have temporarily allied after encountering one another in the secret realm. Both were gravely injured, leaning against a tree to recuperate. Upon hearing the commotion, they instinctively tensed, but upon recognizing the newcomers, they relaxed. The Wangshui Tower disciple, particularly agitated, struggled to rise and greet them. Master. Ling Wuyan, there is no need to rise, Lu Lijing gestured, recalling that she had brought healing herbs before entering the secret realm. Ling Wuyan's expression turned apologetic. Apprentice, my cultivation is insufficient, and I have faced numerous tribulations in the secret realm. The healing herbs I brought have been exhausted. Lu Lijing produced a vial from his storage space and handed it to Ling Wuyan. You and this young lady should tend to your injuries first. Thank you, Master. Ling Wuyan respectfully accepted the vial and shared a healing pill with the Mi-Ri sect disciple. Healing pills are quite costly, but they are affordable for direct disciples and elders. After consuming the pills, they continued to circulate their spiritual energy to heal, and during this time, Ling Wuyan cast curious glances at the child cradled in Lu Lijing's arms. Lu Lijing frowned slightly, prompting Ling Wuyan to immediately avert her gaze, reluctant to inquire further. Among the disciples entering the secret realm, there were none so young. However, Xingshuang suddenly spoke up. Is the secret realm truly so perilous? It seems to pose little challenge. Ling Wuyan's throat tightened. How easy it is to speak when one stands safely behind their master. Of course, it was not dangerous for you. The Mi-Ri sect disciple beside her seemed to share her sentiments, regarding Xingshuang's boldness with disapproval. Yet she maintained a polite tone. Thank you, Elder Xianyun, for your assistance. May I inquire who this is? Lu Lijing smiled and pointed to Xingshuang's forehead. Why don't you introduce yourself? Xingshuang glanced at the two young women. As Ling Wuyan was from Wangshui Tower, it mattered little. However, he worried about the Mi-Ri sect disciple. Would she mock him upon returning to the sect? Moreover, he had just claimed the instance was not particularly challenging, and now he was to admit to being cursed within the secret realm? Xingshuang resorted to his previous tactic. I am Elder Xingshuang of the Wangshui Tower. I have simply adopted a new appearance more befitting my exploration of the secret realm. Chapter 44. Do not tell me he is. Lu Wuyan gazed in shock at the adorable child nestled in Lu Lijing's arms, utterly unable to comprehend that this was the aloof Elder Guiyun. Elder Guiyun, the disciples of the sun-moving sect were taken aback. Are you sure this appearance is suitable for exploring the secret realm? Xingshuang nodded earnestly. It conserves energy. The two female disciples were skeptical, yet none dared to voice their doubts. Lu Wuyan was equally perplexed as to why her master would be so close to Elder Guiyun, considering they did not appear to be familiar with each other. Wuyan, did you gain anything in the secret realm? Lu Lijing inquired with concern. Lu Wuyan respectfully replied, I acquired a spirit-level artifact, and my cultivation method has also improved. It wasn't particularly unfortunate, nor was it exceptionally fortunate. Xingshuang mused that this must be what it felt like to lack the protagonist's halo. Lu Lijing smiled gently. As long as there is progress, that is sufficient. I shall take my leave now. Master. Lu Wuyan hurriedly followed, her expression a mixture of hesitation and urgency. Lu Lijing spoke in a soothing tone. Wuyan, this journey through the secret realm is your opportunity for self-improvement. You must not rely solely on me. Lu Wuyan lowered her head. Yes. Lu Lijing departed with Xingshuang. In the following days, they wandered leisurely through the secret realm, encountering several disciples along the way. However, aside from the disciples from Wangshui Tower, they had little interest in meddling in others' affairs, perhaps due to not being in the company of the fated ones. Xingshuang did not encounter any peculiar situations, nor did he discover a method to lift the curse. Thus, they passed the days in tranquility. On the 15th day, Xingshuang still had not returned to his original form. Lu Lijing draped his outer robe over Xingshuang, presumably concerned about his embarrassment. Upon exiting the secret realm, everyone reconvened at the plaza of the sun-moving sect. Some noticed Lu Lijing cradling someone concealed beneath the robe, yet no one dared to approach and inquire. Ling Han, bearing some injuries, rushed to Lu Lijing's side. Elder Xianyun, is Master well? Lu Lijing's smile turned slightly frosty. What? Do you think I have failed to protect Xingshuang? No. Disciple, that was not my intention. Lu Wuchen and Lu Wuyan approached as well. This time, Lu Lijing had brought all 5 of his direct disciples, among whom Lu Wuchen and Lu Wuyan were the most valued. Perhaps it was because both were named and nurtured by Lu Lijing himself. The two bowed respectfully to Lu Lijing, Master. Lu Lijing nodded. Wuchen, you have arrived just in time. Take the disciples from Wangshui Tower back. I shall return to the sect with Xingshuang. Although Lu Wuchen was puzzled, he promptly acquiesced. Yes, but disciple has not seen Elder Guiyun. I am unaware of his. Lu Wuyan tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Senior brother. Lu Wuchen grew more confused but understood he should not pry further. Lu Lijing cast a glance at Lu Wuyan. Do not speak what should not be said. Lu Wuyan immediately bowed. Yes. Lu Lijing held Xingshuang and directly teleported back to the sect, then promptly ascended to Xianyun Peak. It was not until they reached the main hall of Xianyun Peak that Lu Lijing set Xingshuang down. He lifted the garment draped over Xingshuang's head. You shall remain here at Xianyun Peak for the time being. Wait until you regain your strength before returning. Why? Because there are members of Zhaojue sect at Guiyun Peak. Do you wish to be embarrassed? Lu Lijing poked Xingshuang's forehead. Xingshuang pondered this. Indeed, it would affect the sect's reputation. However, previously, he had mentioned returning and allowing Yu Chubai to pay his respects as a disciple. If he hid away now, would Yu Chubai not think he had gone back on his word? Lu Lijing replied, I will inform him that you were injured and that the formalities can wait until you have recovered. What about the sect leader and the other elders? Lu Lijing gently patted Xingshuang's head, smiling. As for them, I can only go and apologize. I have stated it was my fault, and it does not concern you. Lu Lijing smiled silently. Soon, sect leader Qi Jingyuan learned of Lu Lijing and Xingshuang's early return. Lu Lijing had a valid reason for returning early, as he had many duties to attend to. But why had Xingshuang also returned prematurely? Qi Jingyuan immediately convened a meeting, intending not only to address work reports but also to reprimand the two for their irresponsible behavior of leaving their disciples behind. However, upon seeing Xingshuang, he fell silent. Not only him, but Elder Qingyun Renanha and Elder Tianyun He Ruofeng were equally astonished. Xingshuang, hand in hand with Lu Lijing, waddled in like a little rice dumpling. Qi Jingyuan's expression twisted slightly. Lijing, do not tell me this is. Lu Lijing nodded. Renanha was the first to rush forward, lifting Xingshuang with concern. Xingshuang, how did you end up like this? Her face was filled with worry as she cradled him and ruffled his hair. My little darling, what happened to you? But you look so adorable like this. He Ruofeng, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Old turtle, is this how you take care of someone? Lu Lijing did not refute, but nodded. It is my fault. Renanha looked at Lu Lijing with a pained expression. Lijing, you have always been reliable. How could this happen? Xingshuang interjected. It is not his fault. He was not present at that time. He Ruofeng retorted angrily, so he bears no responsibility? Xingshuang paused for a moment, but still spoke fairly. We cannot ignore the facts, can we? Qi Jingyuan sighed. Enough. This is not the time for blame. Sister, hand Xingshuang to me. Heartthrob quickly intervened. Just give him to me. Renanha radiated maternal warmth, reluctant to let go. I will hold him. You do not know how to carry a child. What if he gets hurt? She had never seen Xingshuang so young. He was 14 when he entered Wangshui Tower, still young but not a child. Now, in this soft and tender form, he was simply too adorable to resist pinching. Renanha, overflowing with maternal instinct, was unwilling to release him, especially since this child was Xingshuang. Heartthrob fumed. How could I not know how to hold a child? Xingshuang cleared his throat. Sister, there is a distinction between genders. Although Xingshuang has shrunk, it does not mean he is truly a child. Lu Lijing also nodded, attempting to take Xingshuang from her grasp. Renanha was reluctant, but ultimately chose to respect Xingshuang's own wishes. Xingshuang, you tell us who you wish to hold you. Xingshuang replied. I do not wish to be held, just set me down. Previously, he was too lazy to walk in the secret realm, and now, with no need to walk, why should he be carried around? Chapter 45. What on earth? Renanha reluctantly set Xingshuang down, yet she couldn't resist giving his little face a gentle rub. Lu Lijing recounted the entire sequence of events, and upon finishing, a somber atmosphere enveloped the room. Except for Xingshuang, who seemed lost in thought. The sect leader furrowed his brow in silence for a moment before beckoning Xingshuang. Xingshuang, come here. Xingshuang approached, bewildered. As Xingshuang touched his face, if it truly is a curse, perhaps Elder Yi has a solution. Elder Yi who? Xingshuang inquired, feeling that the surname exuded a certain protagonist aura. The Elder Yi Ling of Xinyan sect. Xingshuang continued, still pinching Xingshuang's cheeks. Xinyan sect specializes in curses, and an Elder Yi is particularly adept at this. I shall invite her to take a look. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Xingshuang asked. Xingshuang lifted him onto his lap. Who dares to say you should be embarrassed? Xianyan Elder, Xingshuang replied. Indifferent to his own dignity, but recalling Lu Lijing's words, feeling that in this state, he was tarnishing the reputation of Wangshui Tower. Xingshuang looked shocked at Lu Lijing, and before Lu Lijing could respond, Heartthrob interjected sharply. He is indeed a disgrace. And whose fault is that? Lu Lijing did not contest. It is indeed my fault. His admission rendered it difficult for others to cast blame. Xingshuang continued to playfully pinch Xingshuang's face. Not at all embarrassing, quite adorable in fact. Whoever mocks you, tell your senior brother. Xingshuang, you are simply delightful. Stay at Mingyan Peak and play with me. Not possible, the other three chorused in unison. Renanha voiced her concern. Xingshuang, you are not suited to care for a child. Do not spoil Xingshuang. Hand him over to me. Lu Lijing spoke gently. Sister, Xingshuang is not truly a child. Boundaries between genders must be respected. I shall take care of him. Heartthrob scoffed. How can you say that? If not for you, would Xingshuang be in this state? Lu Lijing smiled with a hint of irony. Can you take care of him well? Do not forget. When you went out with Xingshuang, he returned injured. Enough of this commotion. Xingshuang frowned, still fussing over Xingshuang. Xingshuang will remain at Mingyan Peak, and I shall look after him well. You all may return. Yes. Lu Lijing lowered his gaze, opting not to insist further. As for the situation in the secret realm, I shall report once the disciples return in a few days. Upon hearing the word report, Xingshuang felt a headache coming on and waved his hand. All right, disperse. Renanha glanced back longingly a few times. After all, it was her first encounter with such an adorable little one. She felt a twinge of regret, wishing Xingshuang had arrived at Wangshui Tower sooner so she could have enjoyed more time with him. By the time Xingshuang had arrived, he already bore an aloof and unapproachable demeanor. Once the elders departed, Xingshuang picked Xingshuang up. However, his method of holding the child was less than adept, and Xingshuang clung to his neck to avoid falling. Xingshuang found it amusing. I almost don't want to lift the curse anymore. Xingshuang. He began to suspect whether the sect leader held a personal grudge against him. They surely couldn't have had any past enmity, could they? All right. I shall send a message to sect leader Yi. Almost forgot. Xingshuang, while you were away, Liuguang Palace sent you a message. Xingshuang looked puzzled at Xingshuang. Was it from Palace Master Luo? Why didn't she directly convey her message through divine sense? Not exactly. It was from Palace Master Luo's disciple. I believe her name is something like Shi. Why Shi? Ah yes, Luo Huai Shi. Xingshuang pulled out a letter. I did not peek, but messages from external sects are first sent to Mingyan Peak. Xingshuang took the letter, noticing it was addressed to Elder Guiyun, and without hesitation. tore it open in front of Qi Jingyuan. To Elder Guiyun, after a prolonged separation, I take the liberty of writing to you, sincerely wishing for your well-being and health. Thanks to the Elder's benevolence, my master is gradually recovering, for which I am deeply grateful. However, I have overheard that this method may only extend her life for a few years, which fills me with anxiety. Previously, the Elder mentioned seeking other remedies. Yet my master has not mentioned it lately. I wonder if the Elder has devised a better plan. I know well that this injury is difficult to heal, but thoughts of my mentor keep me awake at night, and I am compelled to write this letter to disturb you. Sincerely, Luo Huaishi. Li Xingshuang folded the letter, contemplating. The girl, who appeared carefree and a bit clumsy, had penned such a formal letter. She reminded Li Xingshuang that Luo Xiying was still unwell. Although Li Xingshuang had not forgotten, he had indeed shelved the matter, considering there were still several years ahead. Moreover, Luo Xiying had not pressed him on it. She seemed quite afraid of death. Surely, she must be concerned about this too. Noticing Li Xingshuang's pensive expression, Qi Jingyuan playfully pinched his cheek. What did she write? You seem so deep in thought. Li Xingshuang replied, I wish to visit Liuguang Palace. Now, Li Xingshuang nodded. Do you think you can go looking like this? Qi Jingyuan lifted him as one would a chick. Li Xingshuang silently regarded Qi Jingyuan. Did you not say no one would mock me? No. I did not mean they would mock you. Qi Jingyuan poked Li Xingshuang's cheek. I recall you used to live at Liuguang Palace. If you return like this, your old acquaintances will worry about you. Worry? Li Xingshuang asked, confused. Why? They will certainly ask what happened to you, how you became like this. If they knew you were cursed, your former companions would be heartbroken. Li Xingshuang frowned. Luo Xiying had indeed said she would be pained if you were injured. But I am not injured, nor have I lost any cultivation. I merely shrank a little. Li Xingshuang looked perplexed. When I first entered Liuguang Palace, I was just this small. Sister Xiying has seen me. Wait. Qi Jingyuan was taken aback, setting Li Xingshuang down on a table. What did you just say? I was that small when I first entered Liuguang Palace, perhaps even a bit smaller. No. Qi Jingyuan raised his hand to stop him. I meant to ask, what do you call Palace Master Luo? Sister Xiying. Qi Jingyuan grasped Li Xingshuang's cheeks. No? How is that fair? You have been in Wangshui Tower for so long, and have never called me brother. You are clearly favoring females over males. This is too much. Li Xingshuang. Chapter 46. The bloodline of the demon clan Li Xingshuang found himself utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why Qi Jingyuan was so entangled in a mere title. Moreover, he had never mentioned it before. Li Xingshuang's expression was one of innocent confusion. Qi Jingyuan felt he had suffered a great loss. Then you should call me now. Li Xingshuang obediently replied, brother. Qi Jingyuan pondered for a moment, still dissatisfied. Add my name. Li Xingshuang complied, Jingyuan Gij. At last, Qi Jingyuan was thoroughly pleased and began to playfully ruffle Li Xingshuang's hair. Oh dear, no wonder the senior sister calls you cute. You are simply delightful. He appeared to be toying with a beautiful doll, squeezing it for a while before happily lifting Li Xingshuang into his arms. Li Xingshuang maintained his composure. You have yet to answer me. May I go to the Liuguang Palace? Not now, Qi Jingyuan gently coaxed. Wait until you recover before returning, all right? Oh, Li Xingshuang did not insist further. Then may I visit the library at Minyan Peak? Qi Jingyuan was puzzled. What part of your sect can't you access? Li Xingshuang glanced at him. But you have to let me down first. Oh, right, haha. You are just too adorable. I can hardly bear to let you go. Qi Jingyuan set Li Xingshuang down, intending to ruffle his hair once more. But Li Xingshuang had already teleported away. Qi Jingyuan's hands grasped nothing but air. And he could only sigh. This guy Li Xingshuang materialized outside the library, which was protected by spatial restrictions, preventing teleportation within. Today, the guardian of the library was Qi Jingyuan's third disciple, Du Yanchu, renowned for his amiable disposition in Wangshui Tower. He was seated at a table engrossed in a book and immediately set it aside upon sensing someone entering. The library at Mingyun Peak was independent, housing a collection distinct from that of the Yuyun Peak Library, permitting only inner disciples to enter. This was Du Yanchu's first encounter with such a young inner disciple, uncertain whether Li Xingshuang was a new recruit or a mistakenly wandering outer disciple. He kindly inquired, This junior seems unfamiliar. From which peak do you hail? Li Xingshuang stood on tiptoe to place his token on the table. Du Yanchu took a glance, somewhat surprised. The token of Elder Guiyun? Did Elder Guiyun send you to fetch books? How peculiar to send such a young disciple for this task. Li Xingshuang. disinclined to elaborate, simply nodded. Du Yanchu asked, "What book does the junior seek? Do you require assistance? Surely, this little one can only reach the second row of shelves, correct?" Xingshuang shook his head. Noticing his silence, Du Yanchu pondered, thinking perhaps the junior was mute, which was quite unfortunate. Feeling a surge of compassion, he returned the token with both hands. "You may enter, junior. Come find me if you need help." Xingshuang took the token and casually tucked it back into his sleeve. His purpose for coming here was twofold: to seek a remedy for the demonic energy invading his veins and to research how to suppress the bloodline of the demon clan. One might wonder if these two matters were interconnected. The library spanned 6 floors, with tomes concerning the demon clan located on the topmost level. Although his physical capabilities had significantly improved through cultivation, rendering him unfazed by climbing dozens of flights of stairs, Xingshuang preferred to fly directly to the top. This startled Du Yanchu considerably. "Wait, this doesn't seem right. Flying without borrowing an item requires at least being in the soul realm, right? Goodness, a prodigious child." "No, this is not a child at all." He promptly sent a message to Qi Jingyuan, expressing his alarm at the arrival of an extraordinary young individual, who also possessed Elder Gui Yun's token. Qi Jingyuan, unfazed, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. That's just Elder Gui Yun. He has been enjoying a youthful facade lately." Du Yanchu was left dumbfounded. Wait, did he just address the elder as junior? "Elder Gui Yun, you could at least give a heads up." As a respectful disciple, Du Yanchu felt he could never again face Elder Gui Yun without embarrassment. This was utterly disrespectful, a grave breach of propriety. Meanwhile, Xingshuang was entirely unconcerned. Upon arriving on the 6th floor, he began to sift through the piles of books. Habits and habitats of the demon clan, of no use. Records of the Holy Demon War, a history of conflict, also not useful. Demon clan cookbook. Why on earth does such a thing exist? Oh, found it. The sinister bloodline. It sounded quite melodramatic, yet it was precisely what Xingshuang needed. This volume discussed the bloodlines of the demon clan, including references to half-blood offspring born of demon and human unions. According to the text, when a demon woman and a human man procreate, a daughter is born, whereas a demon man and a human woman yield a son. If this is the case, then Ling Han's mother was human, and his father was a demon. Typically, half-demon offspring tend to resemble their mothers. Thus, half-demon females are more inclined to cultivate demonic paths, while males lean toward humanity. Yet regardless of their inclination, possessing demonic blood undeniably brings forth inherent flaws, namely, brutality and a penchant for bloodshed. Xingshuang suddenly recalled a conversation he had with Lu Lijing in the secret realm 4 days prior. Out of sheer boredom, he casually remarked, "Elder Xianyun, I have a question for you." Lu Lijing, holding him gently, replied, "Ask away. With all the work you do, does the sect master pay you well?" Lu Lijing smiled. "I oversee the finances. The subsidies for each peak and the elder's stipends are all distributed under my watch." Xingshuang, he regretted asking. Lu Lijing tilted his head. "Do you not have anything else you wish to inquire?" Xingshuang pondered. "He Ruo phone called you old turtle before. Did that not upset you?" Lu Lijing, taken aback by the question, chuckled. "Many refer to me as such behind my back. It's merely a nickname. Hardly worth my concern. So you are aware of all of it?" Lu Lijing chuckled. "What matter in Wang Shui Tower could possibly elude me? You do not know that Ling Han is of half-demon blood." Lu Lijing's smile gradually faded. "This is indeed something I overlooked. However, it also indicates that Ling Han concealed it exceptionally well. Had I known he possessed demonic lineage, would you have killed him?" "It's hard to say, but I certainly wouldn't allow him to become your disciple." Lu Lijing sighed softly, acknowledging that some matters might not be within his control. Yet the bloodline of the demon clan compels one to commit atrocious acts. Xingshuang contemplated momentarily. Ling Han is a person of integrity. I trust he can resist the allure of his demonic blood. Lu Lijing did not concur. The demon clan revels in slaughter and desire, a stark contradiction to the path of cultivation. Defying one's nature is a daunting challenge, akin to forcing a wolf or tiger to adopt a herbivorous diet. Do you believe this can be achieved merely through willpower? As Xingshuang emerged from his brief reverie, he recalled his thoughts. Perhaps, according to the original fate, allowing Ling Han to embrace the demonic path would be more favorable. He wondered if Ling Han, treated with kindness, would still succumb to darkness after embracing the demon's nature. If, as Lu Lijing stated, the demon clan thrives on bloodshed, Would a demonized Ling Han ultimately sever ties with all he once held dear? Chapter 47. A final contingency. Li Xing had initially envisioned nurturing the Chosen One to maturity, anticipating his brilliance would elevate Wang Zilu to unprecedented heights. However, as Lu Lijing had pointed out, inherent risks lingered. Perhaps he ought to secure a fallback. Was there not also a chosen woman? While Wang Zulu's cultivation techniques might not suit her, Li Xing possessed others that would. Once she attained sufficient strength, he could legitimately accept her as a personal disciple. After all, according to the original timeline, she was destined to become the foremost figure in the righteous path. Guiding Wang Zulu to prominence as the leading righteous sect should be within her capabilities. This notion was not entirely new to Li Xing, but his unfamiliarity with the chosen woman, coupled with her initial disdain upon their first encounter, gave him pause. Although she might seek to join his sect to become Ling Han's junior sister, the possibility of her defecting upon achieving success remained. Alas, Ling Han, too, could potentially defect. The thought of them joining forces to abandon the sect was unsettling. A hint of worry clouded Li Xing's countenance. Would suggesting the implementation of a corporate culture emphasizing loyalty and dedication to the sect be of any use to the sect leader? Li Xing remained in the scripture depository until late at night, until Du Yanshu arrived with a lantern. Elder Guiyun, Du Yanshu called out cautiously. Li Xing was unsurprised. He surmised that the sect leader had already disclosed his true identity to Du Yanshu. What is it? Are you closing the depository? Li Xing gathered 4 thick tomes, intending to take them with him. No, not at all. The scripture depository remains open throughout the night. Du Yanshu appeared somewhat flustered. It's just that the master instructed me to inform Elder Guiyun that it's late and to request that you return to your quarters to rest. Oh, although cultivators did not require extensive sleep, Li Xing found reading for such prolonged periods rather tedious. He stored the books in his system and leapt from the upper floor, startling Du Yanshu, who nearly jumped out of his skin. Li Xing landed gracefully and exited the scripture depository, where he found Qi Jingyuan standing outside with an umbrella. Li Xing had not anticipated the sect leader personally coming to fetch him. A light rain fell, carrying a hint of chill. Li Xing approached, and Qi Jingyuan placed the umbrella in his hand before scooping him up into his arms. What were you looking at in the scripture depository? It's already the hour of midnight. Li Xing replied candidly, materials related to demonic bloodlines. Qi Jingyuan appeared somewhat helpless. You truly are going to great lengths for your disciple. Li Xing stated matter-of-factly, I am concerned for Wang Zilu. If something were to happen to Ling Han, Wang Zilu's reputation would suffer. Qi Jingyuan flicked his forehead, retorting, you are aware of that, yet you still insist on keeping him. Li Xing offered no retort, simply lowering his gaze, resembling a distressed creature. Qi Jingyuan immediately relented, gently stroking his head. All right, it's my fault, all my fault. I don't blame you. In truth, Li Xing had no intention of feigning distress. He was merely contemplating how to explain the situation. However, upon beholding that face, Qi Jingyuan's heart softened. Qi Jingyuan sighed. It's all my fault for failing to discern Ling Han's demonic bloodline. Not only allowing him into the sect, but also permitting you to accept him as a disciple. It is too cruel to ask you to abandon a disciple. All my fault. Qi Jingyuan had misunderstood. Li Xing was not incapable of abandoning his disciple, for he harbored no such sentimentality. Ling Han's continued presence in the sect offered greater benefits than risks, hence Li Xing's insistence on retaining him. Yet, should the risks outweigh the benefits, Li Xing would not hesitate to abandon him and become his adversary. It is not your fault. Li Xing gazed up at the falling rain, fine and continuous. It was my insistence on keeping him. If something truly untoward occurs, I will atone with my death. Qi Jingyuan recoiled in alarm, covering his mouth with his hand. What nonsense are you spouting? You must never utter such words again. Never speak of death. Li Xing blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend Qi Jingyuan's extreme reaction. As if someone had stepped on his tail, Qi Jingyuan continued to ramble for a while before finally arriving at the main hall. Li Xing folded the umbrella and handed it to the inner sect disciple guarding the entrance. Qi Jingyuan, about to enter, recalled something and instructed, fetch Elder Guiyun a sleeping gown. Yes. Qi Jingyuan led Li Xing inside, continuing to admonish, no matter what happens, do not attempt to bear it alone. Even if you were to puncture a hole in the sky, your elder brother would be there to support you, understand? Li Xing inquired. How does one puncture a hole in the sky? Are you referring to tearing the atmosphere? Can that even be repaired? Truly, the cultivation world was remarkable. Though Li Xing lacked the ability to breach the sky, what outlandish notions are you entertaining? I was merely speaking metaphorically. Regardless, you must never undervalue your life. And no matter what occurs, you must never risk it, understand? Oh, Li Xing responded perfunctorily. Should Ling Han betray them, Wang Zulu would likely suffer greatly. If Wang Zulu were to suffer, it would be unable to become the leading righteous sect within a century, or even face outright destruction. If Wang Zulu failed to become the leading righteous sect, Li Xing's mission would remain unfulfilled. This was Li Xing's final mission, the sole matter of consequence to him. Should the mission fail, Li Xing would have nothing left to desire, and could cease to care about anything. In the event that Wang Zulu was indeed betrayed by Ling Han, leading to resentment towards him for harboring a demonic presence, Li Xing would deem it justified. Allowing them to vent their anger and slay him would be a fitting end before his departure from this world. He was too apathetic to explain that Ling Han was, in essence, a child of destiny, and even if he did not remain in Wanglu, he would not perish but would return as a demon seeking vengeance. No one would believe him, nor did he care. He had never been concerned with reputation, especially since he would never return once he departed, and even being subjected to 1,000 cuts would only occur once. Li Xing had already contemplated the worst possible outcome, while Qi Jingyuan remained oblivious. Merely assuming Li Xing was lost in thought, which he found somewhat amusing. The disciple returned with the sleeping gown, which Qi Jingyuan took and placed in Li Xing's hands. Change your clothes and get some sleep. With that, he rose to leave. Are you not sleeping? Li Xing asked. Is it because I have taken your bed? No. I am also going to change my clothes. Qi Jingyuan did not typically sleep, usually opting for meditation, but tonight he intended to keep Li Xing company, as he had never cared for a child before. When he returned, having changed into his sleeping gown, Li Xing was seated on the bed, rolling up the sleeves that were too long. Upon seeing his earnest demeanor, Qi Jingyuan could not resist pinching his cheeks and ruffling his hair. Oh Xing, you are too amusing like this. Perhaps I should ask Elder Yi to postpone his visit for a couple of months? Li Xing. Chapter 48. If betrayal, Lu Lijing gazed out at the incessant rain, the candlelight within the room flickering, reflecting the ambiguity in his eyes. He harbored a disdain for rain, as it had also been a rainy night when his mother passed away. However, that storm had been far more violent, a torrential downpour, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and fierce winds. He lingered by the bedside for a while before shutting the window. By dawn, the rain had ceased. Qi Jingyuan, who required little sleep, had awakened early. Yet, Li Xingshuang remained curled up in his embrace, peacefully slumbering. Qi Jingyuan found himself perplexed by Li Xingshuang's need for such prolonged rest, as he could easily rejuvenate through meditation. Was it perhaps due to his transformation into a child? He reached out to poke Li Xingshuang's cheek, prompting him to open his eyes momentarily before promptly shutting them again. Is there something you need? Qi Jingyuan inquired with a smile. Nothing, he replied. I just found you amusing. Please, continue your slumber. Li Xingshuang sat up, declaring, I'm not sleeping anymore. I intend to go to the library. Isn't that a bit too diligent? Qi Jingyuan jested as he also sat up. If all the disciples of Wang Shuelu were as studious as you, we would soon become the foremost sect. Li Xingshuang paused for a moment. Really? Then let us have the entire sect hold early study sessions at the crack of dawn to read the heart methods and scriptures. I shall assess the results in a month. Qi Jingyuan was taken aback. What? Not hearing his response, Li Xingshuang turned away. Oh, forgive me. I'd forgotten you are the sect master. So what do you think of my proposal? Shall we seek away approval? Qi Jingyuan was momentarily speechless. Though his presence was indeed subtle, one ought not to forget he was the sect master. Moreover, what peculiar notions was this child spouting? I was merely jesting, he remarked, ruffling Li Xingshuang's hair. The disciples are already exhausted from their morning exercises, lessons, and night practices. Adding another early class would surely overwhelm them. I did not mention the disciples, Li Xingshuang countered. This applies to everyone in the sect, including you and me. No double standards. Qi Jingyuan sighed inwardly. It seems this child's rebellious phase has arrived a bit late. Resolutely, he rejected Li Xingshuang's suggestion. That will not do. Li Xingshuang, undeterred, said, I understand. You lack the authority, so I shall consult Elder Xianyun. What? Qi Jingyuan's words hung in the air, but before he could finish, Li Xingshuang vanished. A chill ran down his spine. He had a nagging feeling that Elder Wang would indeed entertain this mischievous idea. Why had he spoken so carelessly so early in the morning? Dejectedly, Qi Jingyuan returned to the edge of the bed. Since the passing of his master, life had been unrestrained, free, and wild, a chaotic existence without boundaries. He vowed never to engage in academic pursuits again. With a sigh, he reminded himself that fate would unfold as it should. One cannot force what is not meant to be. Reflecting nostalgically on his youth, he found solace in the thought that he was not overly indulgent in sleep. Merely reading a book in the morning would suffice. It had only been 5 or 6, perhaps 10 years since he last read. Never mind, I shall change clothes. Wait a moment. Did Xingshuang not change before he left? Upon teleporting to the main hall of Xianyun Peak, Xingshuang found Lu Lijing lost in thought. When Lu Lijing caught sight of him, a hint of surprise crossed his face. What brings you here? Xingshuang dashed to him. Elder Xianyun, I wish to discuss something. Lu Lijing lifted him onto his lap, yet his concern lay elsewhere. Why are you still in your night clothes? He then retrieved a cloak from his storage pouch and draped it over Xingshuang. What is the urgency? Xingshuang replied, I believe early morning practice is highly beneficial. I propose that everyone in the sect engages in self-study at dawn. What prompted such a sudden idea? Lu Lijing inquired, gently tousling his hair. I believe this would greatly benefit our sect's development, Xingshuang asserted. Lu Lijing chuckled softly. However, haste makes waste. Rushing to achieve results may yield the opposite effect. Xingshuang frowned slightly, but maintaining the status quo is not viable. We may need to intervene in the disciples' training methods. For millennia, Wang Shuelu had occupied an ambiguous position. If they continued to tread water, he would surely fail in his mission. Patience is key. Seeking quick gains will lead to unfavorable outcomes, Lu Lijing advised. I lack the luxury of time. Xingshuang leaped from Lu Lijing's embrace. Lu Lijing was taken aback. What do you mean by time? Xingshuang's deadline was merely 100 years. Though it seemed ample, for a practitioner, a century was but a fleeting moment. He refrained from elaborating on his task, muttering, I simply lack patience. Lu Lijing chuckled. In that case, why not initiate a pilot program at Guiyun Peak? If successful, we can expand it to the entire Wang Shuelu. That seems to be the only option now, Xingshuang replied, somewhat disheartened. Yet, I must first lift the curse before returning to Guiyun Peak. When will that happen? Hasn't he, the sect master, already sent word to Elder Yi? Once she arrives, there should be a solution. Let us hope so. Lu Lijing pulled him back. You appear burdened by worries. Whenever the development of the sect was mentioned, Xingshuang recalled the destined daughter of the outer sect. He was reluctant to see such an extraordinary talent relegated to menial tasks within the sect. If she were allowed to formally practice sooner, she would undoubtedly achieve great heights swiftly. However, he feared that Ning Moru would be unwilling to take him as a mentor or, after achieving success, might choose to leave. Both Ling Han and Ning Moru were favored by fortune, and their distinctiveness was something Xingshuang found difficult to explain to Lu Lijing. Thus, he fabricated an excuse. Oh, I was pondering that Yu Chubai is ultimately affiliated with Zhaoju's sect. We expend effort nurturing him, although they have compensated us handsomely. We must impart our techniques to him. Should he return to Zhaoju's sect, would we not have raised a talent for naught? Lu Lijing chuckled lightly. You are his mentor. A bond exists between you. Even if he returns to Zhaoju's sect, he will remember your teachings. Why is that? Xingshuang could not comprehend. He could not fathom why one would feel such gratitude towards a teacher. To him, relationships were merely transactions. Once Yu Chubai graduated, he would hold no further value to him. Why would he still care? Lu Lijing, perceptive to Xingshuang's thoughts, could only express his helplessness. Xingshuang, the bond between mentor and disciple is not as tenuous as you perceive. Moreover, young master Yu holds great admiration for you. Of course, as a student, he can only regard you with the respect due to a superior. Chapter 49. The male protagonist's head is off limits. Xingshuang harbored some misconceptions regarding the bond between master and disciple. The relationship is profoundly deep, particularly within the realm of cultivation. The number of disciples under various elders vividly illustrates that taking on a disciple is not a trivial matter. Although Lu Lijing has 5 disciples, he has surpassed the age of 170. He was not even 100 years old when he accepted his first disciple, which means that over the past 70 or 80 years, he has only taken on 4 disciples. On average, he has not even acquired a disciple every decade. Most disciples begin their apprenticeship in their youth, spending subsequent decades, sometimes even centuries, within the sect, living alongside their masters and fellow disciples. Despite the absence of blood ties, the bonds formed often surpass those of family. Consequently, betraying one's master is considered an unforgivable crime, akin to patricide or matricide, and is deemed utterly deranged. However, for Xingshuang, even if a blood relationship existed, he felt no emotional connection, perhaps due to his lack of familial ties throughout his life. Nevertheless, Lu Lijing's words held some merit, at the very least. Xingshuang comprehended that disciples are not easily swayed to betrayal. Upon reflection, according to the original timeline, Ling Han had endured humiliation and false accusations from his peers, culminating in his master piercing his heart with a sword and tossing him into a mass grave, ultimately succumbing to darkness driven by hatred and demonic blood. Had any part of that sequence faltered, he would not have fallen into madness. Xingshuang pondered that perhaps he had been overly cautious. He had bestowed upon Ling Han the imperial-level heart technique. Even if Ling Han were ungrateful, it was unlikely he would turn against him. As for Ning Mo Ro, she was a close friend of Ling Han, who was rather principled. Thus, she should not be too malevolent. After considerable contemplation, Xingshuang nodded. Very well. I have made my decision. Lu Lijing was momentarily taken aback, unable to follow Xingshuang's train of thought. What have you decided? I still wish to take on a disciple. Lu Lijing was dumbfounded. What does this have to do with the previous topic? Which disciple do you have your eye on? Wait, don't leave yet. Lu Lijing swiftly grasped Xingshuang, pulling him back. At least change into another outfit. Do not wander about in such scant attire. Lu Lijing brought Xingshuang back to his room, retrieved a garment from the wardrobe, and resized it to fit Xingshuang. Watching him adeptly dress him and fasten the belt, Xingshuang remarked casually, "You truly are worthy of having raised 2 children." Lu Lijing paused for a moment, but quickly understood, smiling as he replied, "You mean Wu Chun and Wu Yan? They indeed entered my tutelage at a young age, but I employed a nurse to care for them, so I did not manage their daily needs myself." "You seem quite adept at caring for children," Xingshuang observed. Lu Lijing smiled in silence, merely raising his hand to stroke Xingshuang's forehead. Xingshuang had no desire to engage in further conversation. "I must take my leave." Lu Lijing did not attempt to stop him again, watching him depart in quiet contemplation. Xingshuang initially intended to head to the outer sect, but reconsidered, deeming his current appearance inappropriate, and thus returned to Mengyun Peak. He visited the library, where Du Yanchu was still on duty. Upon seeing Xingshuang, Du Yanchu promptly rose and bowed. "Disciple greets Elder Gui Yun." Xingshuang nodded and ascended the stairs once more. He resumed reading the book he had not finished the previous day. However, before nightfall, someone came to find him. It was none other than Ling Han. It seemed that the disciples who had entered the secret realm had returned safely. Upon seeing Xingshuang, Ling Han immediately sighed in relief. Xingshuang, puzzled, inquired, "What troubles you?" Ling Han appeared somewhat uneasy. "I have disturbed my master. I merely heard that you were injured, and I was concerned." "Injured?" Xingshuang reflected, recalling that Lu Lijing had claimed to be injured to deter Yu Chu Bai from seeking him out. Previously, the disciples had not returned, leading Yu Chu Bai to believe that neither of the 2 elder leaders had returned. Yet now that Ling Han was back, it would certainly raise questions why Xingshuang had not yet returned. "I am not injured. I simply find my current state unfit for company," Xingshuang stated. "Yu Chu Bai is an outsider. I do not wish for him to witness my predicament." Ling Han's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. It seemed that the master did not regard this individual as one of their own. No matter how arrogant he was, he remained merely an outsider. "So, does the master intend to return only after recovering?" Ling Han half knelt on the ground, softly inquiring. Xingshuang nodded. "If you encounter any difficulties while cultivating, come find me at Mengyun Peak. Alternatively, you are welcome to read alongside me here. Many books contain beneficial knowledge for you." Ling Han's face lit up with joy. Can I stay with you, master?" Xingshuang pushed the books aside, cleared a space, and gently patted the area. "Sit down." Ling Han hurriedly sat down, feeling the weight of a thick tome being placed in his hands. "This book details the characteristics of various bloodlines. I have been seeking information related to your lineage these past few days." Ling Han was deeply moved. "Thank you, master. You need not be so considerate of your disciple. You and I are master and disciple. There is no need for thanks." Xingshuang extended his hand, intending to pat Ling Han's head, but Ling Han's face flushed, and he instinctively lowered his head. The moment had arrived when his master would finally touch his head. However, Xingshuang's motion halted unexpectedly. Wait, he ought not to treat Ling Han like a child. After all, the last time he had done so, Ling Han had been upset. The male protagonist's head is off limits. He quickly withdrew his hand. That was close. Having been subjected to head pats and face squeezes by numerous individuals in recent days, he was indifferent to it himself. But he could not treat Ling Han in the same manner. Ling Han waited eagerly for a long time, yet the anticipated head pat never arrived. Lifting his head, he found that Xingshuang's hand had returned to the book. It turned out he had been overly sentimental. Ling Han felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed he needed to strive harder to earn his master's recognition. Chapter 50. Nothing is more important than you in the past 2 days. My master has been engrossed in literature, considering that your previous loss of control may have been influenced by the demonic patterns. Xingshuang, unaware of Ling Han's thoughts, merely expressed his research findings. When he witnessed Ling Han's inner demons manifest, the dark crimson veins creeping up from his neck to his face appeared quite terrifying. Each demon is born with these patterns, which incite their bloodlust and give rise to malevolent thoughts. As Xingshuang spoke, he reached out to tug at Ling Han's clothing. Ling Han's face flushed instantly, tightly clutching his collar. Master, master. Xingshuang paused, remarking, I merely wish to ascertain where your demonic pattern lies. Typically, it is located on the chest, though some may be found on the back. Ling Han's ears turned completely red. Master, my demonic pattern is on my chest, but it is rather inconvenient here. Perhaps we can discuss it later. Xingshuang was puzzled by Ling Han's bashfulness. Perhaps he had been too forward. Though he did not fully comprehend, he withdrew his hand and apologized. No, it's nothing. Ling Han hastily waved his hand, insisting that he bore no ill will towards his master. He simply felt a tad embarrassed. After all, no one had ever tugged at his clothing before, and this person was his master. Xingshuang paid little heed to this minor episode, oblivious to Ling Han's inner turmoil, and continued, I have yet to discover a means to eliminate the demonic patterns, but I can provide some suppression. Ling Han obediently nodded. The lamp I previously gave you is still with you, I trust? Xingshuang inquired. Indeed, I have kept it safe in my room, Ling Han replied earnestly. Carry it with you from now on. This item is known as the glass tear, which helps to calm the mind. Should you feel unsettled, simply take it out and infuse it with spiritual energy to utilize it. Yes, master, Ling Han responded, though a hint of hesitation crossed his face. But this artifact must be quite precious. What if I were to accidentally damage it? It is yours now. You may use it as you see fit. Ling Han was taken aback. Is it truly a gift for me? Xingshuang looked slightly perplexed. What else would it be? Ling Han had initially assumed that the lamp was merely lent to him, and he was profoundly grateful, never expecting it to be a gift. Master, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Though Ling Han was uncertain of the glass tear's true worth, it was undoubtedly of royal tier or higher. I have no need for it, so it is rightfully yours, Xingshuang reflected, recalling something else. Oh, by the way, this lamp is already in a damaged state. Should you have the opportunity to repair it, it may reveal additional uses. Damaged? Ling Han had not noticed. Xingshuang nodded. I have heard that this lamp was once used by the great Emperor Tianxian. It was previously a celestial tier artifact, but after its destruction, it now hovers between royal and imperial tiers. Xingshuang lacked the ability to restore it, yet perhaps it was destined for Ling Han, who was under the protection of fortuitous fate. Ling Han was stunned. He only knew it was precious, but never imagined it was quite so valuable. Master, this item is far too precious. I truly cannot accept it. I have said, take it as a gift, Xingshuang replied, his brow slightly furrowing. Seeing Xingshuang's frown, Ling Han dared not speak further and quickly lowered his head, fearing to incite his master's displeasure. Xingshuang understood the sentiment behind the saying that a teacher is akin to a father, and recalling the words of the Lily Mirror, he perceived that the bond between master and disciple was profoundly deep, akin to that of father and son, though he was uncertain about the nature of biological familial bonds. Xingshuang was nonetheless aware of the implications of inheritance. Thus, he spoke, in any case, once I depart this world, all these possessions will rightfully belong to you. Ling Han grasped Xingshuang's hand tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xingshuang was taken aback by this gesture, perplexed. What is the matter, master? Please do not speak such words, Ling Han implored softly. You will surely enjoy a long and prosperous life. Ling Han could not bear to contemplate what life would be like after Xingshuang's passing. He had finally found someone he could trust, someone he revered, the only individual who had treated him with such kindness. He could not even fathom that possibility. The lifespan of a cultivator is exceedingly lengthy. He still had countless years to spend with his master. He would not abandon him. Xingshuang regarded Ling Han for a moment before silently closing the book. I will inevitably leave before you. Why? Ling Han exclaimed, Master. You are so young and have already attained the state of clear mind. You are destined to ascend as a true immortal, living in harmony with the heavens. Ling Han felt a surge of agitation. You will not perish. Setting aside whether longevity is a blessing or a curse, Xingshuang would not linger in this realm, regardless of the outcomes of his mission. He would depart, never to return. Leaving everything to you is not a misfortune. Is it? Xingshuang queried. When I die. Master. Ling Han's voice quivered with emotion, tightly embracing Xingshuang. Nothing is more important than you. Nothing. Nothing is worth more than you. I need nothing else. Xingshuang mused that he and Ling Han were not particularly familiar. They had only known each other for a little over a year. Moreover, prior to the incident with the sword, they had been like strangers. After contemplating for a while, Xingshuang surmised that Ling Han had likely been bullied in the past, and now that his master was finally protecting him, he had developed a sense of reliance. You will grow stronger in the future. Once you are powerful enough, you will no longer need me. Xingshuang attempted to console Ling Han, gently placing his hand on his back. Perhaps, in a decade or so, Ling Han would achieve the same accomplishments he had now. Yet, Ling Han's sobs grew even louder. His body trembling. Master. He sounded like a helpless young beast, terrified of being abandoned. Chapter 51. Incommunicable Ling Han had never encountered his father. Since he could remember, it was solely his mother who raised him alone. When Ling Han was 7 years old, his mother passed away, choosing to leap from a cliff before his very eyes. She could have said nothing. She could have deceived him, yet she insisted on revealing her true feelings. You are becoming more like your father. I have always found you repulsive. Giving birth to you made me feel equally revolting. The young Ling Han stood frozen in shock. Though his mother was not particularly gentle, she had never subjected him to cruelty. He was oblivious to her deep-seated disdain for him. That day became an everlasting nightmare for Ling Han, etched painfully in his heart, a wound that refused to heal. He began to loathe himself, detesting the blood of demons that coursed through his veins and the insatiable thirst for blood that plagued him. His world had always been shrouded in darkness. Xingshuang was the sole beacon of light. Your master is aware, Xingshuang assured him. It was merely a casual remark. If it troubles you, I shall refrain from such statements in the future. Ling Han seemed to relax somewhat, murmuring, You won't leave me, will you? Of course not, Xingshuang replied, though he knew it was impossible to stay forever. However, Ling Han placed immense trust in Xingshuang, and with that promise, he felt at ease. He released his grip, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I apologize for causing you to witness such folly. Not at all, Xingshuang replied, gently wiping away Ling Han's tears. There are many emotions I cannot comprehend. Sometimes I misspeak or act incorrectly without understanding why. He found it perplexing that Ling Han, a fated protagonist, was such a weepy child. It vexed him to think that Ling Han might shed tears after losing a fight, tarnishing his image. Yet, he reminded himself that the child of destiny could not truly fail. With a soft, cool hand brushing against his face, wiping away his tears, Ling Han reveled in that touch, lowering his eyelids. Master, you will never be wrong. As long as his master did not harbor hatred for him like his mother did and did not abandon him, he could forgive anything. Seeing that he had finally calmed Ling Han, Xingshuang resumed his reading. Ling Han obediently lowered his head to the book. As night fell, Du Yanchu ascended the stairs once more. Elder Guiyun, your master is waiting for you downstairs. Xingshuang inquired. What time is it? Returning, Elder. It is already the witching hour. Xingshuang rose, glancing at Ling Han. It is late. You should hurry back. Ling Han promptly stood up. Yes. Xingshuang was puzzled as to why Qi Jingyuan came to fetch him daily. For cultivators, sleeplessness was not uncommon. Today, however, Ling Han was present. So Xingshuang chose not to leap from the building but instead descended alongside him. Upon seeing Ling Han, Qi Jingyuan's expression soured, clearly disapproving of him. Ling Han was acutely aware of the sect leader's disdain, especially since he had recently been falsely accused of consorting with demons. It was unsurprising that the leader found him intolerable. Ignoring Ling Han, Qi Jingyuan squatted down, extending his hands toward Xingshuang. Come, Xingshuang. Yet, Xingshuang grasped Ling Han's hand. Leader, I will see Ling Han off first. The softness of their intertwined fingers seemed to resonate within Ling Han's heart, as if grasping his very soul. In that moment, His ears flushed crimson. Qi Jingyuan's face darkened. The distance is not great. Why must you personally accompany him? It is precisely because it is not far that I wish to see him off, Li Xingshuang replied. If it were far, I would not bother. Ling Han observed Qi Jingyuan's face, which was as dark as a pot's bottom, feeling a sense of triumph, though his expression remained innocently neutral. Master, I do not wish for you to be put in a difficult position. If the leader does not consent to your escorting me, what does his consent matter? Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. Seeing you off is my decision. It has nothing to do with him. Ling Han glanced at Qi Jingyuan. Noting the distortion of his expression, it seemed the leader was the most powerless in the entire realm of cultivation. Li Xingshuang merely escorted Ling Han down Dream Cloud Peak, not straying far. Upon returning, he found Qi Jingyuan seated on the threshold of the main hall, hugging his knees, looking quite forlorn. Seeing Li Xingshuang, his expression grew even more melancholic. What troubles you? Li Xingshuang inquired, puzzled. Qi Jingyuan pouted. I don't wish to speak with you. Oh, Li Xingshuang replied, turning to leave. Wait, why are you leaving? Qi Jingyuan hurriedly caught up. Lifting Li Xingshuang, confused, asked, Didn't you say you didn't want to speak with me? I was moving away so as not to offend your eyes. I was just saying that out of anger, Qi Jingyuan sulked, unable to truly stay mad. Fearing Li Xingshuang would genuinely leave him, and quietly added, All I need is for you to coax me a bit. Li Xingshuang was not skilled in coaxing. He didn't even know why Qi Jingyuan was upset. Although uncertain about where he had gone wrong, he chose to apologize. I'm sorry, please don't be angry. Li Xingshuang preferred to avoid disputes over right and wrong. It had no bearing on him, and thus he would simply apologize. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. He was quite accustomed to it. Well, I forgive you, Qi Jingyuan admitted, not genuinely angry, merely wanting to act a bit petulant. However, Li Xingshuang's demeanor made Qi Jingyuan feel as though he were bullying him. Qi Jingyuan carried Li Xingshuang into the room. By the way, Elder Yi has replied, stating he will arrive in a couple of days. Li Xingshuang murmured absently. The curse had little impact on him, not affecting his cultivation or mental state. The difference lay in his potential return to Guiyun Peak after recovery, where he could initiate the first round of reforms. Yet, the outcome was uncertain. As Lu Lijing had suggested, it could very well backfire. He could visit the Liuguang Hall. Yet he still had no means to treat Luo Xing. Going would be futile. At this moment, he felt utterly powerless. What are you pondering? Qi Jingyuan observed Li Xingshuang in deep thought and couldn't resist poking his cheek. Li Xingshuang burrowed under the blankets. I cannot articulate it to you. Qi Jingyuan, bewildered, finally realized what was happening and, annoyed, pulled Li Xingshuang out from under the covers. You child. How can you speak to your senior like this? Li Xingshuang frowned. I truly cannot explain. Then take your time to express it, Qi Jingyuan said, gently flicking his forehead. Li Xingshuang stared at Qi Jingyuan, silent for a moment. No amount of explanation will suffice. You will never understand. No one can. Chapter 52. The immortal being Li Xingshuang had no intention of baring his soul to others. On one hand, he possessed little in the way of emotions to reveal, and on the other, the matter was indeed intricate. Although the world around him was undeniably real, to Li Xingshuang, it was merely a task in a game. And those around him were nothing more than ordinary NPCs. Even the so-called fated ones, Ling Han and Ning Mo Ro, could at best be classified as special NPCs. There was no need for him to share his past, his mission, or his aspirations with mere NPCs. His cold demeanor might have been excessive, but without it, he feared he might have lost his sanity long ago. For the next 2 days, Ling Han would arrive at dawn, spending hours with Li Xingshuang, poring over books until the night deepened. Yu Chubai also made an appearance, but was swiftly dismissed by Qi Jingyuan for various reasons, infuriating him to the point of nearly grinding his teeth to dust. On the 3rd day, Elder Yiling finally arrived. The cloud carriage from Zhen Yin's sect reached Wang Shui Tower early in the morning. A young woman clad in a pale blue dress descended from the carriage, accompanied by a boy and girl, both appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, presumably her disciples. Elder Yi, Qi Jingyuan, and Lu Lijing welcomed her at the entrance of Mengyun Peak, bowing in respect upon their meeting. Yi Ling exuded an aura of cool detachment, radiating a subtle sense of aloofness. Even when addressed by the sect leader, she merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It was only when she spotted the small heads peeking out from behind the 2 men that a faint smile graced her lips. How has the esteemed Elder Guiyun fallen to such a plight? she inquired, bending down to lower her gaze. Li Xingshuang stepped forward, looking up at Qi Jingyuan. Did you not say she would not mock me? Before Qi Jingyuan could respond, Yi Ling spoke first. Her voice was soft. Elder Gui Yun has misunderstood. I harbor no such intent. However, it seems I have been remiss, and I hope Elder Gui Yun will not take offense. She extended her hand towards Li Xingshuang, who assumed she wished to shake hands. He stepped forward and lightly grasped her fingertips. Yi Ling's demeanor was icy, yet her hand was unexpectedly warm. After a brief touch, Li Xingshuang withdrew his hand and asked, "Shall we begin the unsealing now?" With a gentle smile. Yi Ling replied, "Indeed, Elder Gui Yun, do you still remember what the cursed object to be unsealed looks like?" Li Xingshuang turned to indicate Lu Lijing. It was confiscated by Elder Xianyun. Lu Lijing smiled helplessly and retrieved a jade talisman wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket. Yi Ling gestured to her male disciple, who hurried forward to take the jade talisman and handed it to Yi Ling. After a mere glance, her brow furrowed. This carries a heavy aura of malevolence and the essence of death. Her expression turned pensive as she squatted down, scrutinizing Li Xingshuang closely. If activated, it should not revert a person to childhood. Rather, it ought to drain one's vitality, leading to death. Li Xingshuang nodded. I find it perplexing as well. Elder Yi, perhaps you should enter the room and study it further, Qi Jingyuan suggested, not wishing to keep their guests standing. Yi Ling nodded in agreement. Qi Jingyuan escorted her to the main hall of Mengyun Peak, where she sat at a table to examine the jade talisman. Li Xingshuang rested his chin on the table, idly observing her. Unable to resist, Yi Ling reached out to pat his head. Both Lu Lijing and Qi Jingyuan's expressions shifted. Though Lu Lijing maintained a smile, a hint of chill crept into his demeanor. Elder Yi, even though Xingshuang is cursed, he is still an elder of Wangshui Tower. I ask that you afford him a measure of respect. Yi Ling's ears flushed slightly as she withdrew her hand. I was indeed impolite. I hope Elder Guiyun will not hold it against me. Li Xingshuang interjected. It's quite all right. They touch my head daily. For him, the notions of respect or disrespect were inconsequential. A few pats would not diminish his essence. He saw no difference between Yi Ling and the others, as he was indifferent to their actions. Yi Ling regarded Li Xingshuang with softened eyes. Yet her expression became grave once more as she returned her focus to the jade talisman. Time passed, and both Qi Jingyuan and Lu Lijing grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Li Xingshuang found himself questioning Yi Ling's capability to lift the curse. Was the esteemed elder, who excelled in this field, truly reliable? At last, Yi Ling set the jade talisman down and spoke. Sect leader Qi Jingyuan stepped forward eagerly. Has Elder Yi conceived a method for the unsealing? Yi Ling's delicate brows knitted slightly. This may be somewhat perilous. I wish to speak with Elder Guiyun privately. Lu Lijing immediately declined her request. Apologies. Elder Yi, it is not a matter of distrust. It is simply that Xingshuang is still young and may not be able to make such decisions. Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. Still young? Do not heed his misguided words. He asserted, I will converse with you. Sect leader, Elder Xianyun. I kindly ask you to step aside. Li Xingshuang was keen to discern just how perilous the situation might be. Lu Lijing hesitated to move. Xingshuang. Yi Ling's tone turned cold. If Wangshui Tower holds such little trust in me, why summon me here? Lu Lijing pursed his lips, ultimately sighing. Xingshuang. Do not take risks. Always consult your senior brother in matters. He exchanged glances with Qi Jingyuan, and the two exited the main hall, followed by Yi Ling's two disciples. Soon, only Yi Ling and Li Xingshuang remained within the hall. Elder Guiyun, do you possess any sacrificial artifacts on your person? Yi Ling inquired. Li Xingshuang shook his head. This was not quite in line with Yi Ling's assumptions, and she furrowed her brow in confusion. If I were to share certain information with you, would you promise to keep it secret? Li Xingshuang asked. Yi Ling paused for a moment before promptly replying. Of course, if Elder Guiyun trusts me, I shall remain tight-lipped. Li Xingshuang lifted his gaze, calmly meeting her eyes. You may consider me as one who cannot perish. Chapter 53. More sinister than the evil artifact, the gift of immortality was the ultimate reward that Li Xingshuang had obtained from his initial missions. For him, death was as inconsequential as the act of eating or drinking, perhaps even less significant. Skipping a meal could lead to hunger, but death was merely an illusion. Yi Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Xingshuang anticipated her skepticism, for even cultivators would find the notion of immortality too fantastical. To convince her, he provocatively asked, "Would you like to attempt to kill me?" Yiling gasped, her eyes wide with shock. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Xingshuang could not delve into the intricacies of missions and rewards. Instead, he opted for a more palatable explanation, a fortuitous encounter from years past that allowed him to evade most fatal injuries. The concept of complete immortality was likely too much for her to accept, and she might consider him mad. Xingshuang had encountered such reactions frequently. Yiling's expression softened as she glanced at the jade talisman and then scrutinized Xingshuang's visage. So that's it. This jade talisman could siphon the essence of others, leading to their decay and demise. Yet, perhaps it was precisely this fortunate turn that caused the talisman to act in reverse. Is there a way to revert it? Xingshuang was primarily concerned with the outcome. Yiling hesitated. There is a method, but it carries certain risks. Xingshuang replied, "Regardless, I am not so easily brought to death. Let us give it a try." Handing the jade talisman to Xingshuang, Yiling instructed, "Then activate it once more." As Xingshuang grasped the talisman and infused it with his spiritual energy, it radiated an intense glow and warmth. Yet it did not repel him as it had before. After a moment, he successfully established mastery over it. Yiling was taken aback by this unexpected outcome. As Xingshuang manipulated the talisman, he distinctly sensed the malevolent and deathly energies within. However, despite his efforts, he could not restore his original form. "I failed to see its practical use," he remarked. Yiling tentatively touched the talisman, only to retract her hand as if stung by a needle. Her expression one of anxiety. "Elder Guiyun, please try infusing your spiritual energy into it." Xingshuang complied, but within mere seconds, Yiling halted him. The reason was clear. While his physique and appearance remained unchanged, strands of his hair had turned white. Yiling, alarmed, quickly examined his hair. Xingshuang also inspected his hair, bemused. "This is the first time I've grown white hair. Now is not the time for such trivialities," Yiling replied, half amused and half concerned. "Are you feeling unwell?" Xingshuang reassured her. "Not at all, just a peculiar chill in my chest." Yiling froze momentarily as she noticed a faint black vein extending from his collar, nearly causing her heart to stop. Forgetting decorum, she hastily opened his collar to investigate. A subtle trace of malevolent energy was emanating from his chest, spreading outward. The malevolent energy had penetrated his heart. Yet, Xingshuang appeared unaffected, merely gazing down in confusion. Yiling, in a state of panic, recognized the inherent risks of this approach. Feeling a surge of guilt for placing Xingshuang in jeopardy, Xingshuang donned his clothing. "There is no need to fret. I am not in danger of dying." He surmised that Yiling feared the consequences, as she was merely assisting him. After all, if something were to go awry, it would be unreasonable to expect her to bear the cost. He sought to alleviate her anxiety, lest she become overly distressed. Yiling stared at him, still in disbelief. "Elder Guiyun, I assure you, I am perfectly fine, and I believe I have gained some insight." After a brief contemplation, he asked, "Could you please step outside for a moment?" Upon hearing the term malevolent energy, Xingshuang was reminded of Luo Xing. If he could manipulate the malevolent energy through the talisman, might he be able to heal Luo Xing's past wounds? He was inclined to experiment on himself first. After all, dying a few times was hardly a grave concern. However, he could not afford to owe Luo Xing for the lantern she had gifted him, which had cost her over 20 million. Yiling hesitated. "If Elder Guiyun has any attempts to make, I shall guard you from the side. It is quite dangerous to be here alone." Xingshuang preferred not to die in the presence of others, as explaining the situation would be cumbersome. Moreover, when he died, those around him would weep and implore him not to leave them again. It was quite noisy, and he was not adept at comforting others. Thus, he preferred to quietly depart from the world alone. "I will return shortly. Please step aside." Xingshuang descended from his chair and approached the door to indicate his intent. Yiling, resigned, replied, "If anything arises, do call out. I shall be waiting outside." Xingshuang nodded. Once he had dismissed Yiling, he grasped the jade talisman once more, continuing to activate its power. His hair turned progressively white, and he felt a piercing pain in his heart, an icy chill washing over him. Xingshuang curled on the floor in agony, his brow furrowed. Yet he did not cease his use of the talisman. Soon, every strand of hair had turned white, and his body had become emaciated. Though he showed no signs of aging, the black veins deepened and spread, reminiscent of the arcane patterns that had manifested on Ling Han. Unlike Luo Xing, who had been injured elsewhere with the malevolent energy spreading to her heart, Li Xingshuang's malevolent energy originated from his heart and radiated outward. The cold and pain sliced through him like icy blades. Li Xingshuang closed his eyes, remaining silent, as if he had long since grown accustomed to extreme suffering. Time elapsed, and the jade talisman pulsated in his hand, akin to a heartbeat. Li Xingshuang opened his eyes to find his body restored to that of an adult. Though his clothing had torn apart due to the change in size, he resembled a newly crafted puppet, unmarred, flawless. His ebony hair cascaded down, his skin smooth and fair, his visage resembling a finely sculpted porcelain figure. Despite his lack of attire, he exuded an ethereal beauty that evoked no impure thoughts. Any improper notions would tarnish the image of this celestial being. Li Xingshuang gazed at the jade talisman in his hand, which writhed as if attempting to escape, likely terrified by his transformation. How could this individual be even more sinister than it? Li Xingshuang had not merely dispelled the talisman's effects. He had forcefully drained his essence, dying only to be reborn. He found it absurd. Had he known it would be this simple, he could have spared himself the trouble of summoning Yi Ling from afar. A swift cut to his throat would have sufficed. Of course, there remained the possibility that rebirth could transfer the debuffs to his new body. Li Xingshuang had experienced this before, albeit infrequently. Observing the writhing talisman, he attempted to shake it into submission, but it only struggled more vigorously, as if animated. It was proving uncooperative, and Li Xingshuang had no choice but to consign it to his system for further testing. Clearly, this healing method was unique to Li Xingshuang and could not be applied to Luo Xing. If she perished, it would be a true death. Chapter 54. What are you hesitating for? Li Xingshuang initially intended to restore his attire. However, the realm of cultivation adheres to the law of conservation of quality. While it is feasible to diminish an item, as it fundamentally involves the removal of a portion of matter, magnification poses a challenge. He cannot conjure the missing part from thin air. Consequently, Li Xingshuang procured a set of garments from the system shop, which can adjust in size according to one's physique. His storage was not devoid of clothing, yet it consisted of vintage industrial styles, cyberpunk aesthetics, and mechanical wasteland themes, perhaps overly avant-garde for this world. He donned a silvery white robe, draped with a layer of sheer fabric, and adorned his head with a crown of jade. This ensemble was titled Return of the Snowstorm, conferring an additional 1 defense. It can only be said that it was better than nothing. Upon opening the door, all present were momentarily stunned, including Li Xingshuang himself. The others were taken aback by his sudden appearance, particularly since he had fully recovered. Just moments ago, Yi Ling had expressed concern that he might fail. To his surprise, Ling Han and Yu Chu Bai had arrived, seemingly embroiled in an argument with the sect leader. Master, Yu Chu Bai was the first to react. Unaware that Li Xingshuang had transformed into a child earlier and assumed he was still injured. Upon seeing him unharmed, he rushed forward, only to be yanked back by Qi Jingyuan, who admonished him, "Do not be disrespectful." Yu Chu Bai, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Master, upon learning of your injury, I was deeply worried, yet the sect leader forbade me from visiting you. I am fine now," Li Xingshuang reassured him, glancing at Yi Ling, grateful for her assistance. Yi Ling, fully aware that she bore no merit in his recovery, was about to decline acknowledgement when Lu Lijing stepped forward with a smile, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Yi. The Wangshui Tower will certainly remember the aid provided by Zhanyan Gate today." Yi Ling attempted to clarify. "It was not my doing," but Lu Lijing interjected, "Thank you, Elder Yi, for your timely intervention." Qi Jingyuan also approached, bowing respectfully. "If Elder Yi does not mind, we would like to extend our hospitality from Wangshui Tower to you." Although their cultivation realm rendered them beyond the need for sustenance, some still relished the pleasures of food, which often contained spiritual essence beneficial for cultivation. Yi Ling initially intended to decline, but, upon noticing Li Xingshuang, acquiesced. Very well. The banquet was set for dusk. Li Xingshuang intended to return to Yunfeng first, but Yi Ling called him back, expressing a desire for conversation and to admire the scenery of Wangshui Tower. He obliged, accompanying her on a leisurely stroll around Meng Yun Peak. Yi Ling declined to allow others to join, leaving even her 2 disciples behind. After walking for a while, she finally spoke. "Elder Gui Yun, your curse was not dispelled by me. I cannot bear the burden of Wangshui Tower's favor without merit." Li Xingshuang found her quite earnest. Although it was true she had not directly lifted his curse, she had traveled a great distance, and her efforts, albeit not credited, were nonetheless significant. Had it not been for Elder Ye's insightful suggestions, I would not have swiftly lifted the curse. Thus, I owe you my gratitude. However, I prefer not to explain too much to the sect leader and others. Yi Ling sighed softly. All right, I shall not pry further. Xingshuang had previously urged her to refrain from delving into details, and after a while, he emerged, having returned to his original form, suggesting there were matters he preferred to keep private. Her earlier reluctance to insist on clarification stemmed from this understanding. Neither Yi Ling nor Xingshuang were particularly loquacious. Once the necessary exchanges were made, their conversation dwindled. Before long, they returned to the entrance of the main hall, where the sect leader and Elder Xianyun had already departed, leaving their respective disciples waiting. Upon seeing Xingshuang, Yu Chubai eagerly approached. Master, you have returned. Are you tired? Would you like to return to Yinfeng? I have constructed a new dormitory for you. I wonder if you will like it. In contrast to Yu Chubai's exuberance, Ling Han remained silent, observing Xingshuang with an air of profound melancholy. Xingshuang, sensing something amiss, inquired, Ling Han, you appear unwell? Yu Chubai's chatter ceased, and he cast a fierce glare at Ling Han, who, in turn, shot a triumphant glance at Yu Chubai, albeit from a perspective invisible to Xingshuang. Xingshuang was oblivious to their rivalry, only noticing Ling Han bowing his head, looking pitiful. Master, I feel unwell. Xingshuang assumed it was a manifestation of his inner demons and grasped his arm. Let us return. In the next moment, he teleported with Ling Han. Yu Chubai's teeth ground together in frustration, feigning pity. Shameless. Wait, does Master actually fall for this? He began to plot. Xingshuang brought Ling Han back to Gue Yun Peak, and upon landing, he was nearly dazzled by the opulent architecture. He understood that Zhao Ju's sect was affluent, but such ostentation seemed excessive. Nonetheless, he escorted Ling Han back to his original quarters. Upon entering, Xingshuang casually remarked, disrobe. Ling Han's face flushed crimson, stammering, Master. This is not appropriate. It was not that he was unwilling, nor could he refuse any request from his master, but his face grew increasingly flushed. Xingshuang, however, furrowed his brow in confusion. What decorum? How can I assess your demonic markings if you do not remove your garments? Previously, in the library, Xingshuang could comprehend the hesitation, but now, within the confines of the room, he wondered why Ling Han was still so reticent. Chapter 55. If it hurts, go see a doctor. Ling Han's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Master. No, it's nothing. He realized he was overthinking, fumbling with his clothing. However, due to his nervousness, he struggled to unfasten it. Xingshuang, feeling helpless, stepped forward to assist him. The familiar fragrance enveloped Ling Han, rendering him breathless, his face burning. Master. No, it's nothing. Ling Han was at a loss for words, merely yearning to address his master. Though Xingshuang found it puzzling, he was accustomed to Ling Han's peculiarities and refrained from pressing further. Despite his slender frame, Ling Han, as a cultivator, possessed a modicum of muscle. His body bore faint scars, remnants of past torment. Xingshuang's gaze fell upon a wound near Ling Han's chest, the very one he had inflicted previously. Though he had healed it immediately, a scar remained. Even with the enhanced healing abilities of cultivators, some marks could not be erased. Xingshuang gently traced the scar, causing Ling Han to tense, gripping his sleeves tightly, stifling the urge to leap up. Master, what is it? He was not even touching the location of the demonic mark. Xingshuang withdrew his hand, lowering his gaze. That sword I pierced you with. It must have hurt a lot, right? Ling Han finally comprehended that Xingshuang was referring to the sword wound. He hurriedly replied, It doesn't hurt, not at all. How could it not hurt? The blade that pierced through him was chilling, blood dripping down its length, the ridicule of his sect echoing in his heart, inflicting deeper wounds than the physical ones. It hurt so much that it would haunt him for a lifetime, just like the resentment his mother expressed before her death, each word striking him with unbearable pain. Yet, Master said that the sword was not meant to blame him for being of the demonic race, but rather to punish his deceit. Master said he did not blame him, believed in him, and was merely compelled to provide an explanation to the sect. Master brought him back, using spiritual power to heal his wounds. Though blood continued to drip, Ling Han felt no pain. He believed that no matter how many blades pierced him, he would not feel pain, as long as there was someone willing to keep him, protect him, and accompany him. Pain could be spoken of. Xingshuang's gaze swept over the old scars, You need not endure. Ling Han's eyes turned red again, warm tears falling onto his hand. Master, it doesn't hurt. As long as someone cared for him, he would not feel pain. Xingshuang was puzzled by his tears, recalling Ling Han's earlier admission of discomfort. Perhaps it was due to the demonic mark acting up again. He glanced at the faint black veins on Ling Han's chest, not very pronounced, seemingly showing no signs of spreading. Is this your demonic mark? Ling Han lowered his head, pressing down on the mark on his chest. Yes, it's quite unsightly. Feeling embarrassed, he adjusted his clothing, wishing to prevent Xingshuang from looking further. He feared that Xingshuang would despise him upon seeing his inclination toward the demonic race. A discarded animal, once rescued, would cling more desperately to its new owner, while also becoming increasingly anxious and fearful of loss. Xingshuang did not stop him from adjusting his clothing, having already seen the demonic mark and understanding the situation. Since Ling Han was so bashful, he decided not to press him further. Bring out the Lioli tears. Though the demonic mark did not appear to be agitated, Ling Han's tearful expression suggested deep sorrow, which Xingshuang attributed to inner demons. Ling Han had heeded Xingshuang's earlier words, always keeping the Lioli tears close. He carefully retrieved the Lioli tears from his storage space, and Xingshuang lit a lamp, placing it nearby. Do you feel any better? Xingshuang inquired. Still uncomfortable? The lamp may not have much effect, but... Ling Han stole a glance at Xingshuang. The crisp scent of melting snow brought him immense comfort. Yes, master, I feel much better. Noticing Ling Han's still fragile demeanor, Xingshuang contemplated before retrieving the chinchicken. If you still feel unwell, I shall play for you. Ling Han had never seen Xingshuang play the qin, and he was somewhat astonished. Master can play the qin? After realizing his words might have been inappropriate, he quickly added, I did not mean to question your abilities, just surprised. Xingshuang would not play, but for him, the chinchicken was merely an instrument, something to be utilized from the equipment bar. He deftly plucked the strings, as if he had practiced 1,000,000 times before. The gentle notes flowed like a clear spring, resonating like the breaking of jade, fragrant orchids weeping dew. Ling Han was entranced, unsure whether it was the music or the musician that captivated him. After the performance concluded, Xingshuang asked, feeling better? Ling Han nodded vigorously. If you wish to hear the qin again, just tell me. Xingshuang stored the chinchicken away. If you feel sad or angry, you must tell me. Ling Han's eyes felt a bit sore. Yes. And Xingshuang assessed Ling Han. If you're injured, you must inform me. Ling Han obediently nodded. Once Xingshuang finished his instructions, he said, since you feel well, you may return to your room. Xingshuang wanted to conduct further experiments with the jade talismans. Ling Han stood up, reluctant to leave, hesitating for a while before mustering the courage to speak. His voice barely above a whisper. Master, may I cultivate here under your guidance? Ah, that's fine. Though Xingshuang wished to pursue his experiments, it was indeed a good thing that the child wanted to learn. Thus, Xingshuang sat alongside Ling Han in the hall to meditate. However, before long, a knock echoed at the door. Master. Unsurprisingly, it was Yu Bai. Xingshuang felt a buzzing in his ears, slightly irritated by the noise. Ling Han stood. Master, allow me to check. Xingshuang waved his hand. Continue your cultivation, I will see. He opened the door to find the elegantly dressed youth looking up at him with wide, pitiful eyes. What is it? Xingshuang asked. Yu Bai blinked. Master, I feel unwell. Unwell? Xingshuang queried, confused. He had no demonic mark. So why would he suddenly feel unwell? What is bothering you? Yu Bai pointed to his chest. I feel tightness and shortness of breath, physically unwell. Master, I truly feel very unwell. Xingshuang was baffled. Then go see a doctor. I am not a healer. Yu Bai. This is not what I expected. Chapter 56. Sit beside me. What infuriated Yu Bai even more was the sight of Ling Han, who was reveling in his triumph within the room. Master. Yu Bai reached out to tug at Xinghuan's sleeve. Please keep me company. It would ease my discomfort. Xinghuan felt a sense of familiarity in those words. As someone who had undergone rigorous training under the elders, she promptly withdrew her sleeve from his grasp. Stop fooling around. Perhaps that was what needed to be said. Yu Bai's lips curled downwards, tears welling in his eyes. Why is Ling Han allowed to do this? He lamented, indignantly accusing. He won't even call me senior brother. Xinghuan found herself at a loss for a response. After a moment of contemplation, she said, well then, Ling Han, you should return as well. Ling Han raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Is misfortune descending upon me? At this, Yu Chubai couldn't help but smile. Although his objective had not been achieved, he took solace in the fact that Ling Han would not fare much better. Ling Han tightened his grip on his sleeve, yet his demeanor remained docile. Yes, master. Just as Xingshuang was about to send them away, Ling Han flashed a smile. Thank you, master, for your comfort and guidance, and for accompanying me in my training for such a long duration. Was it really that long? Xingshuang mused, bemused, for Ling Han had hardly been there for half an hour. Meanwhile, Yu Chubai's teeth ground together in frustration, visibly seething with a desire to rid himself of Ling Han. Regardless, Xingshuang managed to usher the two children away. She then produced the jade talisman. The talisman, now still, responded to her attempts to activate it. As expected, a chilling sensation and sharp pain surged through her chest once more. Xingshuang persisted for quite some time, until the sect leader summoned her to the feast, prompting her to stow away the jade talisman. Upon exiting, she recalled that Ling Han had not yet entered into a fasting period. Perhaps she could bring him along for a meal, as he likely hadn't enjoyed a proper feast in the dining hall. Thus, she went to fetch Ling Han, who followed her with evident joy. Just as Xingshuang was about to leave, she caught sight of Yu Chubai, whose face bore an expression of deep sorrow. Although she suspected Yu Chubai would look down upon the humble fare of Wangshui Tower, she still inquired, "Would you like to join us?" After all, he was her disciple, and she couldn't overtly show favoritism. Upon hearing this, Yu Chubai's demeanor shifted to one of elation as he eagerly joined them, clutching Xingshuang's sleeve. Not to be outdone, Ling Han gently grasped the other sleeve. The two boys glared at one another across Xingshuang's figure. Xingshuang maintained her composure, her expression serious as if pondering something of great significance. She wondered whether there would be elbow dishes at the banquet, and if so, could she possibly request one for herself? Lost in these thoughts, Xingshuang arrived at the Qingshuo Hall on Xianyun Peak, designated for receiving guests. The sect leader of Wangshui Tower and 4 elders were present, alongside several direct disciples from other peaks, with the exception of Mengyun Peak. Renanha brought along her 3 youngest disciples, all girls, the youngest appearing merely 11 or 12 years old, while the eldest was about the same age as Ling Han. Elder Xianyun accompanied his 2 prot-gs, Lu Wuchen and Lu Wuyan, who were respectively his oldest and youngest disciples. Though Lu Wuchen was younger in the sect, he was still 2 to 3 decades older than Xingshuang. Of course, Xingshuang's cultivation level far surpassed that of Lu Wuchen, not due to any lack of talent on Lu Wuchen's part, but rather because Xingshuang's aptitude was extraordinary, leading to her being taken under the previous elder Guiyun's wing. He Ruofeng brought along all 3 of his disciples. As their master, they harbored an intense disdain for the demon clan, glaring at Ling Han with a fierce intensity, as if they wished to eliminate him. Ling Han was never intimidated by such gazes, yet at this moment, he gently tugged at Xingshuang's sleeve. Speaking in a soft voice, "Master, do those senior brothers and sisters dislike me?" His feigned vulnerability almost made Yu Chubai retch. Xingshuang glanced at He Ruofeng's disciples, gently advising, "Pay no heed to them. You shall sit beside me." The elders' seats were arranged at the head of the table, while the disciples had to sit further away. Xingshuang intended for Ling Han to sit by her side, a privilege typically reserved for the younger and most cherished juniors. Her rationale was simple. If Ling Han was seated next to her, the 4 little dogs of Tianyun Peak would not dare approach him. Ling Han was taken aback, while Yu Chubai's eyes brimmed with tears. "Master." Yu Chubai tugged at Xingshuang's sleeve, gazing at her with a pitiful expression. "I also wish to sit with you." Xingshuang firmly rejected him. "No. If 3 of us sit at one table, what if there isn't enough food? Besides, no one will bully you, for you are the generous one." Yu Chubai refrained from protesting, merely lowering his gaze in dejection as he took his seat among the disciples, though his eyes remained fixed on Ling Han. As Xingshuang led Ling Han to sit beside her, every pair of eyes in the Qingshuo Hall turned toward them. He Ruofeng was the first to object, rising from his seat to accuse Xingshuang. "Is this how you conduct yourself in Guiyun Peak? In such a setting, a disciple should not share a table with an elder." Xingshuang shot him a sidelong glance. "Indeed, I was raised without a father or mother, and my master seldom disciplined me. My manners are certainly not as refined as those of others. Why should Elder Tianyun begrudge me, a person of such lowly upbringing?" He Ruofeng's face twisted in outrage. He stammered, his lips quivering, yet no words emerged, and he fell silent, returning to his seat. Xingshuang felt a warm touch against the back of her hand and turned to find Ling Han gazing at her with concern. Li Xinghuan assumed he was fearful of He Ruo Feng, reassuring him, "It's fine. He merely has a sharp tongue and will not retaliate against me." Li Xinghuan was unafraid of He Ruo Feng's schemes. The little dog was too straightforward to engage in such underhanded tactics. At most, they would exchange harsh words. But even that would be futile. "Master, you need not argue on my behalf. Please do not speak such self-deprecating words." Upon hearing Li Xinghuan's remarks, Ling Han felt a mix of gratitude for her defense and sorrow for her plight. As a fellow orphan, he understood the profound loneliness of being without family. He had not expected that his master had also lost her parents at a young age. Regarding his grandmaster, Ling Han knew little. He had assumed that the grandmaster treated Li Xinghuan well, yet it appeared that she had received scant attention from him. To advocate for him, Li Xinghuan not only publicly confronted Elder Tianyan, but also laid bare the painful scars of her past. Li Xinghuan seemed unfazed. Yet Ling Han felt a deep ache for her. Chapter 57. Cold-heartedness. Although a minor incident occurred before the banquet commenced, it did not impede the festivities. Li Xingshuang gazed at the dishes laid out before him. In the realm of cultivation, culinary creations emphasize the essence of the ingredients, preserving their spiritual energy. Thus, the fare appeared rather bland and lacked appeal. He yearned for braised pork knuckles. In contrast to Ling Han, the table was adorned with dishes crafted from spiritual plants, fruits, and the meats of mystical beasts, each exuding a simple yet exquisite flavor without the need for elaborate techniques or excessive seasoning. He had never tasted such high-quality food before. Not only was it delectable, but it also invigorated his spiritual energy significantly. However, noticing Li Xingshuang's reluctance to partake, he felt hesitant to indulge further. While Li Xingshuang showed little interest in the food, he sipped on wine, which was of exceptional quality, rich and robust. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed a drink. Sensing Ling Han's occasional glances in his direction, Li Xingshuang assumed the younger man wished to drink as well and remarked, "You are still young. You shouldn't drink." Before Ling Han could explain, Li Xingshuang picked up a pair of fresh chopsticks, dipped them in the wine, and offered them to Ling Han's lips. "If you are truly curious, you may have a taste." Ling Han, taken aback, hesitantly accepted the chopsticks. A hint of sweetness danced on his palate, swiftly followed by an overwhelmingly fiery sensation that caused him to turn away, coughing several times into his sleeve. Li Xingshuang, observing this, couldn't help but chuckle, clearly amused by the situation. After a series of coughs, Ling Han intended to apologize for his lack of composure, but was halted when he turned to find Li Xingshuang smiling, an expression he had never seen before. Was it truly joy? It dawned on Ling Han that this might be the first time he witnessed such a smile on his master's face. Li Xingshuang, noticing Ling Han's unwavering gaze, quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. "I did not intend to mock you." Though the laughter was indeed mocking, he could hardly admit it. Ling Han murmured, "As long as master is happy." Despite the multitude of eyes fixated upon them, neither Li Xingshuang nor Ling Han seemed to care. Li Xingshuang was indifferent to the scrutiny, believing that Shi Ruofeng and his disciples were merely staring due to Ling Han's demonic lineage. Meanwhile, Ling Han's focus remained solely on Li Xingshuang, disregarding all else. At that moment, Shi Jingyuan, sensing the awkward atmosphere, mustered the courage to raise his glass. Today's banquet is to honor Elder Yi, who has traveled from afar, and to express gratitude for her assistance to Xingshuang. I shall toast to Elder Yi. Elder Yiling politely lifted her glass and drank, yet her gaze remained fixed upon Li Xingshuang. Qi Jingyuan cleared his throat. "Xingshuang, you should also toast Elder Yi. After all, she has been of tremendous help to you." Though Li Xingshuang was somewhat naive regarding social customs, he was obedient. He raised his filled glass. "Elder Yi, I toast to you." A gentle smile graced Yi Ling's face as she stood to return the gesture. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly burst in, visibly flustered upon seeing the assembly of elders and the sect leader. "Greetings, elders. I am the disciple." Seeing this, Lu Wuchen promptly pulled the disciple away. The onlookers merely assumed it was an inexperienced disciple who had wandered in by mistake and paid it no mind. However, not long after, Lu Lijing's brow furrowed in concern, as if he had received a telepathic message. Li Xingshuang set down his wine glass, troubled by Lu Lijing's serious expression. Surely something significant must have transpired at the Wangshui Tower, yet the sect leader appeared blissfully ignorant. Although this individual held no decision-making power, one would expect a sect leader to retain some awareness of critical matters. Lu Lijing soon rose, clasping his hands respectfully. Elder Yi, sect leader, I have some personal matters to attend to and must take my leave. I hope you will not take offense. Yi Ling nodded, and Qi Jingyuan smiled, signaling him to depart. Before exiting, Lu Lijing exchanged a glance with the seated disciple, Yu Chubai, who raised an eyebrow and followed him out. Li Xingshuang then stood as well. Sect leader, I too have matters to attend to. I will take my leave. Qi Jingyuan paused, puzzled. What could possibly require your attention? Li Xingshuang, unprepared with a reasonable excuse, noticed Lu Lijing's casual departure, mistakenly assuming the sect leader would not inquire further. With no other option, he hastily fabricated a response. I am feeling tipsy and need some fresh air. Qi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Is it not possible to come up with a more believable excuse? You, a practitioner of the Mingxin realm, have barely touched your drink. Tipsy? You are not flushed or breathless. How can you claim to be intoxicated? Ling Han, genuinely concerned, urged, Master, are you all right? Allow me to accompany you for a stroll. Li Xingshuang patted Ling Han's shoulder reassuringly. It is nothing. I shall return shortly. Hearing that Li Xingshuang would indeed return, Qi Jingyuan's expression softened somewhat. Renanha offered her usual admonitions. Xingshuang, do not stay out too long after drinking. Be wary of headaches. Just take a breath of fresh air and return promptly. Li Xingshuang nodded absently, then exited. Lu Lijing had not gone far and made no effort to conceal his presence. Li Xingshuang quickly sensed their location. As he approached, he heard Yu Chubai's cold laughter. Disciples have not breached their contracts. Even Elder Xianyun cannot impose arbitrary punishment upon them. Yu Chubai's demeanor was devoid of her usual flirtatiousness, replaced instead by a chilling aura and a hint of mockery. Lu Lijing, however, merely smiled. I do not recall the terms of our agreement being so. Young Master Yu, I am genuinely curious. What benefit do you derive from undermining the Lan Kingdom? Yu Chubai scoffed. For amusement, out of disdain, or simply because they deserve it, any reason suffices. I do not recall any grievances between Zhaojua sect and the Lan Kingdom. Prince Yuan is unaware of many things. For a person as cold-hearted as you would hardly concern themselves with such matters. Li Xingshuang found the conversation tedious. Realizing it was merely a continuation of the previous turmoil in the Lan Kingdom, which held no relevance for him. Just as he prepared to leave, Lu Lijing suddenly turned toward him, having sensed his presence. It was hardly eavesdropping. Li Xingshuang had not intentionally hidden himself, merely kept his distance. Given Lu Lijing's cultivation level, it was likely he had sensed Li Xingshuang long ago. Meanwhile, Yu Chubai, with her back turned to him and possessing significantly lower cultivation, remained oblivious. Xingshuang. Lu Lijing smiled warmly, calling out to Li Xingshuang, and as Yu Chubai turned in surprise, he continued slowly, since you are here, why not come a little closer? Chapter 58. You go help her. Li Xingshuang could not pretend he had not heard and could only walk over. Yu Chubai's face was filled with panic as he flashed a flattering smile, approaching Li Xingshuang and tugging at his sleeve. Master, what brings you here? Li Xingshuang did not look at him, but merely spoke to Lu Lijing. I am just here to listen. I have no intention of intervening. Lu Lijing replied. Since you have chosen to listen, why not grasp the entirety? I instructed young Master Yu to deliver a sum of mundane currency to the royal family of Lan Kingdom to alleviate their treasury deficit. Yet, young Master Yu has given this money to the ambitious Prince Jin, aiding him in cultivating his own soldiers for rebellion. Is this not a betrayal on his part? Li Xingshuang was reluctant to comment, primarily because it did not concern him. He could not fathom why Lu Lijing felt the need to disclose this information to him. Yu Chubai, feeling anxious, shook Li Xingshuang's sleeve. Master, I did not intend to harm the royal family of Lan Kingdom. Elder Xianyun instructed me to provide funds to the royal family. I thought it was acceptable to give it to the prince and princess as well. Specious reasoning, Lu Lijing coldly retorted, then glanced at Li Xingshuang. His intentions clearly malicious. Such a person would not be permitted to remain within the sect. Yu Chubai was incensed, exclaiming, who is truly the one with ulterior motives? You could kill your own mother. Who knows what else you might do? Lu Lijing's expression darkened, and for a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Yu Chubai realized he had misspoken but chose not to apologize, defiantly glaring at Lu Lijing. The immense pressure from the peak of the Ming Xian realm forcefully brought Yu Chubai to his knees, causing intense pain in his knee as he was pinned to the ground. Even though the pressure avoided Li Xingshuang, he could still sense the fury intertwined within it. Yu Chubai struggled, unable to straighten his back, whether it was blood or a bitten tongue. Crimson liquid dripped from his mouth onto the floor. Xingshuang regarded him. After all, he was the young master of Zhaoju's sect. What if he returned home, weeping to lodge a complaint? Although the sect master of Zhaoju's sect was somewhat timid, that was under different circumstances. The sect was powerful, and for both sect and personal reasons. Xingshuang did not wish to offend them. Elder Xinyun. Xingshuang raised his hand to resist Lu Lijing's oppression, which caused Lu Lijing to momentarily hesitate, but ultimately retract his pressure silently. Xingshuang extended his hand to Yuchubai. Master. Yuchubai was momentarily stunned as he was helped up, his eyes reddening once more. I am not your master, Xingshuang said flatly. The formalities of apprenticeship have not yet been completed. You should not address me so. Xingshuang meant it literally, yet Yuchubai's tears streamed down immediately. Master. Please let me explain. I am not a bad person. Please do not abandon me. He sobbed, clutching Xingshuang's hand tightly. Lu Lijing's face remained stern. Xingshuang, do you truly believe someone so duplicitous can be trusted? Yuchubai hid behind Xingshuang, retorting defiantly. Aren't you the same? Two-faced and treacherous. I suspect you might one day kill my master. Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. That would be quite agreeable. Both fell silent. Xingshuang returned to the topic at hand. Wasn't that incident from a month or two ago? Why is it being brought up now? Yuchubai murmured. The Princess Rongchang has arrived. Lu Lijing added. She wishes to join the Wangshui Tower. It seemed the disciple who rushed to report earlier was conveying this news. Regardless, she was still Lu Lijing's relative, despite the many generations that had passed. Xingshuang inquired. Is she unable to remain in Lan Kingdom? Lu Lijing nodded. After the palace coup, the emperor eliminated dissenters. Remaining in Lan Kingdom poses a constant threat to her life, and her best choice is to leave the mundane world. However, lacking any talent for cultivation. Even if she seeks me out, I can only place her as a servant disciple in the outer sect. Yuchubai remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. I wonder if the esteemed princess can endure such hardship. Lu Lijing shot him a glance, prompting Yuchubai to hide behind Xingshuang. Recalling servant disciples reminded Xingshuang of Ning Mo Ro. However, accepting a talentless disciple would require a particular opportunity. If Lu Lijing refused to accept his own kin, there was even less reason to take in someone like Ning Mo Ro, who had no relation to him. Xingshuang's thoughts had already shifted to another matter, regarding the quarrel between the two. I am merely here to listen and will not comment on your rights or wrongs. Xingshuang turned. I will return to the banquet. Yuchubai made a face at Lu Lijing and then hurried after Xingshuang. Master, wait for me. I shall accompany you. Upon returning to the banquet, Linghan noticed a hint of sorrow in Xingshuang's expression and asked with concern, Master, are you well? I am fine. Xingshuang was unsure why he asked that, responding casually while still preoccupied with Ning Mo Ro's predicament. Sometimes, Xingshuang found it peculiar, despite their shared destiny. Why did Linghan always seem to encounter fortune while Ning Mo Ro continued to face misfortunes? One should not underestimate youth. It seemed this misfortune was encroaching upon the stages of adulthood and beyond. Soon, the deceased would be prioritized. Could it be that Xingshuang's actions had led to a significant alteration in the timeline? He had considered providing her with suitable cultivation methods. But such overt gestures might be perceived by Ning Mo Ro as ulterior motives. He and Ning Mo Ro were hardly connected. Their only link was likely Linghan. Ah, yes, there was also Linghan. Xingshuang turned to his disciple beside him, and Linghan immediately lowered his head obediently, awaiting instructions. Master recalls you had a good friend in the outer sect. Linghan hesitated. He was often bullied in the outer sect, and the only one he could consider a friend was Ning Mo Ro. Rather than a true friendship, it was more a bond of shared misfortune. However, due to his master's attention toward her, Linghan felt a tinge of resentment and had not sought her out for quite some time. Unsure why his master suddenly brought her up, Linghan nodded, slightly dazed. Yes, Xingshuang continued. I recall that a sect competition will be held in a little over a month, and outer sect disciples are allowed to participate. If you have time, you may assist your friend. Even if she does not have the opportunity to become a direct disciple, there may still be a chance to enter the inner sect. Xingshuang did not require her to excel. As long as she found a reason, he was prepared to accept her as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Linghan's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 59. A conversation with you, Master. You actually chose to assist Ning Moru? Linghan clenched his fists, pondering, with Ning's talent. She is unlikely to enter the inner sect. Why does the master pay such attention to her? She is but a waste. The thought surged in Ling Han's mind, and in the next moment, he broke into a cold sweat. He realized he had become as venomous as those he despised. Although Ning Moru's talent was indeed lacking, he should not mock her. She was undeniably his friend. But what was happening? Xingshuang, observing his somber expression, speculated whether something had disturbed Ling Han, yet upon reflection, she found no fault in her words. Was it not beneficial for him to spend more time with the young lady? Ling Han averted his gaze and stiffly replied, "It's nothing, master. I was merely lost in thought." "Ah," Xingshuang replied, disinterested in matters unrelated to her. "You should focus on your cultivation this month. The sect's grand competition is approaching. As the child of destiny, you ought to make a name for yourself." This reminded Xingshuang of something significant. It seemed that since his last epiphany in the secret realm, Ling Han had made no progress in his cultivation. With so many days remaining in the secret realm, he should have experienced some improvement. It was unusual. Could it be that his fate as the protagonist had been altered by her? Would a Ling Han free from demonic influence lack destiny? Ling Han was about to assert his commitment to diligent cultivation when he glanced at Xingshuang, and the words morphed into, "Master, there are many uncertainties in my self-cultivation. Might I request your guidance?" "Very well. I shall accompany you in your practice starting tomorrow." Before Ling Han could express his gratitude, Xingshuang added, "By the way, you may bring your good friend along. She likely lacks guidance in the outer sect and finds it challenging to advance." Ling Han's lips drooped. "Master, why do you care so much for Sister Ning? She is merely an inconspicuous servant disciple of the outer sect. Why do you frequently mention her?" Seeing his displeasure, Xingshuang speculated that he might misunderstand her intentions as coveting his affections, and quickly clarified, "When you were framed, it was that girl who believed in you. I hope you cherish this friendship." Ling Han felt a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated such a reason. His master, with good intentions, desired him to forge friendships, while he himself felt jealousy over her concern for another disciple. Ning Moru was indeed a good person and his only friend. He should not harbor such feelings. The banquet continued late into the night, filled with clinking glasses and lively exchanges, dispersing only at the third watch. Xingshuang noted the absence of Lu Lijing. Perhaps he was busy attending to his clan. Despite being in the outer sect, one would expect he would provide additional care. Cultivators prized lineage, and the outer sect was rife with individuals who exploited others. Thus, both Ning Moru and Ling Han had been subjected to bullying. However, after Xingshuang's feedback, Lu Lijing had taken measures to rectify the outer sect's atmosphere, which should have improved by now. In a realm where scheming and bullying prevailed, could the sect truly flourish? We must strive for our ambitions and cultivate diligently to secure a bright future. Xingshuang rose from her seat, discreetly taking the remaining 2 flasks of wine. Why leave without packing some? Although the food was insipid, the wine was delightful. Perhaps due to the support from Zhaoju's sect, Wang Shui Tower had acquired fine wines. Ling Han followed closely, expressing concern. "Master, you have consumed quite a bit of wine. Are you feeling well?" Cultivators rarely succumb to intoxication, especially someone of Xingshuang's caliber. She replied, "I am not drunk." Yuchubai hurriedly caught up with Xingshuang, asking, "Master, do you enjoy drinking? My father has many rare spirit brews. I could fetch some for you." "That is unnecessary. What if your father punishes you?" Xingshuang recalled how Yuchubai had been chastised by the sect master at Mengyun Peak. Yuchubai grinned, "It's all right, as long as master enjoys it. I will bring anything you desire." Ling Han pursed his lips, slowing his pace. Yuchubai hailed from a prestigious family, showering gifts upon his master. Yet, he merely took from her. The treasures his master bestowed upon him were invaluable, and he felt he could never repay her. Xingshuang walked ahead, unaware of Ling Han's changing expression, but she noticed someone in the distance. "Is that Lu Lijing? Why has he returned after the banquet? Is he not full?" "Xingshuang." Lu Lijing appeared somewhat fatigued. "I have something to discuss with you. May I take a moment of your time?" Xingshuang remained silent for a few seconds. Questions from superiors rarely allowed for choice. "Speak," she said. Lu Lijing glanced towards the Qinshiao hall. Then at Xingshuang's 2 disciples, "I wish to speak with you privately." Thus, Xingshuang gestured for her disciples. "You 2 may return. I have matters to discuss with Elder Xianyun." Yuchubai frowned and whispered, "Master, it's too dangerous to be alone with this person." Lu Lijing ignored his crude attempts to sow discord, merely fixing his gaze on Xingshuang. She repeated, "You 2 may leave." Ling Han nodded, understood. Compared to Yuchubai, Ling Han was more obedient. Lu Lijing led Li Xingshuang to the study in the courtyard of Xianyan Peak and invited her to take a seat. Li Xingshuang was uncertain of his intentions, yet she sensed it might not be of great significance. To her, anything outside of her mission held little interest: the political turmoil in Lan country, the Long Princess, the Zhao Ju Chamber of Commerce. None of it piqued her curiosity. Lu Lijing spoke with a hint of bitterness. Yu Chu Bai is correct. I killed my own mother. As expected, this topic failed to engage Li Xingshuang. She had never concerned herself with her colleagues' private lives. Lu Lijing's moral standing was of no consequence. To her, anything beneficial to her mission was good, while anything obstructive was bad. Li Xingshuang found herself puzzled as to why Lu Lijing would confide this to her. Did he perceive her as some sort of emotional sounding board? However, his next words made her raise her gaze. Xingshuang, it was only then that I comprehended. Sometimes, immortality is not a blessing, but a curse. Chapter 60. Nightmare. Lu Lijing closed his eyes, and it was evident that he was in great anguish. After my cultivation at Wanshua Tower, I stumbled upon a life-extending elixir, which I bestowed upon my gravely ill mother. Indeed, it allowed her to survive, yet she was far too aged, deaf, blind, and utterly weak, unable even to utter a word. As time wore on, her body began to decay, revealing her bones, yet she persisted in living, like a wandering corpse, caught in the limbo of existence, neither able to live nor die. Reluctant to witness her prolonged suffering, I ended her life with a single stroke of my sword. She should have perished long ago. It was I who meddled in the mortal realm, who provided her with the life-extending potion. And thus the ensuing tragedy was one I alone must bear. Lu Lijing hung his head, supporting his forehead with his hand, barely managing to hold himself together. I am indeed a sinner, excessively arrogant and obstinate. I have committed irrevocable errors, unforgivable sins. Li Xingshuang pondered for a moment. Regardless, you have killed her, which can be seen as an act of atonement. Lu Lijing closed his eyes once more. Yes, he had atoned, albeit in a wicked manner. He would never forget that day. He walked out of the Xinang palace, blood cascading from his blade, instantly mingling with the torrential rain, winding its way into the waters below. The surrounding eunuchs and palace maids were paralyzed with fear, some scrambling to escape on hands and knees, too terrified even to scream. He remained still, allowing the downpour to drench his entire being. He felt the weight of the sword in his hand, heavier than it had ever been. When the imperial guards arrived, they beheld a young man standing before the palace, his countenance serene. The emperor, surrounded by her retinue for protection, arrived, her eyes wide with terror, and upon seeing him, she was momentarily stunned. Brother. She had aged, while he remained in the bloom of youth. Everyone was astonished by the emperor's address. The soldiers and guards were young and had never encountered Lu Lijing. Only a select few were aware that the emperor had an elder brother, the Prince Yuan, who had once governed during her youth. He had encountered divine fortune and departed from the mortal coil. Brother. The emperor's eyes reddened, nostalgia flooding her heart. She wished to rush forward, yet those around her immediately shielded her. She regained some clarity. Her once gentle and benevolent brother now stood wielding a sword, blood pooling at his feet, before the Xinang palace. He finally spoke, uttering 6 succinct words. The Empress Dowager has passed. The emperor nearly collapsed, only kept upright by the support of a palace maid. She could not comprehend. They were siblings of the same mother. That was her mother, and his as well. How could he have taken the life of their own mother? You scoundrel! You wretched beast! The emperor shouted, having ruled for decades without such a lapse in composure. Bring him to me. Kill him. He could have slipped away silently from the palace, as if he had never come, yet he cast one last glance at his sister. It is I who owe you. It is my fault. He never sought to justify his actions, regardless of the reasons. Lu Lijing's thoughts seemed to drift back into that nightmare until a hand rested upon his back. Do not be distressed, Li Xingshuang consoled gently. At least she is liberated now. If you truly cared for her, you ought to rejoice for her. I merely do not wish for my mother to depart from me, as Yunqing did. When Yunqing fell gravely ill, I was but a mortal, unable to save him. Later, when I acquired the means to extend life, it led to such a dire outcome. Xingshuang, do you think mother would harbor hatred towards me? Li Xingshuang nodded, earnestly replying. If I were her, I would undoubtedly resent you. However, he added, in the end, you did make amends. Perhaps she would forgive you. Regardless of whether the Empress Dowager and the princess forgive me, I cannot forgive myself. Lu Lijing raised his gaze to Li Xingshuang. I am indeed the kind of person the young master you spoke of. One who is heartless and ungrateful. Xingshuang, Are you afraid of me? He gazed deeply into Li Xingshuang's eyes. The question struck Li Xingshuang as perplexing, regardless of Lu Lijing's nature. She felt it did not concern her in the slightest. Yet, she answered honestly, I am not afraid. I will not fear you, regardless of who you are. Li Xingshuang was not intimidated by the notion of Lu Lijing potentially harming her. It was not that she believed he was incapable of such an act, but rather, that it bore no significance to her. After all, death was not a concern. Her only worry was that Lu Lijing might abscond with all the assets of Xingshuang Tower in the dead of night. However, she deemed such a possibility to be less likely than his intent to take her life. On one hand, as the regent assisting the sect leader in managing Xingshuang Tower, Lu Lijing was diligent and earnest, undoubtedly aiming for long-term development, and would not flee for petty gains. On the other hand, Xingshuang Tower was not particularly wealthy. While Ziyajiming had indeed provided substantial financial support, it was given on account of Li Xingshuang's standing, and the authority over those funds lay with her. Upon hearing Li Xingshuang's words, a faint smile graced Lu Lijing's lips. Thank you, Xingshuang. You have not changed a bit over the years. Referring to the decades during which Li Xingshuang had seemingly neglected her colleagues? That was indeed the case. Li Xingshuang inquired, Did you call me here merely to convey that? Lu Lijing gently affirmed, You need not worry about Yu Chu by sowing discord. He is but a child, and I am indifferent to his words. Lu Lijing lowered his gaze. Xingshuang, my sorrow arises not solely from reminiscing about the past. I simply do not understand how Yu Chubai came to know of this matter. This issue had been buried deep within Lu Lijing's heart. As for the mundane world, the emperor had suppressed the news, merely stating that the Empress Dowager had succumbed to a sudden illness. How did he learn of it? If he knows, how many others are aware? Perhaps it is merely some gossip. He is here at Xingshuang Tower. If you wish to know, I could inquire with him. Li Xingshuang dismissed the notion with indifference. Chapter 61. The formal apprenticeship rather than conjecturing, Li Xingchao preferred to seek clarity directly. Upon returning to Guyan Peak, he encountered Yu Chubai waiting for him in the main courtyard. Without hesitation, he inquired, How did you come to know about Elder Xianyun's past? Yu Chubai, caught off guard by the nature of Li Xingchao's first question, pouted slightly in grievance. The crown princess informed me. Such royal secrets are, of course, known only to those within the imperial family. And what was your reason for involving the kingdom of Kingland? I did not deceive them. I have a closer relationship with Lu Ziqing, so I supported him to become emperor. His expression was earnest as he blinked innocently. Moreover, I asked you whom you intended to assist, and you said it was entirely up to my discretion, did you not? Li Xingchao perceived that Yu Chubai was not as simple as he appeared. While he feigned innocence and acted coyly in front of Li Xingchao, the true intentions behind his demeanor remained unclear. It seemed he did not intend to bring harm to Xingshuang Tower, which sufficed for Li Xingchao's concerns. He had no desire to pursue the matter further. The affairs of the Kingland Kingdom were irrelevant to Xingshuang Tower, being merely a personal matter of Lu Lijing. Changing the subject, Li Xingchao remarked, Now that I have returned, if you still wish to join Guyan Peak, let us hold the apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow. Yu Chubai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I shall prepare right away. Prepare for what? Li Xingchao asked, slightly puzzled. Yet he decided not to press the issue. Just as he was about to return to his room, he spotted Ling Han peeking out from the door of the side hall, looking at him anxiously. Li Xingchao approached, still awake. Ling Han stepped outside, lowering his head and speaking softly. Are you truly going to formally accept him as your disciple? Li Xingchao replied, somewhat confused. Wasn't that already arranged? Then that. Ling Han hesitated, appearing conflicted, torn between wanting to speak and holding back. Speak your mind. Ling Han hesitantly asked, if you accept him as a disciple, will that mean? Will you treat Yu Chubai better? Will you neglect me? Realizing Ling Han's apprehension, Li Xingchao surmised that he feared losing resources upon Yu Chubai's acceptance. Such concerns were unfounded. Yu Chubai would only contribute resources without costing Xingshuang Tower anything. Moreover, Yu Chubai was not a pivotal figure, and Li Xingchao would not devote excessive attention to him. Naturally, he would fulfill his obligations as a master, striving to be an exemplary elder to improve Xingshuang Tower. However, it was crucial to reassure Ling Han. Li Xingchao placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Fear not. You shall always remain my most valued disciple. Ling Han felt a gentle tug at his heart, his eyes slightly reddening. Whether true or not, even if it were merely a comforting lie, it sufficed to move him deeply. Li Xingchao had long grown accustomed to Ling Han's propensity to tear up. Enough now. Do not cry. Li Xingchao said with a hint of helplessness, unsure of what else to say. He waved his hand dismissively and returned to his room to rest. Planning to rise early for practice? Yes, Ling Han replied obediently, slightly bowing. Li Xingchao took a brief rest, but awoke in the early hours, intending to inform the sect leader of his formal decision to take on a disciple. The records of direct disciples were meticulously documented, and an official sect token had to be issued. It was not a matter of mere declaration. As he stepped out, Li Xingchao encountered Yu Chubai, who appeared to have waited for quite some time. Upon seeing Li Xingchao, his eyes immediately lit up. Master, you are awake. Today is the day I formally become your disciple. I am all prepared. Finally, Yu Chubai had changed out of his ostentatious golden attire, donning the disciple robes of Xingshuang Tower. Li Xingchao was uncertain what needed preparation for an apprenticeship ceremony, but he soon discovered. What does that scent on you? To become a disciple, one must naturally burn incense and bathe before changing clothes. Yu Chubai responded, presenting his sleeve toward Li Xingchao. This is sandalwood. Do you like it, master? Li Xingchao turned his face away and sneezed. Yu Chubai, slightly flustered, exclaimed, Master, do you not like it? Well, it's just a bit overpowering, Li Xingchao replied, rubbing his nose. Keep your distance from me. Yu Chubai quickly stepped back 2 paces. I shall wash this scent off immediately. No need, Li Xingchao waved his hand. Come, let us go to Mengyun Peak. Upon entering the main courtyard of Mengyun Peak, Li Xingchao noticed a familiar girl, Tao Yu, a direct disciple of Qi Jingyuan. Seeing Li Xingchao, Tao Yu eagerly called out for Qi Jingyuan and then bounced along behind him. Master, Elder Guiyun has brought young Master Yu. Is it time for his formal apprenticeship? She had already heard about Yu Chubai's intention to join Xingshuang Tower and was quite curious. Although Xingshuang Tower's disciples and elders surpassed the overall strength of Zhaoju sect, the latter was immensely wealthy, capable of acquiring any resources they desired with their wealth. Naturally, those who pursued pure cultivation would find other sects more suitable. After all, disciples of Zhaoju sect were required to assist the sect in business dealings, entangling them in worldly affairs that could waste precious time and hinder their cultivation. However, Yu Chubai, as the young master of Zhaoju sect, would not be blamed for seeking to focus on his training. Even if he required guidance, he could easily seek out a more powerful sect. Why, then, did he choose to come to Xingshuang Tower for his apprenticeship? Li Xingchao confirmed Tao Yu's speculation. Indeed, I plan to formally accept him as my disciple today. Have you truly made up your mind to take him on? Though he had clarified previous misunderstandings, Qi Jingyuan still harbored some bias against Yu Chubai. Li Xingchao nodded yes. We have accepted the fee, so what is there to be dissatisfied about? Qi Jingyuan sighed. Very well, let us proceed to the main hall, and this child can offer you a cup of tea, and that shall suffice as his apprenticeship. Master, I believe that is inappropriate, Yu Chubai suddenly interjected. The apprenticeship ceremony symbolizes the disciple's respect for the master, including proper attire, ablutions, the offering of 6 ceremonial gifts, presenting tea at an auspicious time, and receiving the master's instruction. All must be performed without exception. Li Xingchao was taken aback. Is this not excessive? Wouldn't following all these steps take half the day? And what would you have me instruct? Forgetting the earlier parts, should I merely say that you are well? I am well, and he is well? Chapter 62. Where is my heroine? In any case, Li Xingshuang was dragged through the tedious ceremony of apprenticeship. Fortunately, he was allowed to sit down, and in the end, he merely had to sip some tea and exchange a few words. After what felt like an eternity, Li Xingshuang hurried back to Guiyun Peak. However, as soon as he landed, Ling Han rushed over in a flurry. Master, may I descend the mountain for a while? Seeing Ling Han's anxious demeanor, Li Xingshuang quickly inquired, what is the matter? Furrowing his brow, Ling Han expressed his worry. I intended to seek out junior sister Ning, but I overheard an outer sect disciple say she has been expelled from Xingshuang Tower. Ling Han was both anxious and filled with self-reproach. It was all his fault. Had he not previously quarreled with Ning Moru, he would not have delayed visiting her. Ning Moru was his only good friend in Xingshuang Tower, yet he was oblivious to her being expelled from the sect. After all, Ning Moru was merely a servant disciple. Her expulsion was not a significant matter. Unlike inter-sect disciples or direct disciples, who could only be expelled for serious offenses. What? Li Xingshuang was genuinely alarmed. Could it be that after the alteration of the world line, she had turned into the fated daughter of destiny? Was it necessary for one of them to turn dark? Do you know where she has gone? I will seek her out. Ling Han was equally anxious, yet despite his urgency, He noticed something was amiss with Li Xingshuang. Typically aloof, Li Xingshuang now appeared genuinely panicked. Ling Han felt an indescribable strangeness. Why was Master so concerned about Ning Moru? They should not have had much interaction. According to Ning Moru, they had only met once when Master saved her, and nothing more. Suddenly, Ling Han calmed down inexplicably. There is no need to trouble Master. I can go myself. Moreover, I am merely worried about junior sister Ning's well-being and do not intend to bring her back. Li Xingshuang was somewhat taken aback. Why? Do you not wish for her return? This plot development seems rather off. Ling Han lowered his head. Since junior sister Ning. No. Since Miss Ning has left the sect, there must be a reason. Whether it be due to lack of talent or mistakes made, she should not be allowed to return. Li Xingshuang was speechless. Isn't this a bit too principled? However, Miss Ning is indeed a friend of mine. Yet I do not wish to burden Master or allow others to criticize you for favoritism. I merely wish to descend the mountain to see her and ensure her safety. Li Xingshuang sighed internally. All arguments have been exhausted. The area near Wangshui Tower is not safe. I am concerned for your safety, so I shall accompany you. Feigning concern, Li Xingshuang implored Ling Han, hoping he would stop being so courteous and find a way to excuse himself so they could swiftly search for the fated daughter. Ling Han hesitated momentarily, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Master need not worry. Li Xingshuang pulled him along. Let us go. It is only a matter of losing a heroine. What if I fail to keep an eye on you, and the male lead is lost as well? According to Ling Han, Ning Moru had left the sect half a month ago. She likely had not ventured far. Li Xingshuang led Ling Han down the mountain to the nearest town, Xingshuang Town, a settlement primarily inhabited by cultivators who had not joined any sect. Many were those with insufficient aptitude, unwanted by any sect, while others preferred to live independently, free from sect constraints. Li Xingshuang had intended to inquire around with Ling Han, but upon entering a tavern, they encountered the very person they were searching for. Dressed in simple, coarse linen, Ning Moru was being scolded by the tavern owner, who had her by the ear. Ning Moru remained silent, but panicked upon seeing Ling Han and Li Xingshuang, seemingly wishing to conceal her embarrassment from them. What crime had she committed? Li Xingshuang stepped forward to intercept the tavern owner. Noticing Li Xingshuang's imposing presence, the tavern owner immediately switched to a fawning smile. This esteemed immortal. I was just reprimanding this thieving girl. With a hint of disdain, she forcefully shoved Ning Moru. This wretched girl was expelled from the sect for stealing. I took her in out of kindness, and she repays me with ingratitude. I did not. Ning Moru bit her lip. Li Xingshuang frowned slightly and produced his token. Who told you she was expelled from the sect? I am Elder Guiyun of Wangshui Tower. She is my disciple. And I refuse to believe she would commit such an act. Ning Moru was taken aback. Even Ling Han stared in astonishment at Li Xingshuang. Elder Guiyun. It's all a misunderstanding. Just look at this. Li Xingshuang gestured for Ning Moru to come forward. She approached in a daze, never expecting to see Li Xingshuang again, nor that he would come to her rescue once more. Why? Li Xingshuang shielded Ning Moru behind him. Speak for yourself. Ning Moru initially felt little, merely harboring silent resentment, ready to endure humiliation for survival and revenge. Yet, at Li Xingshuang's gentle words, a flood of grievances surged within her, causing her eyes to well up with tears. Disciple, I did not steal. An outer sect senior brother accused me of stealing his spirit stones, and Elder Xianyun expelled me from the sect. Upon arriving in Xingshuang Town, I sought a place to settle, but due to my low cultivation, I was bullied. Her voice grew increasingly choked as she spoke. Li Xingshuang cast a glance at the tavern owner, who trembled in fear. What else did she do to you? Li Xingshuang inquired. Ning Moru sniffled. The tavern owner, seeing my plight, offered me work, but she believes I am trying to seduce her husband, and has made things difficult for me. Li Xingshuang thought the woman was overly confident about her husband. The destined heroine could hardly be interested in an ordinary rogue cultivator. Even if she were not with a fortuitous child like Ling Han, she should attract a prominent sect leader or nobleman. After all, Ning Moru was destined for greatness, even if she was currently down on her luck. As the saying goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Never mind, such words were overused. No one will bully you anymore, Li Xingshuang reassured Ning Moru, softening his tone. If you wish, you may become my direct disciple under Guiyun Peak. I, as your master, along with your senior brother Ling Han, will protect you. Chapter 63. Where is the promised importance? Ling Han and Ning Moru stood frozen in place. In a daze, Ning Mo felt as though she were ensnared in a dream, while Ling Han felt as though he had been struck by lightning. A malicious thought arose within him. If he hadn't informed the master, Ning Mo would have been expelled from the sect. Ling Han slowly clenched his fists. Xingshuang, mistaking Ning Mo's dazed expression for reluctance, said, "If you are unwilling, then I am willing." Ning Mo exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Thank you, master." Xingshuang glanced at the tavern mistress. "So, will you punish this wicked woman on my behalf?" Ning Mo paused, then shook her head under the tavern mistress's panicked gaze. "Thank you, master. But there's no need." A smile emerged on Ning Mo's face. Regardless of the circumstances, they had aided her. Xingshuang nodded, noting that Ning Mo was indeed quite kind-hearted, and hoped she could forgive the injustices inflicted by Wang Shuelu. However, Ling Han's expression darkened, likely fueled by indignation at Ning Mo's mistreatment. Xingshuang observed the redness around Ning Mo's eyes. She had recently wept, and her eyes still glistened with tears. He gently brushed her hair, saying, "No more tears, I will take you home." Being a girl, Xingshuang felt it inappropriate to be overly familiar with her, but such a gesture was typically one of an elder towards a child, and thus he believed it harmless. He quickly withdrew his hand, realizing that this was the potential future wife of the chosen one. It would be wise to maintain a respectful distance to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yu Bai, who had originally entered the sect with great joy, tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard, was taken aback when he discovered that his master had brought back a girl. "And now, Ning Mo will be your junior sister," Xingshuang introduced. "I will inform the sect leader of this matter." Yu Bai, in shock, tossed aside the flower branch and rushed to Xingshuang. "Why? She is merely a waste of cultivation. What right does she have to be my junior sister?" Ling Han could be overlooked, as he had been the first to join the sect, and though Yu Bai found him displeasing, he tolerated it. But this girl, who appeared from nowhere, was another matter entirely. Xingshuang frowned slightly. "If you are unwilling for her to be your junior sister, then do not call me master." Yu Bai's expression shifted. He had not anticipated his master would speak such words for the sake of this woman. Xingshuang did not have much thought behind it. He merely meant what he said. To him, Yu Bai was of little significance, while Ning Mo was the embodiment of fortune. If Yu Bai refused to accept her as a peer, then Ning Mo would undoubtedly remain. Yu Bai gritted his teeth. I have no objection. But master, if you take such a weak disciple, the other students may voice their dissent." Ning Mo felt somewhat awkward, staring down at the ground. "I will teach her well," Xingshuang said calmly. "She has not received guidance or nurturing in the past, unlike you, who has access to superior resources. It is normal for her to have lower cultivation." As Xingshuang spoke, he turned to Ning Mo. "And she does possess some aptitude. She has at least reached the first level of initial enlightenment." He felt a twinge of uncertainty in his own words. Each realm is typically divided into early, mid, and late stages, but if further broken down, each stage could be subdivided into 3 smaller phases. Ning Mo barely qualified as a cultivator, but in reality, she was still quite inexperienced. Although they were both at the initial enlightenment stage, Yu Bai was already very close to advancing to the next realm. Yet, Xingshuang had seen the script. Ning Mo's unique physique required specific cultivation methods, rendering ordinary techniques ineffective. However, if the correct methods were found, her progress would be meteoric. At that point, with Ling Han and Ning Mo, one a dragon soaring high, the other a phoenix gracing the earth, it would be difficult for Wang Shuelu not to flourish. Noticing Ning Mo's embarrassment as she kept her head down, Xingshuang contemplated that perhaps it was indeed premature to formally accept her as a disciple. Ning Mo, he mused, Yu Bai makes a valid point. For now, it may be best for you to remain at Guiyun Peak. Although you will not formally become a disciple, I will still guide you, for a period of 6 months. If you achieve any progress within that time, I will officially accept you as my disciple. Ning Mo's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment, she knelt before Xingshuang. Elder Guiyun, your great kindness will never be forgotten. I vow to cultivate diligently and will not be negligent. Xingshuang quickly extended a hand to assist her, feeling that being knelt to by the protagonist could bring ill fortune. However, upon seeing Ling Han's solemn gaze, he withdrew his hand. That was close. He nearly provided a reason for the protagonist to fall into darkness. Rise, Xingshuang said softly. It is inconvenient for you to reside within the inner sect for now. as it may attract unwarranted scrutiny. You may stay in the side hall, next to your senior brother Ling Han. Ning Mo Ro was overcome with gratitude. Thank you, Elder Gui Yun. Li Xingshuang turned to Ling Han. Ling Han, please escort your junior sister to her quarters. You are friends, and now that you are residing nearby, do take care of her. Li Xingshuang felt he could easily take on the role of a matchmaker. Ling, you see, your master has arranged for you two to have an opportunity for private interaction. Make good use of it. However, Ling Han's expression was somewhat grim. Master, I beg your pardon, but I am feeling unwell and must return to my room. Unwell again. Li Xingshuang noticed the faint traces of demonic patterns at Ling Han's collar and silently lamented how difficult it was to care for this half-demon. Very well. I shall accompany you back to your quarters to rest. Ning Mo Ro, your room is in that building. You may go there by yourself. Ning Mo Ro quickly replied. Yes. Li Xingshuang anxiously led Ling Han back to his side hall. Just as he closed the door, Ling Han grasped his arm. Master. Ling Han's voice was slightly hoarse, a blend of confession and grievance. Li Xingshuang was bewildered, assuming it was due to the demonic patterns. Are you in discomfort? Sit down and take out the Lioli tears. I will help you calm your mind. Ling Han shook his head, leaning forward to rest his forehead against Li Xingshuang's shoulder, his voice trembling slightly. Did you not say that I am your most important disciple? Chapter 64. This is too much. Why such a question? Li Xingshuang felt somewhat puzzled. Ling Han looked up at Li Xingshuang, his eyes slightly reddened. You wouldn't deceive me. Would you? No, I wouldn't. Although to Li Xingshuang, Ning Moru and Ling Han were merely tools for his tasks. He decided to indulge Ling Han's concerns with a few comforting words. Perhaps he worried that as he took on more disciples, he might neglect to teach him. Only then did Ling Han slowly relax his tightly furrowed brow. Aren't you feeling unwell? Li Xingshuang said. Please take out the lamp. Ling Han grasped the sleeve of Li Xingshuang. Just a little discomfort. Master, may I request you to play the for me? He asked cautiously. Li Xingshuang nodded. That would be fine. The effect of Lioli tears on the cultivation of the heart method is significant. However, it may not be very useful for calming the disturbances caused by demonic blood, just like Luo Xiying, who is invaded by demonic energy in her pulse. In such a case, Lioli tears would be ineffective. Li Xingshuang felt a bit troubled, wondering if he would have to play them himself from now on. Noticing Li Xingshuang's apparent worry, Ling Han quickly added, Master, it was my fault. If you are unwilling to play, I have no reluctance. Li Xingshuang sat down, gesturing for him to do the same. Which expresses the world's greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, love, and grievances, produced no ripples in Li Xingshuang's ears. Without desires, without demands, without love, without hate, without sorrow, without joy. No, it cannot be said to be entirely without desires. There are tasks. There is still a task remaining. Ling Han quietly sat beside him, gazing at Li Xingshuang with reverence, while Li Xingshuang lowered his gaze, suppressing all emotions. Appearing to focus on playing, although his thoughts had already drifted far away. Once the piece concluded, Li Xingshuang did not continue nor speak. Ling Han cautiously called out, Master? Li Xingshuang had just been lost in thought, not even noticing the piece had finished. Oh, are you all right? Ling Han longed for his master to play another piece, but he felt that would be too greedy and feared displeasing him. He lowered his head and obediently replied, Much better. Thank you, master. Li Xingshuang looked at him and suddenly remembered something. Ling Han, I have another matter to inquire. Ling Han quickly responded, What can I do for you, master? During your recent training, have you encountered a bottleneck? Li Xingshuang had wanted to ask this for some time. Ling Han's cultivation had shown no signs of growth, which was quite abnormal. He did not want to directly accuse Ling Han of being lazy, for Ling Han did not seem the type to slack off for long. Not at all. Ling Han was somewhat puzzled by Li Xingshuang's question, but soon realized, Master is concerned that my cultivation has not progressed recently? Li Xingshuang nodded. This is a secret method obtained by the disciple within the secret realm, which can conceal one's true cultivation. Upon saying this, Li Xingshuang noticed Ling Han's aura had strengthened significantly, having already reached the mid-stage of qi balance. Li Xingshuang almost applauded in admiration. The child of destiny, truly formidable. Ling Han, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, The disciple merely wishes to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, if master believes that hiding will reflect poorly on me, I shall not conceal it anymore. Keeping a low profile is preferable. Until Ling Han becomes sufficiently strong, Li Xingshuang did not wish for him to attract undue attention. If someone were to investigate, Ling Han's half-demonic identity could easily be exposed. Hearing this, Ling Han concealed his cultivation once more and softly said, "The disciple did not intend to hide. It just seemed unnecessary to inform you of such trivial matters. You are my disciple. Your affairs are of utmost importance." Li Xingshuang did not wish for his tool to lose control due to his ignorance. Ling Han looked touched. "Yes. Since you are fine, focus on your cultivation. I have matters to attend to." Li Xingshuang stood up. Ling Han quickly followed suit. "Master." Li Xingshuang looked at him in confusion. Would you? He lowered his head, his face flushed, seemingly unable to speak. Li Xingshuang said, "Speak your mind freely." Ling Han stammered for a long time. "It is just. Master, is it that the disciple's usual performance is inadequate?" Li Xingshuang was puzzled. What brings this on? If that is not the case, then good. The disciple merely has nothing to say. How perplexing. Ling Han watched Li Xingshuang leave, unconsciously touching his own hair. He saw Li Xingshuang pat Ning Moru on the head and was unable to suppress his jealousy. Master had only patted his head once. Was it because he was not good enough? Yet Ning Moru had done nothing. Why could she receive his master's affection? Clearly, Master had said he was the most important. Even if it were a deception, Master would not deceive him without some concern for him, right? Ling Han's thoughts were in disarray. As for Li Xingshuang, he finally found himself free from sect duties, his figure returning to normal, and could finally manage affairs within Guiyun Peak. He took out the previously designated sect rules and headed to the Yuya building, where the inner disciples of Guiyun Peak attended their lessons. However, as soon as he stepped inside, his vision went dark. The instructor responsible for teaching at Guiyun Peak was named Xingshuang, who was technically a generation older than Li Xingshuang. However, he was not a direct disciple of the ancestral master, but merely an inner disciple, thus not a proper senior uncle. Xingshuang possessed mediocre talent, and now at over 600 years old, he was still at the initial stage of the soul entering realm. So to speak, he had not much longer to live. Unlike the younger elders, he had completely white hair and beard. At this moment, the old man was lazily reading from the textbook, while the disciples below busied themselves with their own affairs. The front row was divided into a sleeping group, the left side into a couple flirting group, the right side into a chatting group, and the back row. The back row was a gourmet group, snacking and even grilling hot pot. How excessive. Chapter 65. It appears everyone loves to learn. Xingshuang noticed someone entering and paused his monotonous lecturing, turning towards the doorway with a hint of surprise. An elder? He had completely forgotten the last time he saw Li Xingfeng. It must have been 3 or 4 years ago. Despite residing at Guiyun Peak, Li Xingfeng usually did not concern himself with the affairs of the inner disciples, resulting in their rare encounters. The moment the title elder escaped his lips, those who were dozing awoke, conversations ceased, romantic gestures were abandoned, and even those dining tossed aside their chopsticks. Everyone turned in unison towards the entrance, astonished at the sight of Li Xingfeng. "I had no idea you conducted your classes in such a manner." A voice, cold and authoritative, resonated as Li Xingfeng approached the podium and took the book from Xingshuang's hands. Xingshuang quickly rose to bow. "Elder, forgive me. It is my failing for not properly guiding the disciples." Li Xingfeng's gaze swept across the hall. Not only were the students scattered and disorganized, but it was evident that many were absent. Even with the dwindling number of residents at Guiyun Peak, there should not be merely 40 or 50 individuals present. Li Xingfeng narrowed his eyes and shot a glance at Xingshuang, stating, "Starting tomorrow, I shall personally take charge of the lectures." Xingshuang was taken aback. The inner disciples were equally stunned. Had they truly heard correctly? The esteemed Guiyun elder was to lead the class himself? Li Xingfeng's voice turned icy. "If I am to personally instruct you, and this is your attitude, then there is no need for you to remain in the inner sect." His words, though softly spoken, carried an immense weight, sending a tremor through the hearts of those present. Li Xingfeng felt akin to a tyrannical headmaster. Yet, there was no alternative. Revitalizing the sect began with the proper education of its future. He wondered if all inner disciples shared this lackadaisical attitude, or if it was merely a characteristic of Guiyun Peak. Regardless, Li Xingfeng resolved to initiate reforms from there. The following day, attendance surged. Every inner disciple of Guiyun Peak was present without exception. However, Li Xingfeng was taken aback by the overwhelming turnout. Why were disciples from other peaks gathering here for his class? Shouldn't they be attending their own lectures? In addition to the inner disciples, several direct disciples were also in attendance, and most surprisingly, the trio from Tianyun Peak had joined as well. He could only imagine how furious the senior disciple would be upon discovering this. Furthermore, why was the senior sister present? Renanha sat in the back row, her expression one of tender pride as she observed him benevolently. When Li Xingfeng's gaze met hers, she bestowed upon him a radiant smile. As for Li Xingfeng's own disciples, they, of course, were also present. Oh no, to be precise, it was 2 disciples and 1 prospective disciple. Li Xingfeng wished to inform them that direct disciples were not required to attend such large classes, as they received intimate VIP instruction. However, seeing their eagerness to learn, he refrained from intervening. After all, it was beneficial for them to absorb more knowledge. As Li Xingfeng stepped onto the podium, before he even opened the book, a thunderous applause erupted from below, with disciples enthusiastically exclaiming, "Guiyun Elder, we revere you. Guiyun Elder, we have all come to attend your class. Guiyun Elder is indeed unparalleled in beauty." Was there something peculiar afoot? Nonetheless, a willingness to learn was commendable, regardless of the underlying motivations. Li Xingfeng opened the book. "I inquired with Mr. Chun and learned that you had reached the 7th section previously. However, given your prior lack of efficiency, I shall begin from the 1st section." He felt a sense of satisfaction as he noted that his presence had effectively commanded attention. No one dared to distract themselves during the lecture. Halfway through, Li Xingfeng noticed a figure clad in purple standing outside the window. It was Lu Lijing. At that moment, Lu Lijing stood quietly by the window, a faint smile gracing his face as he observed Li Xingfeng's instruction with keen interest. When he sensed Li Xingfeng's gaze upon him, he raised a hand in greeting with a smile. Li Xingfeng considered Lu Lijing to be the true headmaster, a shadowy specter. The disciples closest to the window began to sweat profusely. Fortunately, Lu Lijing did not linger for long. After listening for a brief moment, he departed, allowing the disciples to breathe a sigh of relief. Was Lu Lijing truly that fearsome? Setting aside his true nature, he appeared rather gentle, much like a languid old tortoise. After delivering his lecture for a substantial duration, Li Xingfeng set down the textbook and prepared to leave when a throng of disciples encircled him. "Guiyun Elder, I wish to inquire." "Elder, I have a slight question here." Elder. Upon his arrival the previous day, Li Xingfeng had anticipated that educating this group of children would be exceedingly challenging, contemplating whether to make an example of a troublemaker. Yet, upon witnessing their eagerness to learn, he realized that the old man Xingshuang had been overly lenient, providing them insufficient pressure. However, before Li Xingfeng could address their questions, Ling Han stepped forward. "It seems my fellow disciples were not fully attentive during your lecture, resulting in numerous queries. Should there be any uncertainties, feel free to consult me." Li Xingfeng's approval deepened. Truly, his eldest disciple was remarkable. Excellent, a stellar student, a class representative. He nodded slightly to Ling Han in acknowledgement before exiting Yuye Tower. Unexpectedly, the purple figure reappeared. "Xianyun Elder, are you seeking something from me?" Li Xingfeng inquired. Lu Lijing smiled. "Xingfeng, I did not expect you to personally instruct the inner sect disciples. I observed the session, it was remarkably effective. Will you be raising my salary?" Lu Lijing continued with a grin. "Naturally, I shall increase your monthly stipend by 20%. However, I do have another matter to discuss with you." Indeed, there seemed to be an additional condition. Yet, Li Xingfeng was mistaken. Lu Lijing did not intend to propose any terms, but rather to address another topic. "I just saw a female disciple whom I believe should no longer be within the sect. Xingfeng, do you know what this is about?" Chapter 66. They must flock to it. Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. Elder Xianyun is burdened with countless affairs. Does he truly concern himself with such trivial matters? Lu Lijing maintained a calm smile. "There is no need for such aversion. I am not here to interrogate you. If you prefer silence, so be it." The approach of retreating to advance was a strategy not easily countered, especially not by someone like Lu Lijing, who was far more formidable than He Ruofeng, whose volatility lacked any real threat. Aware of his own limitations, Li Xingshuang chose to remain silent, knowing that the more he spoke, the more likely he was to betray a weakness. Noticing Li Xingshuang's tightly pursed lips, Lu Lijing smiled gently, his tone remaining deliberate and unhurried. "As an elder, you are certainly entitled to take on a disciple. However, I recall this particular disciple was expelled for misconduct. It is not that forgiveness is impossible, but a valid justification is necessary. Otherwise, it would be difficult to gain the support of others. Xingshuang, I am considering both you and this disciple." Valid justification? The notion of the sacred body of spirit integration, a rarity encountered once in a century, was not easily discernible by the average person. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that such a constitution's heart pulse could be extracted and refined into another's body. If exposed, it would inevitably attract envy. While the daughter of fortune could not perish, her very invincibility made her a target for those from Xingshuang Tower who might seek to harm her, thus beginning a narrative of exploitation of the young and vulnerable. Consequently, Xingshuang had previously pondered this scenario in his mind, dismissing this method. His thoughts raced. Remaining silent was not an option, as Lu Lijing had already broached the subject. To fabricate an excuse was equally futile, for Lu Lijing would see through it instantly, only heightening his suspicion. Thus, Xingshuang resolved to speak the truth while subtly challenging Lu Lijing. She is a friend of Ling Han, who trusts her character and believes there is more to this situation. If we do not investigate thoroughly and wrongfully accuse a disciple, what does that make us as a prestigious sect? Lu Lijing nodded. You are correct. Is that all it takes to gloss over this matter? Xingshuang found himself questioning. However, you must at least inform me. Otherwise, those unaware might think we at Xingshuang Tower are unjust and biased. Xingshuang averted his gaze. In truth, he too was uncertain of the real reason behind Ning Mo Ro's expulsion, yet the child appeared quite upright. Perhaps it was best to trust her for now. Well, it is not a significant issue. Let us not dwell on it. Lu Lijing smiled. What prompted you to take it upon yourself to teach the inner disciples? Xingshuang nodded. They are simply not up to standard. Lu Lijing stood with his hands clasped behind him. You have never concerned yourself with these matters before. Has something occurred? Xingshuang felt a nagging suspicion that Lu Lijing sought him out for no good reason. Was this all that he wanted to discuss? His method of changing the subject was rather clumsy, yet Lu Lijing merely smiled, redirecting the conversation to other topics. Many disciples have heard of your personal instruction and have written petitions to attend classes at Guiyuan Peak. Your popularity is quite high. And so? Xingshuang replied. Surely this is not an occasion for reprimand? After all, he has committed no wrongdoing. Is giving lessons to disciples a fault? Lu Lijing chuckled. Considering that Yu Yi Tower cannot accommodate so many, I have thought it best to rank the assessment results of all inner disciples, allowing the top performers each month to attend your classes. What do you think? Xingshuang was taken aback. They still have to take exams? Indeed. Lu Lijing replied. You were unaware as you never monitored them. Yet their attitude in class remains unchanged, Xingshuang noted. Lu Lijing laughed. There has been no reasonable system of rewards and punishments. In the past, top-performing disciples would earn contribution points for the sect, but many inner disciples lack ambition. Only a few excel in examinations. Why do these disciples seem so unremarkable? How does Xingshuang Tower maintain its reputation while ranking over 100? Xingshuang mused. It was hard to fathom what peculiar entities lay beyond in other sections. After some contemplation, Xingshuang responded, that may not be suitable. I cannot teach for an extended period as I have other matters to attend to. If this method is to be implemented, it need not be that every lesson is taught by me. Lu Lijing suggested, you could teach once every 3 to 5 days. The purpose of your instruction is to inspire diligence in them. The mere opportunity to attend your class will motivate them to strive harder. Xingshuang countered. Your idea is commendable, but how can you be certain they all wish to attend my class? Lu Lijing smiled enigmatically. Xingshuang found his smile perplexing. Yet soon, Lu Lijing stepped forward, gently patting Xingshuang's shoulder. They will undoubtedly flock to you. With that, he departed in a flash. Xingshuang remained momentarily stunned. Though he had many uncertainties, he was disinclined to delve deeper. If Lu Lijing deemed it acceptable, so be it. Just as Xingshuang was about to return to the main hall for rest, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Turning, he saw Ling Han racing towards him. Master, were you looking for me? Xingshuang inquired. Ling Han halted, a touch of embarrassment gracing his features as he nodded. Master, will you still be teaching this afternoon? Xingshuang was puzzled by the question. Yes, but if you need something, I can have Mr. Chen take my place. Ling Han appeared astonished, clearly not anticipating such a response from Xingshuang. Do you mean to say that you can set aside certain matters for yourself? Ling Han felt an impulse to request his master to stay and accompany him, yet he feared this might burden Xingshuang and cause him to dislike him. What is it? Xingshuang, noticing Ling Han's silence, asked with curiosity, why are you not speaking? Ah, disciple. I have nothing important to say. Ling Han stammered. I simply came to seek you. Nothing of consequence, yet he sought him out? Xingshuang was thoroughly baffled. Ling Han hesitated. I merely wanted to ask. Will you be teaching at the inner sect from now on? Xingshuang was at a loss to understand the implications of his question. Do you wish for that, or not? What sort of question is this? Could it possibly affect you? Disciple, I am only inquiring. Ling Han's voice dwindled. He certainly did not wish for it. He had tolerated Yu Chu Bai, and he could just manage Ning Mo Ro. Now, all inner sect disciples could be personally instructed by their master? Ling Han dared not admit to jealousy, yet he could not suppress the feeling gnawing at him. It was as if he sensed his master being divided away from him. He disliked this sensation, especially since just 2 months prior, he had been the sole disciple of his master. Chapter 67. Your matters are not minor. If the master were to discover that I feel envy over such trivial matters, he would surely despise me. Ling Han found himself loathing his own emotions. He detested his jealousy, his greed. Xingshuang's voice interrupted Ling Han's reverie. I am returning to my room. Do you wish to rest as well? Ling Han nodded eagerly and followed in her wake. Observing Xingshuang's silhouette, he was momentarily transported back to his childhood. His mother, frail and unable to undertake strenuous tasks, resorted to simple crafts to supplement their meager household. In their drafty, leaky thatched cottage, she wove coarse fabric and crafted baskets, her hands becoming calloused and bloodied. After a few days, she would sell her wares at the market, and Ling Han would trail behind, assisting her with the burdens. When they returned home in the evening, if business had been good, she would treat him to a piece of candy. As the sunlight waned, he gazed at his mother's figure. Although they had not yet arrived home, his heart had already found its sanctuary. Is the master akin to family? Would he deceive and resent me as my mother did? Ling Han. Xingshuang's sudden call jarred him back to reality. What is your command, master? Ling Han responded promptly. Xingshuang observed him with a discerning gaze. You harbor concerns. It was not a question, but a declaration. Ling Han lowered his head. Disciple, if you truly do not wish to share, I will not pressure you, but I hope for a measure of trust from you. Xingshuang harbored suspicions that Ling Han had entangled himself in some considerable trouble, hence his reluctance to speak. If there were indeed an issue, it would be wise to disclose it sooner rather than later, allowing for potential resolution. Disciple does not distrust the master. Ling Han quickly waved his hand, insisting it was merely a trivial matter, unworthy of his master's concern. Ling Han. Xingshuang halted and turned to face him earnestly. Your matters are not trivial. The vexatious riddle of emotions. Must he not speak, making it even more distressing? Ling Han's heart skipped a beat, then raced anew. Unable to restrain himself, he grasped Xingshuang's hand. Before she could inquire, he carefully bent down, placing her hand atop his head. Master, disciple has always feared his inadequacies. Could you perhaps offer me some encouragement? This unexpected gesture took Xingshuang by surprise. Is this truly a trivial matter? Seeing Ling Han gaze up at her with such pleading eyes, she felt a moment of confusion but still ruffled his hair affectionately. Good boy, you are the cleverest and most formidable. Xingshuang imitated the words of senior sister Renanha, stroking Ling Han's head while showering him with praise. Though her tone was calm and professional, Ling Han's face flushed crimson. Xingshuang was puzzled. Had he not requested this? Why then did he blush? After a moment's contemplation, she withdrew her hand. Do you dislike my calling you that? My apologies. Before she could finish, Ling Han exclaimed excitedly. No, I do not dislike it. Thank you, master. Thank you for indulging your disciple's unreasonable request. It is not unreasonable. I have indeed overlooked this. I shall make a point to praise you more in the future. Ling Han, taken aback by her kindness, stammered, Thank you, master. Noticing his face still flushed, Xingshuang touched his forehead, and he nearly jumped. So warm. Why do you always blush? She inquired. Ling Han touched his own face unconsciously. Is it very red? Disciple is just a bit nervous. So nervousness can also induce blushing? Xingshuang had assumed nervousness rendered one pale. It was no fault of hers. Ling Han himself was not entirely aware of these emotions, and his perception of others' feelings was also somewhat lacking. Ling Han frequently blushed and cried, which troubled Xingshuang. Are you nervous or afraid of me? She asked. Ling Han quickly shook his head. Xingshuang nodded. In that case, if you have concerns in the future, simply tell your master directly. Do not fear saying the wrong thing. I am not a harsh person and shall not reproach you. If only he could have simply asked for her to touch his head without all this shyness. Xingshuang began to suspect Ling Han might be secretly practicing some forbidden arts he was reluctant to disclose. Disciple knows that the master is the best of people. Ling Han lowered his head, but I worry about disturbing you. Not at all. Nothing is more important than your matters. Ling Han felt a lump in his throat. Master, Elder Guiyan. Li Xingshuang turned toward the source of the voice, spotting Ning Moru, dressed in the garb of an outer sect disciple. Approaching with a radiant smile, her garments fluttering like a graceful butterfly. Li Xingshuang inquired, "Were you seeking me?" Ning Moru beamed. "No. I was planning to return to the main courtyard and happened upon you and senior brother Ling Han." Li Xingshuang nodded. "Perfect. Let us return together." He remained unaware that Ling Han's expression had darkened slightly. Li Xingshuang escorted his two most important companions back to the main courtyard, each retreating to their respective chambers to rest. To be precise, Li Xingshuang was not resting. He retrieved the jade talisman he had previously set aside. It continued to exude an ominous energy, thick with demonic and deathly aura. After 2 days, it seemed to have finally calmed, no longer struggling against his grasp. Li Xingshuang summoned the talisman, discovering this time he could seemingly wield complete control over it. As he had anticipated, the talisman's principle was to draw in demonic essence and siphon life. Previously, it had reacted oppositely, causing Li Xingshuang to grow smaller rather than older. Thus, he attempted to reverse the process. Fortuitously, he succeeded on his first attempt. However, several questions loomed. Firstly, he currently only had access to the demonic essence emanating from the talisman for experimentation. He was uncertain whether he could manipulate other sources of demonic energy. Secondly, given Li Xingshuang's unique constitution, he was unsure how it would affect an ordinary person. In any case, he held a glimmer of hope. A talisman capable of controlling the flow of demonic energy might prove beneficial to Luo Xiying. Chapter 68. The worthless vase. Lu Lijing demonstrated remarkable efficiency in his work. Having established the teaching rules by the afternoon, students who excelled in their examinations would receive personal instruction from Li Xingshuang every 3 to 5 days. The first examination was scheduled for early next month, which ignited a fervor among the inner disciples of the sect, all eager to catch a glimpse of Elder Guiyan. Prior to the examination, Li Xingshuang was relieved from attending classes, prompting him to request permission from the sect leader to visit the Liuguang Palace. Qi Jingyuan remained noncommittal, neither granting nor denying the request. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned Lu Lijing. Li Xingshuang did not conceal his disdain for the sect leader, while Qi Jingyuan gazed up at the ceiling. When Lu Lijing arrived, he was accompanied by Lu Wuyan. Although her name suggested a lack of beauty, Lu Wuyan was strikingly lovely, radiating grace and charm. Li Xingshuang recalled that she was 15 this year. "I do not oppose your visit. After all, you once resided in Liuguang Palace during your childhood. It is only fitting that you pay a visit," Lu Lijing said slowly, adhering to his usual manner of speech, first affirming. "Then, however, as a grown man, it is somewhat inappropriate for you to venture alone into a women's sect. You have no female disciples under your direct tutelage. Therefore, let Wuyan accompany you." Li Xingshuang anticipated the however. "No need. I have someone else in mind if a female disciple is required," he replied coolly. The person he referred to was Ning Moru. For he had two purposes in visiting Liuguang Palace: to tend to Luo Xiying's ailment and to seek a suitable cultivation method for Ning Moru. Currently, he could not afford the methods within the system, so he had to find alternatives for her to try. After all, she was a girl of fortune, and success would likely come swiftly. Lu Lijing smiled and remarked, "I am not seeking your opinion." Li Xingshuang responded, "How mischievous." Lu Wuyan stepped forward and bowed, "Uncle Master, I shall obediently accompany you and will not be a bother." Li Xingshuang suspected that Lu Lijing had placed a spy beside him. No, there was no need for suspicion. That was indeed the case. But why would he do such a thing? Li Xingshuang was not fearful of being betrayed. He simply found it perplexing. If there were inquiries, why not ask directly instead of arranging for surveillance? "Very well, but I too shall bring my disciple," Li Xingshuang stated. Lu Lijing remained silent for a moment before smirking. "Of course. When do you wish to depart?" "I'll return to gather my disciple, and we shall leave," Li Xingshuang replied, eager to avoid further delays. Lu Lijing cast a glance at Lu Wuyan as if signaling her. Lu Wuyan hurriedly bowed to him before following Li Xingshuang. Upon returning to the main courtyard, Li Xingshuang fortuitously encountered Ning Moru and Ling Han practicing their swordplay. How harmonious! Li Xingshuang felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon seeing him, the two quickly sheathed their swords and bowed. "Master, we greet Elder Guiyan." Li Xingshuang nodded and turned to Ning Moru. "Ning Moru, I have a matter to discuss with you." Ning Moru promptly stepped forward. "Please, Elder Guiyan, instruct me." I intend to visit Liuguang Palace to see an old acquaintance and wonder if you would like to accompany me? Ning Moru was taken aback. I can truly go? Ling Han's gaze turned icy, yet he clenched his fists and cautiously spoke. Master, is it that I have not performed well recently? Not at all, the Xingshuang replied, momentarily puzzled before grasping his intent. It was not that he did not wish to take him, rather, it was inappropriate for a man to enter a women's domain. I spent some time there during my youth, and they regard me as a sister, hence my ability to visit. Indeed, not a brother, but a sister. After all, Luo Huaishi had mentioned that Luo Xing rejected the approach of men, but was willing to allow him closer. Did that not imply that Luo Xing did not regard him as a male? Ling Han's expression softened slightly as he glanced at Lu Wuyan, who was trailing behind Li Xingshuang. He recognized Lu Wuyan, being Lu Lijing's sole female disciple, 2 years younger than himself. Yet, due to her earlier entrance into the sect, he had to address her as senior sister. Noticing Ling Han's melancholy demeanor, possibly due to the prospect of being left alone in the sect after Li Xingshuang took Ning Moru away, Li Xingshuang pondered briefly and said, "We shall return shortly. You focus on your cultivation in the meantime." Ling Han obediently nodded. "Yes, I understand, master." Traveling to a cultivation sect differed from venturing into the mundane world. There was no need for carriages, as one could fly directly. However, considering Ning Moru's low cultivation level and her lack of experience with sword flight, Li Xingshuang decided to utilize the sect leader's cloud boat instead. After all, the elder rarely ventured out, and it was a practical use of idle resources. This cloud boat was designed for individual use, being relatively small and accommodating about 5 or 6 people. Qi Jingyuan had even named it Little Red. Li Xingshuang found the sect leader's naming logic baffling, for the boat was blue. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from activating Little Red with spiritual energy. Navigating through the clouds towards Liuguang Palace, Ning Moru curiously parted the curtain to gaze outside, the clouds flowing through her fingers as the wind tousled her hair, yet could not conceal her excitement. Lu Wuyan discreetly observed Ning Moru, utterly confounded as to why her uncle master would bring such a worthless vase. With cultivation on par with nothing, lacking talent, and having seen little of the world, she was only pretty in appearance. Surely, it could not be solely due to her looks? Her uncle was not so superficial. Moreover, who could surpass her uncle in beauty? Li Xingshuang sensed something odd in Lu Wuyan's gaze, alternating between scrutinizing him and Ning Moru. What was the matter? Ning Moru, too, noticed Lu Wuyan's penetrating stare and felt a bit embarrassed. She was not one to belittle herself, yet in front of Li Xingshuang, she could not help but feel inferior. Had she been overly self-conscious while glancing around? Chapter 69, he was like Li Xingshuang felt the atmosphere growing increasingly peculiar. It was perplexing. These 2 young ladies were of similar age, surely they must have some common topics of conversation. Could it be that they both suffered from social anxiety? Li Xingshuang suddenly recalled that he had yet to introduce them properly. They might be feeling shy about speaking to one another. You 2 aren't acquainted, are you? This is Lu Wuyan, the direct disciple of Elder Xianyun, and this is... Li Xingshuang hesitated, unsure how to introduce Ning Moru. She was not his direct disciple, and not long ago, she had even been expelled from Wangshuelu. This is a disciple I hold in high regard. Named Ning Moru, Li Xingshuang said vaguely. Although her cultivation level is still low, she is upright and kind-hearted, a good girl. Ning Moru's cheeks flushed slightly. Hello, junior sister Ning, Lu Wuyan greeted politely. While Lu Wuyan observed Ning Moru discreetly, there was no animosity towards her. It was merely a curiosity as to why Li Xingshuang had brought her along. However, since Li Xingshuang had spoken highly of her, perhaps this junior sister had some special qualities after all. Hello, senior sister Lu, Ning Moru replied hastily. After their brief exchange of pleasantries, the 2 young women fell into another awkward silence. Li Xingshuang was not particularly adept at small talk, especially when it came to the interests of young girls. After a moment of silence, it was Lu Wuyan who broke the ice. Uncle Master, I have heard that the Liuguang Hall only accepts female disciples and is not very welcoming to male visitors. Indeed, that is the prevailing notion. Though I have never felt it myself, Li Xingshuang pondered before adding, it might also be because I was quite young at the time. I am uncertain if they would still be unwelcoming to me now that I am an adult. Lu Wuyan appeared intrigued. Since there are no males, do they remain unmarried for life? Li Xingshuang shook his head. Not necessarily. Some do marry, but their residences are outside the sect. As for their children, female infants may remain in Liuguang Hall, while male infants are sent to their father's family. If a separation occurs, the father's family does not accept them, and they are raised in Liuguang Hall until they are over 10, at which point they are sent to other sections. This was the first time Lu Wuyin had heard of such a system, and she was momentarily taken aback. What if they cannot bear to be apart from their mothers? They may choose to leave the sect, though such cases are quite rare. The reason Xingshuang was so well informed was that the former hall master had once had a husband who had passed away before Luo Xiying was born. As for the reason, Xingshuang did not know. The former hall master had never mentioned it. She had not remarried thereafter. Seeing that Xingshuang was patiently answering her questions, Ningmoru grew bolder and inquired, "Were there any boys around during your time in Liuguang Hall?" "No. I had never seen any boys in Liuguang Hall until I left. Not only people, but even the cats and dogs they kept were all female. Furthermore, marriages within Liuguang Hall were quite rare, and even if someone were to marry, there was no guarantee of having children. If children were born, they were predominantly boys. But they would typically be entrusted to their fathers. Thus, males rarely remained in Liuguang Hall for long. Xingshuang's situation was exceptionally unique. It was merely the former hall master's compassion that had led her to take him in and care for him for a while. Moreover, he had never overstepped boundaries with the women of the sect, and they held him in no ill regard. There had been a disciple who remarked that Xingshuang was like a piece of wood. The girls would embrace and kiss him, and he would never harbor any inappropriate thoughts. She was not wrong. Xingshuang had been like that in his youth and had not changed as he grew older. As a child among girls, he had been subjected to their affection, kisses and hugs, his face smeared with cosmetics, yet he had shown no reaction. He was neither shy nor angry, merely exhibiting a quiet indifference, allowing them to play with him as if he were a doll. Oh, and they particularly delighted in applying makeup on him and dressing him in girls' clothing. When Luo Xiying discovered this, she had felt they were bullying him and had been quite upset. However, Xingshuang had thought little of it. At that time, Luo Xiying had wiped the colorful powders from his face, softly telling him, "If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell your sister." Xingshuang had not felt bullied. It was merely some playful application of makeup and a change of attire. It was neither painful nor harmful. And thus he calmly stated, "They did not hit me. I do not feel pain. It is not bullying." Luo Xiying's expression had grown even more pained. "Xingshuang, bullying isn't just about hitting you." Xingshuang remained unconvinced. "You feed me and provide me with a place to stay. Bullying me is not a problem. It is better if it does not happen, but even if it does, I am used to it." What had Luo Xiying said afterward? Xingshuang could not recall, only remembering that she had held him and cried. Following that, the disciples ceased their antics, treating him with courtesy. He wondered if Luo Xiying had said something to them. Reflecting on it, it seemed that Luo Xiying had always been prone to tears. However, Xingshuang felt her tears were different from Ling Han's, though he could not quite articulate how they differed. They simply felt distinct. Lu Wuyin's voice pulled Xingshuang from his reverie. "Uncle Master, did you fare well in Liuguang Hall?" "Yes, quite well," Xingshuang nodded. "At that time, there was little need for cultivation, though I did have to study and practice calligraphy alongside the disciples. The techniques of Liuguang Hall were unsuitable for males. So Xingshuang only learned the basic art of drawing qi into his body. Due to his low cultivation level, he could only enter Wang Shuelu as an outer disciple, but his cultivation soon surged, earning him the favor of the then elder Gui Yun, who took him under his wing. Of course, that elder had not taught him much. The only advantage he provided was a slightly elevated status. Had Xingshuang not taken that elder as his master, he would have likely fallen behind the sect leader by a generation or two. Speaking of studying and practicing calligraphy, it was his senior brother who taught the disciples. Master is too busy. Usually, it is the senior brothers who instruct the disciples. Sometimes we feel that our senior brothers are our true masters, Lu Wuyin remarked with a smile. As soon as she uttered this, Lu Wuyin realized she had misspoken and quickly covered her mouth. "Elder, I did not intend that." Xingshuang was puzzled as to why her words had made her so anxious. "There is no need to be nervous. I am not saying anything bad about him. What if I did? He is not here. To put it another way, even if he were, Ruofeng once called him an old turtle to his face." "The disciples should not speak ill of elders," Lu Wuyin said, somewhat awkwardly lowering her hands and clutching her skirt. I apologize, Elder Gui Yun. It was a slip of the tongue." Noticing her tense demeanor, Xingshuang inquired, "Are you afraid of your master?" Chapter 70. Living under another's roof. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuyin shook her head fervently, exclaiming, No, Master is exceptionally kind and gentle. Li Xingshuang nodded in agreement. Ning Moru interjected. But isn't he a bit of a ghost? Even the sight of him is enough to frighten one to death. She recalled the appearance of Elder Xianyun, who indeed seemed quite amiable. However, Ning Moru always found him peculiar, instilling an unsettling feeling within her. Unlike Li Xingshuang, who was gentle and kind-hearted, Moru wished she could address him as her master, but lamented her own lack of talent. Lowering her gaze to her hands, she felt devoid of confidence regarding the 6-month deadline. Consequently, she regarded this period as her only chance to accompany Li Xingshuang. She did not wish to depart from Guiyun Peak, for her admired mentor and soul friend, everything she cherished, resided here. Li Xingshuang appeared to sense her distraction, perhaps finding the moment rather dull. Indeed, it was quite tedious. Why must one travel in the realm of cultivation? Lu Wuyan retrieved a bottle of elixirs from her pocket, took out 2 pills, and handed one to Ning Moru while consuming the other herself. I almost forgot. Ning Jr. sister, this fasting pill is for you. While she had nearly forgotten, it seemed Li Xingshuang had entirely overlooked it. Suddenly, Li Xingshuang began to understand why her master was utterly incapable of nurturing children. After all, as a powerful being in the realm of merging heaven, he no longer required sustenance. Though confining a teenage disciple in a room without food or drink for half a month was indeed a bit excessive, he did not intend to be cruel to Li Xingshuang. At the time, he wished for her to devote herself to cultivation and had placed restrictions on the room to ensure her seclusion, originally planning to release her after a couple of days. However, he simply forgot. Had it not been for the sect leader mentioning that he had not seen Li Xingshuang for quite some time, Elder Deng might have never recalled he had a disciple, and Li Xingshuang could very well have starved to death within those walls. At that time, Li Xingshuang's true form had not yet traversed through time, and without her immortality, death would have been irrevocable. Yet, upon her release, she neither cried nor caused a commotion. She merely consumed a great deal of food in silence before quietly returning to her room to continue her cultivation. It was the first time she witnessed her master display an expression of guilt. Li Xingshuang had never voiced her discontent until Ren Anha expressed concern, inquiring whether there was a significant difference between Wangxue Tower and Liuguang Palace, and whether she was adapting well. Li Xingshuang sincerely replied that everything else was fine, but Liuguang Palace ensured she had enough to eat. It was not a complaint, merely a statement of fact. Ren Anha was left speechless for a while, shocked by her revelation. She promptly reported to the sect leader, insisting that she must bring Li Xingshuang to Qingyun Peak for proper care. However, she was met with rejection from Elder Guiyun. The elder steadfastly maintained that he was merely training his disciple to endure hardship and had never engaged in any form of mistreatment. He even summoned Li Xingshuang for testimony. Young Li Xingshuang did not fully comprehend the situation at that time. She believed her master intended to harm her, yet he ultimately released her. She pondered if she had erred in some way, provoking her master's ire, thus enduring a 10-day fast as punishment. Li Xingshuang often found herself oblivious to her own missteps, leaving her uncertain as to why she incited displeasure. Nonetheless, she understood that returning to Liuguang Palace was not an option. The fact that Wangxue Tower was willing to keep her was already a blessing. She had forgotten who had advised her that living under another's roof necessitated a humble demeanor. Thus, she grasped her master's sleeve, affirming, "Master is kind. He does not mistreat me." This marked the second occasion she observed Elder Deng's expression of guilt. In the following days, Li Xingshuang distinctly sensed that her life had improved substantially. Although her master still lacked the ability to care for a child, he would occasionally provide her with some money, allowing her the freedom to purchase whatever she desired. Yet, she seldom spent it, diligently saving the coins in a small chest to safeguard against the possibility of being expelled from the sect and facing hunger once more. Fortunately, she had matured and could now work, unlike her childhood when no one would hire a mere child. As her recollections reached this juncture, Li Xingshuang resolved not to delve further into her memories. Rather than viewing them as mere fragments of a parallel existence, they felt like authentic experiences she had lived through. Perhaps they were indeed her own, albeit now interwoven with thousands of years of memories, altering her state of mind profoundly. After 2 days and nights of sailing, the cloud vessel finally descended at the entrance of Liuguang Palace. The gatekeeper disciples, upon seeing the 3 descend from the cloud vessel, hurried forward to bow, inquiring about their purpose. Li Xingshuang presented her token. Li Xingshuang from Wangxue Tower, here to pay a visit to Palace Master Luo. Upon inspecting the token, The gatekeeper disciple's expression grew increasingly respectful, then glanced toward the two young ladies behind Xingshuang, asking, "And who might these two young women be?" "They are disciples of Wangshui Tower." Lu Wuyan stepped forward, explaining, "As Elder Guiyun is a man, it would be improper for him to visit a women's sect alone. Hence, he brought us along." "I see." The gatekeeper disciple smiled at Xingshuang, adding, "However, Elder Guiyun need not worry. The palace master has decreed that you are always welcome at Liuguang Palace." Xingshuang nodded, not particularly surprised, for her relationship with Luo Xing was amicable, akin to that of sisters. However, the juniors must inform the palace master. "Please allow me a moment." The gatekeeper disciple bowed again. "Yes, I am in no rush. After 2 days on the ship, I can afford to wait a little longer." While the gatekeeper disciple went to deliver the message, Xingshuang casually stored the small cloud vessel away. The vessel shrank to the size of a fist, and Xingshuang entertained herself for a moment before tossing it into the system's repository. Should Qi Jingyuan discover how she treated his beloved vessel, he would likely hide all his transportation devices upon his return. Before long, the grand doors swung open once more. A woman clad in a pale yellow dress with flowing white hair emerged. Her complexion appeared less pallid, adorned with a gentle smile, exuding tranquility. "Xingshuang, why didn't you inform me sooner that you were coming?" Chapter 71. The purple cloud ring. Since Xingshuang departed from the Liuguang Hall, she has yet to return. Unlike the Wangshui Tower, which is perched upon a mountain, Liuguang Hall sprawls across the plains. Luo Xing escorted Xingshuang to the main hall, where Luo Huaishi appeared even more delighted than Luo Xing, attentively serving tea to Xingshuang. Placing the teacup before her, Luo Huaishi said, "Elder Guiyun, please have some tea. Have you found a method to heal the master?" Luo Xing softly admonished, "Huaishi, do not be disrespectful." Xingshuang preferred directness. "There has been some progress, but I am uncertain of its efficacy." Luo Xing gently grasped Xingshuang's hand. Since consuming her heart's blood, her vitality had improved significantly, and her hand was no longer so cold. "Xingshuang, it is rare for you to visit. Let us not dwell on such matters. Would you indulge me in conversation?" Xingshuang, somewhat perplexed, wondered what they could discuss. "I came for your injury," noticing Luo Xing's downcast eyes that hinted at sadness. She swallowed her subsequent words. "Then let us chat, although I am not particularly skilled at it." Luo Xing regarded her anxious apprentice nearby, her tone measured. "Huaishi, please take these two young ladies to the side hall to rest. They have likely not yet fasted, so prepare some dinner. Let them have some snacks for now." Xingshuang promptly declared, "I wish to eat as well." Luo Xing chuckled. "Oh, you shall have your share. I will ask Huaishi to bring it shortly." This was a subtle dismissal of the three disciples, who appeared reluctant, yet had no choice in the matter. Luo Huaishi was preoccupied with her master's ailment, eager for Xingshuang's assistance. Ning Moru felt a pang of bitterness witnessing the closeness between Luo Xing and Xingshuang, wishing to avoid their solitude. As for Lu Wuyan, she had come tasked with guarding her master's uncle. However, they were at the mercy of Luo Xing, the master of Liuguang Hall, and Xingshuang, the elder of Wangshui Tower, leaving them without a voice in the situation. Luo Huaishi led the two young ladies toward the side hall, while Ning Moru could not resist glancing back at the closed hall doors. The hall master is truly beautiful. She felt envious, not only of her appearance, but also of her grace, cultivation, and strength. Most importantly, she could be so close to Xingshuang. If only she could become stronger, could she then catch up to his shadow? Inside the hall, Xingshuang brushed his fingers through Luo Xing's cascading hair, catching her off guard and causing her cheeks to flush. "Will your hair return to its original color?" His focus lay on the hue of her tresses. Luo Xing cleared her throat, concealing her embarrassment. "Ahem, I do not know." She understood that Xingshuang had no other thoughts in mind. Yet any gesture of intimacy from him stirred ripples in her heart. "Why are you coughing again? Are you unwell?" Xingshuang recalled her persistent cough during their last meeting. Could she be falling ill again? Luo Xing hurriedly shook her head. No. Xingshuang lifted the teacup and handed it to her. "Drink more warm water." With a hint of shyness, she accepted the cup from him and took a sip. "What would you like to talk about?" Xingshuang was not adept at initiating conversation. His sole purpose was to find a remedy for Luo Xing's condition, yet she seemed inclined to engage him in idle chatter. "Let us talk about how you have been lately. Are you well?" "I have been residing in Liuguang Hall for a long time. Now that I am the hall master, I am even less mobile. and I fear we may have few opportunities to meet in the future. I wish to converse with you more often. Li Xingshuang pondered. You could communicate through spiritual transmission or write letters. Luo Xing pressed her lips together. But I want to see you. Her words were bold. Ordinarily, she would not utter such impropriety. As soon as the words slipped from her lips, she realized their inappropriateness, her ears burning with embarrassment. Li Xingshuang contemplated briefly. That is acceptable. He began rummaging through his pocket, which was, in fact, his system. Luo Xing watched him curiously as he retrieved 2 rings. The material was indiscernible, neither gold nor jade, entirely purple and adorned with cloud patterns. He donned one on his finger and presented the other to Luo Xing. Luo Xing was taken aback. Her emotions could no longer be described as mere shyness. She was utterly astonished. Rings are not they often used to signify affection? While Xingshuang may not harbor such thoughts, still after placing the ring on his finger, Li Xingshuang earnestly explained. The purple cloud ring allows one to teleport to the other's side as long as they are not in a secret realm or independent space. However, it can only be used 10 times before it breaks. Luo Xing was rendered speechless, staring blankly at the ring on her hand. The moment it was placed upon her finger, it fit perfectly. The purple ring shimmered faintly, its cloud patterns shimmering with a hint of gold. This way, whenever you think of me, I can be by your side instantly. Li Xingshuang spoke in a calm tone, treating it as a simple matter. Yet, Luo Xing's heart raced like never before. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she reached out and embraced him tightly. Xingshuang Li Xingshuang sensed her weeping again. Are you feeling sad? He gently patted her back. I am sorry, I only wish to be kind to you. Have I perhaps gone about it the wrong way? Luo Xing cradled Li Xingshuang's face, her own drawing closer. Gazing into his pure eyes, she could not bear to deceive his innocence. Her kiss merely grazed his cheek, as soft as a feather's touch. At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open. Master, the snacks have arrived. I saw nothing. Luo Huaishi, clutching the snack box, swiftly closed the door. Oh no, could she be on the verge of gaining a master-in-law? Chapter 72. Your disciple has lost her mind. Li Xingshuang cast a bewildered glance at the closed door. Luo Xiaoying's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head. Let her bring it in later. Never mind, we'll be having dinner soon. Li Xingshuang touched his face, pondering why she suddenly kissed him. Luo Xiaoying's blush deepened. Don't ask, just don't. Li Xingshuang obediently ceased his inquiries. Once the rosy hue on Luo Xiaoying's cheeks faded, he spoke up. I would like to request your assistance. Luo Xiaoying replied gently. As long as I can help, I shall. Since she was not inclined to discuss healing matters at the moment, Li Xingshuang shifted to another purpose for his visit. One of my female disciples who accompanied me today, named Ning Mo Ro, is a close friend of my disciple. Perhaps the methods of Wang Shuelu are not suited for her, as her progress in cultivation is exceedingly slow. I wish for her to try the techniques of Lu Guangdian. Li Xingshuang was uncertain whether Luo Xiaoying would agree. Although she claimed she would assist with anything, this was, after all, a matter of her sect's privacy. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiaoying readily assented. Very well. Let her in shortly. I will personally teach her. Li Xingshuang nodded in gratitude. He paused for a moment and then gently placed a kiss on Luo Xiaoying's face. Once again, she was left in a state of shock. Is this your way of expressing thanks? I have learned. Li Xingshuang stated sincerely. Luo Xiaoying's mind was in a whirl, and she covered her face, trying to cool the warmth rising in her cheeks. No. It's nothing. Did I misunderstand? Unable to refute or confess, she could only murmur, No. It's just that in the future, it cannot be like this, especially not towards others. Li Xingshuang, though somewhat confused, nodded. Luo Xiaoying then inquired about his recent experiences, and he recounted some of his recent days, omitting the unfortunate incidents in the secret realm. He recalled that the sect leader mentioned Luo Xiaoying would be concerned for him. Li Xingshuang was never adept at handling tears. After conversing for about half an hour, a knock echoed at the door, and Luo Huaishi's voice came from outside. Master, Elder Gui Yun. Dinner is ready. Shall we eat? Luo Xiaoying, aware of Luo Huaishi's misconceptions, felt her face heat up as she stepped out with Li Xingshuang. Luo Huaishi sidled up to Luo Xiaoying, winking. Master, you and Elder Gui Yun. Luo Xiaoying's face turned crimson. Do not speak foolishly. Xingshuang and I are merely close friends, nothing more. Oh, Luo Huaishi drawled, her tone laced with skepticism. She had just witnessed the two exchanging affectionate gestures. Luo Xiang, embarrassed, gently pinched her cheek. You, young lady, must not spread rumors. She cast a furtive glance at Li Xingshuang, fearing that Luo Huaixi's misunderstanding might cause him discomfort. However, Li Xingshuang remained unperturbed, walking with calm composure. Luo Xiang sighed in relief, yet her heart felt strangely hollow. She knew Li Xingshuang had always possessed such a nature. Even the slightest reaction would have sufficed. Luo Huaishi led them to the banquet at Xingshuang Pavilion, where two disciples from Wang Shuelu had already been waiting. Upon seeing them, they promptly stood to greet. Lu Wuyin bowed first. Uncle Master, Palace Master Luo. Ning Mo Ro quickly followed suit. Li Xingshuang nodded and, at Luo Xiang's invitation, took a seat at the honored guest position. As they settled in, dishes began to arrive one after another. The dinner prepared by Lu Guangdian was exceedingly lavish. Lu Wuyin was accustomed to attending banquets with her master, but for Ning Mo Ro, it was her first encounter with such grandeur. The Ningxiang Pavilion was splendidly adorned, and exquisite delicacies were served at everyone's places. Delectable food, fine wine, and many beautiful women. Each disciple of Lu Guangdian possessed their own charm, leaving Ning Mo Ro, as a woman, quite dazzled. However, when she turned to glance at Li Xingshuang, she found him engrossed in devouring pig knuckles. Truly, single-minded and undistracted. A serving disciple observed Li Xingshuang, then glanced at the inexperienced Ning Mo Ro, feeling a pang of sympathy. She turned to her companion and remarked, Sister Xiaotao, does Wang Shuelu not have food to eat? If Qi Jingyuan knew that others held such an opinion about Wang Shuelu, he would surely be furious. Another disciple contemplated and speculated, that seems unlikely. After all, Wang Shuelu is a prestigious sect. They must have food, just perhaps not of the finest quality. Yes, that could be the case. We do have Sister Xiaojiu cooking for us. Sigh, no wonder they appear so frail. How pitiful. What do you know? This is called being slender. Slender? They look weak. It would be better to be strong like Sister Xiaofang. Sister Xiaofang's strength stemmed from her cultivation method, which focused on physical training. Ning Mo Ro felt a bit embarrassed as several disciples from Lu Guangdian cast her sidelong glances and began whispering among themselves. She realized her lack of worldly experience must have made her seem foolish. However, just then, a tall disciple approached her, and Ning Mo Ro felt a twinge of anxiety. Throughout her time at Wang Shuelu, she had often encountered troublemakers and those who disapproved of her, and she had never felt fear. Yet now, in front of Li Xingshuang, she was apprehensive about making a fool of herself. Yet, the disciple merely bent down and kindly inquired, Miss, are you satisfied with these dishes? Ning Mo Ro, momentarily taken aback, nodded dazedly. Very, very satisfied. That is wonderful to hear. Our Lu Guangdian kitchen is always open. If you find yourself hungry at night, please do not hesitate to let us know. We would not want you to go hungry. Oh, all right, thank you. Ning Mo Ro was taken aback. The sister from Lu Guangdian was rather kind. Ning Mo Ro felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing she had judged others too hastily. As the atmosphere in the hall remained jovial, filled with the clattering of dishes, Li Xingshuang received a transmission of divine consciousness. It was Qi Jingyuan. Xingshuang, Ling Han has lost his mind. I have locked him up. You must not return. Chapter 73. The madman Li Xingshuang set down his wine cup and rose abruptly. Master Luo, I have an urgent matter to attend to at the sect. I would appreciate it if the Liuguang Hall could look after my disciples. Before Luo Xing could inquire further, Li Xingshuang activated a teleportation talisman. Ning Moru furrowed her brows with concern. What was amiss? At Wang Shui Tower, in the main hall of Mengyun Peak, a heated discussion ensued. I say this demon cannot be spared. I must go and slay him immediately. Calm down, Ruofeng. If you kill him, Xingshuang will be furious. Who cares about that scoundrel? In the next moment, the formation shimmered, and Li Xingshuang materialized in the hall. 3 elders and the sect master were present. He Ruofeng, with one hand gripping Qi Jingyuan's collar and the other wielding a sword, seemed poised not to confront Ling Han, but rather to attack the sect master. Upon seeing Li Xingshuang, he Ruofeng, who had just been cursing him, found himself at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity as he Ruofeng loosened his grip, Qi Jingyuan hastily broke free and rushed to Li Xingshuang's side. Xingshuang, were you not told not to return? If you hadn't mentioned Ling Han had gone mad, I wouldn't have come back. Lu Lijing furrowed his brow and glanced at Qi Jingyuan, who quietly sidestepped. Li Xingshuang surveyed the 4 of them. So, where have you imprisoned Ling Han? Ren Anha stepped forward, grasping Li Xingshuang's arm. Xingshuang, you must not seek him out. He is quite deranged now. Heartthrob gripped his sword tightly. Li Xingshuang, you stated yourself that if he ever committed a crime, you would slay him with your own hands. Has he killed anyone? Li Xingshuang inquired. Qi Jingyuan replied, not yet. Has he betrayed the sect? Li Xingshuang pressed further. Qi Jingyuan scratched his head. Well, not exactly. Li Xingshuang raised his hands in exasperation. Then why must I kill him? He nearly did. Heartthrob angrily kicked over a nearby chair, resembling a furious chihuahua. I demand to see him, Li Xingshuang asserted firmly. I must meet him before deciding whether or not to kill him. Renanha shook her head in worry. No, Xingshuang, please be reasonable. Do not seek him out. He will harm you. Li Xingshuang remained silent for 2 seconds. Are you suggesting he could overpower someone at the Mingxin realm? Probably not, came the reply. Heartthrob glared at him. We fear that if you see that demon, you might soften and protect him. He is my disciple. I must see him, Li Xingshuang retorted, turning to Qi Jingyuan. What say you, Sectmaster? Before Qi Jingyuan could respond, Lu Lijing stepped forward. I shall accompany you. Heartthrob immediately chimed in. I will go too. Qi Jingyuan added, then I shall also. There is no need for such a commotion, Lu Lijing interjected coolly. Xingshuang, let us go. Heartthrob appeared somewhat irate. But after persistent persuasion from Qi Jingyuan and Renanha, he finally sheathed his sword. Li Xingshuang followed Lu Lijing as they ventured forth. The moon was absent that night, casting the path in shadows. Lu Lijing led him to the dungeon. As they approached, the chilling scent of rusted iron permeated the air. They descended to the deepest recess of the underground prison, and upon opening the iron door, Li Xingshuang beheld Ling Han, bound by chains that shackled his limbs. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood. His hair hung down, and dark crimson demonic patterns sprawled across his body, his eyes glowing a fierce red. The chains rattled as he strained against them, as though they might snap, yet these were specially crafted spirit-binding chains, impervious to ordinary cultivators. His demeanor was frenzied, his mind evidently clouded, with blood pooling around his wrists and ankles from his desperate struggles. Li Xingshuang took a step closer, only to be halted by Lu Lijing's grasp on his arm. Do not approach, Lu Lijing warned. Li Xingshuang pushed his hand away. You should step outside. Lu Lijing pursed his lips, contemplating for a moment before asking, is he truly that important to you? Important? No, not at all. If it were possible to kill Ling Han, Li Xingshuang would have done so without hesitation. Yet, he understood that Ling Han would not die and would return seeking vengeance. However, he would not elaborate on these thoughts, simply stating, he is my disciple. Of course he matters. That seemingly light statement caused Ling Han, in the throes of madness, to momentarily pause. Lu Lijing fell silent, gazing deeply at Li Xingshuang. I will wait for you outside. The heavy iron door creaked shut, and Li Xingshuang turned his attention back to Ling Han. Ling Han slammed his head against the wall, blood oozing from the impact. He charged again, but this time collided with something soft. Li Xingshuang caught his head with his hand, halting his reckless actions. Blood and grime smeared onto Li Xingshuang's hands and clothes, yet he paid it no mind. Ling Han lifted his gaze. The moment his scarlet eyes met Li Xingshuang's, they appeared to glaze over. His eyes flickered between red and black, as if he were enduring immense pain. Clutching his head, he emitted a beastly roar. Li Xingshuang extended his hand, placing it on Ling Han's back, releasing spiritual energy to assess his condition. The demonic energy had infiltrated Ling Han entirely. Typically, the demon race did not lose their wits. But Ling Han was no ordinary demon. According to the texts Li Xingshuang had previously perused, the demon bloodline was exceedingly potent. Half-demons often found it difficult to survive in human form. They would constantly suppress their murderous and brutal instincts, and such repression could lead to severe distortion, resulting in madness. Moreover, Ling Han had not cultivated demonic techniques. Hence, the demonic energy within him posed a significant threat. Perhaps forcibly altering one's destiny could lead to even more adverse consequences, not just for Ling Han, but for Li Xingshuang himself as well. It was time to consider alternative methods. Li Xingshuang looked at Ling Han, observing that despite his current state of insanity, he exhibited no inclination to lash out externally. Even in his uncontrollable rage, it manifested in self-destructive behavior. He transitioned from roaring to whimpering, resembling a wild beast, incapable of articulating coherent words, only able to produce sounds that conveyed his emotional turmoil. Considering that he was the child of destiny, Could his fortune perhaps be utilized as an experiment? Xingshuang retrieved the black jade talisman, channeling his spiritual energy to attempt to draw out the demonic energy enveloping Ling Han. If successful, he could apply the same method to Luo Xing. Chapter 74. Cultivating the demonic path. Tendrils of dark demonic energy flowed from Xingshuang's palms, gradually seeping into the jade talisman. Ling Han, who had been quivering with fear, began to regain his composure, though still appearing somewhat shaken. It was not until Xingshuang inquired, "Are you all right now?" that Ling Han snapped back to reality, staring blankly at her. "Master," he murmured, uncertainty lacing his voice as he called out again, "Master." Xingshuang gently brushed his disheveled hair, asking, "What is it?" With reddened eyes, Ling Han buried his face in her embrace, weeping softly. Xingshuang remained silent, wrapping her arms around him and placing her hand on his back to heal his wounds. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, Ling Han calmed down, but upon looking up, he was taken aback. "Master, your hair." Xingshuang tugged at her once-tied long hair, revealing that it had all turned white. It seemed that some of the demonic energy had affected her as it was not absorbed by the talisman. "Do not worry about me," Xingshuang said, releasing her grip on her hair. "What matters is that you are fine." Tears streamed down Ling Han's face once more. Master, why are you so good to me?" Xingshuang wiped away his tears. "Are you still in pain?" Ling Han shook his head. What on earth happened? He pressed a hand against the fading demonic patterns on his chest, his voice trembling. "In recent days, I don't know why, but it has been difficult to control myself. Master, am I truly, as Elder Tianyun claimed, a natural-born demon seed? I am so scared of becoming wicked." Xingshuang gently patted the top of his head. "You are not wicked. You are fighting against your bloodline, which is a challenging endeavor, and you have already shown great strength." Unable to contain himself, Ling Han covered his face and wept bitterly. "I will help you," Xingshuang said softly. "However, if your suffering becomes too great and you find life amongst the humans unbearable, I can set you free. It is not banishment, but liberation." Xingshuang had resigned herself to letting him go, hoping he would not seek vengeance. Ling Han shook his head vehemently, grasping her hand. "Master, I will strive to control myself. I beg you, do not abandon me." Xingshuang furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in thought. Ling Han felt a chill in his heart, suddenly recalling his mother pushing him away. Ultimately, no one could accept him. Filthy, ugly, grotesque, a demon seed. He did not blame his mother nor his master. This was simply his fate. It was his own immaturity, his weakness, his inability to sever the repugnant bloodline from himself. All of it was his own fault. "Ling Han," Xingshuang said, rising and extending her hand towards him as he sat despondently on the ground. "Shall we return? Let us think of a solution together. Stop crying." Ling Han stared blankly at her. "Let us go?" Seeing him still in a daze, Xingshuang repeated herself. Only then did Ling Han groggily take her hand, feeling its coolness, yet finding solace in her presence. Xingshuang opened the prison door, and Lu Lijing's eyes widened in surprise. Ignoring Ling Han, he stepped forward and grasped Xingshuang's shoulders. "Xingshuang, your hair." Xingshuang brushed it off nonchalantly. "It's nothing. It should return to normal in time." "Are you sure?" Lu Lijing asked, his brow furrowed. His serious demeanor a rare sight. "It doesn't hurt. There's no issue at all." Xingshuang waved her hand. "I'm taking my disciple back." "Wait." Lu Lijing gave Ling Han a scrutinizing look. "Are you certain you want to take him back now?" Xingshuang nodded. "Absolutely. If anything were to happen, I will bear the consequences." She said no more, taking Ling Han's hand and leading him out of the dungeon. Lu Lijing did not follow. He silently watched their departing figures. Xingshuang brought Ling Han back to Guyun Peak, where his room lay in disarray, resembling a space that had been ransacked by a mischievous husky. It was evident that he had caused the chaos. "With such a commotion, did you Chubai not hear it?" Xingshuang inquired. Ling Han lowered his head, murmuring, "He did hear. It was he who informed the sect master and the elders." "So, Yu Chubai is aware of Ling Han's demonic lineage now." "It is my fault," Ling Han began. Xingshuang shook her head. "It is my failure to manage you properly." "No," Ling Han protested. "Arguing over whose fault it is serves no purpose now. The most important thing is to resolve the issue." Yes, Ling Han was at a loss for how to solve the problem. Perhaps the best solution was to resolve his own self. Xingshuang appeared contemplative. Perhaps the most suitable path for Ling Han was to embrace the demonic path. Yet as a prominent sect, Wangshui Lu held a different stance. "Ling Han," Xingshuang said solemnly, I have thought of a way to help you control your powers, allowing you to remain in Wangshui Lu. However, you must promise me one thing. Ling Han nodded vigorously. Agreed. Li Xingshuang paused for a moment. I have yet to specify what that is. Ling Han gazed at her eagerly. Whatever Master says. I am willing to comply, as long as you allow me to stay. Quite obedient indeed, Li Xingshuang remarked, placing her right hand on Ling Han's shoulder. Ling Han, I will find you a volume of demonic cultivation to practice, guiding the demonic energy within you. But remember, this must remain a secret. No one must know. As the saying goes, what is concealed is as though it has never occurred. As for which saying, well, it was a phrase freshly coined by Li Xingshuang. Ling Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly feasible? As long as you ensure that your demonic energy remains contained during combat, no one will discover it. Of course, this is quite difficult, but I will teach you. Li Xingshuang produced an ancient tome. You currently lack control over your demonic patterns, largely because you have not practiced demonic cultivation. As the saying goes, it is better to open a path than to block one. Relentless suppression will eventually lead to a backlash. Ling Han nodded, half understanding the implications. He grasped the essence, but still had one lingering question. Master, but how do you possess demonic cultivation methods? Chapter 75. Do not inquire, Master. But how is it that you possess the techniques of the demonic clan? Unlike Heartthrob, who has made it his mission to eradicate all demons, Li Xingshuang had little prior interaction with them, having led a reclusive life. It was only during their time in the secret realm that he recalled Li Xingshuang diligently filling her storage space with various items. With utmost seriousness, Li Xingshuang explained, that cultivator, like you, possesses a half-demonic physique, which is why I thought these items might be of use to you. In truth, however, she had not contemplated their utility. Rather, she had simply taken everything without discerning its value. If something was usable, it would be employed. If not, it would be sold. And if it couldn't be sold, it would be discarded. Since they were already there, how could she leave without taking everything? Upon hearing this, Ling Han felt deeply moved. He had not anticipated that his master had been thinking of him all along. Although Li Xingshuang appeared aloof and taciturn, the affection she exhibited was but a mere fraction of what resided in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Han's mind was awash with tumultuous thoughts as she waved her hand and conjured a space in the room for him to sit beside her. Although we assess the demonic clan through the lens of human cultivation, they possess their own unique system of practice, and you must first understand their levels of cultivation. She instructed. Ling Han nodded attentively, fully engrossed in her words. The ranks of the demonic clan, from lowest to highest, were blood guide, emotion severance, thought obliteration, soul binding, shadowless, soul forging, culminating in the ultimate form known as true demon or demon sovereign. Ling Han hesitated, asking, Master, does emotion severance truly imply the severance of feelings? Will I become an emotionless monster? Not at all. Rather, the emotions of the demonic clan are often excessively intense, even somewhat extreme. In contrast, humans tend to pursue a state of simplicity and detachment. The demons prioritize their own satisfaction above all else. However, Li Xingshuang recalled something and stroked her chin thoughtfully. Ling Han grew anxious. Master, what troubles you? By the way, is there anything you desire greatly? Anything you particularly fancy? The stereotypical impression of demons is one of overwhelming possessiveness. They are greedy and ruthless, willing to employ any means to achieve their ends. Li Xingshuang pondered how much of this applied to Ling Han, who had always been obedient and sensible, rarely asking for anything. Upon hearing her words, Ling Han's face turned crimson. I dare not harbor any extravagant desires. What I have now is already very good. Speak freely. Anything that I can provide you with, I shall grant. I only hope it does not become an obsession that hinders your cultivation. Ling Han hesitantly reached out, gazing at Li Xingshuang with a mixture of timidity and earnestness. Though bewildered, she took his hand in hers, asking, What is it? Ling Han shifted from a seated position to kneeling, leaning forward, yet cautious not to overstep, gently resting his forehead against her shoulder. I hope Master can spend more time with me. Is that all? Li Xingshuang ruffled Ling Han's hair affectionately. Very well. Perhaps her agreement was so swift that Ling Han pressed further. I also hope to be your most treasured and significant disciple. Agreed. Though Li Xingshuang was uncertain of what constituted treasured or significant, it did not deter her from responding affirmatively. Surely, dedicating more time to teach him and providing additional resources for cultivation would suffice. With a final request, Ling Han lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Li Xingshuang. Master, may I ask you to refrain from accepting other disciples? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, that is acceptable. Ling Han relaxed slightly, yet when she added, however, after accepting your junior sister Ning, I shall not take on any other disciples. A shadow of discontent crossed his features. Why must you accept her as a disciple? Ling Han lowered his eyelids to conceal his displeasure. You seem rather unhappy, Li Xingshuang remarked. And no, Ling Han protested, releasing her hand and returning to his previous position. Feigning obedience. Li Xingshuang, unable to decipher Ling Han's demeanor, speculated, is it because I took her out for leisure and not you, which has upset you? Not at all. Ling Han vehemently shook his head. I understand, Master, that your visit to the Flowing Light Palace is better suited for female disciples. I am not unhappy. Li Xingshuang reached out her hand, prompting Ling Han to lean in for her touch. I have mentioned before, if you are distressed or angry, you can tell me directly. She affectionately tousled his hair, expressing her concern that her cool demeanor might inadvertently cause him unhappiness. Ling Han's eyes glistened with emotion. Master has already treated me exceptionally well. If I were to ask for more, it would be unwarranted. Indeed, he felt he was too ungrateful, perhaps because such wretched blood coursed through his veins. Li Xingshuang withdrew her hand from his head and mused that it felt as though she had taken on the role of a caretaker for a small dog, providing nourishment and affection while he loyally followed her. Wait, this was essentially akin to keeping a pet, wasn't it? Suddenly, she spread her hands. Ling Han, let us shake hands. Ling Han, puzzled yet compliant, extended his hand into hers. Master's hand feels consistently cool. All right, Ling Han, now the other hand. Confused, he switched hands. Good boy. It was confirmed. Indeed, he resembled a dog. Ling Han inquired, Master, what is the purpose of this? Li Xingshuang, with utmost seriousness, grasped his hands. We are about to commence your training, and I need to attune to your demonic energy and spiritual essence. Her words were not entirely untrue, yet it was common to place one's hands elsewhere, typically on the back of the other. However, Li Xingshuang could not possibly disclose to Ling Han that she merely wished to see if he resembled a small dog. Ling Han felt a wave of gratitude. I understand now. Thank you for your concern, Master. Cultivation is wonderful, allowing such proximity to you. Though her hand was cool, it was exceedingly gentle. Much like Li Xingshuang herself, who appeared detached yet was, in truth, quite tender-hearted. Ling Han's thoughts began to drift until Li Xingshuang's voice brought him back. Though the two realms may diverge, they are bound by the connection of heaven and earth. Demonic cultivation begins with blood guiding, while celestial cultivation commences with the awakening of the initial spirit. We follow the righteous path of cultivation, drawing energy into our bodies as the key, whereas demonic practice begins with the manipulation of one's own bloodline. Curiously, Ling Han asked, Master, how do you know all this? Do not inquire, she replied. Chapter 76. You bear a resemblance to the demon clan the Chosen One, indeed worthy of his title. Managed to adeptly manipulate his bloodline and reach the first stage of blood summoning in merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Li Xingfeng praised him. Well done, you have not disappointed me. Ling Han's eyes sparkled with excitement, and if he had a tail, it would likely be spinning like a propeller at this moment. Are you certain you can separate the demonic energy from the spiritual energy? Li Xingfeng inquired. Ling Han nodded. The demonic energy and spiritual energy reside in two distinct reservoirs within me. Now, after training in the techniques of the demon clan, I can contain the previously chaotic demonic energy within my reservoir. As long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, it should remain under control. Li Xingfeng felt a twinge of unease. Such a statement implied that unforeseen circumstances were likely to arise. How do you feel now? She asked. Ling Han, slightly embarrassed, replied. Much better. I have caused you trouble, Master. You are no trouble, Li Xingfeng said earnestly. You are my hope. Ling Han was taken aback, gazing at Li Xingfeng in a daze, tears suddenly streaming down his face. Li Xingfeng, perplexed, reached for his tears with her sleeve, but he grasped her hand and pressed it against his cheek. Master, you are truly my hope. Ling Han wished to remain by Li Xingfeng's side, regardless of the cost. He had witnessed the light and would rather be reduced to ashes in pursuit of the flame than endure an existence in the endless darkness. Li Xingfeng simply observed him quietly. When she referred to Ling Han as her hope, it was because she relied on him to advance the tasks entrusted to her. Did Ling Han believe that Li Xingfeng could offer him a brighter future? Although the chosen one was favored by fate wherever he went, thus far, Li Xingfeng had provided him with the most resources. If he thought so, it was a positive sign. The potential benefits would enhance Ling Han's loyalty to the Wangshui Tower. Very well, Li Xingfeng gently wiped away Ling Han's tears with her thumb. I shall treat you well in the future. No more crying. Ling Han made an effort to stifle his tears. Once I achieve success in my training, I will repay you, master. Good. This child understands, Li Xingfeng thought. However, she could not voice this directly. If she did, Ling Han might feel that her teachings were merely a means to solicit repayment. My guidance and kindness towards you are not predicated on your gratitude. If you possess such a sentiment, that is commendable, but what I truly wish for is your peace and happiness. Once again, Ling Han's tears began to flow. Li Xingfeng gently ruffled his hair. No more crying. Be good. If you feel better now, go rest. I will inform the sect leader on your behalf. Ling Han hastily wiped his tears. I will accompany you, master. Li Xingfeng stood and shook her head. You must not leave your quarters for the time being. I will place restrictions on your dwelling to ensure you are undisturbed. Focus on your training, and should you feel any discomfort, send word to me, and I shall return immediately. Ling Han quickly rose. Master, must you leave? He swallowed the latter half of his question. Indeed, she undoubtedly had matters to attend to, and he had already caused her too much trouble. Yet, he was reluctant to part ways. He wished to ask Li Xingfeng if she could stay with him a while longer, but feared it would impede her duties. I will be obedient. Ling Han finally murmured, lowering his head. Li Xingfeng, satisfied, replied, I shall return. With that, she set up a barrier in Ling Han's quarters, providing him with 2 bottles of nourishing pills, instructing him to remain in his room. She then returned to Mingyun Peak. Did you allow him to take Ling Han out? What on earth are you thinking? Upon landing, He Ruofeng unleashed a tirade at Lu Lijing. Lu Lijing maintained his composure. Ling Han has committed no grave error. He has already returned to normal. I don't care. As long as the demon clan remains intact, the Wangshui Tower will never find peace. After uttering this, He Ruofeng turned to Li Xingfeng, who had just arrived. You explain how to handle this situation. Li Xingfeng stated, he has not harmed anyone, has he? Is it too late if he does? He Ruofeng was apoplectic. He had no inclination towards leniency. Li Xingfeng shrugged. I have observed him. This child primarily resorts to self-harm or destruction of inanimate objects to suppress the demonic energy rather than harming others. Self-harm? How dreadful. Renanha expressed her sympathy. Ling Han appeared quite honest. Surely, this must have been difficult for him. How pitiful. He Ruofeng nearly exploded. Senior sister. Is now the time to pity the demon clan. However, this is not something Ling Han chose for himself. He suffers as well. He Ruofeng retorted angrily. So should the other disciples of Wangshui Tower remain in such danger? I have placed restrictions on Ling Han's quarters, confining him there. He cannot leave, nor can anyone enter, Li Xingfeng declared. We shall observe him for a while longer, and if he remains uncontrollable, we can decide how to handle him then. Renanha agreed with this approach, while He Ruofeng still appeared dissatisfied but struggled to find words of contradiction. Lu Lijing remarked, Ling Han has not committed a fault this time. Let us proceed as Xingfeng suggests. Xingfeng, has Ling Han ever displayed signs of demonic possession in the past? None. Li Xingfeng replied decisively, fabricating a lie. Lu Lijing regarded her, visibly unconvinced. However, he did not expose her deception. He has concealed himself well. Even after over a year in the sect, we remained unaware of his demonic lineage. We remain unclear as to why he has suddenly acted this way. Humph. The inherent flaws of the demon clan, He Ruofeng scoffed. They glorify violence, behaving like lunatics. Li Xingfeng replied coolly, if that is the case, then you currently resemble the demon clan quite a bit. Li Xingfeng, are you courting death? Despite her words, He Ruofeng merely kicked a nearby pillar in frustration. Li Xingfeng calmly responded, judging individuals by their race is overly absolute. There are countless treacherous and malevolent souls among humanity. Do you believe that encountering such individuals would lead you to conclude that all of humanity is inherently sinful and deserving of annihilation? Chapter 77. Desires and Wishes. He Ruofeng approached Li Xingshuang, his voice laced with malice. Li Xingshuang, are you truly so reluctant to part with your disciple? He seized a strand of Li Xingshuang's hair, adding, isn't this all his doing? How long will you continue to tolerate him? It was evident that Lu Lijing had informed them of the incident that turned him white-haired the moment he was released from the dungeon. He Ruofeng naturally attributed this calamity to Ling Han's actions. Li Xingshuang remained unfazed. This is merely temporary. If it displeases you, I can revert it in a few days. Restoring his body to its original state was a trivial matter for Xingshuang. All it required was a simple act of self-destruction. Death, resurrection, and the reforging of his corporeal form were processes he had become all too familiar with. He Ruofeng scoffed coldly. Then why not do it now? Xingshuang frowned. Ruofeng. Lu Lijing interjected. Xingshuang is correct. Ling Han hasn't committed a grave error. Let us observe for a while longer. What say you, Sectmaster? Xingshuang turned to him. Strangely, despite Lu Lijing's apparent disdain for Ling Han, he had suggested retaining Ling Han in both meetings. Qi Jingyuan, weary, rested his forehead in his hand. Alas. It is all my fault. I should never have allowed Ling Han to take Xingshuang as his master. Once you accept a disciple, you cannot simply cast them aside like an abandoned pet, can you? Renanha wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiment. He Ruofeng, infuriated, flung his sleeves and stormed off, leaving behind a warning. Xingshuang, await your demise at his hands. The demon race are all ungrateful wretches. Xingshuang remained silent. Renanha furrowed his brow and approached him, linking her arm with his. My dear, do not take his words to heart. Ruofeng speaks harshly, but his concern for you is genuine. Xingshuang shook his head. He was utterly indifferent to such remarks. He had received countless similar judgments, particularly regarding Ling Han. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. There are matters to attend to at the Liuguang Hall. Just as Xingshuang turned to depart, Lu Lijing called out to him. Xingshuang, I have something to discuss with you. Sect Master, Senior Sister, you may return. Qi Jingyuan gestured to himself. Me? But this is my... very well, I shall leave at once. Although it was his own minion peak, the icy glare from Lu Lijing compelled Qi Jingyuan to acquiesce. As the hall doors closed, Lu Lijing seated himself at the table and lit an additional lamp. Xingshuang, may I pose a question? Xingshuang settled across from him. Ask away. Lu Lijing gazed at the flickering candlelight. Is Ling Han truly significant to you? Indeed. Significant enough to influence other matters? This was a curious inquiry. Xingshuang replied. Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. You have never cared for anyone. To you, nothing holds such importance. Lu Lijing's gaze shifted back to Xingshuang. Then why is Ling Han special? Xingshuang evaded the topic of Ling Han. He is my disciple. Yu Chubai is also your disciple, yet your treatment of him lacks the same fervor. Why was this old man so difficult to deceive? Xingshuang feigned ignorance. And what of it? Do you intend to meddle in my affections for others? Lu Lijing fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. No, that is not my intention. The reason I inquire is that I wish to protect those who matter to you. I will assist you in achieving what you deem important. Xingshuang scrutinized him with skepticism. After a pause, realization dawned. Is it because I resemble your brother? Lu Lijing fell silent again before shaking his head. No. Then why do you wish to aid me? Lu Lijing spoke slowly yet firmly. Because you are the most important person to me. Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. Our friendship hardly runs deep. Lu Lijing offered a wry smile. Indeed, to you, who can claim a deep bond? This was the truth in Xingshuang's eyes. There were only two types of individuals, tools and NPCs. Lu Lijing sighed softly. Xingshuang, you have always been indifferent to worldly matters. It is only a fleeting preference, a slight obsession, that makes you appear truly human. Am I a false person in my daily life? Lu Lijing cast him a complex glance. Xingshuang stood up. Though your words are peculiar, I thank you. Regarding Ling Han, your support means much. I shall find a way to repay you. I must take my leave. Xingshuang, promise me one thing, will you? Lu Lijing's gaze bore into Xingshuang, his expression tinged with sorrow. Xingshuang could easily agree to Ling Han's requests, knowing they would not be absurd. Yet he hesitated to comply with Lu Lijing. He had an inkling that this old man harbored ulterior motives. What is it you wish? Xingshuang chose to inquire directly. Lu Lijing's smile turned more bittersweet. What I desire is simply for you to be happy. The only thing that can bring me happiness is but one matter. Lu Lijing spoke softly. I will do everything in my power to help you achieve this. Xingshuang suddenly smiled. Lu Lijing paused, perplexed by the reaction. Xingshuang tilted his head. What if my wishes do not align with your desires? Lu Lijing replied, each word deliberate. What you seek is also what I desire. Xingshuang shrugged. I hope you can still say that when the time comes. Lu Lijing lowered his gaze. Xingshuang, you have forgotten far too much. Extra, the ever-changing Xingshuang not. The end. This extra is merely a supplementary explanation to the main text. Upon receiving the news, I hurriedly made my way to the Xingshuang. The atmosphere there was as desolate as ever, akin to a realm of silence. It was hard to fathom that within a royal residence, there were scarcely any attendants present. The physician at the entrance set down his medical box and bowed deeply. "Your Highness, the Yuan Wang. We have done all we could. You should see the Xingshuang. He is thinking of you." I had intended to arrive swiftly, yet upon reaching the threshold, I hesitated to part the curtain. It felt as though, should I not open this door, he might remain with me. A self-deception, a denial of reality. Ultimately, I drew back the curtain, the acrid scent of medicine permeating the room, dizzying me. There he lay. He was frail as paper upon the bed. I dared not approach, nor touch him, fearing he might shatter before my very eyes. I gazed at him, and he reached out his hand. So, I sat at the edge of the bed, cautiously taking his hand, which was cold and delicate. "Brother." He moved his lips. Speaking seemed laborious for him, and I understood it was due to his affliction. "I am here." I clasped his hand within mine, striving to impart some warmth. "Brother is here. If Xingshuang is unwell, do not speak any further." He gazed at me, his eyes still innocent, reminiscent of his childhood, yet his words sent tremors through my heart. "I am about to leave." Not possible, not possible. I felt a surge of panic. It seemed that if I let go, he would vanish. "You will be fine. I have sent for the best physician in the land. You will recover." These words were not meant to comfort him, but rather to soothe my own soul. I knew he was destined to die. From the moment of his birth, it was clear his life would be fleeting. Soon, the pain will fade. Brother should be happy. For me, he closed his eyes, and I hurried to check his pulse, but he opened his eyes again. I felt somewhat weary. I was terrified, a level of panic I had never experienced in my life. Yet he smiled at me. "Thank you, brother. You are the only one in this world who has been kind to me." Once again, I was taken aback. Indeed, who has shown him kindness? The concubines and the heirs despised him, loathed him, and tormented him. As for father, the moment I discerned the filthy desire in his gaze directed at his own son, I initiated an investigation into past events. That incompetent old fool murdered Xingshuang's biological father and abducted his mother. He conferred the title of Defei upon that wretched woman, sparing the lives of others' infants solely to indulge his perverse whims. An exceptionally beautiful appearance can sometimes become the source of calamity. I instructed my assassins to secretly protect Xingshuang, and then I laced the old emperor's daily meals with mercury and vermilion. Before his repugnant piggish hands could reach out, I sent him on his way. I do not relish engaging in the intrigues of power. I have no desire to ascend to that envied pinnacle. My only wish is to safeguard those dear to me, and for that, I would do anything. Even if my hands are stained with blood, sullied beyond redemption, I would not mind. Brother will always be kind to you. I gently caressed his forehead, striving to soften my voice. There will be no more chances. His gaze turned towards the bed curtains. "I am about to depart." "No, Xingshuang, do not speak such nonsense. You will recover." He looked at me, confusion evident in his eyes. "Why? Do you wish for me not to die?" I trembled as I spoke. "Of course, I do not want you to die. What reason would I need for that?" He suddenly laughed. "Perhaps you will live long enough to see me again." "What do you mean?" I asked, bewildered. "I will not die. I will merely leave this place. Perhaps if you live long enough, you will see me again." He spoke in perplexing terms. But at that moment, I might have changed my identity, changed my name. "You may not recognize me." I dismissed his words as the ramblings of a man gravely ill, yet I pressed his hand against my face. "Brother will not forget you, no matter how you change. Brother will recognize you." "Is that so? But I may forget." His grip grew weaker. I had already forgotten so much. Even once, my most important friend has already faded from memory. "Then brother shall accompany you in recollection, shall we?" "Very well." Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, he began to cough violently, a pool of blood blossoming upon the sheets. "Xingshuang," I called out urgently, about to summon the physician, when he gently grasped my hand. "No one can save me. This is punishment." He closed his eyes. "A punishment for failing the task." I widened my eyes. "What punishment? What task?" "Xingshuang, what are you rambling on about? I am departing from this world. You have been the kindest to me. I shall tell you my name." "What name? What do you mean by departing from this world?" I was at a loss for words, merely grasping his hand in stunned silence. His voice grew increasingly frail. "My true name is Xingshuang, the one who has changed from Xingshuang. Star." His voice abruptly ceased. The warmth of his palm had turned icy to the core. Chapter 78. The affliction of chronic illness. Although Li Xingshuang was uncertain about what Lu Lijing was referring to, he merely shrugged. At my age, forgetfulness is quite normal. He had forgotten numerous things. Who could possibly discern what Lu Lijing was saying? Lu Lijing looked at him helplessly. Li Xingshuang scratched his cheek. Well, I shall take my leave then. Lu Lijing closed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. You may go. Noticing this, Li Xingshuang expressed a semblance of concern for his superior. Are you not feeling well? Lu Lijing sighed lightly. No? Ah, very well then. As Li Xingshuang exited, Lu Lijing slowly rested his forehead against his hand. Enough, enough, he murmured to himself. After Li Xingshuang departed, he tugged at his hair, contemplating whether to rectify his appearance before heading to the Liuguang Hall. He had an inkling that Luo Xiying would be displeased if she saw him like this. However, he was intent on aiding Luo Xiying. His hair would eventually turn white again, making his efforts seem somewhat redundant. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to employ illusions to conceal it. Although those of comparable cultivation could discern his use of illusion, the average person would likely not concern themselves with a mere hairstyle. All the demonic energy had been absorbed into the jade talisman, yet his hair remained white, indicating that Luo Xiying's hair could not be restored either. Perhaps the hair that grew back would turn black again? After a moment of hesitation, Li Xingshuang decided against fixing it for the time being. It was not out of fear of death. Rather, he considered that if he treated Luo Xiying and his hair turned white, she might think it was a consequence of his efforts to cure her. This girl was quite introspective. She might end up in tears. It would be better to simply go to her with his hair as is and tell her he had dyed it. Li Xingshuang glanced down at the purple cloud ring on his finger, channeling his spiritual energy. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in a soft, fragrant embrace of jade. It was rather awkward. He crashed into Luo Xiying's arms. She had been reclining on a soft couch, engrossed in her reading. Although she sensed something approaching, the familiar aura dulled her instinctual caution. Then she saw Li Xingshuang lift his head from her embrace and prop himself up. Luo Xiying's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly used her book to shield her blushing countenance. Xingshuang, what happened to your hair? Despite her shyness, she quickly recognized the most pressing issue. Li Xingshuang replied, I did it myself. Now it looks just like yours. He believed he could persuade her. Luo Xiying's mind went blank, her book obscuring her entire face. Li Xingshuang assumed she disliked him being so close and hastily sat up, moving to the side. Did I hurt you? Such a slight weight could hardly harm a practitioner. Luo Xiying quickly shook her head. It just surprised me that you fell right onto me. My apologies. Her face grew warmer. And no, it's fine. Really. After a moment's pause, she lowered her book slightly, revealing her soft gray eyes that shimmered with shyness and gentleness akin to autumn waters. Xingshuang, you didn't just go to dye your hair, did you? Not exactly. Li Xingshuang admitted. There was a matter at my sect. I went to check on it. Luo Xiying expressed concern. What happened? Li Xingshuang pondered how to articulate it. Sensing his hesitation, Luo Xiying quickly added, if it's inconvenient to discuss, please disregard me. It was thoughtless of me to inquire about the secrets of Wangshui Tower. She had acted hastily out of worry. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so direct about matters of another sect. Li Xingshuang shook his head. It's nothing serious. My disciple made a minor mistake, and I'm just going to fetch him. Luo Xiying felt relieved and then inquired, is it that Miss Ning's friend? Yes, his name is Ling Han. Ling Han. Luo Xiying murmured the name. Is something wrong? Li Xingshuang asked, puzzled. Have you heard of him? Luo Xiying smiled gently. It's strange that I haven tea. Although I seldom leave my home, I am aware of the most gifted individuals in the current cultivation world. That doesn't concern me, Li Xingshuang shrugged. Luo Xiying lightly tapped Li Xingshuang's forehead. Do you realize how many wish to take you as their master? I cannot accommodate so many disciples. 2 or 3 would suffice. Li Xingshuang paid little mind to who wished to be his disciple. In any case, regardless of their extraordinary talent, they would ultimately have to yield to the main characters. As long as he could maintain control over these 2 little ones, he would be satisfied. By the way, I have found a method to treat you, Li Xingshuang revealed, producing the jade talisman. Would you like to try it? Luo Xiying was somewhat taken aback. Previously, Li Xingshuang had mentioned seeking a solution for her, but she had not held high hopes. Had there truly been a resolution so swiftly? Li Xingshuang shook the ominous-looking jade pendant. However, there is a bit of risk. If you are afraid, I can search for a safer method. While it seemed to be useful for Ling Han, he was half demon, and demonic energy was inherently part of his being. In contrast, the demonic energy eroding Luo Xing's bloodline was aggressively lethal, posing a genuine threat to her life. Luo Xing gently grasped Li Xingshuang's hand. I trust you, however. Xingshuang, you must not harm yourself. If the method of treating me causes you pain, I would rather not be treated. It struck Li Xingshuang as peculiar. Why did his pain concern her? Did she not wish to owe a debt of gratitude? This girl seemed to ponder so many things. Did it not tire her? Yet, Li Xingshuang readily acquiesced. I understand, Sister Seeing. Luo Xing's cheeks reddened once more. Li Xingshuang clasped her hand, channeling his spiritual energy to probe the demonic energy within her. Luo Xing's body bore multiple old injuries. The demonic energy coursed through her meridians, even seeping into her very marrow. While Li Xingshuang's blood had safeguarded her life, alleviating her weakness and pain temporarily, it was merely a facade. Removing the demonic energy was not difficult. It could be done simply by introducing the jade talisman. However, the damaged heart veins and blood were challenging to heal, and he was uncertain what miraculous elixir could remedy her condition. Li Xingshuang fell into contemplation. Simply ridding her of the demonic energy, was that truly sufficient to repay her kindness? But how long could she survive in such a state? Luo Xing had treated him with great kindness, and Li Xingshuang always endeavored to repay those who showed him goodwill. As long as he had the means, and it did not interfere with his ultimate mission, he would do his utmost. Moreover, he might require Luo Xing's assistance in the future. Seeing the solemnity on his face, Luo Xing offered a bittersweet smile. I understand. This is a chronic affliction. If there is no hope for recovery, you need not trouble yourself further. Let us cherish the remaining time together. That will suffice. She gazed at their intertwined hands, feeling utterly content. This was more than enough. Chapter 79. What is he thinking? Side quest. A time-limited side quest to cure the ailments of the master of the Radiant Palace, Luo Xing, within 10 years. Reward. Unknown young celestial beast X1. As Li Xingfeng was lost in thought, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. He was somewhat taken aback. The reward sounded rather impressive, compelling him to undertake the task. However, he pondered the complexities of raising a beast. Would he need to feed it milk? Perhaps it was premature to consider such matters. As the success of the treatment remained uncertain, Li Xingfeng began to dissipate the malevolent energy surrounding him. Luo Xing noticeably felt lighter, and the pallor of her lips had brightened slightly, indicating a marked improvement in her health. When she glanced at Li Xingfeng, he tilted his head in confusion upon meeting her gaze. Amused, Luo Xing reached out to caress his cheek. Her hand had grown warm against his cool skin, a sensation that was quite palpable. Li Xingfeng leaned into her touch, remarking, "You are so warm." Unlike their previous encounter at the auction, where he seemed colder than someone practicing ice attribute techniques, he was now almost akin to a corpse. "It is you who are too cold," he retorted, retreating slightly. "Then keep your distance so you don't catch a chill." While he could embrace Ruofeng without hesitation, treating him as a warm water bag, Luo Xing was different. Her frail constitution had just begun to stabilize. He could not risk her falling ill again. Luo Xing chuckled softly. "I am not so easily chilled, and besides, I am feeling much better now." Li Xingfeng scrutinized her closely, noting that the malevolent energy had nearly dissipated, though the damage to her meridians and bones would not be easily repaired. "I will find a way to help you further." Lowering her gaze, Luo Xing replied, "I fear it may not be possible to fully recover. It is not worth the effort. No matter how challenging, I shall find a remedy for you." Li Xingfeng asserted gently, patting her shoulder. She had become increasingly significant to him. Luo Xing's cheeks flushed, her heart a whirlwind of emotions, and she could only mutter an agreeable response. As Li Xingfeng stood to leave, Luo Xing quickly grasped his hand. "What is it?" he asked, resuming his seat. "Are you still feeling unwell?" "No, it's not that," she stammered, her face reddening. "Why, she is outside." The thought of Li Xingfeng's sudden disappearance earlier, followed by his inexplicable exit from her room, was troubling. It was difficult not to draw the wrong conclusions. "What is the matter?" Li Xingfeng queried, perplexed. "She has seen me before. She is keeping watch tonight and has not noticed anyone entering or leaving. How do I explain your sudden appearance in my room?" The most pressing concern was how to clarify what transpired between them. Would Luo Huaishi believe that nothing had happened? Li Xingfeng, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, found it quite ordinary for practitioners to come and go unnoticed. Yet, given Luo Xing's apprehension, he decided to heed her advice. "What should I do? Is there a secret passage here?" Her face turned crimson. You should rest in the inner room. I had not planned to sleep anyway. Nodding, he made his way to the inner chamber. Luo Xing remembered something and hurriedly rose. I have a heater in my room. Let me light it for you. Are we having hot pot? He joked. No, it is a warming furnace to maintain indoor warmth. I received it as a gift from the head of the Yin family because I was particularly cold due to my injuries. Oh, I see. Generally, practitioners of their level were not significantly affected by temperature, capable of enduring extreme cold or heat. Ordinary lower-tier practitioners would not resort to such extravagant means for warmth, content with burning charcoal instead. Hence, this artifact seemed somewhat superfluous. Luo Xing had received the heater due to her previous injuries, which left her particularly sensitive to the cold. By the way, Xingshuang, she suddenly recalled, I have a slight acquaintance with the head of the Yin family's wife. If you require any artifacts crafted by them, I can inquire on your behalf. Oh, I don't need anything at the moment. Luo Xing replied gently. There is no need to be polite with me. Li Xingfeng, somewhat bewildered, responded, I am not being polite. The Wangshuelu currently had no need for custom artifacts. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Xing ventured, at the auction, you seemed quite fond of the sword wielded by the Yin family's eldest grandson. It was the first time she had witnessed such determination in Li Xingfeng, as if he had a genuine affinity for that particular item. She had resolved to acquire it as a gift for him. Li Xingfeng pondered for a moment before recalling the pair of Longxi's swords, nearly forgetting about them. Oh, that. It was just average. My original sword feels more comfortable to use. I see. Luo Xing's gaze fell, and she chose not to pursue the topic further, quietly accompanying Li Xingfeng to the inner room. After igniting the heater, she finally spoke. You should go to sleep. Li Xingfeng nodded. The bed was far softer than his own and carried a pleasant scent. The heater warmed the room, and he nearly fell asleep the moment he nestled beneath the covers. Luo Xing stood at the door, watching him quietly, hesitant to draw closer. In their childhood, Li Xingfeng would often share her bed, curling into a small ball, appearing even smaller. Yet, at that time, Luo Xing had also been young and petite. Sensing his guarded demeanor, she reached out to embrace him, attempting to soothe his fears. However, the little fellow tensed, his eyes snapping open in alarm. Upon recognizing her, he relaxed slightly but did not close his eyes again. Did I wake you? My apologies. The small Li Xingfeng remained silent, his eyes wide and alert as he scanned the surroundings. Understanding his unease, Luo Xing softened her tone. There is no need to be afraid. It is safe here. Finally, he settled back down. Over the following months, Luo Xing noticed that he gradually ceased to curl up while sleeping and would even lean against her, seeking protection. Her heart ached for him. Since arriving at the Radiant Palace, Li Xingfeng had never asked for anything nor complained. What could he possibly be thinking? Luo Xing was equally perplexed. She observed him in silence for a long while before quietly returning to the soft couch in the outer room, picking up a book once more. In truth, she could not focus on a single word. Chapter 80. A lifetime together in silver hair upon awakening. Li Xingshuang felt as though he had been ensnared by the bed. Its softness rendered him incapable of rising. This lethargy was unacceptable. He had come here with a purpose. Just as he began to drift off again, he summoned the last remnants of willpower to prop his eyelids open and sit upright. His white hair cascading down like a silken waterfall. He extended his palm, gazing at his tresses. This matter remained unresolved. Li Xingshuang retrieved a jade talisman, attempting to command it for self-destruction, yet his efforts proved futile. The talisman seemed reluctant to absorb any more of his essence. The demonic energy it had contained was now firmly locked away, no longer escaping. This was a passive strike. In desperation, he drew forth his cherished sword. Frostfall had accompanied him for many years. Although it had not yet manifested a spirit, it had developed a consciousness of its own and resolutely refused to harm him. Engaging in a silent contest of wills that left Li Xingshuang somewhat vexed. Was it truly so difficult to seek death? Perhaps he could wield a different blade or summon spiritual energy to shatter his heart's meridian. Xingshuang, are you awake? A gentle inquiry floated in from outside. Li Xingshuang momentarily set aside thoughts of reconstructing his body. He had already explained his hair situation to Luo Xing, who seemed to have accepted it. I am awake, he replied. Only then did Luo Xing enter, her demeanor tender as she asked, I plan to take Miss Ning to practice her mental techniques. Will you accompany us? Naturally. Li Xingshuang agreed. He had come here with 2 tasks, of which he had only completed half. Why half, you ask? Because he had not fully healed Luo Xing. and it seemed he would need to remain vigilant regarding this matter. Furthermore, he had yet to facilitate the Destiny's daughter's attempt at the techniques of the Liuguang Hall. As they stepped outside, Xingshuang heard Luo Huai mention, "This morning, I had Huai bring the two ladies to play around the sect. They should be at Huaiwa Court now." Huaiwa Court served as the practice ground for the inner disciples of Liuguang Hall. In his youth, Xingshuang had only dabbled in the basics and had not devoted himself to serious study, which was why he seldom visited. Upon arriving at Huaiwa Court, they found Luo Huai engaged in conversation with the two ladies, accompanied by a tall and robust woman. Upon seeing Luo Xing and Xingshuang, the young women greeted them with reverence. "Elder Guiyun, your hair." Several of the girls noticed the unusual change, but only Luo Huai, candid as ever, voiced her curiosity. Xingshuang responded, "Yes, a new look. Do you find it appealing?" Luo Huai scratched her head. "It's lovely." Though uncertain as to why he had altered his hair color, she couldn't deny its charm. Perhaps it was due to his striking features, whether with black or white hair. He remained captivating. The tall female disciple smiled softly. "Thus, you two are akin to sharing silver hair in your twilight years." Luo Xing's face flushed crimson. "Xiaofang, cease your nonsense." Luo Huai appeared to endorse Xiaofang's comments, winking at Luo Xing, which only deepened her embarrassment as she gently pinched her cheek. "You two naughty girls. I shall be upset if you continue to chatter carelessly." Though her words were scolding, her tone was soft, devoid of any threat. Clearly, Luo Xing was pleased at heart. Ning Moru felt a pang of bitterness. However, the sight of the hall master and Elder Guiyun standing together was like a pair of perfect companions, leaving her feeling inadequate in comparison to such an exceptional woman. No, they were not worthy of comparison. During her brief stay at Liuguang Hall, Ning Moru had encountered women as radiant as a garden in full bloom, and her heart swelled with admiration and envy, intensifying her feelings of inadequacy. She had never harbored thoughts of inferiority before. While she might envy the strong, her usual response was to strive diligently to improve her own skills. She had never been concerned with her appearance. Over the years, beauty had only brought her trouble. Yet now, in all her endeavors, she felt as though the bright moon was a distant dream, fearful that one day she might not even catch a glimpse of his silhouette. "Ning girl." A gentle voice pulled Ning Moru from her reverie. "Here, I am," she quickly responded. Luo Xing bestowed a faint smile upon her. "I have matters to discuss with Xingshuang. Please accompany us." Ning Moru felt a twinge of confusion. What merit did she possess that warranted a private conversation with a sect leader and an elder? Had they perhaps discerned her hidden thoughts? She recalled having requested senior brother Lu to send a sachet to Elder Guiyun, now realizing how inappropriate that had been. Yet Elder Guiyun had never mentioned it. Was it intentional avoidance or a matter disregarded entirely? Ning Moru's thoughts were in disarray, but her expression remained composed as she followed the two women to a secluded courtyard. "Ning Moru," Xingshuang began, prompting her to stand at attention, visibly anxious. "There is no need for such tension," Xingshuang reassured her. "Your cultivation has stagnated at Wangshui Tower, which leads me to believe the techniques may not be suited to you. Today, I have invited Hall Master Luo to guide you. You must learn diligently." Ning Moru was taken aback. "I am deeply grateful to Elder Guiyun and Hall Master Luo." She had not anticipated such attentiveness from Xingshuang, nor that he would go so far as to request Hall Master Luo's personal instruction. At the same time, she felt a sense of guilt. Elder Guiyun had devoted so much thought to her, while she had been preoccupied with trivial emotions. Such behavior was unworthy. She ought to direct more of her focus toward her cultivation. Perhaps, after she grew stronger, Xingshuang might cast a few more glances her way. Chapter 81. The importance of happiness. Unlike the Wangshui Tower, where the practitioners excel in swordsmanship, the Liuguang Hall places emphasis on the cultivation of spiritual energy and magical arts. Luo Xing gently guided Ning Moru, while Xingfeng could do little but observe from the sidelines. Ning Moru was earnest in her studies. Under Luo Xing's instruction, she channeled her spiritual energy, allowing it to flow into her dantian, causing her body to become increasingly light, as if establishing a subtle connection with the surrounding atmospheric essence. Luo Xing noticed her transformation and displayed a hint of admiration. Before long, Ning Moru's face lit up with excitement. "I have just broken through." Luo Xing smiled and commented, "This is my personally cultivated royal tier technique, the Dream Cloud technique. It seems that Miss Ning is quite suited for it." Ning Moru respectfully bowed to Luo Xing, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Hall Master Luo, for your guidance. You should thank Xingfeng, Luo Xing replied with a smile. Were it not for Xingfeng requesting me to teach you, I would not have divulged the techniques of the Liuguang Hall. Ning Moru, touched, bowed to Li Xingfeng. Thank you, Elder Guiyan. Your kindness will remain etched in my heart. Truth be told, Li Xingfeng felt he had done little. Your diligence is sufficient repayment, he said. However, he pondered whether Luo Xing might be a more suitable mentor for Ning Moru. Yet, the thought of entrusting the destined heroine to another made him uneasy, fearing that it could result in his rival gaining significant strength. Noticing Li Xingfeng's furrowed brow, Luo Xing gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Xingfeng, what troubles you? Observing their affectionate gesture, Ning Moru lowered her head, feeling an indescribable pang of bitterness. I was thinking, once we return to Wanshua Tower, I won't be able to teach her in this manner, Li Xingfeng admitted. Luo Xing spoke softly. This is not an insurmountable issue. Allow Miss Ning to remain here for an extended period. I see her potential. In about 2 or 3 years, she could master the basics of the dream cloud technique. Isn't that akin to a daycare? Although this arrangement seemed beneficial, Li Xingfeng hesitated, concerned that he could not impose on Luo Xing's generosity indefinitely. While she was indeed kind, he was reluctant to owe her more favors. Li Xingfeng furrowed his brow. This may be too much trouble for you. After all, Ning Moru is a disciple of Wanshua Tower. There is no need for formality between us. Luo Xing's voice was gentle. Li Xingfeng fell silent, contemplating Luo Xing's lingering ailments. Perhaps this could be a mutually beneficial arrangement. He would treat her, and she would mentor Ning Moru. It seemed agreeable. However, he needed to consider Ning Moru's feelings. If she were unwilling, it could lead to resentment. After some thought, he turned to Ning Moru. Ning Moru, you now have 3 options. First, to return with me to Wanshua Tower for training. Second, to remain at Liuguang Hall, where I shall implore Hall Master Luo to accept you as a disciple. Or third, to train here for a few years and return to Wanshua Tower once you have achieved a certain level of proficiency. Ning Moru was taken aback that Li Xingfeng would seek her opinion. Naturally, she wished to return to Wanshua Tower, not because she longed for that cold place, but because she wanted to see Li Xingfeng more often. Yet, it was evident that staying in Liuguang Hall would afford her more suitable guidance. She deeply bowed, declaring, I wish to remain in Liuguang Hall for training, but I respectfully ask Hall Master Luo to teach me the Dream Cloud technique within 6 months. Luo Xing's expression faltered. Miss Ning, haste makes waste. Ning Moru understood this all too well, but she was reminded of her 6-month pact with Li Xingfeng. She was uncertain if her relentless training would allow her to meet that deadline. Yet she recognized this was her only chance to have Li Xingfeng as her mentor. I understand, but I have fallen behind my peers who entered the sect with me. I must catch up swiftly. Luo Xing smiled faintly. You are still young. There is no need to rush. Please, Hall Master Luo. Very well. Luo Xing deliberated for a moment. Since you are so eager to learn, I shall do my utmost to teach you. Thank you, Hall Master Luo. Ning Moru exclaimed, her voice filled with gratitude. Li Xingfeng turned to Luo Xing. Sister Xing. Thank you. Luo Xing's cheeks flushed slightly. There is no need to be so polite with your sister. Ning Moru's heart ached further upon hearing their exchange. Yet, a woman as beautiful, capable, and powerful as Hall Master Luo truly deserved to stand beside Elder Guiyan. She felt inadequate. When would she ever catch up? After spending 2 days in Liuguang Hall, Li Xingfeng returned with Lu Wuyan. Lu Wuyan had thoroughly enjoyed her time, and Li Xingfeng noticed her smile had brightened considerably. She had arrived with the demeanor of a serious little adult, but now she resembled an ordinary young girl. Holding a small box, Li Xingfeng inquired about its contents once they boarded the cloud vessel. A bit shy, she opened it. These are accessories and cosmetics gifted to me by the sisters of Liuguang Hall, but my master does not allow me to adorn myself excessively, so I can only keep them. Li Xingfeng thought the old tortoise was meddling unnecessarily. Why would he prevent you from dressing up? Not exactly forbidding. It's just that my master believes it could affect a disciple's cultivation and doesn't want us to waste too much time on such matters. Lu Wuyan lowered her gaze. When I was young, my master told me that he named me Wuyan in hopes that I would not be confined by my appearance. For practitioners, strength is the only truth. Beauty and ugliness are merely judgments of others. He hopes I remain unaffected by such things. Li Xingfeng mused, indeed. Appearance is not of utmost importance, yet if dressing up brings you joy, then it holds value. After all, in this life, happiness is paramount. Happiness is of utmost importance. Lu Wuyan stared blankly at the box of accessories in her hands. Since childhood, Her master had taught her to shun indulgence and discard mundane thoughts to focus on cultivation. It was the first time someone had told her that happiness was essential. Chapter 82. Do not worry. Upon arriving at Wangshui Tower, Xingshuang immediately returned to Guyun Peak. As soon as he stepped into the main courtyard, a figure rushed forward. Master, Master, you have finally returned. Yu Chubai exclaimed, glancing over his shoulder with a look of joy. But why hasn't that woman come back? Did something happen to her? I entrusted her to the master of Liuguang Hall for guidance. She will return in a year or so, Xingshuang replied. Yu Chubai pouted, and Xingshuang inquired, how has Ling Han been these past few days? As soon as this was mentioned, Yu Chubai became animated. Master, you have no idea how terrifying Ling Han was that day. He was absolutely deranged, smashing everything in the room. It's dangerous to leave such a violent person at Guyun Peak. What if he turns against you one day? Xingshuang remained unfazed and calmly replied, you should call him senior brother. Yu Chubai felt a bit displeased but still said, the disciple understands. Have you mentioned his matters to anyone besides the sect leader and the elders? Yu Chubai quickly shook his head. Although he loathed Ling Han, he knew that speaking of it would affect not only Ling Han, but also Xingshuang. He did not wish to bring trouble to his master. Xingshuang nodded. I will go check on him. Ling Han has been confined for 3 days. I wonder if he has improved. Xingshuang entered Ling Han's room. Yu Chubai intended to follow but was halted by a barrier, causing him to pace angrily outside. The room had long been tidied, and Ling Han sat quietly in meditation. Upon sensing someone enter, he immediately opened his eyes. Master? Ling Han exclaimed with delight, standing up. You have returned. Xingshuang asked, have you been well these past few days? Ling Han pressed his hand against his chest. After the demonic energy was guided, it is no longer uncontrollable. However, after practicing the demonic arts, I often find myself plagued by some undesirable thoughts. Xingshuang motioned for him to sit down. What kind of thoughts? Speak of them. I shall help you find a solution. Ling Han clenched his robe. I often feel an impulse to kill. He left unspoken another matter, his exponentially growing greed and jealousy. Ling Han knew it was wrong to feel such possessiveness towards his revered master. Every time he recalled scenes of his master interacting with others, jealousy consumed him. He wished for his master to care only for him. Xingshuang gently patted the back of his head. This is easily remedied. Ling Han looked at him, puzzled. In the morning, you should visit the kitchen and help your junior brother with killing chickens, fish, and pigs. Ling Han, Xingshuang said with utmost seriousness. If that isn't sufficient, there are other methods. He drew Ling Han's sword, placed it in his hand, then grasped the blade, slowly bringing the tip to his own neck. Kill me. Ling Han, terrified, tossed the sword aside and immediately knelt. Master, please don't joke like this. Xingshuang merely cast a casual glance at him. Did you truly believe you could kill me? I merely intended for you to vent your troubled thoughts through a spar with me. Only then did Ling Han relax, yes. In truth, Xingshuang genuinely wished for Ling Han to kill him. He could never allow Ling Han to run amok and harm the innocent. If Ling Han truly desired to kill, he might as well target someone who could not die. Xingshuang was indifferent to his own body. Even if he were to endure repeated humiliation and torture, he would do anything to fulfill his mission. However, seeing Lingan's intense reaction, he refrained from expressing such thoughts. Xingshuang extended his hand. Rise. Do not kneel so easily. Xingshuang could not bear the weight of such reverence from the protagonist, feeling as though his own fortune diminished with each bow. Ling Han grasped Xingshuang's hand, standing with his strength, his voice soft yet resolute. Master, no matter what happens, I shall never harm you. If there comes a day when I lose all reason, please do not hesitate to end my life. Xingshuang was speechless. What kind of master-disciple bond did they share? If he could kill, he would not repeatedly thwart Heruofeng's efforts to eradicate demons. Even if one day Ling Han did indeed kill him, Xingshuang would not hold it against him. He gently patted the back of Lingan's hand, hoping that for the sake of their bond, he would treat Wangshui Tower kindly and refrain from turning against it. Killing me means you cannot attack Wangshui Tower. Master, Lingan's eyes reddened. I could never harm you. I am merely speaking. I harbor no doubts about you. Only then did Ling Han relax. Xingshuang chose not to dwell on this trivial matter and shifted the topic. Have you made any progress in your cultivation these days? Ling Han lowered his head, a hint of shame on his face. I have been practicing the demonic clan's techniques, and my original cultivation has been temporarily set aside. And how fares your demonic cultivation now? Reporting to Master, I have just reached the mid-stage of blood. Xingshuang, I can no longer endure you arrogant dragons. Indeed, the child of destiny, cultivating immortality and demons alike. If he continues on this dual path, will he not become a minor demon immortal? Master, Ling Han sensed Xingshuang's silence and felt a bit anxious. My progress has indeed been slow, but I assure you, I have not been idle. If you are dissatisfied, I shall strive even harder. Xingshuang interrupted him. There is no dissatisfaction. Do not overexert yourself. I was merely joking. Is this slow? Ling Han finally exhaled in relief. However, I have never encountered anyone who cultivates both immortality and demonic arts, so I am unsure how to balance them. You must pay extra attention. Understood. There is another matter. Xingshuang felt it necessary to inform Ling Han about Ning Moru's situation. Your junior sister Ning is more suited for the techniques of Liuguang Hall. I have entrusted her to the master of Liuguang Hall for guidance. Lingen's heart leapt with joy. He naturally wished for his friends to thrive, but simultaneously did not want her to divert his master's attention. Now, Ning Moru could flourish while remaining far from his master. Truly a double blessing. Double blessing. Is that how it's used? What does it matter? It is all very good, especially good. Ling Han could not contain his smile. I am delighted that junior sister Ning has found a good mentor. Xingshuang noted the ambiguous expression on his face, suspecting it might be a forced smile. Rest assured, she will return once she has completed her studies. Ling Han could no longer muster a smile. Chapter 83. Infatuation. Xingshuang paid little attention to Ling Han's changing expressions as he waved his hand, lifting the room's restrictions. Now that his master had returned, there was no need to confine him any longer. Standing up, Xingshuang advised, focus on your cultivation. Come to me if you need anything. Upon exiting, he found Yu Chubai still waiting outside. Is there something you need? Xingshuang inquired. Yu Chubai, sensing the restrictions had been lifted, took a couple of steps forward and grasped Xingshuang's sleeve. Master, did senior brother Ling harm you? Xingshuang was perplexed. What ability does he have to do that? Yu Chubai smiled ingratiatingly. I was merely worried about you. After all, senior brother Ling that day. Master, I didn't mean to speak ill of him. I'm just concerned that he might do something to tarnish your reputation. Ling Han's door opened slightly, and he gazed coldly at Yu Chubai. The latter pouted and shook Xingshuang's sleeve. Master, look, senior brother Ling seems quite terrifying. Xingshuang replied. If you fear him, then keep your distance and refrain from provoking him unnecessarily. Yu Chubai fell silent. Ling Han offered a smile that appeared both smug and challenging. Yet, when he stood before Xingshuang, his expression turned innocent. Master, if Yu Xiaozhu is frightened of me, perhaps you should set up restrictions in my residence. I'm quite accustomed to being disliked. Xingshuang gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Do not speak such things. I know you are a good child. If he fears that you may lose control, come stay with me. Absolutely not. Yu Chubai's face contorted as he realized his outburst, and he quickly adopted a pitiful expression. Master, you should protect me. You can stay with me. Ling Han frowned, but before he could interject, Xingshuang spoke first. Did I not hear that you were a restless sleeper? When did I say? Yu Chubai intended to retort, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words, recalling Xingshuang's earlier suggestion for him to share a residence with Ling Han. He hastily concocted an excuse. I've improved now. Xingshuang shook his head. Forget it. My room is too plain. You might not find it to your liking. Yu Chubai had constructed several opulent buildings on Guiyun Peak, which stood in stark contrast to the originally simple surroundings. Xingshuang, who had never been particular about living conditions, suspected his room would be akin to a servant's quarters for this affluent young master. I would be comfortable. Yu Chubai grasped Xingshuang's hand. Moreover, master, you could move in with me. These houses were built for you, after all. Xingshuang declined. No, I would not be comfortable there. Ling Han lowered his gaze, his attention fixed on Yu Chubai holding Xingshuang's hand. However, Xingshuang soon withdrew his hand. Ling Han, would you like to stay with me? Ling Han, momentarily flustered, stammered, I would certainly like to. I'll prepare my things right away. Yu Chubai was in a panic. Master, truly, I'm not that afraid of senior brother. There's no need for him to move in with you. Ling Han felt a pang of anxiety as he glanced at Xingshuang, fearful he might reconsider. Xingshuang shook his head. No, you have reminded me that Ling Han is indeed an unstable factor. Keeping him close will allow me to monitor him more effectively. Yu Chubai realized he had unwittingly dug his own grave. Xingshuang turned to Ling Han. Go prepare your things, take your time. Ling Han quickly nodded and retreated into his room. Yu Chubai then grasped Xingshuang's wrist and leaned in closer. Master, may I ask you something? Go ahead. Li Xingshuang replied, uncertain about Yu Chubai's sudden proximity. Yu Chubai lowered his head and whispered in Li Xingshuang's ear. Do you remember what I said when we first met? You were about to agree, weren't you? Li Xingshuang pondered for a moment, recalling Yu Chubai's words. Oh, you mentioned a misunderstanding, yes? Yu Chubai leaned in even closer, almost touching his earlobe. If it wasn't a misunderstanding, may I extend another invitation? Would you still consider it? Li Xingshuang replied, I am indifferent to such matters. Yu Chubai's lips curled slightly, but Li Xingshuang's next statement froze his expression. Li Xingshuang stated earnestly, however, my seniors do not permit me to behave in such a manner. Yu Chubai was taken aback. But Li Xingshuang stepped back and continued calmly. Furthermore, Elder Xianyan already told you that if you wish to be my disciple, you must do so sincerely. A disciple for a day is a father for life. You should not harbor any other thoughts towards me. I never intended to be your disciple. Yu Chubai suddenly lost control, his voice loud enough to draw Ling Han out. Ling Han, hearing the disrespectful tone, stepped forward to shield Li Xingshuang. There are plenty of people who wish to be Master's disciple. To be accepted by Master and speak so disrespectfully is unacceptable. Yu Chubai scoffed. Ling Han, do you truly hold such reverence for your master? Ling Han frowned. You speak nonsense. Master is the person I respect most. Do you dare claim you have no improper thoughts at all? Ling Han's heart tightened. What are you suggesting? His feelings for his master were undoubtedly one of admiration, respect, and affection. What improper thoughts? Seeing the tension between them, Li Xingshuang gently placed his hand on Ling Han's back. Enough. This is not a grave matter. If you do not wish to be my disciple, simply inform the sect leader, and you may return to Zhaoju's sect. Yu Chubai's eyes reddened. Xingshuang Xianjun, do you truly not understand my reasons for staying here? Li Xingshuang softly patted Ling Han's back. Ling Han, please return to your own room. Ling Han remained still, glaring at Yu Chubai. Be obedient, Li Xingshuang coaxed. I will only speak with him for a moment. You are the most understanding. Be good. Ling Han finally softened his expression, casting a worried glance at Li Xingshuang, followed by a glare at Yu Chubai, before retreating to his room. Li Xingshuang signaled Yu Chubai to follow him. Yu Chubai rubbed his reddened eyes and hurried after him. Li Xingshuang led him into his room. Do you have feelings for me? He asked directly. Yu Chubai's face flushed instantly, but he nodded quickly. Yes. Is it because I saved you? Yu Chubai hesitated for a moment. Yes, but then you do not like me. You like the person who saved you. Li Xingshuang stated matter-of-factly. That's not true. Yu Chubai shook his head vehemently. If it weren't you who saved me, I wouldn't feel this way. It was love at first sight. Then you are simply infatuated. Yu Chubai? Chapter 84. Otherwise, you will become a puppy. Yu Chubai anxiously retorted. I am not. Whether I am or not is inconsequential. Li Xingfeng made a gesture to halt the conversation, stating, it is impossible for me to harbor feelings for you. If your reason for staying here is such, you may as well leave. The items sent by Zhaoju's sect remain untouched. Take them with you. Yu Chubai's eyes reddened. Master, please do not send me away. I will not speak of it again. I desire nothing, and I shall not be a burden to you. Please do not cast me out. If you devote yourself to cultivation, I will teach you diligently. However, if it is merely for personal affection, I do not wish for you to squander your time here. It is not a waste of time. Tears streamed down Yu Chubai's face. As long as I can see you, I am content. I do not ask for much. Li Xingfeng fell silent. When I first encountered you, I was young and merely admired you. Later, I constantly kept track of your news. You are powerful and radiant. I idolized you, but as I grew older, it deepened. Li Xingfeng shook his head. Yet during this time, we have not met. The person you admire is merely a figment of your imagination. That is not true. Think it over. Li Xingfeng produced 2 swords, handing one back to him. I will return once I have thought it through. Li Xingfeng placed the long-cherished sword into Yu Chubai's embrace. If you are certain you wish to become my disciple, I shall accept this pair of swords. Yes. Yu Chubai sniffled, clutching the sword tightly as he walked toward the door. Also, Li Xingfeng called out before he exited. You need not feign a false front, at least not in my presence. Yu Chubai could no longer contain his tears, hastily exiting the door. Ling Han, having tidied up his belongings, peeked out to assess the situation, but Yu Chubai completely ignored him, weeping as he returned to his room. Ling Han was unaware of what had transpired, but sensed that Yu Chubai had suffered a significant blow. That is truly splendid. Li Xingfeng stood at the door, beckoning Ling Han, who promptly jogged over. Master, though somewhat gleeful, Ling Han maintained his composure, attentively watching Li Xingfeng without prying further. Li Xingfeng sighed. You must be obedient, Ling Han. Ling Han nodded vigorously. Yes. You must not become love-struck. Master, what does love-struck mean? Li Xingfeng wore a serious expression. It is a hindrance to cultivation, once afflicted. The consequences can range from dissipating one's skills to losing one's sanity. Ling Han was taken aback, having never heard of such a thing. The severity surprised him. Is it akin to a heart demon? Li Xingfeng pondered. It is similar. It should be considered a type of heart demon. Ling Han quickly declared, I will steadfastly uphold my heart and never fall into love-struck. Good child, I believe in you. Li Xingfeng ruffled Lingan's hair. Come inside. I shall accompany you in your cultivation. Ling Han nodded obediently. Li Xingfeng sat at his desk, reviewing the records from Wangshua Tower over the past few years, while Ling Han quietly cultivated beside him. It was not until late at night that Li Xingfeng turned to him. Aren't you tired? Ling Han was indeed fatigued. Yet he had not reached the realm of forsaking sleep. However, being somewhat reserved, he dared not move until his master indicated rest. Master, will you not rest? Li Xingfeng shook his head. I do not need rest. You may sleep in the inner chamber. Although Li Xingfeng preferred to recline and relax, he relinquished sleep since Ling Han occupied his room. Moreover, he felt it was not the time for idleness. The most pressing matter was how to rectify the atmosphere within the sect. The sect's records detailed various incidents, including punishments, rewards, promotions, and expulsions, with incidents of bullying being all too frequent, persisting even after rectifications. What a peculiar sect culture. Is this truly a righteous faction? Seeing Ling Han still seated, Li Xingfeng inquired curiously, why do you not go to sleep? Ling Han spoke softly, since master has not yet rested, I dare not be negligent. I am different. I do not require sleep. You should resume your cultivation tomorrow. Neglecting rest will affect your efficiency. Ling Han nodded obediently, just as he was about to rise. When Li Xingfeng suddenly asked, no one is bullying you now, right? Ling Han paused slightly, then shook his head, no? Since I became your disciple, most dare not openly bully me. Then there are still subtler forms of bullying? Ling Han lowered his head. There are always a few idle remarks. But they hardly count as bullying. I do not mind those. Li Xingfeng frowned. Why did you not inform me? Lingan's voice grew even softer. It is not a significant matter. I have said, your matters are never trivial. Li Xingfeng pressed his forehead, stifling a sigh. I am genuinely concerned for you. Do you understand? But I cannot consider too much. If you do not speak, I would remain unaware of your troubles. Ling Han, seeing Li Xingfeng's unwavering expression, felt both touched and anxious, fearing he might truly be angry. Master, I assure you, I am fine. If I encounter anything insurmountable, I will inform you. Li Xingfeng extended a pinky. Ling Han looked puzzled. Let us make a pact. Li Xingfeng linked his pinky with Lingan's, stating that promises cannot be broken, otherwise he would become a puppy. Ling Han could not help but chuckle. Li Xingfeng pinched his cheek. You still laugh? Do you have any idea how much effort I have invested in you? If anything were to happen. Ling Han smiled, but remained silent. Suddenly, Li Xingfeng realized, quickly withdrawing his hand, fearing he might be remembered for it later. However, Ling Han grasped his hand and rested his chin in his palm. Master, such a pact is difficult to uphold. Becoming a puppy is not necessarily a bad thing. Li Xingfeng asked, what, then, constitutes a bad thing for you? Ling Han fell silent, merely gazing at Li Xingfeng. You will grow stronger. Once you are sufficiently powerful, you will no longer need me. Recalling that day's conversation, dread spread through Ling Han's heart. The only comfort he found was in that one phrase. You will not abandon me, will you? I will not. Master. Ling Han closed his eyes, reopening them moments later. Is there anything that frightens you? What could possibly be a bad thing for you? Li Xingfeng contemplated seriously. Do you know of the eternal ceiling pillar? Ling Han had never heard of it. Li Xingfeng explained, I fear that object. Pledges should be made with something frightening as the wager. Ling Han raised his head. If I were to break my vow, use that object to punish me. Conversely, if master fails to fulfill his promise to me. Li Xingfeng suddenly trembled. Ling Han, recognizing he had misspoken, immediately ceased his words, reaching to grasp Li Xingfeng's hand. However, Li Xingfeng recoiled as if pricked by a needle. Master. I did not mean to. Ling Han stood there, at a loss. Chapter 85. The Pillar of Eternal Sealing Master. I have misspoken. Are you all right? Are you angry? Li Xingshuang lifted his gaze, and, upon seeing Ling Han's bewildered expression, reached out to gently caress his hair. It's all right, Li Xingshuang reassured. There is nothing to fear. I am not angry with you. Ling Han looked at him with concern. Master, you should. Go rest. I would like to be alone for a while. Li Xingshuang picked up his notebook and began to leaf through its pages once more. Ling Han bit his lip, feeling a sense of unease, yet he still withdrew. He must have said something wrong. The way Master had reacted earlier. He must have been reluctant to mention that thing. The pillar of eternal sealing. What is it? Ling Han had never heard of such a thing. Li Xingshuang pressed his hand to his forehead, his breath quickening, as if he were a fish gasping for air. The pillar of eternal sealing, constructed from massive stones and molten iron, was meant to imprison monstrous entities. Li Xingshuang was that very monster. He had lived for thousands of years, though in truth, it was far more than that, for those thousands were merely the span of his consciousness. He could not remember how long it had been since he had been discovered, nor could he recall the reasons behind it. Those who found out about his immortality were driven by greed to acquire his gift of eternal life. Of course, such power was unattainable, yet they remained oblivious to this truth. They believed the legends of achieving immortality through the consumption of merfolk flesh and sought to carve out and devour Li Xingshuang's own flesh and blood. In reality, Li Xingshuang possessed no other power beyond his immortality. Aside from certain specific quests that granted him temporary abilities, he was merely an ordinary man, like meat on a chopping board, vulnerable to slaughter. He was bound to a stone pillar, forced to witness these individuals carve into him and consume his flesh, succumbing to death from blood loss only to be reborn over and over again. His blood soaked the stone pillar, staining it a dark hue. Yet, they soon discovered that feasting upon the flesh of an immortal did not grant them eternal life. Their jealousy towards Li Xingshuang gradually morphed into terror. An immortal monster. A monster. Li Xingshuang had never harmed anyone. Rather, he had been the one perpetually victimized by these so-called normal beings. But what did it matter? Being different from the rest was his fault. He was imprisoned in a cage, his body pierced by stones, encased in iron and sand, submerged in the deep sea. The rust set in swiftly, but it was the pillars driven into him that truly confined him. Each time he was reborn, he would die immediately thereafter. There was no time for contemplation, no strength left to struggle. He had no idea how much time had passed. Perhaps only a few decades, perhaps centuries, or even millennia. He did not wish to return to the surface, did not desire to break free from this seal. He simply wished to die. Yet he was unable to do so. Eternal life. Was this the system's reward? No, it was its curse. What had he done wrong? Perhaps nothing at all. He simply should never have entered that deadly game from the outset, nor should he have met that person. Cough, cough. Perhaps it was due to his deep breaths that Li Xingshuang was suddenly overtaken by a violent coughing fit. Master, Ling Han had been vigilant, observing Li Xingshuang's condition, and upon hearing the sound, rushed out. However, as he approached, Li Xingshuang turned away. Let me be alone for a while. Li Xingshuang lowered his head, burying his face in his arms, his voice unusually fragile. For the first time, Ling Han witnessed such a vulnerable side of his master. Master, did I say something wrong? You can hit or scold me. Just please don't be this way. Ling Han felt a pang of heartache. He could not fathom what thoughts plagued Li Xingshuang, but his demeanor revealed his suffering. I will not strike you. Li Xingshuang sat up and reached out his hand to Ling Han. Ling Han hesitated for a moment before gently grasping his hand and kneeling before him. Master, I do not wish to see you in pain. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have spoken thoughtlessly. It is not your fault. Li Xingshuang replied softly. I have already wounded you once. I know how much it hurts. I will not harm you again. Ling Han felt his heart tugged at. Master, I understand. That was not harm. It was to protect me. He knew it was not an act of malice. Li Xingshuang's sword had spared his heart, protecting him in front of all the disciples of the sect. Pain, regardless of intention, equated to harm. As Li Xingshuang spoke, his fingers trembled slightly. Had it not been for Ling Han's firm grip, the subtle quiver would have gone unnoticed. Li Xingshuang pressed his lips together and continued, long ago, someone once told me I was the most important person to him, and he truly never intended to harm me. Yet, my greatest suffering stemmed from him. Ling Han was taken aback. He had no knowledge of such a past for Li Xingshuang. He may have been my dearest friend, but he was also the one I despised the most. Li Xingshuang paused. I do not wish to cause you pain. If I inadvertently hurt you, please tell me directly. I can make amends. Do not harbor hatred towards me. Li Xingshuang had never relaxed his vigilance around Ling Han. He always suspected the possibility of betrayal. Though Ling Han appeared obedient, Based on the frequency of his curse's emergence, it was evident that his psyche was far from healthy. Even if his intentions were pure, he could inadvertently yield unfavorable outcomes. Thus, Xingshuang was ever watchful, fearing that a moment of inattention would lead Ling Han down a path of doom. Into the depths of darkness, Ling Han bowed his head, resting it on Xingshuang's knee, murmuring, "How could I ever hate you? It is impossible. Forever and always. There is no one better than you in this world." Xingshuang affectionately stroked Ling Han's head resting on his knee. "You are very warm. Truly like a little dog." Ling Han, filled with concern, asked, "Master, are you cold? Should I fetch coals for you?" Xingshuang shook his head. "With my cultivation at the realm of clarity, I am no longer affected by external temperatures." Indeed, he was not disturbed by the chill of the environment. Yet he loathed the cold. Every memory associated with it brought him discomfort. The deep sea was frigid and dark, where he had spent countless days submerged. He vaguely recalled being cast into the snow to perish from the cold. Whether it was due to overwhelming pain or simply the passage of time, Xingshuang had forgotten much. He did not wish to remember. Memories, to him, were mostly painful, with few pleasant ones. Ling Han. Xingshuang's hand stilled but remained atop Ling Han's head. "Master, do you have any instructions?" Ling Han tilted his head slightly, gazing up at him with eager eyes. Xingshuang lowered his gaze, meeting Ling Han's puppy-like eyes, fiery and sincere. Thus, he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet it left Ling Han momentarily stunned. "Hold me. You feel so warm." Chapter 86. The impossible matter. Ling Han found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He stood there in a daze, gently embracing Xingshuang. His master felt cold to the touch, exuding a faint, crisp fragrance reminiscent of melting snow. "Master, please do not be sad." Ling Han clumsily tried to comfort Xingshuang, cradling his head in his arms. Although Ling Han was the disciple, at that moment, Xingshuang resembled a child in need of care and reassurance, stirring a protective instinct within Ling Han. Regardless of what fears his master harbored, he vowed to shield him from them. After a while, Xingshuang lifted his head, withdrawing from Ling Han's embrace. "Thank you." Ling Han was momentarily taken aback. "I have done nothing. Master need not express gratitude." Xingshuang retrieved a lollipop from his pocket. "Here is a reward for you, a strawberry-flavored one. Do not eat it today. Consuming it before bed may lead to cavities." Ling Han stood there, momentarily speechless. The next morning, a knock echoed at Xingshuang's door. Upon opening it, he found Yu Chu by kneeling before him, performing a deep bow. "Master, I have come to a realization last night. I wish to dedicate myself to your teachings, and in the future, I shall honor you and unite with my fellow disciples, never again seeking conflict." He straightened his back, gazing earnestly at Xingshuang. "Previously, I was thoughtless, causing you undue trouble. I hope you can forgive my transgressions, considering my earnest repentance." With that, he bowed once more. "You have not troubled me," Xingshuang replied calmly. "I merely wish to clarify a few matters." Truthfully, while Yu Chu Bai's behavior had been somewhat pretentious since arriving, he had not committed any wrongdoing. In fact, he had generously contributed funds to the Wangshui Tower. Initially, Xingshuang had dismissed it as mere admiration for having saved him, an impulsive desire to learn the tower's techniques. Despite Yu Chu Bai's claims of wanting to become his partner, Xingshuang regarded it as a fleeting whim born from gratitude. Yu Chu Bai lowered his gaze to the ground. "Yes, I understand, and I shall not offend you again." Xingshuang nodded. "You may rise." Yet, Yu Chu Bai remained kneeling. "I have sins to confess to you, master." Xingshuang felt an ominous premonition. "What is it?" "I am not ignorant of worldly matters. The statements I made previously were indeed disrespectful to you." Xingshuang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was a minor issue. He had feared Yu Chu Bai had revealed Ling Han's demonic lineage. "I am unconcerned about such matters." Yu Chu Bai pursed his lips. "Moreover, regarding the affairs of Langua, I conspired against Elder Xian Yun and the royal family, instigating internal discord to benefit the Zhao Ju Chamber of Commerce." Xingshuang was puzzled as to how this involved him. Pursuing profit is a natural inclination. Yu Chu Bai paused, then looked directly at Xingshuang. "Master, do you believe my true nature is wicked and loathsome?" Xingshuang extended his hand. "Your character should not be for me to define. Rise. Please do not kneel. Moreover, for a teenager to outmaneuver someone over a century old is indeed impressive, though it may be attributed to Lu Lijing's disregard for a mere child." Yu Chu Bai's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he cautiously took Xingshuang's hand. using it for support to rise. He found himself increasingly enamored with this individual before him, yet felt it an unattainable dream. Ling Han emerged from the inner room, witnessing Xingshuang helping Yu Chubai to his feet. The smile that had adorned his face vanished in an instant. Yu Chubai glanced in his direction, devoid of his usual provocation or pride, merely exchanging a neutral look before averting his gaze. Xingshuang, sensing Ling Han's presence, turned to him. Ling Han, you are awake? Ling Han stepped forward. Indeed, master. Xingshuang continued. Ling Han, you may cultivate in my room or practice swordplay in the courtyard. The sect competition is less than a month away. You must seize the time to hone your skills. Yes, I understand, Ling Han replied. Xingshuang then turned to Yu Chubai. Yu Chubai, you have been my disciple for some time now. It is time I commence your formal training. Yu Chubai bowed deeply. Thank you, master. As Ling Han sat in meditation nearby, Xingshuang and Yu Chubai seated themselves side by side at the desk, poring over several books. The instruction Xingshuang provided was not the imperial-level techniques intended for Ling Han. It was not a matter of favoritism. Rather, the suitability of techniques mattered more than their rank. Given Yu Chubai's relatively low cultivation and inferior comprehension compared to Ling Han, it was more appropriate for him to start with simpler techniques. Thus, Xingshuang presented the Wang Shui sword technique and Tianfeng formula, which were foundational practices for most inner disciples. The essence of the Tianfeng formula lay in harmonizing with nature. Xingshuang spoke softly, wary of disturbing Ling Han's practice not far away. However, Ling Han's thoughts had already been whisked away by Xingshuang's voice. Despite his realization and pinching himself to refocus, he found himself unwittingly drawn to listen. Thus, the connection between a practitioner and nature is of paramount importance. Humanity is born of nature and must abide by its rhythms. Even upon reaching the realm of enlightenment or transcending the heavens, one must adhere to certain laws despite being unaffected by the elements or even influencing them. As Xingshuang concluded this thought, he stood, leading Yu Chubai to the doorway. He opened his palms, channeling his spiritual energy, causing the clouds to swirl above, and soon, the previously clear sky was enveloped in rain. Yu Chubai extended his hand, allowing raindrops to pool in his palm. Ling Han, having approached at some point, gazed up at the now overcast sky. Observing their expressions of awe, Xingshuang felt as if he had created a grand spectacle, surrounded by children who marveled at it. What do you think? Is it enjoyable? He inquired. Ling Han nodded. I have heard tales of powerful beings whose duels could alter the very fabric of the world. I am but a novice and have never witnessed such phenomena. The alteration of weather during battles often stemmed from immense spiritual power, an incidental effect rather than a deliberate manipulation. Xingshuang continued, adjusting his energy once more, dispersing the clouds to restore the sunny sky. However, to alter the weather requires resources. In a cloudless desert, it is impossible to summon rain, as even with all the moisture, one cannot form clouds. This is the law of nature. The two nodded, half comprehending. Xingshuang raised a finger. Therefore, do not attempt the impossible. To defy the laws of nature is to go against the heavens, and such endeavors have never ended well. Chapter 87. He is quite bad. Xingshuang's words were to be taken at face value. He was explaining to the children that even in the realm of cultivation, one must apply scientific principles. However, the two disciples, Yu Chubai and Ling Han, interpreted his words differently, each harboring their own thoughts, while Xingshuang remained utterly untroubled. In the following days, Xingshuang stayed in the room, accompanying his two disciples in their practice. The results of the first assessment for the inner sect disciples were released, and every few days, Xingshuang would hold a class for the top students. The disciples behaved quite well, which Xingshuang considered a positive sign. Before long, the grand sect competition approached. This annual event was designed to select exemplary inner sect and direct disciples, while those who had already become direct disciples would engage in friendly sparring. To Xingshuang's surprise, Luo Xing sent him a telepathic message indicating that Ning Moru wished to participate in the competition. Remarkably, in less than a month, she had reached the pinnacle of the initial comprehension stage. While mere cultivation level was not the sole factor, her astonishing rate of progress was undeniable. Xingshuang was not particularly surprised, as she was, after all, the destined heroine. On the afternoon before the grand competition, Ning Moru returned, accompanied by a disciple from the Liuguang Hall, who appeared to be no more than a teenager, with a petite stature and cheeks still retaining a hint of baby fat. Surprisingly, it was Lu Lijing who brought them in. Ling Han and Yu Chubai stood behind Li Xingshuang, astonished upon seeing Ning Moru, clearly not expecting her to have made such significant advancements in her cultivation. Upon seeing Li Xingshuang, Ning Moru bowed respectfully and said, Elder Guiyun, I have heard that the grand sect competition is approaching. Although my cultivation is still low, I wish to observe my senior brothers and sisters in battle for the sake of learning, hence my return. The young girl beside her beamed with delight, introducing herself. I am Mu Huan. The sisters in the sect call me Little Gio. I have come to escort Miss Ning, and most importantly, to prepare some delicious food for Elder Guiyun. Delicious food? Li Xingshuang was taken aback. Mu Huan grinned widely, yes. I heard from the sisters that you enjoy the dishes I prepare, so I specifically requested to come and cook for you. You cook? Oh. Are all the meals from Liuguang Hall prepared by you? Not quite. I only cater for the sect banquets and occasionally prepare special meals for my sisters. I see. Thank you. Li Xingshuang nodded and then turned to Lu Lijing. And you? What brings you here? Lu Lijing smiled at him. Someone wishes to enter the Wang Zuolu. So I thought I would come and take a look. Since it is Miss Ning, I let her in. Oh. Additionally, I have investigated Miss Ning's situation, and it was indeed a misunderstanding. She has not engaged in any improper conduct. I have reinstated her in the disciple roster. And as she has achieved success in her studies, she no longer needs to serve as a miscellaneous disciple. She can now be recognized as a formal outer sect disciple. Ning Moru looked at Li Xingshuang, feeling a bit shy. My progress is thanks to Elder Guiyun's opportunities and the careful guidance of Palace Master Luo. I owe both of you a debt of gratitude. Li Xingshuang did not forget Lu Lijing. Then you should also express your thanks to Elder Xianyun. He believed in you enough to conduct a reinvestigation. Thank you, Elder Xianyun. Ning Moru bowed to Lu Lijing, who smiled back at her. The atmosphere was cheerful. Yet Yu Chubai emitted a disdainful snort. Li Xingshuang turned to him. Is there something on your mind? Yu Chubai glanced at Lu Lijing before shaking his head. No, master. Li Xingshuang had a lingering feeling that Yu Chubai had something to say, but decided not to press the matter. After dismissing Lu Lijing, he invited Ning Moru to sit in her own room and sent Ling Han in to catch up with her. Meanwhile, Mu Huan cheerfully darted into the small kitchen of Guiyun Peak, announcing her intention to stew a large pork knuckle for Li Xingshuang. Times had changed dramatically for both of them. Ling Han found little to reminisce about with her. They sat at the table like distant cousins forced to make small talk during a family gathering after a year apart. Ling Han fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. How has junior sister Ning been lately? Quite well. And you, senior brother? Also well. Then silence enveloped them once more. Eventually, Ling Han found a topic to discuss. Junior sister, your cultivation has progressed swiftly. This prompted Ning Moru to respond with a smile. You flatter me, senior brother. This is largely due to Palace Master Luo's meticulous guidance. And it seems the techniques of Liuguang Hall suit me better. Ling Han inquired. If the techniques of Liuguang Hall suit you better, why not simply stay there? Ning Moru's ears flushed slightly. She remained here, of course, for Li Xingshuang, but she felt too shy to admit it. Thus, she could only half-jokingly reply, Oh? Do you not wish for me to return, senior brother? Ling Han paused, grappling with his true feelings. Indeed, he did not wish for her to come back, though he could never voice such sentiments. I mean no such thing, he replied, lowering his gaze. However, I hope you can walk the path that suits you best. The techniques of Liuguang Hall have allowed you to advance so rapidly, and Palace Master Luo treats you well. Why not remain there? While Ling Han had selfish motives, his words were sincere. He still regarded Ning Moru as a friend and wished her well. If she remained in Liuguang Hall, she might achieve even greater success than if she stayed in Wangzhou, and he found joy in that thought. However, what weighed most heavily on his heart was the knowledge that Li Xingshuang placed great importance on her. The more he pondered this, the more discomfort he felt. This was the primary reason he did not want Ning Moru to remain. Jealousy. Ling Han recognized he should not feel this way. It made him feel petty and malicious. Yet he could not control his emotions. Upon returning to his main hall, Li Xingshuang found Yu Chubai waiting for him at the desk. Tired? Li Xingshuang asked. Noticing he was not practicing, perhaps you should take a break. However, Yu Chubai spoke gravely about another matter. Master, please do not place too much trust in Elder Xianyun. He is not a good person. He is not entirely bad, is he? Li Xingshuang held a neutral view of Lu Lijing, or perhaps a dispassionate view of most individuals. It was impossible for Lu Lijing to have been a regent for so long without possessing cunning. But as long as he did not scheme against Li Xingshuang, he was indifferent. He is quite bad, Yu Chubai frowned, and very hypocritical, extremely hypocritical. Do not believe a word he says. It could lead to your downfall. What leads you to that conclusion? Xingshuang felt that Lu Lijing did not harbor any hostility towards him. While he sometimes found him rather petty and had indeed been inconvenienced by him, he had never been harmed. All were merely trivial schemes, such as foisting a disciple upon him. That very disciple was now speaking ill of him. Chapter 88. The chief disciple Yu Chubai found himself at a loss for words, eventually muttering, "In any case, he is quite malicious. Both he and I belong to the Wangshua Tower, and it benefits him not to harm me. He shares the same sect as Lu Lijing, yet he does not vie for power with him. Thus, Lu Lijing has no reason to harm him. Moreover, Lu Lijing treats him quite well." Yu Chubai fell silent, though it was evident that his opinion remained unchanged. On the day of the grand competition, Li Xingfeng appeared at the Qianshan terrace, accompanied by his 3 children. They soon encountered He Ruofeng and his trio of offspring, whose disciples consisted of 2 boys and a girl. The youngest boy, merely 10 years old, appeared far less irritable than He Ruofeng, resembling a benevolent version of a chihuahua, aptly dubbed the calm puppy. Upon sighting Ling Han, He Ruofeng sneered, "Li Xingfeng, it seems your disciple has made no progress." Ling Han concealed his cultivation, which, to He Ruofeng, indicated a complete lack of advancement. Li Xingfeng refrained from offering an explanation, instead replying, "Regardless of my disciples' progress, they are of equal value in my eyes. Do you only regard your disciples with favor once they have achieved success? How terribly utilitarian." He Ruofeng's face twisted in anger. Li Xingfeng perceived He Ruofeng's weakness, noting that he had not intentionally provoked him. Yet it had struck a nerve. "Did I say something wrong?" Li Xingfeng tilted his head. "Just you wait." He Ruofeng gritted his teeth. "When your disciple is utterly defeated by mine, let us see if you can still smile." Li Xingfeng replied, somewhat perplexed, "I am not smiling now." He Ruofeng, inexplicably more enraged, was about to retort when Lu Lijing stepped forward. "Enough, Ruofeng. The children are present. As an elder, do not let them witness your folly." He Ruofeng shot a glare at Li Xingfeng and another at Ling Han before storming off. Li Xingfeng glanced at Lu Lijing, who was accompanied solely by Lu Wuyan. Lu Lijing offered a faint smile to Li Xingfeng and addressed the trio behind him. "Ling Shizhi and Yu Shizhi have only recently entered the sect. Do your utmost, but do not feel compelled to compete with your senior brothers and sisters. Ning Girl, as an outer sect disciple, you should return to your side shortly to avoid any perception of favoritism toward Xingfeng." Though Ning Moru felt a tinge of disappointment, she recognized the wisdom in Lu Lijing's words and responded maturely, "Disciple understands." Li Xingfeng noted Lu Lijing's apparent double standards. He himself was equally biased, bringing only one of his 5 disciples. Nevertheless, Lu Lijing's assertion held merit. Ning Moru's presence by Li Xingfeng's side drew too much attention, which was not advantageous for her. As Li Xingfeng took his seat at the Guiyun Peak, the grand competition had yet to commence, with the host mingling among the various peaks to greet the elders. The host of the grand competition was Bai Yu, the chief disciple of Wangshua Tower, who held the esteemed title of the sect's eldest brother. Bai Yu, being the grand disciple of the sect leader, was significantly older than Li Xingfeng, even surpassing Lu Lijing by over a decade. When Li Xingfeng entered the sect, Bai Yu was already the eldest brother. Now that Li Xingfeng had become an elder, Bai Yu still held that title. As Bai Yu approached Li Xingfeng, his gaze fell with concern upon Li Xingfeng's white hair, yet he refrained from further inquiry, instead bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Shishu. It has been a long time. How have you been?" Li Xingfeng nodded without rising, casually responding, "I am well enough." Bai Yu had secluded himself for 5 years and had only recently emerged. It had indeed been a considerable time since their last meeting. With a gentle demeanor, Bai Yu remarked, "It has indeed been a while. I have heard that you have taken on 2 disciples. May I ask if these 2 are your disciples?" Li Xingfeng nodded, affectionately ruffling Ling Han's hair. "This is my eldest disciple, Ling Han. Ling Han, this is the chief disciple Bai Yu, your eldest brother." Ling Han immediately stood, cupping his hands in greeting, "Eldest brother." Yu Chubai appeared somewhat disgruntled that Li Xingfeng only introduced Ling Han, gently tugging at Li Xingfeng's sleeve. "And this is the young master of Zhaoju's sect, Yu Chubai, my second disciple." Yu Chubai then stood up, "Greetings, eldest brother." Bai Yu smiled. "Both of you are exceptional young talents. The future of Wangshua Tower shall rely on these fresh forces." Li Xingfeng nodded, yet suddenly felt a sense of unease. Why did it seem as though Bai Yu had conveyed a similar sentiment to him before? Upon closer reflection, it appeared Bai Yu had once ruffled his hair and said something akin to, "Little shitty." You are still but a child, in need of adult protection to grow well and become a pillar of the sect. Now that the little shitty has become a little Xingshuang, one could only wonder if Bai Yu felt awkward. If he felt no embarrassment, Li Xingfeng found himself feeling slightly embarrassed for him. Qi Jingyuan approached at an unknown moment. Prepare yourself. The grand competition is about to commence. Yes, Shizuan. Bai Yu replied before bowing once more to Li Xingfeng. Shu, I must take my leave. After Bai Yu departed, Qi Jingyuan waved his hand, shooing Ling Han away from beside Li Xingfeng to take his own seat. Li Xingfeng turned to Qi Jingyuan. What brings you here? Qi Jingyuan sighed. Xingfeng, I truly envy you. Li Xingfeng responded in confusion. What do you mean? Li Xingfeng spread his hands. Then let me become the sect leader. Qi Jingyuan poked Li Xingfeng's forehead in annoyance. Little brat, is that what I meant? Li Xingfeng pressed his forehead. Then what do you mean? Qi Jingyuan sighed again. Bai Yu is already half a step into the Mingxin realm. He is quickly catching up to us. That is a good thing. Indeed, it was a positive development. But if he surpasses me, his master, would that not be quite embarrassing? Li Xingfeng replied earnestly. You are being rather petty. Qi Jingyuan fell silent for a moment, rubbing his nose. I was just joking. Cough. But don't you think it is rather awkward if a disciple surpasses their master? Li Xingfeng pondered for a moment, then looked at Ling Han. Ling Han, if one day you surpass me in cultivation, would you feel embarrassed for me? Ling Han shook his head vigorously. How could that be? Master is overthinking it. Moreover, setting aside my mediocre talents, it is impossible for me to surpass you. Even if by some stroke of luck I were to catch up, I would forever regard you as the person I respect the most. Yu Chubai, what about you? Li Xingfeng turned to Yu Chubai. Yu Chubai replied, I share the same sentiments as Ling Xixiao. Li Xingfeng turned to Qi Jingyuan, shrugging. See? No, Xingfeng. What your disciples think is one matter. What others perceive is another. Oh, and what of that? I am contemplating whether I should assign Bai Yu an independent position. However, all 5 peaks of Wangshui Tower already have their leaders. Li Xingfeng mused. So, you wish for me to retire and pass the mantle? Qi Jingyuan exclaimed. What nonsense is this fellow thinking? Chapter 89. I have an idea. What nonsense are you spouting? Qi Jingyuan's lips twitched slightly. I meant to ask if you have any suggestions regarding what position to assign him. Li Xingfeng casually replied. Why not make him an elder? Qi Jingyuan fell silent, contemplating for a few seconds. It's not that simple. For many years, the Wangshui Tower has had a single sect leader and 4 elders. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, it would not be appropriate to increase the number. Aren't you the sect leader? Can't you make that decision? Well, a Yu is my disciple, and proposing this matter would make me seem a bit. Li Xingfeng interjected, self-serving, corrupt, and abusing your power. Cough, cough, cough. Qi Jingyuan coughed forcefully several times. Xingfeng, please refrain from using such harsh language. After a moment's thought, Li Xingfeng said, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it? Qi Jingyuan quickly responded, I would be eager to learn more. We have 5 peaks, don't we? Indeed. And 4 elders. Yes. What about the remaining one? Qi Jingyuan was momentarily puzzled. Mingyun Peak belongs to me. Li Xingfeng shrugged. Then it's settled. You can appoint Bai Yu as the elder of Mingyun Peak. Qi Jingyuan pointed at himself. What about me? You are the sect leader. I mean, what about my territory? You are the sect leader. The entire sect is your domain. Qi Jingyuan paused again. Then where will the disciples of Mingyun Peak reside? Li Xingfeng replied matter-of-factly. The disciples of Mingyun Peak will naturally reside at Mingyun Peak. Bai Yu will be the new peak master, and your disciples should pass on their knowledge to him. And what about me? You are the sect leader. I am referring to my disciples. Li Xingfeng said earnestly, you are the sect leader. All disciples of Wangshui Tower are your disciples. Qi Jingyuan's mind nearly short-circuited. No. Wait. Something seems amiss. What utter nonsense. Li Xingfeng turned to Ling Han beside him. Ling Han, what do you think? Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Li Xingfeng was puzzled as to what was amusing. He was merely presenting a serious solution to the sect leader. No, no, no. You almost confused me, Qi Jingyuan said, regaining his composure. I never suggested making a Yu an elder. What do you mean then? I intended to assign him a position. Perhaps a steward or a protector. Li Xingfeng tilted his head. Can't you decide that? Is the sect leader so powerless? Cough, cough, cough. Qi Jingyuan coughed, even more forcefully. No. Currently, the affairs of the sect are primarily managed by Li Jing. Then go speak with him. It's just inconvenient for me to bring it up. Qi Jingyuan felt somewhat embarrassed. If he suggested that you take on some responsibilities, it would seem Are you worried that Elder Xianyun would be unwilling to share power? Well, not exactly. However, it would come off as if I don't trust Li Jing. Sigh. How should I put it? You understand, right? Li Xingfeng shook his head. I do not. Qi Jingyuan sighed deeply. Forget it. I shouldn't have asked you. Oh. Once Qi Jingyuan left, Ling Han returned to Li Xingfeng's side. Li Xingfeng glanced at the stage where Bai Yu was still delivering his speech, essentially saying that they had gathered today to promote the development of the sect and engage in friendly exchanges, platitudes that made the audience drowsy. Master, Ling Han called softly. I'm a bit nervous. Li Xingfeng reassured him. There's no need to worry. The sect's exchanges are merely for show and won't result in any fatalities. I'm worried about losing and embarrassing you. That will not happen. You have only been my disciple for a year. There is no need for you to compare yourself with the other core disciples. As for what he Ruofeng said, you need not pay it any mind. That's just how he is. Ling Han felt warmth in his heart. Bai Yu finally concluded his lengthy preamble, and the competition officially commenced, beginning with the selection of inner sect disciples. Eligible outer sect disciples would face off in pairs, with half being eliminated, after which the elders of each peak would select from the remaining disciples. It was rather akin to a job recruitment process, first reviewing resumes, then a written exam, followed by interviews. This year, the criteria for selecting inner sect disciples was at least the pulse realm or higher. Li Xingfeng mused that last year's requirement was still at the 7th stage of initial understanding. The value of qualifications depreciates quite rapidly. No, it should be termed value inflation. At that moment, Xingshuang, the steward of Guiyun Peak, approached. Since Li Xingfeng occasionally taught classes in the inner sect, he had become somewhat familiar with this elder. Xingshuang was a rather conservative old man, though not overly serious, and had a good temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't tolerate students dozing off or chatting during his lessons. Elder, Xingshuang greeted, bowing. Although he was older and of a higher rank, he never put on airs in front of Li Xingfeng, clearly valuing position and cultivation far more than mere seniority. Li Xingfeng nodded. Does Mr. Chen have something to discuss? Xingshuang respectfully replied, in previous years, you devoted yourself to cultivation and could hardly attend to matters within the peak. However, recently, you seem particularly focused on your disciples' training. May I inquire if you plan to recruit more inner sect disciples this year? Li Xingfeng thought to himself that this old man truly understood the art of conversation. Previously, he had been somewhat aloof, yet this elder managed to find a way to keep things running smoothly. Typically, each year, the sect would promote at least a dozen new inner sect disciples, and at most 30 or 40, which meant that each peak received only a small fraction. Guiyun Peak, in particular, seldom recruited new disciples, with the number of inner sect disciples failing to reach 100. In recent years, there had even been negative growth, with more disciples perishing due to age or accidents than new ones being recruited. Li Xingfeng pondered. That would be acceptable. Xingshuang let out a sigh of relief. After so many years, Guiyun Peak could finally recruit a few new disciples. The previous Guiyun elder, also known as Senior Brother Mo, had not had many disciples either. During that time, Senior Brother Mo had quite the notorious reputation, and hardly any disciple dared to approach. Those few who were forced to join were rather unfortunate. Now that Li Xingfeng had succeeded Senior Brother Mo, disciples were eager to join Guiyun Peak, yet his indifferent demeanor kept him from making any selections during the disciple recruitment. Seeing that Li Xingfeng finally seemed to take an interest in managing the sect, Xingshuang felt it was truly a blessing from the ancestors. Nearly moved to tears before the elder's tablet. Given Xingshuang's current age and qualifications, he no longer harbored ambitions for further cultivation. He merely hoped to witness the sect and Guiyun Peak flourish before his passing, with disciples achieving success. With the elder now so proactive, he felt reassured. Li Xingfeng observed the low-level disciples sparring and lost interest, shifting his gaze to the seats of the other peaks. Lu Lijing caught his eye and smiled gently at him. He Ruofeng was lecturing his 3 disciples. The 2 senior disciples appeared full of vigor, while the junior disciple seemed somewhat bewildered. As for Qi Jingyuan, he had mysteriously wandered over to run on his side. Li Xingfeng surmised that he had repeated the conversation he had just had with her. How persistently tenacious he was. Chapter 90. Who dares to vilify my disciple? Lost in contemplation for a moment, Li Xing was abruptly roused by a sudden clamor from the audience. A young woman gracefully ascended the dueling platform, a few strands of her raven hair dancing in the breeze across her fair countenance. Her eyebrows resembled distant, verdant mountains, and her eyes were like pools of autumn water, clear and captivating, with a gentle smile playing on her lips. It was Ning. Li Xing was taken aback. As he recalled, Ning was still at the initial enlightenment realm, whereas the selection for inner sect disciples necessitated the meridian opening realm. Moreover, at this moment, she undeniably appeared to be at the initial enlightenment realm. Could it be that she, like Ling Han, possessed the ability to conceal her cultivation level? He Ruofeng was the first to speak, and with his voice, a wave of coercion emanated. Knowing full well your inadequacy, you still dare to step onto the stage? The sect competition is not a place for your insolence. Li Xing mused that it was truly unfortunate, as it seemed the Chihuahua was about to become the villainous foil in the female lead's face-slapping narrative. As expected, Ning, undeterred by the coercion of the mind illumination realm, maintained her upright posture. This disciple understands that this year's inner sect disciple selection requires at least the meridian opening realm. However, this disciple implores the esteemed elders to grant me an opportunity. Lu Lijing's voice, amplified by spiritual power, resonated throughout the entire dueling platform. His tone remained as composed and unhurried as ever. Yet, to grant you an opportunity would be unfair to the other disciples. Should this disciple be defeated in this battle, I willingly relinquish my eligibility to compete for inner sect discipleship in the future. This declaration elicited another wave of uproar. Li Xing was somewhat speechless, wondering why these individuals had not finalized the list sooner. It seemed they were intentionally allowing these youngsters to take the stage themselves. Li Xing even suspected that this format was designed to create conflict. Li Xing softly inquired of Ling Han, "Shall I assist her?" Ling Han was momentarily stunned, his expression turning somewhat somber. "Master, why is it always like this?" Showing her such care and concern. Yu Chubai, however, scoffed audibly from the side. Li Xing glanced at him, bewildered. "What is the matter with you?" Yu Chubai narrowed his eyes. "She likely presumes that with your assistance, she can make audacious pronouncements to the elders. Does she believe that even if she never competes for inner sect discipleship again, she can still become your personal disciple?" Li Xing fell silent. Indeed, such a notion was not entirely unfounded. Ning was the female lead, and this battle was virtually guaranteed to be hers. Even if she were to lose, Li Xing would still find a way to accept her as a disciple, unwilling to allow her to remain in the outer sect indefinitely. What if the female lead were to defect? However, he could hardly admit to such favoritism. Refrain from such reckless pronouncements. This master has not shown partiality to anyone, nor is Miss Ning such a person. Yu Chubai lowered his gaze. Yet, the very statement reeked of bias. Ling Han pursed his lips. "Master, it would be best if you refrained from speaking on behalf of junior sister Ning." Li Xing was somewhat surprised. "Why? Is she not your acquaintance?" "Precisely because she is my acquaintance, many in the outer sect are aware of this. Should you speak out at this moment, they would undoubtedly attribute it to this reason." Further demeaning junior sister Ning. Ling Han's words were sincere, as he understood the experience of being targeted. If others were to seize upon this pretext, Ning's life would become even more difficult. He did not believe that Ning could truly overcome the challenge of a higher realm, and she would likely return to the outer sect. He could only imagine the vitriol that would be hurled her way. Lu Lijing remained silent, seemingly weighing the situation. It was Ren Anha who spoke first. "Since this disciple is so resolute, perhaps we should grant her an opportunity." "Jingyuan, what say you?" Qi Jingyuan was unconcerned, as there had been many audacious disciples in the past. "Very well, but remember your oath. Should you fail to vanquish your opponent in this contest, you shall never again be admitted to the inner sect." "Understood." Ning clasped her fist in salute. "Which fellow disciple is willing to engage me in battle?" Li Xing had assumed that Ning's confidence would give pause to other disciples, causing them to consider whether she possessed any hidden trump cards. However, no sooner had Ning spoken than someone leaped onto the arena. Li Xing found him somewhat familiar. Was this not the very man who had bullied Ning during their first encounter? "Oomph. Ning, you are a mere waste. Who knows what fortuitous encounter allowed you to barely reach the 9th level of the initial enlightenment realm, yet you dare to challenge someone of a higher level." Li Xing was rendered speechless. How clutch of a villainous pronouncement, only lacking a few maniacal laughs. Ning cast a nonchalant glance at him, drawing her sword. "Senior brother Qian, please enlighten me." Her sword was merely a basic weapon provided to disciples by the Tower of Expectation of the mortal rank. Qian Qin sneered, also drawing his sword, which was of the spiritual middle rank, visibly superior to Ning's. Li Xing felt that this was entirely unfair. Why was there no standardization of weapons for the examination? It was as absurd as granting an extra 10 points for using a golden pen during the National College entrance examination. Was wealth truly a part of one's strength? Li Xing glanced at Yu Chu by beside him. Perhaps it was, indeed. Bai Yu raised his hand. The contest began. As his hand fell, the two figures swiftly engaged in combat. Xingshuang was at the middle stage of the Meridian opening realm, half a major realm higher than Ning. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would be a one-sided battle. But unforeseen circumstances were bound to occur. A powerful surge of spiritual energy was directed toward Xingshuang, and crystalline white patterns extended from Ning's forehead, giving her an ethereal and divine radiance. Xingshuang's eyes widened, momentarily repelled by the intense vibration of spiritual energy. He could not comprehend how someone at the initial enlightenment realm possessed such formidable power. He raised his sword to defend, while Ning continued her assault, until he was pushed to the edge of the arena. Xingshuang roared, "Traitor!" Ning frowned, disarming him with a single strike. If one's skill is inferior, should one resort to slander? Xingshuang pointed at her. You are clearly not using the outer sect techniques of the Tower of Expectation. So what if I am not? Is there any sect rule that dictates that one must only use techniques taught by the outer sect? Her techniques were taught by Luo Xing, and were naturally not those of the Tower of Expectation, but she offered no explanation. She did not wish to cause any additional trouble for Li Xing in the Hall of Flowing Radiance. Xingshuang was momentarily at a loss for words. Before retorting, who in the outer sect is unaware of your illicit affair with Ling Han? He is colluding with the demonic race. And so are you. An immense pressure rendered everyone breathless. Li Xing had appeared on the dueling platform at some unknown point. Although he typically wore a composed expression, he was always peaceful and serene. Yet, at this moment, he unleashed the full force of his mind illumination realm, causing Xingshuang to prostrate himself on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Even those who were not directly targeted felt a suffocating pressure. Ning felt her body stiffen, barely able to move. Even Bai Yu, standing beside the arena, had his back soaked in cold sweat. Li Xing raised his hand, using his spiritual energy to lift Xingshuang by the neck. His voice was chillingly cold. Who dares to vilify my disciple? Chapter 91. What are you saying? Xingshuang was so terrified that he had become dazed, unable to utter a word of plea for mercy. At that moment, a hand gently rested on Li Xingshuang's arm. "Xingshuang," Lu Lijing spoke softly. Li Xingshuang glanced at him. "Are you trying to stop me?" Lu Lijing replied, "He is indeed at fault, but taking his life seems excessive." His words held weight. To execute a disciple for mere words would undoubtedly incite public outcry and further solidify suspicions of the elder's favoritism towards a disciple bearing demonic lineage. Li Xingshuang released her grip, and with her motion, Xingshuang collapsed to the ground. Disciple knows wrong. Disciple acknowledges sin. Thank you, Elder Xie Yun, for your mercy. Xingshuang knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. My disciple is not a demon, Li Xingshuang stated coldly, her voice amplified by spiritual power, resonating throughout the arena. He is upright and virtuous. He is human. I shall not allow anyone to defame him. Ling Han stared at Li Xingshuang in shock, tears blurring his vision. Li Xingshuang narrowed her eyes. If anyone dares to speak ill of Ling Han in the future, I shall not be so accommodating. In truth, Li Xingshuang felt a twinge of anxiety. She was relieved she had intervened in time, for had this person continued to shout, it could have led to the protagonist being accused of darkening. Just as she was about to return to her seat, Lu Lijing spoke again, his tone still measured. Death may be avoided, but living sins cannot. Lu Lijing raised his hand, and Xingshuang immediately let out a piercing scream, writhing on the ground like a maggot. Li Xingshuang was momentarily taken aback. Lu Lijing regarded Xingshuang from above, his tone indifferent, defaming a peer, tarnishing the reputation of the elder's disciple, severing spiritual veins, and expelling from the sect. No. Elder Yun. Xingshuang's eyes widened as he tried to grasp Lu Lijing's shoe. Lu Lijing effortlessly evaded, casting him a fleeting glance, then softly said to Li Xingshuang, "Let us depart." Li Xingshuang turned to Ning Mo Ro. "You have won." Ning Mo Ro, initially frozen by the sudden turn of events, responded upon hearing Li Xingshuang's words. Yes. Li Xingshuang nodded. "Then you may enter the inner sect. Since you have befriended Ling Han, you shall reside under Gui Yun Peak from now on." Ning Mo Ro's face lit up with joy as she bowed. "Disciple thanks Elder Gui Yun." Lu Lijing cast a sidelong glance at Ning Mo Ro but remained silent. Although it was merely an interlude, most disciples had shifted their focus. However, with Xingshuang's example in mind, None dared to voice further opinions. As Li Xingshuang returned to her seat, she noticed Ling Han's tear-streaked face. Assuming he was upset by Qian Qin's words, she reached out to ruffle his hair. He has already been stripped of his spiritual veins and expelled. Do not take his words to heart. Master, I do not mind his words, Ling Han replied, burying his head against Li Xingshuang's shoulder. I am just very happy that you defend me like this. Li Xingshuang allowed Ling Han to lean against her, understanding that it was normal for a child to seek affection. However, others clearly could not bear the sight. Yu Chu Bai and Ning Mo Ro silently turned their gazes away, concealing their jealousy. Lu Lijing showed no outward reaction, though his expression darkened slightly. Ren and he wore a worried look, seemingly contemplating whether to further educate the junior disciple. Qi Jingyuan was taken aback, ready to scold Ling Han for his insolence. Before he could speak, He Ruofeng stood up. Li Xingshuang. He Ruofeng abruptly positioned himself beside Li Xingshuang and Ling Han, forcefully separating them, then lifted Li Xingshuang by her collar. You reckless enabler of your disciple. By doing this, you are merely fostering a lawless demon, a wayward disciple. Li Xingshuang was perplexed by a sudden fury. Even if He Ruofeng favored a strict educational approach, this was not even his disciple. Why was he so agitated? Hence, she sincerely asked, what does this have to do with you? He Ruofeng grew angrier. Ling Han stepped forward, eager to intervene. But He Ruofeng shoved him aside. Li Xingshuang frowned. If you are dissatisfied, then let us battle. Do not lay a hand on my disciple. He Ruofeng's face darkened with rage. All right, Li Xingshuang, then let us fight. Ling Han, disregarding his recent shove, hurriedly stepped forward to bow. It is all the disciple's fault. If Elder Tian Yun wishes to punish, please direct it at the disciple and do not take it out on master. He Ruofeng shot him a glance, sneering, what are you even? Li Xingshuang silently scoffed. What is he? He is the protagonist. Thus, she kindly advised. If you wish to live, do not lay a hand on him. After all, they were colleagues, albeit colleagues who had suffered a grievous fate in the original timeline. It was quite pitiful. However, this only fueled He Ruofeng's fury to its peak. Are you threatening me? Li Xingshuang. She was merely being factual, all right? Xingshuang, Ruofeng, do not make a scene in public. Lu Lijing interjected gently, stepping forward to mediate. Li Xingshuang surveyed the arena. Indeed, all the disciples were observing them. They had not utilized spiritual power to transmit sound. The arena was too vast, and few could hear their conversation. Even those nearby could only catch fragments of their words. Yet it was evident that a conflict had arisen among the elders. Everyone was aware of the discord between Elder Tian Yun and Elder Gui Yun, with Elder Tian Yun harboring extreme disdain for the demonic lineage while Elder Gui Yun had raised a disciple from such a background. No matter how much they wished to avoid speculation, the disciples understood the underlying tensions. After all, everyone had witnessed Ling Han being brought to the demon execution platform. And even if Elder Gui Yun sought to shield him, it did not change the facts. He Ruofeng gritted his teeth, pointing at Ling Han. Li Xingshuang, do you dare to fight me? If you lose, expel this fellow from the sect. Ling Han was taken aback by He Ruofeng's proposal, momentarily frozen in place. He would rather their wager be his life than face expulsion from the sect. He did not wish to leave his master. I dare not, Li Xingshuang declared defiantly, standing in front of Ling Han. I know you despise me, but do not involve my disciple in our disputes. He Ruofeng's face darkened further. You think I despise you? Then what else? He Ruofeng gritted his teeth, enraged. Yes, I indeed detest you, Li Xingshuang. You are insufferable. Li Xingshuang's gaze remained calm. I am aware. Upon hearing this, He Ruofeng was momentarily stunned. I know I am insufferable. I do not require your reminder. Li Xingshuang spoke as if discussing a trivial matter, her tone unperturbed. If you wish to fight, then do so, but I will not wager Ling Han. If I lose, you may exact whatever revenge you desire. I will not resist. He Ruofeng's eyes widened, astonished by Li Xingshuang's words. What are you saying? Chapter 92. The disciples' desire to join Guiyun peak enough. Lu Lijing interrupted their standoff. Ruofeng, you should return first. If you have any grievances, we can address them after the sect competition concludes. He Ruofeng glanced at Li Xingshuang, still somewhat bewildered by his earlier words. Turning to Li Xingshuang, Lu Lijing softened his tone. Xingshuang, come with me. Li Xingshuang appeared quite innocent. I didn't initiate this matter. I know, Lu Lijing replied, looking rather helpless. I need to have a few words with you. He led Xingshuang to a secluded chamber beneath Qianshan platform. Although Lu Lijing was typically inscrutable, Xingshuang sensed an unusual anger emanating from him. Xingshuang, I still have the same question. Is Ling Han truly that important to you? Important enough to affect something? Xingshuang did not sit down, but stood facing Lu Lijing. Why do you care about this? After a moment of silence, Lu Lijing finally mustered the resolve to fix his gaze on Xingshuang's eyes. If you have a goal or a mission concerning Ling Han, I will assist you. Xingshuang frowned. Observing his expression, Lu Lijing lowered his head. I won't harm you. I merely hope you can fulfill your desires. The memory of the blood-red punishment lingered in Lu Lijing's mind. He wished for Xingshuang to avoid further failures, to evade suffering, and to retain his identity. For that, he would go to any lengths. He detested anyone encroaching upon Xingshuang, especially those driven by desire. It reminded him of his father, filthy, vile, repugnant. Anyone approaching Xingshuang, in Lu Lijing's eyes, was unworthy. Yet, what if Xingshuang willingly accepted such closeness? What if that individual was the target of Xingshuang's mission? Lu Lijing could endure it, perhaps even offer his assistance. He had expelled Ning Moru for harboring ill intentions towards Xingshuang, yet retained her, due to Xingshuang's defense. The same applied to Ling Han. The affection others held for Xingshuang only intensified Lu Lijing's loathing for them. However, if Xingshuang wished to keep them, Lu Lijing would repeatedly advocate for them before the sect leader. To him, everyone else was inconsequential. Xingshuang remained silent for a long while. While Lu Lijing grew increasingly anxious, he had not felt fear in many years, yet now he feared that Xingshuang would become wary of him, suspecting ulterior motives. Finally, Xingshuang spoke, "Are you also a player?" Lu Lijing was taken aback, as this was another phrase he found utterly incomprehensible. Xingshuang appeared puzzled as well. It seems not. So how could you know? It doesn't make sense. How could Lu Lijing possibly know about the tasks? Perhaps he once encountered someone like me? The death game continually drew players. It was conceivable that Lu Lijing had met someone engaged in missions within this world. I hope you will trust me, Lu Lijing said, not fully grasping Xingshuang's words, yet expressing his thoughts nonetheless. Of course, if you do not trust me, that is understandable. After all, I have little to warrant your trust. Xingshuang pondered for a moment before responding. Ling Han is indeed a significant person, as is Ning Moru. Thank you for advocating for them earlier. Otherwise, I would have faced considerable trouble. Lu Lijing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had not made any grave errors. Reflecting on his earlier manipulations of Ning Moru, he felt a twinge of fear. What if his reckless decisions had led to Xingshuang's mission's failure? Lu Lijing would never forgive himself. I will assist you, and please refrain from making such statements in the future. Ruo Feng does not truly harbor hatred for you. He is merely upset. No one despises you. You can always confide in us without bearing everything alone. Xingshuang understood that Ruo Feng was displeased due to his defense of a disciple with demonic lineage. However, expelling a disciple and the potential collapse of Wang Shui Tower were matters Xingshuang could distinguish in terms of priority. If you genuinely wish to help me, persuade Elder Tianyun to leave my disciple be. Xingshuang felt utterly helpless. With Ruo Feng's current stance, he feared that Ling Han would retaliate against him in the future. Although Ling Han presently appeared innocent and harmless, Xingshuang could not shake the worry that he might suddenly transform into a predatory force. Ruo Feng, on the other hand, seemed to frequently tread perilously close to Ling Han's territory. Xingshuang yearned for new companions. Lu Lijing sighed, I will speak with him. Upon their return to Qianshan platform, Ruo Feng still wore a sullen expression. When he saw Xingshuang resume his seat at Guiyan Peak, Ruo Feng hesitated before approaching. Although Ling Han was unaware of what had transpired, he intended to offer Xingshuang some comfort. However, before he could speak, Elder Tianyun appeared, prompting him to instinctively shield Xingshuang behind him. Ruo Feng shot him a glare before turning back to Xingshuang, somewhat bashful. Xingshuang, are you all right? Xingshuang replied, what kind of question is that? As he contemplated whether Ruo Feng was seeking a quarrel again. Ruo Feng's face flushed crimson. Please don't be angry. Let us just say I misspoke. Is that all right? With that, he dramatically swished his sleeve and retreated. Xingshuang was left bewildered. What was that all about? After a moment, he realized that the fellow seemed to be apologizing. Such a unique way of offering an apology was unparalleled. Ling Han looked at Xingshuang with concern, uncertain if he should speak. It's fine, Li Xingshuang reassured him. What was the outcome of the competition? Ling Han responded, we just finished. The sect leader is waiting for you and Elder Xian Yun to return for the selection of inner sect disciples. Li Xingshuang glanced toward the sect leader, who was conversing with Lu Lijing. It appeared that they were discussing something that left Qi Jingyuan looking somewhat constrained. Soon, the selection of inner sect disciples commenced. Each disciple was to express their intentions, after which the peak masters would decide whether to accept them. If a peak master declined, other peak masters would select from the pool of candidates, and those unwilling to comply would have to return to the outer sect. Naturally, very few disciples would refuse such arrangements. Of the eligible disciples, 56 were present. The first disciple stepped forward and bowed. I wish to join Guyan Peak. Li Xingshuang glanced at her, noting her mid-stage meridian opening realm and decent aptitude. Very well. The disciple joyfully departed. The next disciple approached with eager eyes. I wish to join Guyan Peak. Li Xingshuang pondered. Is it because Guyan Peak boasts favorable feng shui? Chapter 93. No rush. Young one Li Xingshuang's popularity was already quite high, especially after he recently defended Ling Han, and everyone witnessed Elder Gui Yun's protective nature. Consequently, the number of individuals wishing to join under Gui Yun Peak increased significantly. In previous years, Elder Gui Yun had not accepted disciples, yet this year, unexpectedly, he began to recruit inner disciples. Following the selection process, more than 20 disciples pledged themselves to Gui Yun Peak, with around half of the 30 or so rejected by Li Xingshuang. Only about 10 expressed interest in joining other peaks or were indifferent. With the selection of new inner sect disciples completed, the second round of competitions commenced, featuring contests among the inner sect disciples. Each of the 5 peaks contributed 10 disciples, competing in pairs, and the victorious disciple would be awarded the coveted title of champion for the year. Li Xingshuang was aware that Gui Yun Peak had little chance of success, as he had previously adopted a hands-off approach to their education. The prospects for the other 4 peaks were uncertain. Meng Yun Peak, being the residence of the sect leader, typically showcased the sect's prestige through its disciples. Meanwhile, Xian Yun Peak was under the jurisdiction of the regent, with all resources allocated by Lu Lijing, making them equally formidable. Qing Yun Peak had the most disciples, as Ren and he, with her kind-hearted nature, accepted those whom other peaks would not, potentially compromising their quality. However, it is often said that quantity can lead to quality, and among so many disciples, a few promising talents were bound to emerge. As for Tian Yun Peak, influenced by He Ruofeng's fervor, its disciples were particularly zealous about combat. Li Xingshuang found it difficult to predict the outcome, but it mattered little. Once the contests concluded, it would be time for the personal disciples to spar. Given that the personal disciples entered their sects at different times and possessed varying levels of cultivation, only those of similar ages would face off against one another. Li Xingshuang glanced at Tian Yun Peak, noting that besides the youngest disciple, He Ruofeng's other 2 disciples were also around 20 years old, indicating that Ling Han would inevitably combat them. There were 3 disciples of similar age from Qing Yun Peak, while Xian Yun Peak boasted only Lu Wu Yen of comparable age to Ling Han. Dream Yun Peak had no disciples of Ling Han's age at all. As Li Xingshuang observed the inner sect competitions, Xingshuang approached with a young child, who turned out to be He Ruofeng's little apprentice. The little one appeared somewhat anxious and spoke in a childish voice. Disciple greets Uncle Master. Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Is there something you need? Uncle Master, please do not be angry with my master. He did not mean to argue with you, the child said cautiously, presenting a package of pastries. This is the osmanthus cake that I like the most. I offer it to you. Li Xingshuang accepted it without hesitation, unwrapping the oil paper and taking a bite. The osmanthus cake was sweet, yet not cloying, with a fragrant aroma that was just right. Li Xingshuang thought the child had good taste. Unfortunately, being under He Ruofeng's tutelage, it was uncertain whether his master would later chastise him for indulging in earthly pleasures, lacking the demeanor of a cultivator. I am not angry with him. Since you brought it, I shall accept it, Li Xingshuang said, shifting slightly to make space beside him. Come, let us enjoy it together. The child hesitated for a moment, but then happily sat down. What is your name? Li Xingshuang inquired. Replying to Uncle Master, I am Xiaohan Ning. The child answered. Li Xingshuang thought the surname sounded reminiscent of a protagonist in a cultivation novel. Yu Chu Bai suddenly interjected. Isn't the Xiao family a renowned alchemy clan? Xiaohan Ning nodded. All the elders in my family are alchemists. Noticing Li Xingshuang's slight surprise, Yu Chubai elaborated. The Xiao family ranks just behind the Ji and Mu Rong families in alchemy. Then why do you not pursue alchemy? Li Xingshuang asked, swallowing his morsel. Xiao Hanning appeared a bit embarrassed. I lack the talent for it. My sister knew thousands of herbs by my age. Yet I cannot even distinguish between Xiang flowers and Zishu flowers. Thus, my father sent me to Wang Shuelu. Your sister is so remarkable. Li Xingshuang was astonished, considering that knowing 1,000 characters by age 10 was already impressive. She could identify 1,000 herbs. Indeed, Xiao Hanning beamed with pride when mentioning his sister. She is exceptionally talented, beautiful, intelligent, and so kind to me. But now that I have joined a sect, it is hard to see her. His mood dampened with the last sentence. Then speak to your master about visiting home. Although he can be a bit stern, he is not devoid of compassion, Li Xingshuang suggested. Xiao Hanning looked somewhat dejected. No, my home is far away. And my parents do not want me returning often. They believe it would hinder my cultivation. I already lack the talent for alchemy. And if I do not diligently practice at Wang Shuelu, my family would be disappointed. Li Xingshuang gently patted his head in a comforting gesture. Xiao Hanning was taken aback by the action, but soon joyfully remarked, my sister often pats my head too. Uncle Master, you are just as kind as her. Li Xingshuang was left speechless. Was that meant as a compliment? Never mind. He would take it as such. Li Xingshuang and Xiao Hanning finished the package of pastries together. Seeing that Li Xingshuang truly bore no resentment, the child happily departed. Before leaving, he tugged at Li Xingshuang's hand. Uncle Master, you are so nice. May I come to visit you often? Li Xingshuang nodded. Certainly. Do you have any other treats? Xiao Hanning beamed. I have many delicious things. I would love someone to share them with. But my senior brothers and sisters are all busy training. Thank you, Uncle Master. Goodbye. Li Xingshuang waved him off. What a delightful child. Still innocent and unspoiled by the harshness of the world. Yu Chubai glanced at Xiao Hanning's departing figure and then leaned closer to Li Xingshuang. Does the master enjoy pastries? I can have someone bring in a few chefs to prepare them specifically for you. That is unnecessary, Li Xingshuang replied. Sharing the pastries with Xiao Hanning was primarily a gesture to accept the child's apology. It was evident that Xiao Hanning was not sent by He Ruofeng. On one hand, although He Ruofeng was somewhat reserved, he would surely communicate directly with Li Xingshuang if he wished to apologize. On the other hand, such trivial gifts would not be exchanged between elders. Thus, this little one had sincerely thought to convey his master's apology, presenting his favorite treat, hoping to appease Li Xingshuang. Although Li Xingshuang had remained unperturbed throughout, he nonetheless accepted the offering. Observing Xiao Hanning return to Tianyun Peak, Li Xingshuang wondered what he might have conveyed to He Ruofeng. He Ruofeng glanced up at Li Xingshuang, who waved at him. He Ruofeng awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling quite embarrassed. He was overly concerned with his pride, despite wishing to apologize sincerely to Li Xingshuang. He found it difficult to lower his own facade. Yet it was his 10-year-old apprentice who had bravely stepped forward to express the apology on his behalf. Chapter 94. Is this the strength of direct disciples? The competition among the inner sect disciples concluded, with Xian Yunfeng emerging victorious, an outcome that was hardly surprising. It was time for the direct disciples to engage, and the first to take the stage were two younglings, Xiao Hanning and a girl from Qingyun Peak named Yuming. Their ages were similar, one 10, the other 12. However, the girl had matured more rapidly, towering over Xiao Hanning. She clung to Run on his arm, refusing to ascend the stage. He's still so little, it seems like I'm bullying him. Master, I don't want to go. Renanha appeared troubled. But he is only 2 years younger than you, she said, trying to console her. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. We won't compete, all right? Embracing Yuming, she cast a helpless glance at the sect leader. Thus, the first match ended without a contest. Xiao Hanning returned to his seat, perplexed. As the youngest among the direct disciples, and having joined the sect only a few months prior, he felt that despite his lower cultivation, he should not be bullied. Next up was Lu Wuyuan against Yu Chubai, a match devoid of suspense, as Lu Wuyuan won handily. Following that was Ling Han facing off against a direct disciple from Qingyun Peak, their bout reaching a stalemate, with Ling Han slightly ahead. The subsequent matches featured disciples from Qingyun Peak battling those from Tianyun Peak. A total of 8 disciples competed, narrowing down to 4, then 2, leading to the final showdown. Ling Han's semi-final opponent was none other than He Ruofeng's disciple, He Jinghao. Ling Han recognized her. She had been given this name by He Ruofeng when she was still a child, although many felt the name was too bold for a girl. He Ruofeng insisted that a name should not be constrained by gender, championing the idea that his disciple should embody righteousness and heroism. He Jinghao had never expressed discontent with her name, possibly due to the corporate culture He Ruofeng instilled in his students. Senior sister, Ling Han greeted with cupped fists. He Jinghao scrutinized him with disdain. Humph, let's see how long you can keep up this charade. Ling Han, taken aback, wondered if he had inadvertently offended her. He Jinghao was aptly named, exuding an aura of righteousness, tall and formidable, with a healthy bronze complexion that possessed a hint of androgynous beauty. Her narrowed eyes carried a subtle pressure. Yet, Ling Han remained unfazed, responding coolly, I look forward to your guidance, senior sister. Bai Yu announced the commencement of the duel. He Jinghao launched the first attack with her sword, forged from mysterious iron, appearing plain yet heavy with latent power. Ling Han did not rush to confront her, but instead evaded her strikes. Coward, He Jinghao taunted. Unfazed, Ling Han gathered spiritual energy, unleashing 1,000 blades of energy towards her. Though He Jinghao attempted to defend herself, she sustained injuries, her attire torn and blood seeping through the fabric. 1,000 swords. 10,000 transformations, Xingshuang noted, surprised he had mastered it. This technique, part of the teachings Xingshuang imparted, was not a sword style, but rather a form of magic. Though only a basic understanding was acquired, akin to unlocking a skill without upgrading it. It was already quite formidable. While He Jinghao appeared slightly superior in raw cultivation, Ling Han, concealing his true power, likely surpassed her in actual strength. He had even held back during the fight. Ling Han intended to keep the match lighthearted, but He Jinghao's relentless spirit meant she refused to concede. Immediately rising even after being knocked down, not allowing Bai Yu to call for a halt. Having no choice, Ling Han finally hurled her off the stage, bringing the contest to its conclusion. He Jinghao's expression was grim, while He Ruofeng's countenance darkened further. Bai Yu initially sought to assist his junior sister, but she stood up defiantly, gritting her teeth. Ling Han, next time we meet, you may not be so fortunate. With that, she endured the pain and returned to her seat at Tianyun Peak, where she was predictably reprimanded by He Ruofeng. He Ruofeng, a staunch competitor, was irate at her defeat, particularly as it was to Ling Han. He Jinghao kept her head bowed, accepting his reprimands until he noticed her pale lips and severely swollen arm, clearly broken. His reprimands faltered, and he begrudgingly tossed her a vial of healing elixir. When we return, you better train twice as hard. Yes, disciple understands. He Ruofeng's eldest disciple engaged in an intense battle against Lu Weiyuan, but ultimately fell short. Both were grievously injured, with Lu Weiyuan barely managing to stand with the support of her sword, while He Ruofeng's disciple had to be carried away. Lu Wucheng quickly assisted his junior sister and turned to Bai Yu. Master said that due to her injuries, she will not compete in the final match. Bai Yu glanced at Qi Jingyuan, who nodded in agreement. Then take her to receive treatment right away. Observing Lu Weiyuan's condition, Bai Yu mused on the competitiveness of today's youth. After all, it was merely a sect competition. Losing was but a part of the experience. Lu Lijing rose. In that case, the victor of this round is Elder Xianyun. Ling Han bowed in acknowledgement. Lu Lijing regarded him thoughtfully. Ling Han stated earnestly, I do not wish to win without a fight. If there is an opportunity in the future, I would like to duel with senior sister Lu. Lu Lijing paused momentarily before nodding. Very well, once Weiyuan has recovered, I shall arrange for her to spar with you. Thank you, Elder Xianyun. He Jinghao, somewhat taken aback, cast a glance at Ling Han. She had anticipated him to be a conniving opportunist, yet he had refused an unearned victory, altering her perception of him slightly. Nevertheless, years of teachings from her master had left her with lingering biases against the demon clan. As Ling Han returned to his seat, the final match commenced, featuring the oldest of the direct disciples. All but Bai Yu participated, compared to the intense and bloodthirsty battles of the younger generation. Their encounters were marked by courtesy, even bordering on perfunctory. Xingshuang reflected on the seasoned veterans who had lived for decades, understanding that these contests were essentially performances for their leaders and peers. He could not comprehend why the younger generation was so fervently engaged. These individuals even displayed an awareness of social niceties, easing off against the disciples of the sect leader in Lu Lijing, and afterwards showering them with praises. They lauded their senior brothers and sisters for their valor, commended the sect leader and Elder Xianyun for their wise teachings, and declared that the future of Wang Shui Tower was bright, expressing no regrets in joining the sect, even in life and death. Xingshuang couldn't help but feel that the future of Wang Shui Tower was far from bright. Chapter 95. The alchemy clan Xingshuang was utterly disinterested in the commercial flattery exchanged among the direct disciples and casually chatted with Yuchubai. You just mentioned the alchemy clan. Could you elaborate on that? I am not well versed in such matters, having lived in seclusion and shown little concern for worldly affairs. Xingshuang was naturally unaware of many things. Yuchubai was somewhat taken aback that Xingshuang initiated a conversation with him. But he quickly regained his composure and replied, "The most renowned alchemy family is undoubtedly the Ji clan. The current head, Ji Yuanzhe, serves as the leader of the Alchemy Alliance, while the head of the Mu Rong family, Mu Rong Lan Shu, holds the position of deputy leader." Xingshuang was familiar with the Alchemy Alliance, regarded as the most prestigious organization within the realm of cultivation. Alchemical pills were rare and expensive, which elevated the status of alchemists, who often looked down upon others. Alchemists within the alliance were particularly esteemed, making it unreasonable to expect them to possess amiable temperaments. It was indeed a rarity for Xiaohan Ning to be so well-behaved and understanding. Perhaps it was due to his lack of alchemical talent. In such a family surrounded by geniuses, he likely received a more rigorous form of education. "Are you aware of the situation with the Xiao family?" Xingshuang inquired. Yuchubai pondered for a moment before responding, "I have heard some rumors. The current head of the Xiao family is Xiao Yu, and the most famous among the younger generation is his eldest granddaughter, Xiao Jinghao. As for the others, their renown is rather limited. It was inevitable for both noble families and sects to favor children with superior talents." Yuchubai then asked, "Master, are you seeking someone to practice alchemy?" Xingshuang was still preoccupied with Luo Xiaying's old injury, but he also genuinely wished to understand the profession of alchemy. While he had little hope for himself, there was still Ling Han. What kind of prodigy wouldn't be adept at multiple skills, capable of both alchemy and artifact crafting? Xingshuang mused that if he could cultivate an alchemist, it would mean he could produce pills right on his mountain, significantly reducing costs. Had Xiaohan Ning not sought him out today, he might not have thought of this at all. Even if he had, forging connections would be a challenge. After all, these individuals held their chins high, surrounded by sycophants, making it difficult for him to flatter them without waiting his turn. However, things were different now. He could concoct an excuse in a couple of days to borrow Xiaohan Ning from He Ruo Feng, under the pretense of visiting relatives. No, rather, for friendly exchanges. As the grand competition concluded, it was already evening. Xingshuang was about to return with his disciples when he fortuitously encountered He Ruo Feng. The latter's expression was exceedingly grim as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Xingshuang, you won't be able to bask in your glory for long." Xingshuang replied, "What are you talking about? Do you think your disciple's victory was merely a stroke of luck? He won't be winning indefinitely," He Ruo Feng scoffed. "We'll see next year." Xingshuang was left bewildered. Is he suffering from a nervous breakdown? He Ruo Feng stormed off, leaving Xiaohan Ning, who struggled to keep pace with his short legs, hesitating before eventually turning back. He tugged at Xingshuang's sleeve, glancing at the retreating figure of He Ruo Feng, and whispered, "Uncle Master, Master is upset because of senior sister's injury. Please don't hold it against him. I promise to bring you delicious food tomorrow." Xingshuang affectionately tousled his hair and replied, "All right." Xiaohan Ning beamed with joy, waved goodbye to Xingshuang, and then hurried to catch up with He Ruo Feng. Xingshuang found it unwise to let a small dog care for a golden retriever, fearing it might lead the latter astray. How wonderful it would be if his senior sister were to take care of this disciple. Had he initially entrusted Ling Han to his senior sister, perhaps she would have nurtured him into a cheerful and optimistic young man. In fact, aside from himself and He Ruo Feng, the other three were quite suited to be masters. Moreover, being their disciple would mean no one would dare bully him. Unlike with Xingshuang, who had been neglectful of his disciple. Were it not for the mission, he would have continued to be indifferent even now. In truth, Xingshuang felt quite innocent. He merely wished to enjoy a quiet life atop the mountain, yet was inexplicably burdened with a disciple. Not only was this disciple a prodigy, but he also followed a path of darkness. Life was indeed challenging. Upon returning to the main courtyard of Guiyun Peak, Xingshuang was greeted by an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, intoxicating and enchanting. "Welcome back, Elder Guiyun," exclaimed Mu Huan, who was holding a large iron pot. "I have prepared a feast for you. Please come and taste." This young girl, who had come to Wang Shui Tower with Ning Mo Ro, spent her days in the kitchen, refusing to sleep in a guest room, insisting instead on resting beside the stove. When they arrived yesterday, it was already afternoon, and she had only prepared one meal. Li Xingshuang was puzzled as to why she had lingered there for so long. Nevertheless, upon seeing the table laden with dishes, he had no desire to send her away. Gui Yunhao had enjoyed the luxury of ample time. What harm would it do to borrow her for a few more days? As Mu Huan arranged the dishes, she remarked, "The hall master believes you must not have eaten well at Wang Shui Tower, so she asked me to prepare more delicious food for you. I should also teach the chefs at Wang Shui Tower how to make these dishes, but my skills are not so easily learned." Since embarking on a fasting regimen, Li Xingshuang had not partaken much of the food from Wang Shui Tower's kitchen. Many assumed he was indifferent to culinary delights, when in fact, he simply found the bland food unpalatable. The meals at Wang Shui Tower were clearly tailored for cultivators, and after just 2 days, he felt as if he might ascend to immortality. It wasn't that the food was unappetizing, but it certainly lacked flavor. However, Li Xingshuang deemed it unnecessary to issue directives for reform, so he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The group gathered around the table, and the atmosphere was surprisingly jovial. Mu Huan herself did not eat, fervently serving dishes to Li Xingshuang, claiming she was already full from her time in the kitchen. Indeed, there are no chefs who do not pilfer. Li Xingshuang did not refuse the offerings, and he noticed that every dish was to his liking. Perhaps due to Mu Huan's prior knowledge of his preferences, Ling Han clearly relished Mu Huan's cooking as well. As he hungrily devoured 5 large bowls of rice before realizing he had overindulged and feeling embarrassed enough to stop. This experience profoundly illustrated to Li Xingshuang the truth behind the saying that a growing boy can impoverish his father. Fortunately, while Wang Shui Tower boasted considerable wealth, it could still afford to feed its guests adequately. Yu Chu Bai, in contrast, displayed a certain elegance, likely due to his privileged upbringing and familiarity with fine cuisine. Nonetheless, he complimented, "Miss Mu Huan, your culinary skills are remarkable." Li Xingshuang then inquired, "Could you prepare some dishes that children enjoy tomorrow? A child may be coming." Mu Huan beamed with pride, placing her hands on her hips and thumping her chest. "Leave it to me. Children adore sweet and sour flavors, like sweet and sour pork, guobao roe, candied sweet potatoes, and honey-glazed chicken. Brother Ling, if you haven't had enough, there's more in the pot. Don't bite the utensils." Chapter 96. The Master. Over 70, yet still graceful on the following day, at the hour of the snake, Li Xingshuang observed Ling Han, Yu Chu Bai, and Ning Mo Ro practicing swordplay together in the courtyard. Each displayed a distinct swordsmanship style. Ling Han wielded the sword technique of Wang Shui Tower, augmented by the additional techniques imparted by Li Xingshuang. Yu Chu Bai, somewhat unaccustomed to the sword, exhibited a clumsy approach, as his strengths lay within the arts of Zhaoju's sect. In contrast, Ning Mo Ro had trained extensively at Wang Shui Tower. Yet her true progression unfolded at Luguang Hall, where her techniques harmoniously integrated the merits of both sections. Intrigued by Ning Mo Ro's skill, Ling Han engaged her in a friendly duel, both refraining from employing spiritual power and relying solely on their swords. Observing this harmonious scene, Li Xingshuang felt a renewed sense of hope for Wang Shui Tower's future. At that moment, Li Xingshuang noticed a small figure peeking through the gate and beckoned him over. Xiao Han Ning joyfully approached, placing a large assortment of items onto the stone table. "Master Uncle, this is horsehoof cake. Please enjoy." "Very well, I shall partake." "Master Uncle, these are salt-preserved plums. Please have some." "Certainly, I shall indulge." "Master Uncle, these are golden silk honey dates. Please eat." "All right, I shall." "Master Uncle, this is my homework." Embarrassed, Xiao Han Ning stuffed the fallen notebook back into his sleeve. Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. "You still have homework? Is it customary to assign tasks to your disciples?" "Alas, I have never required Ling Han to complete any assignments." Xiao Han Ning nodded obediently. Master said that one must not neglect their studies and instructed disciples to practice their writing daily. Li Xingshuang extended his hand. "Let me see yours. Perhaps I shall have Ling Han and the others write as well. I recall Ling Han struggles with many characters." Xiao Han Ning appeared slightly bashful, but presented the notebook to Li Xingshuang. Upon opening it, Li Xingshuang read, "My sect is Wang Shui Tower. It is a beautiful place, with clear mountains and pristine waters. Everyone in the sect treats me well." Just as he was about to offer praise, he found himself puzzled by the subsequent lines. "Our sect master, as beautiful as a flower, possesses the grace of a noble. My master, over 70, yet still graceful. My senior sister, strong and mighty. My master aunt, virtuous and talented. My master uncle, wise and virtuous. My master uncle, as lovely as a celestial being. Pointing to himself, Li Xingshuang asked, "Is this master uncle referring to me?" Xiao Han Ning nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you are my only master uncle." It was true. In this generation, he was indeed the youngest compared to He Ruofeng. Li Xingshuang pondered for a moment, then ruffled Xiao Han Ning's hair. Quite impressive for such a young age to know so many idioms. You shall surely become a great literary figure. Overall, there were no major issues. He Ruofeng indeed maintained a youthful appearance, and one might argue he still possessed charm. His senior sister, He Zhenghao, was undeniably strong and robust, earning the admiration of many disciples. The master aunt referred to Run and He, whose virtuous talents were indeed commendable. Who would dare claim otherwise? As for his master uncle, Lu Lijing, wise and virtuous? Well, managing the sect's affairs could be seen as a virtue. Furthermore, rescuing Lu Wuchun and Lu Wuyan from their youth and nurturing them to this age was a testament to his kindness and goodness. As for himself, let the children say what they will. The only aspect that left Li Xingshuang perplexed was how the sect master matched the description of as beautiful as a flower. How could one who has become so timid and submissive embody such grace? Perhaps it was not easy for the child to gather such flattering words. So Li Xingshuang decided against discouraging him. Feeling proud of the compliments, Xiao Han Ning straightened his back. Mother often says I am well suited for literary pursuits, but... His expression fell. Father always insists I should focus on alchemy, yet I am already trying my best. I struggle to recognize those peculiar herbs and cannot even ignite the alchemical flames. Sometimes, I even cause the furnace to explode. Father always says I am too foolish, yet my memory is not so poor. Everyone possesses their strengths and weaknesses. Li Xingshuang gently caressed his head. My memory is not keen either. I often forget things in an instant. Am I not inferior to you in this regard? Xiao Han Ning hesitated, then quickly shook his head. Not at all. How could I compare myself to Master Uncle? Everyone says you are a peerless genius, and furthermore, you possess unparalleled beauty and purity. Stop right there. The latter part is unnecessary. This child, Xiao Han Ning continued, Master Uncle, you need not be modest. Li Xingshuang countered, this is not modesty. Young one, praise for beauty is the most superficial of compliments. You see, you commend Elder Qing Yuan for her talent and virtue, and praise Elder Xian Yuan for her wisdom and grace. Does this not imply I possess mere beauty devoid of talent? Xiao Han Ning hastily waved his hands. No, I did not mean that at all. I only wrote it because I find you exceptionally beautiful. Then, after a moment's thought, he added, in the future, I shall praise you for your gentleness and wisdom. Li Xingshuang replied, I thank you. In all his years, it was the first time someone described him as gentle. Xiao Han Ning, with utmost sincerity, stated, no need for thanks. These are heartfelt words. Li Xingshuang spent some time enjoying snacks with Xiao Han Ning and playing together, before he could inquire whether Xiao Han Ning wished to return home. The latter declared he must leave. Master Uncle, I shall take my leave for now. I will return in a few days to visit, he added cautiously. Is that all right? Will I be disturbing you? Li Xingshuang assured him, you will not disturb me. Have a meal before you leave. It is nearly noon. Xiao Han Ning appeared reluctant to part, yet hesitated, but, Master, Suddenly, the gate was kicked open, and He Ruofeng stormed in. If you have grievances, address them to me. Do not take it out on my disciple. He Ruofeng, fuming, advanced and seized Xiao Han Ning by the ear. You little rascal, sneaking out to laze about instead of training, and even to Gui Yin Peak. Li Xingshuang set down his sunflower seeds. That's enough. He is still a child. It is not a grave matter. Do not be so harsh. He Ruofeng gritted his teeth. You speak lightly. He is not your disciple. Li Xingshuang, I warn you, do not lead my disciple astray. You little rascal, return. Xiao Han Ning meekly replied, Master, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall leave on my own. My ear, it feels like it might fall off. At that moment, they bumped into Mu Huan, who emerged carrying a pot. It's midday. Since you are here, let us eat first and discuss matters later. Chapter 97. Where are the promised bonds? Perhaps it was the enticing aroma of the food that prompted them to truly set aside their grievances and share a meal. He Ruofeng initially wore a stern expression, reprimanding them for their indulgent desires, yet it wasn't long before he too succumbed to the temptation of the feast. Xiao Hanning and Ling Han engaged in a competitive eating contest, each taking turns to devour their portions, with Ling Han ultimately consuming a few extra bowls due to his larger stature. After their hearty meal, they found themselves somewhat stuffed. lounging in the sun within the courtyard. It was then that Li Xingshuang recalled the pressing matter at hand. Elder Tianyun. Having finished his meal, he Ruofing surprisingly refrained from berating him like a firecracker. Instead, he simply grunted, Come inside. I need to discuss something with you. He Ruofing raised an eyebrow. What is there for us to discuss? Forget it then. He quickly added, I never said we couldn't talk. Let us go? Li Xingshuang found his sudden change of heart puzzling. But as long as he was willing to converse, it sufficed. Once inside, Li Xingshuang got straight to the point. Since Xiao Hanning has left home at such a young age, perhaps we should find a time for him to return and visit? He Ruofing immediately erupted in anger. Absolutely not. How much time would that waste? He would fall behind in his studies and cultivation. Don't come up with your ridiculous ideas. I understand your urgency. But please, calm down. He Ruofing retorted with irritation. If this is what you wish to discuss, then we need not continue this conversation. I'll tell you this. My disciple must dedicate himself to his cultivation. Do not impose your unwarranted sympathy upon him. This is not sympathy, Li Xingshuang replied candidly. I wish to understand matters related to alchemy, yet I do not know any alchemists. He Ruofing frowned. Are you attempting to use him to establish connections with those alchemists? That is absolutely out of the question. Li Xingshuang, how despicable. Li Xingshuang did not press further. Very well then. He Ruofing was taken aback by his quick concession. Once his emotions settled, he realized his words had been somewhat excessive, and he awkwardly offered an apology. That was not my intention. Ahem, who told you to set your sights on my disciple? If you want some elixirs, I can simply provide them to you. I admit it was wrong of me to think of using your disciple, Li Xingshuang acknowledged. However, I truly have no intention of ingratiating myself with any alchemists. I merely wish to learn more about alchemy. He Ruofing felt increasingly uncomfortable, aware that he should not have made such accusations. Especially since Li Xingshuang had never engaged in sycophantic behavior. In a moment of anger, he had unjustly accused him. If you want to learn. You could also go to the Alchemist Alliance, Li Xingshuang responded, but I don't know anyone there. He Ruofing huffed, that. Elder Tianyun. You are bordering on racial discrimination. He Ruofing was baffled. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Xingshuang sighed. What are you trying to say? He Ruofing averted his gaze. Do you not have a disciple from the Zhaoju sect? The Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce should have dealings with the Alchemist Alliance. Given his previous unpleasantness with Yu Chu Bai, it's understandable he might harbor some bias, making it difficult for him to articulate. However, considering Li Xingshuang's need for assistance, He Ruofing reluctantly brought it up. I see, I understand now. Upon hearing this, Li Xingshuang recalled that the Alchemist Alliance had even sold elixirs at the auction previously. He Ruofing warned him, I caution you, if you go out with that fellow, you must be careful. Do not let him take advantage of you, understood? Li Xingshuang was puzzled. What could he possibly take from me? He is far wealthier than I. He Ruofing was exasperated. I mean, do not let him get too close to you. Do not allow him to touch you, hug you, or kiss you. Do you comprehend? He Ruofing's face flushed as he spoke, half embarrassed and half enraged. Why must he spell it out so clearly? Although Li Xingshuang did not understand the source of He Ruofing's agitation, he obediently nodded, fearing that another question would cause He Ruofing's blood pressure to skyrocket. After all, one must cherish the life of a chihuahua. I'll go fetch that little rascal and make sure you do not play with him again. You should be focused on your studies, while he needs to learn. Just as He Ruofing was about to leave, Li Xingshuang called out to him. Elder Tianyun. He Ruofing turned back. Are you trying to persuade me? I'll tell you. Li Xingshuang interrupted. I am not here to persuade you. How you teach your disciple is your business. I will not interfere. Then why do you need me? He Ruofing frowned. Could you ask him where he bought those pastries? They were quite delicious. He Ruofing nearly exploded with frustration. All you think about is eating. Can a cultivator indulge in such gluttony? No more food. With that, he kicked open the door, dragging Xiao Hanning by the ear as they left Guyan Peak. Li Xingshuang sighed. It was fortunate that He Ruofing was not raising a child of destiny, or else the narrative would have shifted to, I have been reborn, in my previous life. My master was a control-freak lunatic. Elder Guyan. As the door swung open, a young girl rushed to Li Xingshuang's side. It was Mu Huan, a disciple of the Liuguang Hall. What is it? Li Xingshuang inquired. With a look of regret, Mu Huan replied, there are some matters within the sect. And I must take Miss Ning back early. I had intended to teach the Kitchen-S junior disciples how to cook over the next few days. But they are learning too slowly. Here, take this recipe, you can have them try following it. Li Xingshuang accepted the thick booklet from Mu Huan, which was titled The Secret Recipes of Xiaojiao. Upon opening it, he found it filled with handwritten notes. Though the handwriting was somewhat messy, it was still legible. Did you write this yourself? Mu Huan nodded, grinning widely. This is an incredibly precious secret recipe. You must cherish it. Xingshuang asked, what about you? What will you do without it? Mu Huan shrugged. What chef needs a recipe to cook? I wrote this just to keep a record. Thank you very much. Xingshuang replied earnestly as he tucked it away. Mu Huan took Ning Moru away, and in an instant, the main courtyard of Guiyun Peak returned to its usual tranquility, leaving only the three of them behind. Noticing Ling Han staring longingly in the direction where Ning Moru had departed, Xingshuang mused that the bond between the male and female leads was indeed extraordinary. He approached and gently patted Ling Han's shoulder. When your junior sister returns after her studies, you will meet again. Ling Han only snapped back to reality after the gentle pat, lowering his head in embarrassment. No, I was just thinking. After Miss Mu left, will the kitchen revert to its previous menu? I did not mean to express any dissatisfaction. Just a passing thought. Xingshuang. Whatever happened to the promised bond between the destined male and female leads? Chapter 98. The invitation from the Alchemy Alliance. Xingshuang recalled He Ruofeng's words. After finishing his evening cultivation, he sought out Yu Chu Bai in his chamber. Yu Chu Bai was evidently astonished by Xingshuang's visit, but quickly composed himself and warmly welcomed him. Master, please have a seat. Allow me to brew some tea for you. Xingshuang raised his hand to stop him. No need for tea. I came to inquire if your Zhaoju Merchant Association has any collaboration with the Alchemy Alliance. Yu Chu Bai paused momentarily. The Alchemy Alliance. I'm not sure if it qualifies as collaboration. They occasionally consign items with us, but we cannot make requests of them. Do you require any particular herbs, Master? I merely wish to understand matters related to alchemy. After a brief contemplation, Xingshuang asked, do you know any alchemists? There is one within Zhaoju's sect, but he can only concoct basic elixirs. That's insufficient. Seeing that Xingshuang was lost in thought, Yu Chu Bai, unwilling to see him disappointed, said, Master, if you require assistance, I can send a message to my father and have him attempt to contact the Alchemy Alliance. Will your father agree? Yu Chu Bai sighed. He will likely agree. But the problem lies with the Alchemy Alliance. They are excessively proud and look down on others. Whether or not they respond is uncertain. I will inform you once I receive any news. Xingshuang expressed his gratitude and subsequently departed from Yu Chu Bai's resplendent chamber. How bright the decor is. Can one even sleep at night? To his surprise, 2 days later, the sect leader visited him. Xingshuang. Something major has happened. Xingshuang was puzzled. What is it? Are you planning to abdicate to the regent? That hardly seems necessary to discuss with him. Qi Jingyuan retorted, speechless. What could possibly be more significant than this? Ah no. When did I ever plan to abdicate to him? Then why do you appear so flustered? Like a monkey with its tail on fire? Qi Jingyuan produced a letter. The Alchemy Alliance. A letter from the Alchemy Alliance. Have you offended them? Are we at risk of annihilation? Xingshuang took the letter, surprised to see it addressed personally by Elder Gui Yun. Have you read it? Xingshuang inquired. Qi Jingyuan trembled. I dared not look. After a moment of silence, Xingshuang remarked, so you presume we are doomed? Being contacted by the Alchemy Alliance seldom bodes well, especially with that. I can't even mention that individual. Must we avoid names? Is it he who must not be named? Qi Jingyuan asked, bewildered. Xingshuang chose not to respond further and opened the letter. The elegant handwriting appeared to be penned by a young lady. To Elder Gui Yun, I have long admired your esteemed presence, though we have yet to meet in person. The Alchemy Conference will be held in early May. Should you have an interest in alchemy, you are most welcome to visit the Murong Manor in Limu City this month. Wishing you health and tranquility. Yours sincerely, Murong Nanxing. Xingshuang inquired. Who is Murong Nanxing? Qi Jingyuan gazed at him in astonishment. Did you offend her? This is serious, Xingshuang. You must pack your belongings and flee while your senior brother can provide cover. Wait. She has invited me to attend the Alchemy Conference. Another conference? We just had the sect conference, and now there's an alchemy conference? Qi Jingyuan's eyes nearly bulged from his head. What? No. This must be a conspiracy. Xingshuang, you absolutely cannot attend alone. I mean, you must not go at all. What's the matter? Xingshuang was perplexed. She seems quite polite. Polite? Qi Jingyuan nearly leaped up. This is undoubtedly a plot. I must summon Lu Lijing. Do not move. With that, he teleported away. Moments later, Lu Lijing and Qi Jingyuan appeared before him simultaneously. Lu Lijing took the letter from Li Xingshuang's hand and smiled. It's all right. Let Xingshuang go. Qi Jingyuan stepped back. Have you gone mad? Do you wish for the downfall of the Wangshui Tower, or for Xingshuang to perish? Lu Lijing replied, what do you believe the Alchemy Alliance could possibly gain from us? Qi Jingyuan fell silent. Lu Lijing continued, if you remain unconvinced, I shall accompany him. Qi Jingyuan immediately objected, that won't do. I do not require protection, Li Xingshuang interjected. But who exactly is Morong Nanxing? Lu Lijing explained, she is the only daughter of Deputy Alliance Master Morong Lanshu, the heir of the Morong family. Since childhood, she has demonstrated exceptional talent in alchemy, renowned alongside Xiao Jinghao of the Xiao family as the twin beauties of the Alchemy Alliance. The eldest daughter of the Xiao family? Li Xingshuang recalled. Is she not the sister of Xiao Hanning? Lu Lijing nodded, indeed. Unlike her cousin, Xiao Jinghao possesses extraordinary talent. She could concoct elixirs at 7, identify 1,000 herbs by 10, and master 100 elixirs by 15. Now at 18, she has already reached the realm of Dan Wang. Consequently, the Xiao family is grooming her to be the next family head. The ranking of alchemists, from lowest to highest, includes Dan Shi, the Dan Shi, Dan Wang, Dan Sheng, Dan Zun, and Dan Xian. Although the tiers are numerous, the Dan Shi rank is already quite rare. In fact, the moment one becomes a Dan Shi, they begin to earn respect. Lu Lijing further elucidated Qi Jingyuan's unusual behavior. Alchemists typically possess haughty dispositions, hence the sect leader's slight prejudice against them. However, Miss Morong seems to harbor no ill intentions. If you wish to go, then go. Qi Jingyuan remained unconvinced. Even if Morong holds no malice, that individual. Lu Lijing's smile faded. Sect leader, do not speak lightly. Li Xingshuang observed Qi Jingyuan close his mouth. He felt that he had never seen him so constrained before. It seemed to only worsen. Regarding Morong Nanxing's invitation, Li Xingshuang felt perplexed. However, since Lu Lijing had spoken so, it likely posed no danger. After all, Lu Lijing was quite reliable. After the two departed, Li Xingshuang relayed the matter to Yu Chubai, who appeared equally astonished. Morong Nanxing? Yu Chubai rose. That girl usually looks down on others. She actually wrote a letter? And invited you to the alchemy conference? Surely there cannot be a conspiracy? Do not harbor such malicious suspicions. She may simply want me to attend for the sake of numbers. Yu Chubai's eyes widened, Master. Do you realize how rare an invitation to the alchemy conference is? My father sent them 2 boxes of spirit stones just to catch a glimpse, and they refused him. Did they refund your money? No. They claimed that the funds were offered to honor the Alchemy Alliance as a courtesy to my father. How shameless. Yu Chubai's mouth twitched. Master, while it may not be appropriate for a disciple to critique you, do exercise caution in your words and actions. Li Xingshuang could not comprehend why they portrayed the Alchemy Alliance as so terrifying. How fearsome could a group of individuals concocting potions truly be? Being proud was not inherently bad, was it? At worst, he could hurl a few insults at them. What more could happen? Perhaps only by attending would he truly understand. Chapter 99. Lomu City. Li Xingfeng submitted an application to the sect leader for an outing, taking along his 2 disciples. Ling Han was a must. As the child of destiny, he might learn the art of alchemy, and even if he did not, he could encounter fortuitous events. As for Yu Chubai, as a young master of the sect, he was likely more adept in social dealings than Li Xingfeng himself. Moreover, there were many matters that Li Xingfeng was unaware of and needed to consult him about. Luomu City is situated in the Qian Kingdom, a realm of cultivation, accessible by spirit boats. Thus, when departing, Li Xingfeng casually took the sect leader's small red boat. Before leaving, he altered his appearance, for his white hair was exceedingly conspicuous. 3 days later, they arrived at the outskirts of Lomu City. Within the city, a flying prohibition barrier was established, rendering both sword flight and spirit boats ineffective. Li Xingfeng presented his token. In the realm of cultivation, all inhabitants were practitioners, and outsiders were required to possess a sect token. Without exceptional circumstances, loose cultivators were not permitted entry. They changed to a horse-drawn carriage, and the driver inquired, "Where are you 3 young masters headed?" Li Xingfeng replied, "To the Morong residence." The driver's face displayed astonishment. "Are you 3 seeking medicine or visiting friends?" Li Xingfeng pondered. He was not friends with the Morong family, and indeed sought medicine. Thus, he replied, "Seeking medicine." At once, the driver cracked the whip and fled. Li Xingfeng. Yu Chubai sighed. "Master, there are too many people seeking medicine. If we are not known, the servants of the Murong family will chase us away at the door. He fears that taking us there would offend the Murong family. Why didn't you say so earlier? Questioned Li Xingfeng. Yu Chubai replied. It's my fault. I assumed you were aware. With no other choice, Li Xingfeng had to change to another carriage. This driver had an even worse temper. Wishing to go to the Murong residence? Many wish to go. When you get beaten to death, who will pay my fare? Before Li Xingfeng could explain, the driver left. They sought two more drivers. Upon hearing Murong residence, one was paralyzed with fear, while the other kindly advised them not to seek death. Li Xingfeng grew increasingly perplexed. Just how terrifying was the Murong family? With no alternative, the trio continued to inquire. But most were too intimidated to disclose the location of the Murong residence. Occasionally, someone would kindly offer a vague direction, accompanied by stern warnings not to let anyone know. Finally, in the southern part of Lomu City, they glimpsed the legendary Murong residence. It was beyond description, far more magnificent than merely being adorned in gold and jade. It was grand and imposing, akin to a royal palace. However, at the entrance, a commotion ensued, with several individuals crying and kneeling on the ground, while a group of servants impatiently drove them away with sticks. Get lost. Anyone thinks they can enter the Murong residence? Please. We traveled for days seeking this life-saving pill for our sect leader. Your sect leader matters not. It's useless no matter who comes. Get lost. The servant, channeling spiritual energy, forcefully hurled the leading man in black away. With gasps from onlookers, the man fell at Li Xingfeng's feet. Li Xingfeng looked down, somewhat surprised, as the man seemed familiar. He had seen him before during a conference in the Lan Kingdom with Yu Ruofting. This man had felt wronged and had stood up for him. Li Xingfeng strained to recall. You are an elder from what sect? However, he genuinely could not remember the specifics. The man looked at him in astonishment, opening his mouth to speak, but instead coughed up blood. Li Xingfeng glanced at the servants, astonished that even the gatekeepers of the Murong residence were at the soul-gathering stage. Seeing three newcomers, the servants displayed extreme impatience. Another batch? Hurry and get lost. The master has no time for you insignificant figures. Li Xingfeng. Me? The man in black struggled to rise, but likely had a broken bone. Collapsing back to the ground, he looked at Li Xingfeng, coughing up more blood. Xing. Li Xingfeng sensed he had something to say, but his blood was mingled with internal fragments. Such brutality was excessive. Li Xingfeng bent down, placing a hand on the man's shoulder, intending to use spiritual energy to heal him. However, before he could channel it, a servant launched another attack of spiritual energy. Li Xingfeng frowned and blocked it. Do not go too far. Li Xingfeng stood upright, placing himself between the two disciples and the man in black. Going too far? Humph. The servant spat. If it weren't for this wretch clinging on, I wouldn't even bother hitting him. And who do you think you are? A beggar dares to act superior before me. Ling Han's expression darkened, his fists clenched, hatred pooling in his eyes. He would not be so enraged if he were insulted, but he could not tolerate anyone disparaging his master. However, he felt too weak, utterly powerless. Akin to an ant. He couldn't even best a mere gatekeeper. Yu Chubai furrowed his brow but maintained a calm tone. It was Miss Murong who invited our master. The servant, hearing this, laughed mockingly. Miss? For the sake of seeking medicine, what lies people weave. When has the miss invited anyone? Li Xingfeng. This makes me question myself. Could the letter from Murong Nanxing possibly be a forgery? After all, he had little interaction with her, and claiming she had invited him seemed implausible. Yet, he chose to take a gamble, producing the letter. This is indeed penned by Miss Murong herself. If you do not believe it, simply present it to her. Another servant hesitated. Brother, this person doesn't seem like a liar. Should we inform the miss? Fool, you've met so few people. The lead servant glared at him, recalling how someone pretended to be a friend of the Alliance Master, only to be a fraud. You wouldn't disturb the miss over such a trivial matter, would you? You want to die? Li Xingfeng. In this day and age, speaking the truth is met with disbelief. Can't people be more sincere? Master, Ling Han suddenly called out to Li Xingfeng. Li Xingfeng turned to see Ling Han cautiously pointing at the black-clad man on the ground. Is he dead? Ling Han hadn't intended to interrupt Li Xingfeng, but since he seemed to recognize this man, he thought perhaps they were acquaintances. Li Xingfeng quickly knelt to check for breath. Fortunately, there was still a faint pulse. He immediately channeled spiritual energy to heal him and forced a healing pill into his mouth. He wondered if the man's stomach was damaged. After all, pills were meant to be ingested. But if he couldn't swallow what then? Never mind. One cannot think of the cultivation world with common logic. Having stabilized the man's breathing, Li Xingfeng rose and glanced at the companions of the black-clad man, who appeared on the verge of fainting from crying. Only then did he slowly turn his gaze to the group of servants. Does your master know the kind of wicked servants they employ? Chapter 100. The authentic and reliable historical anecdote. The house servant glared fiercely at Li Xingshuang. What did you say? Do you wish for death? Li Xingshuang replied. If you can kill me, then you possess some skill. The atmosphere became tense, and at that moment, the door was pushed open. What's all this noise? Do you not realize the young lady wishes to take her afternoon nap? A maid dressed in red scolded, momentarily stunned upon seeing Li Xingshuang. Oh dear, Sister Peilon. I am utterly at fault. It is merely these ruffians. The leading servant wore a sycophantic expression, but before he could finish, Peilon kicked him aside. Peilon hurriedly bowed. Elder Guiyun, this servant is lacking in etiquette. I shall deal with him shortly. Please do not take offense. Please enter. The young lady has been waiting for quite some time. Everyone was taken aback. Li Xingshuang did not expect that the Murong residents would actually recognize him, nor that he possessed the ability to silence both sides. He gestured towards the almost lifeless man in black on the ground. May I bring him inside as well? Peilon quickly responded. As Elder Guiyun's friend, the Murong residence naturally welcomes him. Please, do come in. The man was still unconscious, and his companions hurriedly lifted him. As a throng entered the Murong estate, after settling the injured man in a side hall, Peilon fetched some medicinal pills for him to take, subsequently assisting with spiritual energy repair. The man's complexion visibly improved, and he opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he found himself surrounded by a group of people, looking somewhat bewildered. Upon spotting Li Xingshuang, he grasped his hand tightly. Xingshuang Xianjun, are you unharmed? Li Xingshuang felt perplexed. It was he who was on the verge of death, not himself. I am perfectly fine, Li Xingshuang stated. I recall you are an elder of some sect? I am Gu Zhuahong, the third elder of the Shuda sect. He replied, sitting up. Where is this place? Seeing that they were unfamiliar, Peilon's tone became somewhat curt. This is the Murong residence. That servant's actions in injuring you are inexcusable. I have healed you. However, if you are here to request the head of the house for alchemical assistance, you may take your leave now. Gu Zhuahong's eyes widened as he quickly stood to bow. Murong residence. Miss, if it were not for desperation, I would not so boldly seek your assistance. Desperation? Who isn't in such a situation? Peilon huffed. Do you think our Murong residence is a charitable clinic? Your plight is of no concern to me. If you have no further business, you may leave. Having said that, she turned to Li Xingshuang, her tone considerably gentler towards him. Elder Guiyun, this man is no longer in danger, so you need not worry. Please follow me to meet our young lady. Li Xingshuang hesitated a moment and glanced at Gu Zhuahong. He could see that Gu Zhuahong was eager to plead, yet ultimately remained silent. He understood that his relationship with Li Xingshuang was merely superficial. Li Xingshuang did not even know his name. Moreover, Li Xingshuang had never spoken on behalf of anyone else. May I accompany him to meet Miss Murong? Li Xingshuang inquired. Peilon paused for a moment. I must ask the young lady. She exited, leaving Gu Zhuahong staring blankly at Li Xingshuang, completely taken aback that he would help him secure an opportunity to meet Miss Murong. Noticing his gaze, Li Xingshuang looked over. During the meeting, you spoke on my behalf. Although he Ruofeng did not bully me, I know you are a good person. Gu Zhuahong was stunned for quite a while. He had not anticipated that his casual remark of support would earn such a significant response from Li Xingshuang. Of course, I will not advocate for you, Li Xingshuang clarified beforehand. If you have the chance to meet Murong Nanxing, what you say is your own affair. I will not assist you further. Li Xingshuang was not fond of attracting trouble. If he were to speak on behalf of this man and inadvertently displease Murong Nanxing, he could find himself expelled as well, rendering his visit pointless. Before long, two maidservants arrived, respectfully inviting Li Xingshuang to follow them. The young lady has said that if you bring a friend, it is permissible, but please ensure your friend does not say anything that would put her in a difficult position. Li Xingshuang acquiesced and led Gu Zhuahong and his two disciples out. As they traversed the long corridor, Li Xingshuang casually inquired of Yu Chubai, how does Zhaojua sect compare to this place in terms of grandeur? Yu Chubai was startled by the question. Master, you jest. Zhaojua sect is merely a poor household. How could it compare to the Murong residence? Li Xingshuang replied. A poor household? Is the Wangshui Tower merely an ancient forest? Li Xingshuang was led to a courtyard that was strikingly different from the opulent architecture outside. This place was elegant and refined, adorned with numerous flowers and a pond. Upon entering the main hall, he encountered a stunning woman clad in a pink outfit, adorned with exquisite jewelry around her neck. She held a scroll and sat gracefully, exuding a cold elegance. Upon seeing Xingshuang, her expression remained indifferent as she lightly nodded. "Elder Guiyun, please take a seat." Xingshuang casually chose a chair to sit down, while the others dared not take a seat. "Miss Morong, have we met before?" Xingshuang finally posed the question after settling himself. Morong Nanxing shook her head. "We have not met. I have only heard of your esteemed reputation." Xingshuang pondered. "What esteemed reputation do I possess?" Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Morong Nanxing added, "Mo Xingshuang and my father are old acquaintances. You are his direct disciple, so it is only natural that you are a distinguished guest of the Morong family." "So it is because of that old scoundrel." Xingshuang remained somewhat perplexed. "No one has mentioned this to me before." Mo Xingshuang has always been carefree and unconcerned, likely not thinking it significant. That is indeed typical of him. With only one disciple left, Xingshuang was not particularly aware of that old man's circle of friends, as he seemed to rarely mention others in his presence. Oh, wait, there was one occasion. Xingshuang could not forget the day before that old man ascended, when he had a serious expression, solemnly telling Xingshuang that he had a secret to share. It concerned the Wangshui Tower, and he must remember it well. He had thought the old man was finally going to convey something important, so he listened attentively. The old man had clasped his hands behind his back, looking earnest. In truth, according to authentic and reliable historical records, the first leader of our Wangshui Tower rose to prominence through selling hooks. Consider this. Among the multitude of cultivation sects, how did our Wangshui Tower emerge from obscurity? Clearly, it was the result of your master's hook-selling endeavors. Your master has concealed his humble origins to prevent anyone from discovering that he once sold hooks. He even passed this hook-selling tradition on to your uncle, our current leader. What you may not know is that the leader is an exceptionally rare complete dual-gender individual, with their wombs serving as their hidden weapon. That day, Xingshuang remained silent for a long while. Chapter 101. Reading between the lines in short. Xingshuang had come to comprehend the reason behind the Morong family's courteous demeanor towards him. The old man had ascended without properly elucidating his connections to the sect, leaving behind only inexplicable remarks. Morong Nanxing set aside the scroll in her hands. "Are these esteemed individuals friends of Elder Guiyun?" Xingshuang introduced his companions. "These two are my disciples, Linghan and Yuchubai. This is I seem to have forgotten which sect this elder belongs to." Guzhuang interjected, "I am Guzhuang, the third elder of the Shuda sect. Is the Yu family affiliated with the Zhaoju sect?" Yuchubai responded with mild surprise, "Indeed. My father is the sect master of Zhaoju. It is truly an honor to be remembered by Miss Morong, despite our humble sect's obscurity." The others fell silent. If Zhaoju sect were to be deemed insignificant, what sect could possibly be considered prominent? Morong Nanxing remarked nonchalantly, "My father occasionally places medicinal pills in the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce for consignment. Generally, auctioning yields higher prices. I recall consigning a soul-gathering pill a few months back." Upon hearing this name, Guzhuang's expression visibly brightened, yet he hesitated, fearing to offend Morong Nanxing. Yuchubai nodded. "Indeed, the final price was 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. The market price for royal-grade pills often exceeds that. However, the soul-gathering pill has a rather specialized use, limiting its versatility, thus attracting fewer bidders. Were it not for the auction, the price would be around 500,000. My father mentioned that the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce has yet to collect their commission." Yuchubai smiled. "It is an honor for the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce to collaborate with the Morong family. With such precious medicinal pills among the goods, we are sure to attract numerous guests. Having already benefited from the Morong family's prestige, it would be inappropriate to charge a commission." Morong Nanxing's gaze swept over Yuchubai before she produced a jade vial. "My father's batch of pills contains two. I require one for research, rendering the other unnecessary for me. If young master you still desires it, I can offer it for 40,000 high-grade spirit stones." "Thank you, Miss Morong." Yuchubai responded promptly, bowing in gratitude. "I shall send word back immediately to arrange for the spirit stones to be delivered to the Morong residence. There's no rush." Morong Nanxing handed the jade vial to Yuchubai, with several days remaining until the Pildao conference. "If Elder Guiyun does not mind, I would kindly ask you to stay at the Morong residence for a few days." "Thank you," Xingshuang added. Xingshuang found the young lady rather agreeable. She invited him to the Pildao conference and even offered accommodations and meals, which seemed quite reasonable. However, he pondered why her servants appeared so peculiar. Morong Nanxing raised her voice slightly. Peilon. Peilon hurried into the room. Miss, how may I assist you? Please escort Elder Guiyun and his 2 disciples to the guest quarters. Morong Nanxing glanced once more at Xingshuang. Elder Gu, if there is nothing further, please take your disciples and depart. I must excuse myself. Xingshuang pressed his lips together, ultimately bowing, understood. Once outside the courtyard, Xingshuang eagerly initiated conversation with Yu Chubai. Young Master Yu Chubai interrupted. Could Miss Peilon show the way? I will accompany Elder Gu out of the residence. Perhaps due to Li Xingshuang's presence. Peilon treated Yu Chubai with a degree of courtesy. The disciples of the Shuda sect are still waiting in the side hall. Elder Gu, please take them with you. I shall guide you. The group returned to the side hall, where Peilon seemed aware they had matters to discuss, and waited outside. Once the door was closed, without waiting for Xingshuang to speak, Yu Chubai handed over the jade vial. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, directly to Zhaoju's sect, Yu Chubai stated. Xingshuang was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully accepted. Thank you, young Master Yu. This kindness, I will undoubtedly express your gratitude to my master instead, Yu Chubai interjected. Li Xingshuang remarked. It seemed he had barely spoken throughout the exchange. Xingshuang hastily bowed to Li Xingshuang. Xingshuang Xianjun. I shall never forget today's favor. Li Xingshuang replied. You purchased it. Xingshuang nodded. I understand. This pill will be considered a purchase from the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce on behalf of the Shuda sect, sparing both Xianjun and Miss Morong any inconvenience. Li Xingshuang thought. It was indeed his purchase. After escorting the Shutu sect members from the residence, Peilon led the trio to the guest quarters before departing. Li Xingshuang, unable to contain himself, turned to Yu Chubai. You earned 10,000, and he still thanks you? Yu Chubai replied, I did not profit from him. This 500,000 is to be delivered entirely to the Morong residence, while Miss Morong willingly lowered the price. This favor cannot go unreciprocated. That should count as a fair exchange. Yu Chubai shook his head. High-grade medicinal pills are invaluable and rare. One pill is hard to come by. Otherwise, so many would not abandon their dignity to kneel before alchemists. The Morong residence does not often collaborate with the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce. Truthfully, they do not regard Zhaoju's sect highly. Miss Morong offered this pill out of respect for Elder Gu being your friend. Could she not sell it directly to me or to Elder Gu? Yu Chubai chuckled softly. If given directly to him, word would spread that he successfully sought the pill, leading to even greater unrest for the Morong residence. If given directly to you, others would then pursue you for connections, causing unrest for Guiyun Peak. Li Xingshuang felt a headache coming on. He had not anticipated such complexities. Noticing Li Xingshuang's gaze, Yu Chubai appeared somewhat bashful. Master, is something the matter? Oh, I simply did not expect your business acumen to differ from your usual demeanor. You seem quite knowledgeable, far more reliable than I. This young man, despite his tender age, exhibited remarkable propriety. It seemed he had not misjudged his companion for this journey. Yu Chubai became even more embarrassed, quickly waving his hands. This is nothing, master. You merely devote yourself to cultivation and are unfamiliar with these worldly matters. I hail from a merchant family, so I have been exposed to such things from a young age. Master need not concern yourself with these affairs. In the future, you may entrust them to me. Master need not worry about anything. Simply maintain a clear mind, untainted by the worldly. Li Xingshuang reflected that he might indeed be somewhat ignorant of social intricacies. However, how could one who knew nothing of human sentiment possibly navigate the complexities of life? While he understood the concept of reciprocal goodwill, recognizing that kindness from others necessitated his own, that was the extent of his comprehension. More intricate matters posed a challenge for him. If he possessed the social finesse of Yu Chubai, perhaps he would not be so widely disliked. He might even grasp why Luo Xing constantly wept, why Huoruofeng was perpetually irate, why Ling Han often blushed, and why the sect master appeared so cowardly. Chapter 102. They are quite familiar. Early the next morning, Morong Nanxing presented Li Xingfeng with a token from the Morong residence, granting her free passage within its grounds. With only 5 days remaining until the alchemy conference, Li Xingfeng found herself at leisure and decided to take her apprentice on a casual outing beyond the estate. Uncertain if it was the unfamiliarity of being out in public that caused it, Ling Han had been unusually silent, trailing behind Li Xingfeng without uttering a word. In contrast, Yu Chubai was brimming with enthusiasm, explaining along the way, Master, a century ago, Lumu City was merely a small town, but now it has flourished greatly, largely due to the influence of the Alchemy Alliance. Here, everyone cultivates medicinal herbs at home, and many goods and food items are related to medicine. Would you care to examine these treasures of mine? They are all crafted from medicinal substances, unavailable in other locales. As they passed a stall, the proprietor, an elderly man with a white beard, beamed upon hearing Yu Chubai's introduction. To be frank, it was Li Xingfeng's first encounter with someone who bore such a striking resemblance to a swindler. He practically embodied the essence of a con artist. Li Xingfeng, in no rush to depart, casually picked up a bracelet, prompting the old man to spring to his feet in excitement. Ah, young friend, you have a discerning eye. This bracelet is made from the seeds of the zhongming fruit, which wards off harm and nurtures one's spiritual veins. I sense a connection between us. Its original price is 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, but now it can be yours for only 8,888 low-grade spirit stones. And yes, I mean low-grade, not high-grade. Li Xingfeng, do I possess a face that invites deception? This is not zhongming fruit, it is nanyang fruit, which grows on the nanyang tree and is quite common, a maiden's voice interjected. Though her appearance was somewhat similar, the value was worlds apart. Young sir, do not be fooled. The maiden, with her exquisite and ethereal beauty, clad in green, spoke in a gentle and melodious tone. Upon seeing her, the old man recoiled as if he had seen a ghost and hastily packed up his wares, leaving behind the beads in Li Xingfeng's hand. The maiden smiled warmly at Li Xingfeng. You three are not from around here, are you? Luomu City is a place of mixed fortunes. Please exercise caution. Though Li Xingfeng had not been deceived, she nodded in gratitude. Yu Chubai, intrigued, asked, Miss, your knowledge of medicinal substances is impressive. Are you perhaps an alchemist? The maiden shook her head, replying, I am merely a servant. Even the children in Luomu City possess some knowledge of herbs. It is not remarkable. A sense of intuition told him that this maiden was no ordinary individual. Her demeanor, attire, and the old man's reaction towards her suggested she was far from a typical servant. However, Li Xingfeng did not pry further. I must gather herbs for my master now and shall not disturb you any longer, she said, bidding them farewell with a nod. Ling Han, however, regarded the maiden thoughtfully. Li Xingfeng was somewhat surprised. It was uncommon for Ling Han to fixate on a maiden so openly. The last time he had gazed so intently was at Mu Huan. Over a piece of braised meat. Indeed, a destined male protagonist attracts numerous female admirers. This maiden struck an air of mystery and uniqueness. And by the conventions of typical narratives, she was likely the daughter of an esteemed alchemist family. While it was good that the child was maturing, what would become of the female lead? Ling Han could not simply abandon her, could he? With both the male protagonist and female lead blessed with fortune, it was only fitting that the female lead had a male counterpart as well. Would they still be able to be together? Li Xingfeng was not intent on matchmaking. She merely believed that if they wed at Wangshui Tower, it would foster a stronger sense of belonging and perhaps even yield an ultimate protagonist. However, the notion of each forming a harem was equally appealing. Generally speaking, those like Long Outyin and Feng Ridi were always surrounded by devoted admirers. Be they scions of noble families, emperors, or prodigies of cultivation. Well, perhaps not the last example. If such individuals followed Ling Han and Ning Moryu into the sect, then the ascendance of Wangshui Tower to the forefront of righteousness would be imminent. Li Xingfeng contemplated these thoughts silently, while Yu Chubai voiced them aloud. Senior Ling, your gaze upon that maiden seems rather indiscreet and disrespectful, does it not? Li Xingfeng. He recalled a person who had first met him and uttered nonsensical phrases about sharing a spring night together. Oh no, that was technically the second time they had met. Ling Han's face showed embarrassment. I am not. I merely find that maiden somewhat peculiar. Yu Chubai snorted softly, but refrained from further comment. Ling Han too chose not to elaborate. Li Xingfeng interjected, Are you two about to quarrel again? Yu Chubai quickly smiled in a conciliatory manner. No, how could a disciple quarrel with his senior? I simply think there is a slight impropriety in his actions. Lax teaching leads to a lazy master. Are you implying that I have neglected my duties as a mentor? And no, that is not it. This left Yu Chubai momentarily dumbfounded. Li Xingfeng had no intention of continuing to scold them, merely stating, Very well, this matter need not be discussed further. Let us explore the local alchemy shop. It is a rare opportunity for us to witness the local elixirs. Having come here for serious business, Li Xingfeng had no time to oversee their childish banter. Yu Chubai resumed his explanation. The largest alchemy shop here is the Luoqing Pavilion, affiliated with the Alchemy Alliance. Luoqing Pavilion sells imperial-grade elixirs, but they do not display them publicly. They are only available to select clientele. Oh, do you possess a VIP status with the Alchemy Alliance? Huh, I meant, does your Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce qualify as such esteemed clientele? Yu Chubai sighed, esteemed clientele? It hardly counts. Alchemists look down upon others. They first filter out those who cannot afford to purchase, believing that such individuals are unworthy to even glance at the elixirs. The remaining patrons, they do not receive much courtesy either. So you are still able to make a purchase? Yu Chubai chuckled. Master, you possess the Morong Residence S token. It is far more advantageous than anything else. Even alchemists would not dare to treat you with disrespect. What arrogance! A passing young lady in splendid attire scoffed. What does your Morong clan amount to? Li Xingfeng paused momentarily. Were the people of Lumu City this familiar with one another? This was the second unsolicited interruption by a maiden today. Yu Chubai's expression transformed into one of astonishment as he recognized the girl. It's you? Li Xingfeng turned her gaze toward the maiden, who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, exuding an air of pride. Dressed in resplendent red garments, the jewelry adorning her hair seemed almost burdensome. Li Xingfeng did not recognize her and thus inquired of Yu Chubai, is she your friend? Both exchanged exasperated glances and simultaneously retorted, the disciple, has no such acquaintance. This made it quite challenging to assert that they were unrelated. Yu Chubai, noting Li Xingfeng's skepticism, quickly clarified, Master, this young lady is the eldest princess of Lan Country, named Lu Yisin. The disciple is not well acquainted with her. Her words reflect only her personal views and do not involve the disciple. Eldest princess? Li Xingfeng's mind flickered to the woman who had previously collaborated unsuccessfully with Yu Chubai and had been forced to seek assistance from Wangshui Tower, as well as the image of a figure reigning over the streets from a carriage. This seemed to merge with the imposing figure of the girl before her. Chapter 103. Miss Du Rua. Li Xingshuang suddenly realized, you must be the youngest grand princess who fled on the day your brother ascended the throne, right? It was unclear which words had provoked Lu Yisin, as she shot a fierce glare at Li Xingshuang. Even if this palace is not in Lan Kingdom, I am certainly not of the same caliber as you commoners. Yu Chubai chuckled in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? You are not even a cultivator. Perhaps you should think carefully before speaking. This is an elder of our Wangshui Tower. Lu Yisin rolled her eyes. What does it matter if one is a cultivator? I am about to marry the sect leader Ji, and when that happens, regardless of elder or sect master, all must bow before me. Yu Chubai was left speechless. Stunned by this revelation, Li Xingshuang was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that the sect leader Ji was not only adept at alchemy but also skilled in metallurgy. This grand princess appeared to be no older than 13 or 14. Yu Chubai tugged at Li Xingshuang's sleeve. Master, we have encountered a madwoman. We should leave quickly. Angrily, Lu Yisin retorted, what do you mean by that? How dare you slander me? Do you think the Morong family is such a formidable backing? Let me tell you, the Morong clan is not even worthy to carry Ji's shoes. Yu Chubai pulled Li Xingshuang with increasing urgency, clearly eager to escape. Li Xingshuang was utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why Lu Yisin had chosen to provoke them, as if showcasing her exceptional eye-rolling skills. After walking a considerable distance, Yu Chubai finally spoke. Master, please do not associate with that woman. She may have lost her mind after being expelled from Lan Kingdom. I had no intention of associating with her, Li Xingshuang replied. Yu Chubai scanned their surroundings to ensure they were truly alone before lowering his voice. Master, the Ji and Morong families are at odds, but that is their affair. Outsiders should not comment. Li Xingshuang, puzzled, responded, I am not commenting at all. What does it concern me? Li Xingshuang was entirely uninterested in the squabbles of noble families. His sole purpose for this journey was to study alchemy. Upon reaching the falling blue pavilion, they encountered the same girl in green attire as before. Miss Du Rua, take care. The steward of the pharmacy bowed respectfully to her. Du Rua replied gently, Steward Yen, you are too kind. Young master, we meet again. Li Xingshuang nodded. What a coincidence. Miss Du Rua appeared slightly embarrassed and explained warmly, I am of slave descent, with no surname. Du Rua is my given name. My apologies, Miss Du. Li Xingshuang promptly corrected himself. There is no need for apologies, young master. Du Rua smiled faintly. You are here to purchase elixirs. I shall not disturb you further. As Du Rua departed, Li Xingshuang noticed Ling Han staring intently at her retreating figure. Could it be that he had truly awakened? The steward turned to Li Xingshuang with a somewhat frosty demeanor. Are you here to see the elixirs? Please, proceed inside. Li Xingshuang presented the Murong family token. I would like to see your most valuable items. Upon seeing the token, the steward's expression immediately transformed, adopting a fawning demeanor. Ah, a distinguished guest from the Murong family. Please, come in. I was blind not to recognize you and have shown disrespect. I sincerely apologize. Li Xingshuang felt somewhat uncomfortable with the steward's excessive enthusiasm. He preferred his earlier defiant attitude. The ground floor of Falling Blue Pavilion was bustling with people. Though elixirs were costly, they were essential for cultivators. For instance, the demand for revitalizing pills and healing elixirs was immense. The second floor housed precious spirit-grade elixirs, with clientele being more selective. Here, the number of patrons was noticeably fewer. The third floor was dedicated to royal-grade elixirs. Upon ascending, Li Xingshuang found no other customers. Only a solitary alchemist seated there, nearly gathering cobwebs from idleness. Upon finally seeing a customer, he smiled at the steward's demeanor. Esteemed guest, what can I assist you with? Li Xingshuang approached the counter. Noting that the jade vials were protected by a barrier, they could be viewed but not touched. Lingyue pill, a royal-grade elixir, aids in breaking through bottlenecks in major realms. Suitable for those at the soul entry realm and below. Priced at 600,000 high-grade spirit stones. Qingming pill, a royal-grade elixir, enhances comprehension. Suitable for those at the clear heart realm and below. Priced at 550,000 high-grade spirit stones. Muxiang pill, a royal-grade elixir. Li Xingshuang inquired of Yuchubai. Did you not mention that the highest grade here is the imperial-grade elixirs? Before Yuchubai could respond, the steward interjected, imperial-grade elixirs are exceedingly difficult to produce. They are rare and seldom available. Occasionally one might be consigned here. I see, Li Xingshuang remarked, then pointed to a vial labeled moon condensation pill. I would like this one. Previously, the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce had sent over 2 large boxes of premium spirit stones, which Li Xingshuang had yet to utilize. Converted to high-grade spirit stones, it amounted to approximately 2 million. Though he initially considered this a vast sum, in this establishment, it could only purchase 3 or 4 elixirs. Today, there were no imperial-grade elixirs available, and even if there were, he could not afford them. The prices of spiritual tools and elixirs increase exponentially with their grade. Royal-grade elixirs range from 5 to 600,000, while imperial-grade elixirs could cost several million. After completing the purchase, Li Xingshuang secured the jade vial. The moon condensation pill possesses detoxifying properties, capable of neutralizing the effects of both beneficial and harmful substances, though it does not affect permanent elixirs, such as those for breakthrough cultivation or body refinement. However, it can eliminate temporary enhancements gained from consuming elixirs, boosts in power, and even poisoning scenarios. Li Xingshuang believed this item would prove useful one day, as he often encountered plots involving poisoning in the novels and dramas he read, either the protagonist or their companions falling victim, or entire story arcs dedicated to seeking antidotes. To be safe, Li Xingshuang decided to purchase it. After leaving Falling Blue Pavilion, the trio returned to the Murong residence. In the following days, Li Xingshuang occasionally took his disciples to stroll about the city, though he spent most of his time indoors. He had yet to encounter Murong Nanxing again. Perhaps she was quite the homebody. On the eve of the alchemy conference, Li Xingshuang met a man in the corridor of the Murong residence. He was slender, clad in somewhat heavy garments, with a stern expression that emanated an aura of forbidding distance. Upon seeing Li Xingshuang, he raised an eyebrow. Noticing the man's opulent attire, Li Xingshuang speculated that he might be the long-absent head of the Murong family. Are you the head of the Murong family? The man lazily lifted his eyelids, appraising Li Xingshuang from head to toe before scoffing. You reside in the Murong house, and yet do not recognize the head? Chapter 104. The master of the house. Li Xingshuang nodded honestly, admitting his unfamiliarity. Before the man could utter a word, a tall figure cloaked in a hood approached from behind him. Master of the house. The hooded man's voice was grating, almost unnervingly so. Li Xingshuang glanced up, revealing a terrifying visage marred by scars beneath the shadow of the hood. The hooded man momentarily met his gaze before bowing slightly and addressing the man beside him with deference. This must be him. I have inquired. His name is Li Xingshuang, a friend of the Murong family master. The man scoffed. A friend? He doesn't even recognize Murong. The hooded man appeared momentarily taken aback, then promptly knelt. I apologize for the misinformation. I am truly at fault. Li Xingshuang interjected. The master of the Morong family is acquainted with my mentor. The man raised an eyebrow. Who is your master? Master Mo Yuming. At this, the man's expression shifted subtly, his previously flippant demeanor darkening. An ominous premonition gripped Li Xingshuang. Surely, the old man hasn't he incurred debts outside? The man stepped closer, gripping Li Xingshuang's chin, scrutinizing him with narrowed eyes. Though Li Xingshuang stood slightly taller, the man's formidable aura exuded a chilling aggression. This is bad. Is there truly enmity? Yet, the man soon released him. How old are you? 60-something. I believe 63. Then I shall address you as senior brother. Li Xingshuang was bewildered. Senior brother? All my senior brothers have perished. Why are you not in Wanshua Tower? I have never encountered you before. Ask less of what should not be asked. Oh. The man seemed pleased with Li Xingshuang's reticence and introduced himself. I am Ji Yuanjia. The name struck a chord in Li Xingshuang's memory. You are the leader of the Alchemist Alliance. A cold smirk tugged at Ji Yuanjia's lips. What? Are you frightened? What is there to fear? Li Xingshuang was perplexed. Ji Yuanjia narrowed his eyes. Have you not heard tales of me? Li Xingshuang continued to ponder. I have heard. Do share. You have a copper addiction. Ji Yuanjia was momentarily taken aback. His mind faltered, as this response did not align with his expectations. He had anticipated Li Xingshuang would speak of his notorious reputation or perhaps falsely extol his virtues. Instead, Li Xingshuang continued, though it may lack morality, she seems quite willing, and in this era, it is not illegal, as long as you are content. Ji Yuanjia raised a hand to halt him. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Xingshuang replied, I once encountered the crown princess of Lan Country. She claimed you intended to marry her. She appeared merely 13 or 14. While personal preferences vary, I feel it may be a tad premature. Ji Yuanjia scoffed derisively. Madwoman. Li Xingshuang inquired. So you do know her? Just an alchemist. Ji Yuanjia seemed entirely unconcerned. If she possesses better quality, I won't mind sustaining her. Alchemist. This term was unfamiliar to Li Xingshuang. Ji Yuanjia shot him a glance. Aren't you an alchemist? Not at all. Thus, Ji Yuanjia elucidated. Daily consumption of medicinal herbs, followed by infusing their properties into the blood with internal fire, allows one to extract blood for alchemical purposes. Such beings are termed alchemists. Oh, and due to the need for substantial arterial blood, they are essentially single-use. Li Xingshuang realized his ignorance. Ji Yuanjia was not a mere copper addict, but rather a complete scoundrel. However, he was more intrigued by another matter. What purpose does using blood in alchemy serve? Ji Yuanjia smirked. It serves myriad purposes. What? Do you wish to become my alchemist? Li Xingshuang pondered. If it is beneficial, I may consider it.